I wrote down UNH longs. That's going to be one that we're going to look at today again. Nice move up to 320 today. Wow, what a move there for UNH off of some of those bottoms. But that's to be expected, right? I mean, you have it's almost like a dead cat bounce. There, a nice little move right there. And then boom, goes the dynamite. We'll see what happens here. I mean, long UNH if we can get the right price today. So, yeah, that would be really good. For an early long, and that's all that I have written down right now. Palantir, we're gonna be watching out for that one as well. It should be a good one. Last night, what major earnings?
No, last night there were not.
No, tonight we have PNW.
That's the big one.
Yeah, Palo Alto will be a big one as well. So, yeah, we'll pay attention to the imbalances coming out very, very soon right here. Not much on here except for all buys right now. QBTS, Archer Innovation on there as well. There's UNH, so just a couple names that we've already been talking about. What is Yala? Yaman, right there, maybe a Chinese name potentially. I don't know.
You don't know Yala Group Limited?
I don't know Yala Group Limited. PaySafe is there. Twilio is here as well. They're going to be reporting later on this week. There's Big Bear AI, but with a sell. Uber catching a sell. Uber $93. Wow. I guess that has a date with 100 on it, eh? Uber. Wow. That's also a whew. I said this the other day, man. I was getting some Starbucks feels on this one, just about how far away from the 200 period this name is exactly. Wow, Uber cooking right now. Market going up, Uber coming down, or market going down, Uber coming down a little bit there. Wow, that actually just fell. That was at $94 a little while ago. Wow.
Ooh, solid gap up.
Okay.
Apparently that Yala reported whatever they are.
Oh, Yala reported?
They reported last night.
I wonder how much of Google
I don't know them.
Is getting this quantum kick as well. Like Google's up to 167 again. This was a name that we were short yesterday, 166. So it's nice to see it up here. Yesterday it wasn't breaking that 166. Now we'll see if maybe it's some support. But yeah, it'll be a good one, man. Yeah, Oklo, QUBT. Yeah,
I mean, Oklo, Rigetti, QBT, like they're all pretty much gone. Like OKLO broke that 40 from yesterday. RGTI, Rigetti. That's breaking out the $12.50 level. I mean, what's more, 12 quarter is what I wrote down, but I guess it's 12 quarter, 12 half, those highs. I think all of these are going to be in play today. You want to pick one that you like the best, certainly. Like whether it's nuclear, in the nuclear space, usually pick one to ride with, and then in the quantum space, pick one to ride with on that day.
13.
Because it looks like it's going to be a spicy one. The market's coming down here and not looking fantastic on the NASDAQ, but like you're still, overnight support's still going to be in there. It was very range bound in the overnight as like it usually is. So we'll see how we test off of that bottom. We had such a great relief rally yesterday, but you got to figure, that downgrade, you got to check what bonds are going to be doing, because if yields keep going up, then the market can't fly forever if yields hold higher. So yeah, there's still I don't know that we got the all clear from yesterday's scare, just because we made the recovery. You want to see some continuation on that. And the early look right now is that we're a little red.
Yeah, nice little move down on the NASDAQ. So yeah, greetings everybody. Welcome to the show. Hit the like and the subscribe. We'll be going over a bunch of different names. Scan that QR code. Oh, that's for trade ideas, but scan that anyways, get trade ideas going. And also, we have our watch list, which is what I'm going through right now. We have quantum stocks listed on this watch list. We got Pfizer, Meta, and Taiwan Semi on here. Pony AI also on the list. Home Depot on the list. We talked about earnings. Ciata Mobile on the list as well today. So if you're looking for information on about a bunch of different names today, whether or not they're low flow runners, whether or not they're earnings plays, we have, like I said, tech names on here as well. I'm going through it. The watch list is absolutely hot fire today. So make sure you go grab that. Crypto stocks on there, but the bill that they're talking about, the Genius Act, we'll see how genius it is exactly coming up. So yeah, lots of stuff happening. Crypto kind of bouncing around now, 104.6. Not a great morning. It's kind of getting it, but it's not really. What is IBIT? It's
not really getting it.
Because yesterday we were up, yeah, so that was going to say downside. So IBIT not getting it right now, but we'll see if IBIT can take out that $60 mark. Where is the all-time high on IBIT? Because that's the thing I really want to punch long if and when that does come through. So 60, let's just double check that, 61.75 or so there for IBIT. So as minute we can get in and around that area, still a couple dollars away, but that's the all-time high break there. We'll wait to see if that can happen. Remember, these breaks, like that might not be 109 on Bitcoin, because that 109 might have hit during non-market hours. So I'll have to go double check to see what exactly that day hit there. December 17th is when IBIT had its all-time high. That doesn't necessarily mean Bitcoin. That could be 107.
The 109 was actually on January 20th. So you got to look at that day and see.
No, but see, that day is even under.
Well, no,
this day.
Ooh, where is it?
I'm saying this is January 20th right here. It's a weekend.
Yeah, so it would have happened over the weekend.
Right, so that's the problem, right? So yeah, so we're really looking at in and around here, 61.60 and change for IBIT. So we'll wait to see if that happens. So that's interesting. See,
it'll be like 107 change, I think.
Yeah, I'm glad we talked about that because I didn't realize it broke over the weekend. So that's another thing. So that's not going to be reflected in the IBIT chart right there. Okay, man, Ethereum. Things are starting to move around a bit here. So let's go back to the desk, see what the boys are up to. But we're working on some notes, and it should be a good one, man. Palantir also starting to go. We talked about that. Tesla's at that 350, that punch level that I have no choice but to go long again on that because I feel like if you don't take the long, and it goes, then you've missed it, right? I mean,
one of them's going to 360, so.
Yeah, so there it is right here, 345, 346. We'll see if Tesla can go up 1%. If this market starts to run, Tesla takes 350. So something definitely to look at. We'll be on the watch list as well. So lots happening today. Let's go back over to the boys.
Go.
Yeah, we have Mitch coming up here in a couple of minutes. He's going to join us, talk a little bit about these ride-sharing companies as well, both Uber and Lyft. We touched on with him last week. Also, Uber back downside here in a hurry. In fact, nothing really to talk about as far as headlines this morning, but we'll get Mitch's take on what happened over the week for that. I bring this up simply because Google's Waymo gets approval for expansion in San Francisco. That just happens to be ahead of the June Texas start for Elon and Tesla as well on the autonomous side of things. So more cyber cabs or Waymo cabs, I guess, in San Francisco.
Yeah, and it's a good look for them. They continue to expand to new cities, Brendo, proving concept, whereas robotaxi is still in very nascent. But having said that, on the midday show yesterday, I did show you guys a lot of posts from Brendo. A lot of people in Austin are taking pictures of the robotaxi live in living color on the streets, obviously with a safety driver as well as some hardware on the top to make sure, I guess, I don't know whether they're recording or some safety instruments, but we're seeing the demonstrations in real life. He was talking about a June launch.
Yeah.
So we're a couple of weeks away.
Yeah.
So let's see how that goes.
I'm sure they're doing, as you said, the testing part of it and the certifications of these vehicles. But good to see, nevertheless. But kind of curious, ahead of Google I/O, we get this Waymo expansion announcement in San Francisco again for Waymo and Google. Google back upside right now, 0.4% on the morning. I mean, most of tech is not bad actually right now as far as positive or negative. I see Mitch is getting his hater shades prepped and primed, ready to go once again. So he wants to talk about some of these.
Let's go.
Are you excited? Are you pumped for a Tuesday? What's going on?
It's the only way, man. It's the only way. We're riding the euphoria wave. We might as well just keep on going with the momentum.
I like it. All right, give us your take. We were just touching on these ride-sharing companies. We talked about them last week. Pretty good week.
I love it. Love it that we were bringing this up. It's actually a part of my list here, and I'm looking at Lyft, right? Because Uber is at all-time high. Of course, that's the best of breed. But there's always the leader to laggard style trade. When there's a leader in an industry, like if you're looking at quantum, right? You're watching IonQ and you're watching all the other ones follow. Well, you're doing the same thing with Uber. You're looking at Lyft now. And this might be a change in trend because a lot of people have hated Lyft for a long time. And now we're starting to see it start to run. It has a nice bull flag. It has a nice support there. The 9 EMA on the daily could be a good support around the 16. And then it could break above the 1750, really giving us a nice move above the 20. And this has been in sideways consolidation for years now. So if it can get above that, and then investors can get interested here with autonomous coming live in Atlanta with their partnership with May Mobility, I think that's something to watch. And then next year, they'll be moving into Austin with Mobileye, and they have some partnerships. I think they need to look for more partnerships in AV, but they're definitely starting to push, and that could give them the lift. Finally, Lyft could get the lift.
I'm going to leave that one alone, Mitch. That's all you. Speaking of Austin, we were just talking about Tesla coming up in June here. What do you make, again, we get Google I/O today. We get this Waymo announcement in San Francisco. We were just talking about this June launch for Tesla as well.
Yeah, I mentioned it as there was 3 stocks that I mentioned last week when I was here. It was ARM, Coin, and Tesla. 3 of those really doing well right now. And Tesla is just all about changing the mentality, right? This is really quickly going to be a company that we stop thinking about the cars. I think that everyone's still thinking about, well, what are the deliveries doing? You can push that out the window. No one's going to care about the deliveries once we start getting actual autonomous FSD actually approved, where everyone can go ahead and try to partner with Tesla. And then the big move, of course, is Optimus, right? I mean, that's going to be the move where really Tesla could become a different company, where in the future, you could be looking for more robotics coming out of Tesla than even the cars. They might get to a point where the cars are just, the margins are not there anymore. So why make them, right? Why not just focus on the robotic side of things?
Yeah, I mean, it makes complete sense. Sign me up. I cannot wait until the expansion announcement for Toronto comes through.
Yeah, and I don't know about you, but I don't like doing laundry. So if I get a robot to do laundry every day, I mean, come on, just get to work.
Come on. I know. I'm right there with you. This cybersecurity group, I know you had it on your list here. It doesn't really get that much attention. Not terribly exciting on a day-in, day-out basis. There are individual names a little more volatile. What are you seeing in some of these?
So this is all have to do with AI, right? And AI coming into play with cybersecurity, I think it's a big watch, right? Because at the end of the day, what are we all looking for? We're all looking for a kind of more secured network. With AI is going to come more scamming and more hacking, right? And then not to mention, you know, if quantum gets into that side. But I think that cybersecurity is an area where you can actually start to look that AI is going to benefit these companies. They're going to be able to make stronger cybersecurity. So the retail favorite, Snow, here has earnings coming up. It has a nice little kind of move where it can get above the kind of consolidation right now. It looks primed to get above this. It's sideways here and could really start to make the move into the earnings. That's how I would like to play it. Maybe today, going into that earnings report, that would be something to watch. But look at Zscaler. Zscaler is the leading right now, and that's really kind of just taking off. And then you can see the other ones. CrowdStrike coming all the way back from the scandal and looking at new highs. And then you look at PanW. This looks like it wants 200. Of course, that's the best of breed there. And you won't get as much return on PanW, but it looks like it just wants that 200. It's been hanging out here, and it could easily get above that level.
All right, what are we looking at as far as
sexy plays? But plays definitely to watch.
What are we looking at as far as today is concerned? What's top of your list for the open coming up here?
Well, it has to be the quantum names. Let's just be honest. Everyone's watching them. And then the other area is nuclear. And of course, SMR, NNE, and those types of names you're going to be watching today. And I say watch also the energy plays. The utility players here have been really ripping higher. It's led by GEV, but you see CEG not far behind, and then OKLO. And there's one more that you guys got to be watching in this one. So I'm looking what's called for the leader to laggard style trade, where an industry is getting hot, and then they're just looking down the list. They're working their way down the list. BEP is a setup that's interesting today for it to get back above 25. And the reason why, honestly, I didn't even know too much about Brookfield Renewable. But the truth is, I'm just looking into the industry, working down the list, and I can see these starting to get hot. This is starting to set up. Good little cross on the MACD. Let's see if we can start getting these going with the other nuclear stocks. And then NNE would be more your small nuclear play, as SMR has taken off, and NNE will look to start playing catch up.
An interesting spot here. You know, we're kind of in the end of earnings season. You know, we're past the Fed, we're past non-farm payrolls. That time of, you know, not only the month but also the quarter where people are kind of looking and searching for different catalysts. Meanwhile, the market's just kind of grinding here, flirting with highs once again. What a recovery we've had. As far as the overall context is concerned, what are you feeling? What are you seeing going into not only today but next couple of days here?
Yeah, I think right now we're just going to continue riding the wave, right? If we can shake the negative news of the credit report, which isn't the worst news, but to tell you the truth, that should have at least gave us a little bit of the excuse to give a little bit further pullback. But we are seeing a slowing down of the trend. If you look at the daily candles, they're starting to get a little bit smaller and smaller. ATR really coming down. So we need to see what happens when that ATR actually expands. Are we getting expansion on the move up for all-time high, or do we get expansion when we actually start to pull back? That could lead to some further pullback. But I think at this point, unless we get some negative news on tariffs, we're still looking at a potential all-time high coming into play. Then it's all about inflation as the tariffs actually hit the economic data, and that's what you need to be watching. But that won't show up until at least, I'm thinking, somewhere in July, if not past that, from what I've talked to economics.
And in the meantime, if there happens to be that, China announcement or an India announcement or something announcement that is, supersedes that, we could get that explosive move as well. What's the latest over at Trade the Pool?
Well, we got some new things up our sleeves coming soon, guys. It's going to be released in the next, I can't even give you guys the info, but I can tell you guys a little secret. Swing alert for all our swing traders out there. Keep watching, guys. There's going to be some news coming real soon, and that gets me excited because truly, that's my bread and butter. Because there's nothing better than finding what I'm talking about here, where you find a hot sector, an industry, and then you can play the basket versus just one stock. That's why when you're watching quantum names, you need to be watching all of them. I'll give you a little secret, a little added bonus like I always like to give you guys. Watch QMCO. This is the forgotten one in quantum right now and just got a big move yesterday. So let's see if maybe this one can kick off some more today with Rigetti catching up and, of course, QBTS right now leading the momentum on the action. And the leader in this space is IonQ. Let's not get that twisted. That's definitely going to be the leader in the space here. And we got to continue to watch these smaller plays continue to move.
Yeah,
and
tons of volume behind that daily candle too.
TEM, don't forget about AI, guys, in healthcare. Now we're shifting. AI 2.0 move is coming, guys, where it's no longer large language models. It's what are you using it for? Healthcare, quantum is coming into play. And then what are we seeing? Small nuclear reactors. We need to be looking around what is actually AI. Not large language models, guys. We're going to start seeing AI agents really helping software companies. So look at what you're doing with AI here and how you can really capture this. This is generational for sure. Now the question is, where do you go looking? Stick to the themes. Quantum, small nuclear reactors, cybersecurity names. If you look at this, they're all under the AI basket, like autonomous. We're playing AI here. The key is look for the themes, guys.
Coming up today, speaking of AI, coming up today, this afternoon anyways, we get Google I/O, the 2025 version of Google I/O. So probably some sort of tidbits coming from Google.
Exactly, and they got to change the story, right? Google has to change the story and change the narrative here. It needs to go away from search and how we're going to take advantage of this change, right? Because search revenue will be going down and advertising will be going down in that sense. But maybe there's another way of doing it here. And if there's any company to get it right, it's probably going to be Google. So I wouldn't leave them behind, guys. They're going to adjust and they're going to make big mentions, especially in this conference. I'd be looking for conference talk today. And if you look at Google, that's actually a chart that hasn't really lifted off, that could be more prime for institutions to look for an ability to get into the market. Microsoft, Meta, taking off. So what are they going to do? They're going to look for the ones that they can still pick up. Google is definitely one of those.
Great stuff as always. Mitch Hoke over at Trade the Pool. Best of luck today.
Let's get after it. Let's go make that money.
Ooh, yeah, like it there, Mitch. And one of the actually really like. I thought that's like a Macho Man look.
Yeah, Macho Man, yeah.
Not. That Randy Savage, rest in peace, Randy Savage, obviously.
There.
But that BP, and a lot of times, we're always looking at the same names within a group. I didn't know this name either. When you call it up, the old W pattern. Not a chartered market technician, but I think we have an idea of what it looks like when you see one. And there's like a late breaker. So kind of going with the crowd and getting dragged along with it. Maybe not the best volume for a day trader. This is probably more in like the swing bucket because I'm not seeing it do a lot of volume. But there is something for everybody in this space. But as you know, as Mitch said, like, don't get it twisted. Like, a lot of the day traders are probably, you know, you're going to look at QBTS and it's 22 million shares of volume in the pre-market, and probably more than that because we don't actually start it until a little bit later in the morning. But it's starting to pull back a little bit here. I want to see how this responds to VWAP, because it's a move that I'm not that keen on chasing at this moment. And I decided to actually paid for locates on Rigetti. So if I do go short one, like right now, it would be Rigetti. I just want to have them in play. It's not necessarily that I'm planning to go short. But let's see what the market or the analysts think, and if they have any spicy upgrades and downgrades.
Paramount here kicking things off. We know Paramount's been on watch with regards to CBS and some maneuvers therein, so we can get that Paramount deal potentially approved. PARA with an upgrade from Evercore ISI this morning within that very broad context. We have Kroger getting upgraded here by Melius, Hewlett Packard Enterprise, HPE with an Evercore upgrade, and Immunity Bio being upgraded by Piper Sandler, up 5% this morning. The downgrade side of things, Alcon kicking things off, getting downgraded by Deutsche Bank. Deutsche Bank also downgrading Chubb. We know this was that secret Warren Buffett play last year. MongoDB with a downgrade from Loop Capital. This name certainly gotten beaten up as of late. And last but not least, green on the day, the day two earnings play, but getting a downgrade here is Zim Integrated Shipping Services, getting downgraded here by Clarkson Plateau. Back to you.
There's an interesting analyst, Clarkson Plateau. Yeah, Zim ended up being a good technical break yesterday. Wasn't really on the radar, but when you see like gap consolidation, every now and then it actually gives you the breakout intraday instead of gapping above over it. So, you know, next time you see like this 2-3 day on a stair step up consolidation level and a clean breakout trick, it was pretty clean through 19. Now today, the only thing you'd look at is maybe if 19 prior support is held, but I'm not seeing a lot of volume on this. But what I got from this, because I saw a couple of people in the chat were like, hey, look at Zim today, but we had a bunch of other things that we were looking at the open, and this didn't seem like it was doing much. But yeah, those continuation plays make a ton of sense. And the other thing about 19, Zim in that 200 period, trying to hold on. I don't love the fact that it's a downgrade, so you're not even getting a positive catalyst for it to hold that 19 level. But on the chart, it's been pretty constructive. As long as it holds the prior low, this has been stair-stepping up for a couple of weeks now.
Yeah, for sure. I was looking, Zim was a good one off earnings yesterday. Earnings in 14 days, June 3rd for HPE. So if you want to get on sort of this, tail of something, maybe that could be getting to the upside. We've seen some good reports there from SMCI. So we'll figure out what Hewlett Packard Enterprise is doing here on the server side as well. But nice little move there for HPE, just kind of stuck in the middle. Again, looking like it's good. You get 2 weeks until earnings are coming through here. This little bottom of 1650 for Hewlett Packard Enterprise looking pretty good. June the 3rd. Earnings for HPE getting upgraded ahead of time. So watch out for that, up 3.5% today. Again, just as Mitch was talking about some bigger picture ideas, maybe HPE has a little bit of room to ride here, right? I mean, up to $24 is the high. So we'll see if we can get back into there. Definitely hit this year pretty nicely, but we've seen a rebound in Dell and obviously in SMCI as well over the last little while. I still think Dell is probably one of the better names here, but nice move up for Dell. Should be continued forward with Hewlett Packard. So let's wait to see if that goes, man. Again, I like that stock. I like HPE. They're going to need more racks, more server side things as AI continues to blast. So yeah, we like all of that. HPEs will be the one that's most interesting to me. June 3rd after market. So we'll wait for HPE. But that's interesting there. Other than that, man, Bitcoin, I just saw you call up coin, is not doing too much here with 105 right now, 104.7 looking at it. Robinhood would be a good play. I still think every day to look at Robinhood. I mean, every time there's a down move, it's like we should just be buying this thing up. When it was down to $57, we were like, oh man, that's a good opportunity to buy it. Well, now you're right back and trying to take out this high as well. Watch out for 66 break on Robinhood. Absolutely amazing.
I had 66.90 is the high.
Maybe, but I don't know. Our chart says
looks like it's underneath
66.20 or so.
I had a double check.
Anyways, end of the day, Robinhood's still working out.
Yeah.
Wow, man. Yeah, Uber. Hey, Chef Joe, man, I'm with you. I really like this Uber trade. We're still long Uber here in the 60s. I'm not getting out of it. I mean, I think this is just starting, to be honest with you. I mean, let's see what winds up happening to the upside here on Uber. They've really, really like made it a thing, right? Like now everyone knows about Uber. My kids, your kids, everybody. It's now like a household thing. And with autonomy coming and is here, I think Uber works even better. So yeah, I got Uber on my mind every day as well. So. And by every day, I mean not every day. I don't. I try not to.
Many days.
I try not to think too much about the holdings, or but whatever. We'll watch out for some Palantir. Look, lots of stuff happening. We have the QR code going to be there. Scan that for real trading. Our watch list is coming up. Let's go back over to the desk.
All right, guys, 59.84. That's where we closed out yesterday on the ES June contract. Essentially like 1 or 2 points off where we closed on Friday. So basically holding that same area of resistance. We're still going to say 6,000 points as resistance. We haven't been able to clear it. Even if we haven't been closing above it. The overnight low, guys, 59.55. So we're going to use that 50-point area, Brendo, as support.
If you haven't done so yet, as always, jump down to the description in this video. Just be aware, Trump is making some comments right now. Sign up link is in the description for the watch list, has everything you need to know on it every single day, comes right to your email. Nothing market related. Economy is roaring, according to Trump. That was the latest comment. Anyway, let's talk about NVIDIA here. Back to the upside, possibly at this point. We'll see. I mean, we're kind of leaking off, but what a day it was yesterday, right across this entire group, entire tech sector led the market back to highs.
And they had a lot of announcements, Brento, a lot of robotics, a lot of agentic AI. So let's talk about it. So at Computex, which is in Taipei, guys, NVIDIA launched Isaac GR000T Dreams, which is a platform to generate massive training data for robots. CEO Jensen Huang called the physical AI the next trillion-dollar industry, aiming for industrial and then obviously eventual in-home products. This leap follows, Trump's removal of the Biden-era AI chip export restrictions, which is obviously unlocking NVIDIA sales to more nations. Good look there. We talked about this one yesterday, the NVLink Fusion, which is opening new possibilities for custom-built semiconductors for data centers. They announced the Grace CPUs, third-party AI chips, and external CPUs that will work in conjunction with NVIDIA's GPUs that had not been the case before. They also announced new enterprise server hardware, the RTX Pro Blackwell servers, which is launched to replace CPU-based systems. They also have, designed to handle a wide range of workloads, agentic AI, design simulations, general enterprise computers, and they also launched the DGX Cloud Lepton. All this stuff, I don't know what it is, Brendo, but it seems very
awesome.
important for the industry and strides forward.
Lepton, I love that name. 0.3 right now, guys. We're trying to hold some big-time levels for the overall market. Again, they are voting, I think, on this tax bill in Capitol Hill, so just be aware of Trump making some comments here.
Yeah, and you never really know. It's always a wild card, like what could get brought up, but as far as NVIDIA goes, it can't seem to crack 137-ish. Like you look at it on the daily chart and it had a couple of other more appealing names today, so this one didn't make the list. And if anything, I think AMD looks pretty interesting. But 137, I think it's a breakout if we can get above 137. But as long as we keep resisting it, this is not going to matter today. I don't think you get down to 129. But the only long I would look for on NVIDIA would be some kind of a test into the low 130s, knowing that 129 is the bottom of the range. I think it's a little top-heavy up here, needing to break that 137. But AMD has a very distinct bottom from Thursday and yesterday. Like yesterday, it was like all day long, it just sat there rejecting 115, but then holding 114. Essentially a dollar range the whole day on AMD. I just don't see that happening 2 days in a row. Like I like AMD breaking either way at this point. They respect the 114 until it breaks, but if it takes out that top, it was such a big consolidation. I just feel like if AMD goes, it's got more room to go if we break the top than necessarily NVIDIA at the local levels anyways.
It's a little bit of a mixed up day here for me on NVIDIA. We didn't look at it yesterday because we didn't get our 130 long there yesterday. It didn't really come into play. I mean, it was close, but that was in the pre-market. Once the market opened up, it gave you nothing on the bid except for waiting for this. So I think that's what the best play probably is going to be, to see if we can wait for a level to develop like this and use it to try to get long off of. But the market this morning doesn't look great. We talked about where it was on as far as the Qs are concerned here, where we sort of topped out already. Now starting to maybe turn around. I mean, it was a nice jump up yesterday. I was not really expecting that. You guys know that we took an L on the short on the Qs early yesterday, not thinking that we were going to get up into this area. But now that we have, I think this is a very, I actually didn't even write the TQs on the list. I think this is a really good short right into here today, 522 on the NASDAQ, on the triple Qs. So if that's going to be a play short, then I wonder if, I mean, Neil already talked about 137. I think that's way too high. But if we can get something into here, 135 to 136, like these topping candles, just because we have a negative day today means what's the news going to be to break this top? So I like it. I like a 36 short on NVIDIA, and really not much to wait for on the downside. We're kind of breaking resistance or support right now. If we take down this 130, what is it right here, 133, maybe. It's not, for me, I'm not super interested in the way it looks today. Neil already talked a little bit about AMD. Maybe we can look at some Broadcom. I mean, I think this is a name that you might want to get into your portfolio. It's been super hot as well, trying to get through this 230 right now. Like, this has been an absolute monster. You're much closer to the highs here. AMD is still like $100 away from its high. So right now you're basing out with Broadcom, and I think that this would be a great break right there of 235 if we can get that. So we can wait to see it being a little bit more patient with Broadcom. But I like Broadcom as a little bit of it's not an undercover play, but one that, you know, maybe we don't talk about enough and should be definitely on radar today. So we'll have to watch out for Broadcom. Not too many shares though, only 100,000, but you can see it does follow. Like if we could see NVIDIA starting to go, then we could definitely play some Broadcom. I mean, pretty aggressive moves all around. It does give you levels, right? And so Broadcom taking this 229 off the open, that could be something. That's right where we are right now. So let's wait to see Broadcom, a little more interesting levels than NVIDIA right now, but the chip space pretty hot. I don't have any of them written on my list, really, other than Palantir for like the major aggressive plays. So looking at UNH today, we're going to get over that. There's Palantir on there, Google, they're all here. UNH isn't though. No. But that's going to be a good level as well. Then QBTS, which we'll talk about soon. So, yeah, I don't mind Broadcom. It's just a matter of the market, right? And right now, I'm not really feeling too many ways about that. So we'll wait. I'm going long UNH if we get into the teens.
All right, let's go on to Google I/O coming up this afternoon. We'll get the keynote speech. We'll get who knows what from Google and Alphabet. 3 hours and 50 minutes away, so keep that in mind for Alphabet. There's also this Waymo story. If you missed it early on this morning, we were touching on it. Further expansion approved for Google's Waymo in San Francisco.
They keep making leaps and bounds there. Waymo, good luck for them, no question about it. Let's talk about this I/O event, though. Runs today and tomorrow. The keynote, as Brendo mentioned, starts at 10 a.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific. What we're expecting here is a multi-hour presentation with a heavy focus on major announcements. Part of that focus will be AI. AI will dominate the keynote, according to some articles here. Gemini updates will be central. You're going to hear about new features likely for phones and other devices with upgrades to Gemini models. Watch out for Project Astra developments that could indicate the future AI direction and the potential monetization strategies, because they don't make money off this yet. There's no ads on any of these Geminis, Gemini LLM that is. Also, keep your eye on XR and smart glasses, which is an emerging theme within Google. Google is slated to showcase Android XR, which is an extended reality kind of glasses. The smart glasses were teased earlier. Possible details on Google's prototype are to be expected. And just to give you some context here, Samsung's Project Muhan headset is still slated for 2025, making this a crucial pre-launch moment for Google if they're going to take on the likes of Samsung.
I have to say, recently they added some sort of update to Gemini. I have an Android phone that allows non-Google headphones voice activation. Really? So you can now use Gemini through, like I have JBL headphones that I use at the gym. You can use Gemini just voice activated.
And you're dictating to it.
Exactly. Like, you know, you don't have to touch your phone, don't have to touch your headphone.
Do you get an audio response?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Great.
Yeah, all very cool stuff, but all stuff that this is exactly what people have been expecting. They want it from Alphabet, they want it from Apple, and now that you start to get the use cases, you can start to see. I think adaptation is going to be pretty slow, or probably slower than people are anticipating for people actually using all the features that we're going to get. The thing about Alphabet here is what a great move to go. Let me zoom this out a little bit more in the 15. There we go. To kind of pull back, because after we had that scare on Alphabet, it was like 165 we were at, and it's been an interesting pivot spot on Google, like rejections above it for shorts, but then on Thursday, it was Friday, you had this hold at the 65, and then you had the close right around that same spot, actually with a late press yesterday, but I think you're over under at 165. It's been that sort of key price level. As long as we can hold the bid on dips, this has a chance to take out the top. And even Mitch said this one's been lagging and trying to break out above the 200 period. Maybe this is the day that we get it. I don't know. I feel like if that happens, we're probably breaking in Tesla anyways, and that's a 350 level that is a little bit more enticing. And if it gets up there, if the market does get up there, I'm thinking a similar thing on Apple, but it's a fade first. Like if Apple to me gets into those teens again, you're fading the teens. And the day we close under this 50 period on Apple, which it's just been riding it here, it has to hold, clearly lagging the rest of the market in a general sense in terms of this breakout that the market's had. But you lose that 50 period on Apple as opposed to Google here. That's one that I'll be trading today.
Yeah, look, I was thinking also, like, because this event's happening, it's generally a sell the event news, right? Like you buy the rumor, sell the news, right? And so when Google comes to the podium today, we could definitely figure out what is going on with that. So I think you might as well wait for those 3 hours to come. We'll wait for noon, and then we'll wait to see what winds up happening with Google. But definitely people are excited about it today. It's up against the market. We haven't seen that in a minute. As Mitch was saying, as we've all been saying, Google's the sort of the name that hasn't got going. And, Microsoft is like near the highs right now. Apple still has a ways to go, as Neil was mentioning as well. NVIDIA is near the highs. Meta is a wild one, but at the end of the day, it needs to still take this 200 period moving average. If we can get above 174, 175, then I think it's full go. And I might even buy back in if we take this 175. So we'll wait to see what's going on right here. But I still don't love the search space for them. I mean, I know YouTube, I know Waymo is going as well. So there are some definite positives here. Cloud still remains pretty huge. I'm not worried about it. It's just things have changed, and I wanted to get some money out. It doesn't look like a great call, a couple bucks lower than where we are right now. But I still, again, I still like the name, and I think we'll stay away from it today. But if you can dip, like I don't really see too many levels here where I like to say there's some solid support. If anything, yesterday's sort of level that we bumped off of 166, that's where we were short. I mean, I could show you yesterday. It's too bad that it doesn't actually still show our trades from yesterday. Here's my dog. What's up, Belle? Right there staring at me last night. It's like, we want to go for a walk? Or what are you doing, Belle? Right here. Oh, we don't. Oh, here it is.
Let's go for a walk.
There it is right here. Yeah, so this is just yesterday afternoon. This trend actually continued all day. We kept shorting 166 until eventually near the end of the day it broke. So that's all that I was trying to show. And it's just like, if you see it, now we could use this level right. See, there's where it breaks, about 345 or so. This little level right there would be where I would look to buy. If we get any dip opportunities in around 166, I think that's a buy. But I'd rather sit on my hands until this event happens. But quick scalps back and forth with volume, I think is always a good idea. So there it is. Yeah, the market's just kind of flat right now, so it's hard to say I want to push all in on something
sideways
at this point.
action.
Yeah, we'll wait. All right, let's go back over the desk and figure out. Here's a name that's finally moving around a little bit here in Palantir.
Yeah, definitely better than the overall market right now. Full percent to the upside. We're coming off 128 right now. They're teaming up with this company, Divergent Technologies. This was announced early on this morning. Started this move in the pre-market here around 7 o'clock up to that 128 area. So a software-based partnership, yet another one here for
another one. Yeah, not a bad look, Brendo. And here's what they're doing. They're integrating Divergent's Adaptive Production System, DAPS for short, into Palantir's Warp Speed platform. The collaboration focuses on both, guys, defense and commercial manufacturing. You got to love that. Enabling faster, more agile production across sector. Here are some of the key capabilities. So Divergent's DAPS is known as an advanced digital manufacturing system designed for rapid, scalable, high-performance production. automation, while Palantir's Warp Speed is a logistics and supply chain command platform offering real-time operational intelligence. The integration of both systems will allow people on-demand adaptive manufacturing to address supply chain shocks and reduce lead times. And it's capable, as I mentioned, in defense and commercial. So some of the defense applications here are rapid retooling and component manufacturing for military equipment, while commercial, you get scalable, cost-effective production for auto, aerospace, industrial sectors. Not a bad look here, Brendo, as they expand out of just military and into commercial.
Yeah, the march higher, meanwhile, if you go out to a daily chart, continuing here, guys, for Palantir.
Yeah, you've got that one wick over 131, but outside of that, it's been pretty clean resistance at the 131 level. So I kind of feel like if you get above 130, you're looking for a reversion in that, somewhere in that range. And if you get above 131, then it turns into a breakout play on Palantir. It doesn't seem like the only support that it put in was like yesterday's dip. So unless you, if it does dip to yesterday's prices, that's a different story. But the first look, I think, would be if the market continues on strength, like 30 to 31, resistance area for reversion, breakouts over 31. And refills on the Joe. Thanks, Randy.
Right.
Cheers. Appreciate it. Cheers. Oh, I got the trader stay late. There we go.
Randy's very interested in Palantir.
Extremely interested.
Yeah, look, Palantir is on the sticky note today. You can go find it right there. I like it at 126. So we'll see if it comes into play there. 126 for Palantir long. New deal looking strong here this AM, right? We're looking for names that are, you know, relatively weak or strong versus said market. And honestly, like this 126 area, if we can get into there, that's the top from 127. We're already above that. Palantir does have the ability to move multiple dollars at the open. We've seen that over and over again. Then it has pretty calm afternoon. Yesterday was a nice calm climb. So you can always wait for VWAP if there's any sort of an issue, especially in the afternoon. You know, this is what it was doing. I mean, again, these are all highs. Like this is still going higher into the afternoon here, right? But again, pretty violent off the open. I could see it selling a little bit, and if it does, I'm looking at yesterday's close into 126. I'm just thinking the open here is going to give us something to do, and if it does, then I'm looking for a dip buy into that level. It's just trying to find where there's some support. 127 looks like the most obvious place. So if we do come down into 127 and the market is still fine and it gives us a base, and we're going long on Palantir, I mean, you just want to go long where there's areas where you know if you're wrong, you can get out. So I'm already saying, like, I like the Palantir long, and if we get into 127, I just think that's a bit early. Like, this name can drop $2 right off the open and then just bounce right back up just because it's got flushed, right? It's up 1%. The market's down today. If the market wants to go down, this may be the highest spot we get all day. So I could see some selling here today off even traders that were even long yesterday. Sell it and then deal with it after that. So for me, 126, if this name gets close to green, close to red, sorry, then I want to buy it up. So Palantir with good news in the market today. I'm a buyer of PLTR, just a matter of where. And for me, I'm hoping it's 126 because it makes it so easy. Then we can get out 125.75 or so, like yesterday's afternoon low. So this is what I'm kind of looking for, a little bit of a fade. I don't see them going red unless the market really gets hit here. So it's going to be an aggressive long. We just have to wait for it. I'm probably waiting, by that I mean like 2 or 3 minutes, just to see if we can get a base and then go from there. So yeah, we'll figure out where it's going. Again, trying to catch falling knives is very difficult. It's better to wait for a level to develop, especially if you're going to try to push something.
Let them stick.
Yeah, yeah, it's got to find a sticky, icky level there for PLTR. I think 126. We'll wait. We'll sit on our hands for a little bit. It's all Fed speak today.
Yeah,
right. So
probably going to be nothing burger if I had to guess, but you never know.
I was looking there. It's Bostic at 9, Barkin at 9, Collins at 9:30. Then we have a break till 1. So 9 to 9:30, there should be some action. So we're doing it right now. So let's see if there's any sort of movement in the market. It doesn't seem like it. If anything, we're starting to tick higher right now a little bit. So bouncing off VWAP is a nice start to the day. We'll see if Palantir can get going. Almost 2 million shares already.
Quantum, we were touching on it with Mitch early on this morning. 10%. I just saw QBT or QBTS just popping up in front of me here on a scanner as well at day highs, pulls back to 13. Right across the board, though, pick one. They're all up, better part of double digits here.
And QBTS got a nice headline here, Brendo. So they said today, that the 6th generation quantum system, guys, had become available over the cloud. That marks yet another development in the race to develop commercially viable quantum computers. Obviously, very nascent technology. It's called the Advantage 2 system, and it's the successor to D-Wave's Advantage, which was released way back, a long time ago, September 2020. For now, customers will be able to access Advantage 2 through D-Wave's Leap cloud service, so making quantum available on the cloud.
Making quantum better again. RGTI lagging a little bit here. It's still 4% though. A couple of days in a row here to the upside for the whole group, really showing strength.
Oh, Rigetti's only up 4%. So you could look, that plays both ways. You can say that it's a catch-up play, but you can make an argument that QBTS is doing all the best movement. It was D-Wave that had the big earnings, or well, it had the big move after their earnings is the best way to put it, because it's hard to talk about any of these names. Come to my chart for a second. There we go. It's hard to talk about any of these names as like big earnings when they don't really make any money relative to, or have any revenue relative to the size of their market caps. The volume-weighted average price has held pretty true so far this morning. And I think, it's, okay, look at the daily chart on this. We just had the breakout effectively yesterday, but you have the 3 big gap up days. I tend to think when you get this set up, the third day, there's going to be some sell action. So if it holds the volume-weighted average price at the open, I think you take some shots there. But we saw this with Novavax yesterday. Like when it lost VWAP, you really had to wait for it to make a bottom. And like it reverted all the way back. I think in this particular case, it wouldn't surprise me if like 14 to the prior high, if we lose VWAP, is where you're looking for the dip buy on QBTS. So VWAP's the first look, but if you can't hold that at the open, I think you're really waiting very, very patiently. Rigetti's already underneath the volume-weighted average price. I think I wrote down on my note, like 12.25 could come into play pretty quickly, the prior day high for Rigetti, so I think it's more prescient to me. And then that becomes like an over-under. It's a nice pattern for Rigetti, but it's higher highs, higher lows, and a wedge, but it's not crazy breaking out. So I think you can expect a little more of an inside move unless we just go flying. In that case, I'm not chasing any breakout plays on these. I'm only thinking dip buys. So you got to be patient. This is coming under the volume-weighted average price. The first look on Rigetti would be at that prior high. Just for a mean revert, it'd be the opposite. For anyone that's just tuning in, when I say mean revert, like it's something like this. Just think of it in the other direction. Like you get your trend line going, and then you break the trend line, get a little consolidation there. If it was a short, I'd be shorting that. If I see a long setup like this off the open on Rigetti, that's what I'd like. Anywhere into the prior highs would be the first look for me. QBTS, as we said before, if you lose VWAP, I think that reversion would be much bigger, possibly all the way down to the $14 level. So patience is very important with these. I think you're starting to extend a little bit too far on not all of them, but on most of them.
Great. We'll go on to Home Depot earnings to wrap things up here. Back to the upside right now through to 390. I wonder if the call is on. I'll double check. Decent report here right across the board. The forecast looking good here for HD as well.
Yeah, and they didn't pull guidance, which is really interesting here. So let's talk about how they did. Brendo, revenue beat $39.86 billion, beating the $39.31 expected by the street. Adjusted EPS, a bit of a miss, not by much, $3.56 per share. The street was looking for $3.60. Net income dropped a little bit year over year, $3.43 billion versus that $3.6 they printed last year. And comp sales, comparable sales, global down 0.3%, but most notably in the United States up 0.2. Not a bad look. Some of the key business trends here, they got a bit of a spring boost. So February saw sales decline 3.3%, but in March up 1.3, April 1.8, not a bad look. They also have pro customer growth. The SRS distribution acquisition added about $2.6 billion in revenue, which is targeting more professional home services rather than the do-it-yourselfers. Transaction growth grew 2.1% year over year, and the average ticket, so the average cost of the checkout there per customer, $90.71. That's flat year over year. And as I mentioned, the guidance there, total sales growth, they're guiding 2.8% for full year. Comparable sales 1%, and the tariff assumption here, they're assuming a temporary 30% rate on China goods, 10% for other countries. That remains a forecast. And their tariff strategy, no price hikes planned. Unlike Walmart, Home Depot says it won't pass tariffs on to consumers, and they've diversified their imports. This was really interesting to me here, Brando. No single country besides the United States will account for over 10% of their imported goods by 2026, really looking to make sure that they're not focused on one area in case that area gets a high tariff rate.
It is 9 a.m., or I see 9 a.m. for the earnings call this morning. So nice move anyways, guys, right now, back to 264 or 390.
I mean, not bad. It's not a lot of volume on Home Depot, and you're probably not going to be something that you actively trade for most day traders. But the 200 period, a good close above the 200 period confirms the trend that it's on. Maybe you're more interested. When I say you, I kind of mean me. But frankly, I do. Like a Walmart has a pretty good range bound. If we get a range bound type of day, pointing out Walmart has good support at 96. It's been rejecting the $100 level. That sets up for a breakout. But I didn't want to go to the imbalances because QBTS has an 850,000 buy imbalance. Just because it's a buy imbalance doesn't mean it's going to go up. As a matter of fact, last I had looked, it was fading off a little bit. But that's the only one that stands out because these other ones are penny stocks. And the other thing that we did not discuss is very quickly, you're kind of running out of time. I think we all know what happened to Tesla last week at the 350 level. Multiple times it tried to break. You got some scalp trades. There was no follow through. In my note, I like the mid 330s, but I don't think we're going to get the dip into the mid 330s now, do you? We're at 349 and looking primed for another breakout of this top. The local high is about 352. So even if 350 kind of does a dance, there's still a 352 higher breakout play on Tesla. So yeah, only a couple of minutes to go. I don't think we'll be trading Home Depot anytime soon, but probably not bad for a post-earnings run if it can hold the 200 period.
Yeah, I just quickly on another name here, UNH. UNH is coming down in pretty good right now. Some profit taking, I'd imagine, on UNH. Again, we've been asking, is UNH a good long-term pickup? I don't know enough about how the game's going to be changing down south here for the way healthcare is billed and dealt with, and I don't really haven't been following it that close to say oh yeah, this is sell-off is way too much or it's appropriate. Or I mean, I do know that the change in CEO, generally speaking, should give this thing a bump after the next couple of quarters, and they try to right the ship a little bit with some new ideas. I'm here at UNH at 315, the yesterday's close. So that's literally the price that I'm waiting for. If it doesn't hit, fine, but I'm bidding right now 315. So if just a little north of that, if it comes into 315 and change, we'll be long, and then we'll have to wait to see, maybe even down there 311, 310 break. I think it's worth waiting for a couple bucks. We saw OB trading this, I think, 2 days ago, I think. Yeah, I really like, I like it here. UNH, especially if we do get a dip buy into this area. We'll see if it can support it. It might not be a very popular take at all, but we'll wait. I think it's there. I'm going to be trading it no matter what there if it comes into those levels. I want to short Apple as well if we get anywhere near 209 to 205, 209.50. So this is a play that I'm waiting for. Shorting Apple. We had that on our mind yesterday as well, but it just kept on going. So we'll have to wait. We didn't get our 210 yesterday for Apple that we were waiting for. So today we'll sit in and around here. I'm waiting at 209. And then Palantir could be coming in as well. I do have the buy to go through 350 on Tesla. Palantir, I have the dip at 126. So I'm not sure what's going to hit first. I have a feeling it's going to be Tesla, so we can watch out for that. So with only 20 seconds to go, I'm buying a 350 break. Yeah, I would think that Tesla's going to go. We've seen it up here before, so let's not be foolish and say 350 break and it's running. It could easily stop. It's done it before, 350, 150. All right, 4 seconds left. Hey, Adair, how's it going? 3, 2, and 1, and here we go. All right, well, the market's open, so let's wait to see what winds up happening. Tesla actually going the other way, but not really. We'll have to wait to see. It just touched 348.
It's going.
Yeah, I'm right on it, man. We'll see if it wants to break it or not. Palantir's coming back in just a little bit, but we're watching out for Tesla. My hands are completely off. I have a robot trading. If this goes through, there it is, just punches me long. So now we are long, and the price we have is 20s. So we'll have to wait to see. Oh, there it is. Right away, down $1 on this trade. This is to be expected for me. I was not thinking that this was going to go immediately, but we definitely wanted that break. Like I said, is it going to happen to me again? Right there, 346 break lower, I guess, and we have to be out of Tesla. But not a great start here to this breaker long. there for Tesla. I guess we're both still in.
So just very quickly, I got it, was instantly getting something out in front of 351, and then it lost
it got
350.
that high?
But it did, and then
man.
it bounced. It tried to bounce off the prior high, which is 348.5. I thought I jumped back in closer to 348.5. I ended up getting 349.25. So that all happened in the first, few seconds there in Tesla, but it's still holding. I mean, if it gets back to 350, last time if you didn't take the replay, if you didn't take anything, here we go.
There we go.
Yeah, so it just got to, it just did it again. You just saw this. It just got to 350.
What price did I got? I got 60s.
I got 40.
60, I got.
I think I got 43 or something like that. But anyways, it rejected the 350 half again on Tesla. So I think you got to dip lower.
This
and be
is
a little
wild,
more patient.
dude.
So Tesla's going absolutely wild. Qubit just lost a bid. Apple's doing absolutely nothing. Qubit's D-Wave, by the way. If I say Qubit, I mean D-Wave. QBTS is flying around a little bit. So there's another dip into 348. Let's see if this can get back above 49. At this point, the market's not doing anything, and Tesla's
Dude, I don't even know what to do with it anymore.
it's just going nuts.
We're long. I'm long right here at 349 and change. Same thing as Neil. Basically, I actually bought 348s at the bottom there into that pre-market level and able to get it. We've made money on it. We've made money on it so far, but it's moving up and down dollars right now. Although it's pretty stable, it's at 350. Tesla right now trying to go, but if it breaks 346, I'm gonna be out of this. I'm gonna take another piece out right here at 50s. So there it is. We'll take another piece right here at 50. It just doesn't seem to want to go. So I'm gonna keep on getting out. We're $1 in the money. It's a good trade. It's just this is my problem, right? It's like now that it's $1 and it's trying to go, like where do we actually get some more out here at 40s if we can? Where exactly do we get out? Do we wait for this to moon or what? But here it comes into 351. Yeah, hopefully it goes, man, on Tesla. Here it goes. I don't have any outs. I actually got a 350.70 again. Here we go, 52s. This is a big trade for me, so hopefully this can go. Elon Musk currently speaking as well. So there it is right now. Day goal met right there on one trade. So there's your day's goal. We talked about it. It's Tesla. It's on the sticky note. We like it. It's now a $4 winner. What's up, Adara?
Yeah, I do want to let you guys know that Elon Musk is speaking, and he's talking about Tesla. He said he's committed to being the CEO of Tesla in 5 years' time, that Tesla sales are seeing, quote, no problem with demand, but that they are a little bit weaker in Europe, though they're strong everywhere else. He's also said to be interviewed, apparently, by David Faber on CNBC today at 2 p.m. So it looks like this is not going to be the end at all of our comments from Elon Musk today. But keep in mind, he did say he was going to step back from the time he's spending with the Department of Government Efficiency and the U.S. government. He's saying he's still going to be spending 1 to 2 days a week in Washington, and he's going to be eating dinner with Donald Trump this week. So it sounds like even though he says he's still committed to Tesla, he's still going to be following his governmental goals as well. Back to you.
Well, as long as Tesla stock goes higher, who cares what he does?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I'm not. Well, I mean.
No, I mean, people want him
we do.
in.
No,
right?
people care because they want him focused and all that kind of good stuff. I think 55 next. We're going to be buying dips in this thing, I think, hopefully all the way until $360 because this seems like it's the day that it wants to go. Obviously, this one is on an absolute run. Shoot. QBTS just did. All right. QBTS just did the first dip. Maybe this is not the bottom just yet. I did want a mean reversion. If it lost VWAP, I thought it could test all the way back into 14. It just tagged $14.50. So gonna have the eyeballs over there, but right now it's like the Tesla party. It ended up holding so nicely at that prior high, the 248 level. So I want to hold to see if we can't get into VWAP. We do have like 3 entries in here, but it's like a first in, first out kind of thing. So overall, it's going to show still in at 48. The sequencing was kind of wild in here. Apple's going down, so we're not going to get that short. We'll just have to be patient. I guess we'll maybe short the pop on Apple. The market's doing literally nothing. Tesla's the only thing moving outside of QBTS downside.
Yeah, we're really, we're over the moon. Like, look at it. We got 350 right there on Tesla. All right, let's just keep on holding it. So I only have right now about a third. Actually, what do I mean about? Exactly a third left. Let's see where it goes. Palantir, like this is that move that we had sort of thought about. Could be possible, and it is possible, and it's happening right now. So I'm going to try to dip buy some of this right here on Palantir. Let me take something in the 50s if we can get it. I mean, this dip down into 126 is what we were looking for. So, you know, we did get a little bit of this dip. Was just waiting there for 50. 350s. Missed it again on Palantir. I don't want to take it quite yet. I want to be a little specific. If we can get it at certain levels, we'll try that. So 126, like 55, if we can get something there, we'll try that. Then we'll try 126.25. But here comes Palantir making a move lower as the market is, I don't know what the market's trying to do, but I'm trying to buy some PLTR right now. Let's see.
AMD tank.
Let's see if Apple's doing anything. Apple tank a little bit, not tank, but Apple down 1% now, a little more aggressive than the market. We wanted the short in Apple, but you know what you want sometimes you don't get. But Neil, wow. So like I just let's just keep on going, man. Like I have multiple tranches here to get some outs. It just touched 354. So let's take another piece out right there. We just got it at 354. So this is starting to really make dollars here for us today. So far, so good. Okay, well, Palantir is getting clocked. 125.79, a breakthrough, 125, we're gone. There's the move down. This is what we wrote down on the sticky note. So, I mean, we should have just waited a little bit instead of taking that 50 and just took the 20s. But right now, that's my average price, so we'll have to wait. 126.40 right now on Palantir, average price. Put something out in the 60s if we can get it, then we'll go to the O's. But right now, Palantir, good call on buying 126. Just should have bought there. Market right now, though, nicely downside and cooking right now. So hopefully we can bounce off some of those lows and we'll get this Palantir long to start working for us. But again, we'll take about a 60 to 70 cent hit on this for Palantir, if that is the case. UNH, holy crap, everything falling in for your boy right now. UNH all the way down again right now. So if this breaks 313, we are out of UNH because it is making a move lower and I don't want to be in this one. So we're going to get out of UNH very, very soon as it looks like it wants to break like immediately. So not a good trade here on UNH, but we're still here. We'll wait to see what winds up happening with it. What's up, Adara?
I hear on Microsoft, we still have comments coming through from Elon Musk, of course, the CEO of Tesla and a host of other companies. He's saying that he's still going to be going through with his lawsuit against OpenAI. In case you missed it, announced earlier this year, planning on suing OpenAI for tens of millions of dollars here. Basically, apparently this lawsuit is still going to push forward. And it's interesting here because Microsoft, of course, is a major investor in OpenAI. Elon Musk also yesterday did an interview, pre-recorded interview with Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella for Microsoft's conference. So interesting note here, but either way, sounds like Elon Musk said he will continue his massive OpenAI lawsuit. Back to you.
So there was just a big move in QBTS. I'm into Rigetti, but it has to do with what happened in QBTS. QBTS just went ham. The reversion didn't get to 14. There was a big break of VWAP, and look at that bounce that QBTS just did. And at the same time, Rigetti, you don't want to hold that strength, do you? Nope. At the same time, it was a bottoming tail in Rigetti. My stop is underneath 12.10 here. Just going to look to take this one out. I wanted the catch-up play because we missed the dip buy in QBTS on that crazy reversion. So I went over to the one holding the prior low, at least for now. So my stop is underneath the 10 level, 12.10 that is, on RGTI. I just took out. We just had a wick up there like 355. I want to dip back into anywhere that's close to VWAP on Tesla, obviously, guys. 351 is going to stand out, but I don't want to ignore like a 352 as well. If we're breaking 355, I want to play failed breaks because that's what happened at 350. Like it kind of went, then came back and play the dip off the failed break for the next tranche to try to get back into Tesla. Apple, nothing burger. It's going down. Let me just cancel the offer. There's no point offering, like $2 higher than where it is right now. If it breaks the pre-market high, I probably am shorting it somewhere off of the 209 level this afternoon resistance. So we're into Rigetti. It's trying to hold on.
Look at UNH.
But it's just sideways action on Rigetti at least for now. Tesla, obviously fantastic.
Yeah, obviously Tesla fantastic, and UNH too, man. We have already taken some money on this one. We're long at 315 exactly as it was written. We already took $1.50 on it. Let's take another $1.50. Let's see if we can offer some right here. There it is. So we'll take that out again at 316. So there it is, man. Actually, that's not $1.50. That's $1.10. But here we go. Let's see if we can get a little bit higher. I thought we were at 315. We're at 315 quarters right there for UNH. So, hey, man, maybe this continues to blast. We're waiting at 317 1350 right now. Here it comes upside again, man. I'm not just trading Mag 7. Here we go. It's UNH time. And we wrote this down at 315 on the sticky note. So there it is. Let's go UNH. Come on, keep buzzing, man. Now $2 in the money on UNH, $6 in the money on Tesla, and Palantir is trying to go for your boy as well. There's UNH, Neil. That's a good one. Up to 317.50, 250 in the money right there on UNH. And this is what we wrote down, man. We're going to go 3 for 3 right now. But Palantir, we're not in very heavy in that one. There's 126. There's Tesla 350. There's UNH 315. UNH is at 319 right now. So big boy trading on UNH. Let's see if we can get even more of a move higher on this one. I'm waiting now at 319. But this has been pretty good. Let's get something out in the 40s if we could do that. And maybe we'll pull our 19s and wait to see about a 20 look there on UNH. What's up, Adara?
IO and Palantir and any other defense-adjacent plays. The White House is saying that Donald Trump, president of the U.S., is going to be making an announcement at 3 p.m. Eastern with the Secretary of Defense. Of course, that is Pete Hegseth. So keep an eye on any defense-related plays. Palantir, Boeing, RTX, LMT could all be tickers to look at here. Again, Donald Trump apparently going to make a defense-related announcement with the Secretary of Defense at 3 p.m. Eastern. Back to you.
The defense-related announcement with the Secretary of Defense. Well, I mean, that's who you'd make it with.
Yeah.
No, it's always a wild card. But I think if there's any defense things, it's probably going to be Ukraine-related. So, look, obviously you want the war to end, but I don't think that's going to move the markets too much. AMD, Tesla just broke VWAP here. That's a heavy, heavy candle on Tesla. But yeah, if it can't hold above VWAP, there's no adding to this. I have less in than we did when we're punching long because I don't like how heavy that candle was. And if we lose 350, I think I'm just going to jump at. I'm out and I'm going to wait. Like that's very heavy to the downside there for Tesla, so I don't want to be fighting it too hard. Rigetti as well, by the way. Rigetti bounced, got first out, and then broke my 10 level. So had to get out while the getting is good. You're seeing it continue to fall back in here. And on QBTS, the other quantum name, it's holding strength. So I got to pivot back over to QBTS. Like this one's holding and looking incredibly strong at this point. So I want to see some more strength. I want to be on the other side of the V on Tesla and not catching the falling knife. Apple's still an absolute nothing burger because I don't think we're going to get the prices we want for the south side on AAPL. Short, that is.
All right, so we held on to Apple, actually on Tesla. In fact, I was looking for a little bit longer, but not right here at 350. So we'll wait. It's at 351 right now. So I think that was so far a decent hold. I'm waiting at 352. 353 basically now to see if we can get something out if it does pop up higher right now. We know that there's some talk with Elon right now, so we'll have to wait to see if that gets going. I would have never thought I said thank God for UNH, but that was a really good run there, 318.55. I mean, we don't normally trade this name, so to take out some profit there was fantastic. What a good move that was. We got it right back into yesterday's closing price area. That's what we talked about. That's why it's literally the #1 name on here. So happy to make money when we're calling things like that, but that was a good one. There's another out there at 316.50, so we just get that another $1 on that play, and here we go. Come on, Tesla, just hold. I'm not sure it's going to, though. Palantir right now, we've done actually pretty good on it. We're up on the trade, but nothing to write home about. We're waiting to see if we can get that bump. I'm now waiting for 90s, so up here at 127 to see if we can get a VWAP. If we get a retracement play back up to the north side, that would be all fine and dandy, but whether or not that goes, I'm going to wait for it. So here comes Palantir right back there to the upside. Hopefully the market can find a base and we'll get that bump, but right now Palantir, a wait and see situation. All right, we're getting out. We've already talked about where we're getting out of this one. We don't have as many shares obviously anymore. A 312.50 break. So we actually put that down in. We were going to do 313, but it just whooshed like pretty badly right there, right? We got that little bottom wick. So we're going to use that now as our area, 312.50, which would be bad and put us, we should still be up on it. I have to do the math because I have multiple positions here, but we'll wait to see where this goes right now, trying to bounce out. That was maybe a saving out right there at 316.50. So more bump ups would be very, very kind of you, fine sir, UNH, but we need a little bit more here in order to make some kind of decent profit. I'll wait at 16s again just to see if we can get some more out because I am nervous that we redo test that bottom, especially with these futures doing this. And looks like Tesla right there, we did not get any more more out at 352. We're waiting for 353. Would have looked genius to get a 352 there, but we'll wait. We're still trying to buy a little bit more down here at 348. So that's not working out right now. Should be fine. We won't give it all back, but that's not working out. And then right here, it looks like Palantir is not getting above that 60 level either. Other than that, there wasn't a whole bunch else that I wrote down. I do want to look at QBTS. Google does have that nice move down in. There's UNH still waiting for that fill at 16. And then the other play was QBTS, right? So let's have a look.
It's gone.
It's 16 and change, yeah. So, oh, that's too bad because we only wrote down, we wrote down 15 long. Oh, well. We definitely wouldn't got stopped out there, but we might have. I don't know. It goes down as low as 1450 there, 1460, probably not a stop out. I'm still liking that 15 long. We'll see if QBTS can come back into that level. But here comes Tesla, man. Maybe a reload situation now. Nice downside play there for Tesla.
Well, we knew Tesla break was going to be first, but the flat bottom break on AMD was about as clean as can be off that support level from yesterday.
They're not bumping
so it
Tesla
just,
here,
it just flat out broke 14 even and is now cratering to the, not cratering is not the right word, flushing to the downside. I want VWAP on any retracement. So I don't have this short. I don't have Apple short. It's a disappointment. Tesla did not hold on to the 50 the second time through. I mean, all you got left is pre-market low 345 and then yesterday's highs 343. Let's go to Adara, I believe.
Yeah.
Small cap on watch here, BLMZ. This is Blooms Inc. It's a penny stock right now trading around 36 cents. No news on this one, about a 6.5 million share float. And it's worth noting, really notable R-vol here, about 1,800 here, 1,800. So massive relative volume here for Blooms. Back to you.
Balloon. That stock is ballooning.
Speaking of ballooning, where is Randy at?
With?
Well, it's okay, fine. It's pulling back now. But Rigetti with Rivian with another big high, but it's pulling. Look at these heavy candles, man. Like this is heavy on Rivian. And by the way, I always say it's okay to be wrong. It's not okay to stay wrong. I don't know what's happening to Rigetti, but I can tell you when it bounced off the prior close initially, went into the long, it's now down 3% and still going. Rigetti is absolutely getting smoked right now, while QBTS is holding some of these highs. So, yeah, I mean, VWAP was very quick on a retracement. That's why I went over to Rigetti because I thought maybe it would do a catch-up play. But let's see if VWAP can hold on QBTS. That would be the next play, unless something changes and I can get in at the volume-weighted average price short on Apple or short on AMD. It seems like it tested the volume-weighted average price. I need to see it bounce off this because the market's starting to give it up. I mean, I can see it's 1% down in a couple of seconds here. And maybe QBTS can hold it up at this point. We'll see.
Wow, Tesla went from dreams to nightmares real quick. I mean, it's not a nightmare, but it sucks because of where we're going. Oh, Palantir went down after all that? Oh, no. Like, I just got that fill. And I was like, oh, why is Palantir holding up okay? But then the market happened. And right now, hard to hold these longs when this is happening. We'll actually be flat on Palantir. Unfortunately, we did get that out right there, stopped out near those lows. But we'll have to wait to see now what happens because the market is trying to get a base right now. We did buy, so UNH didn't do much for us. We were able to get that 316 there, Austin. So now we'll have to wait to see what happens here with Tesla. Yeah, shout out to,
Legend.
You know, Stone Cold. Stone Cold. I need some of those Budweisers right now. Just go all over my face. All right, here goes Tesla.
Such a waste.
Yeah, not well. I mean, beers are, you know,
well, I mean,
about $1 each. So here we go. Nice move back up there to the upside right now on Tesla. We'll see if it goes or not. We haven't really taken any hits on this yet. Well, we actually did. We sold some when it broke through 345 there. But then we realized that's also the 200 period. We're using this 345 now as our base out. But if the market doesn't get going, then this is ridiculous to sit here and hold this, right? This is now basically 4 or 5 times in a row that we've seen a fail up here at 350 right there. So it's been here for basically a week. Every time it tried to take it. Today it took it nice, man. We got to 354. So I'm not gonna, you know, if anything, I just traded it wrong. Like we should be more, we should have just got more out up there, which we did. We did fine, but all right, end of the day. Here it comes right up now. It's gonna be a...
Oh my my God.
On UNH. So here goes UNH, man. We're sitting there. That was me sitting there at 93, by the way. We're still there. There it is. Okay, nice little move higher there. As quick as you like, Sharif. $1.70 right there on UNH. So I was saying, like, thankfully UNH has maybe saved the day for me there. You were talking about Rigetti moving the opposite way.
I'm going to get to QBTS in a
ahead.
second, but Tesla did just bounce off the pre-market.
Yeah,
it's not the pre-market low. I might have said the pre-market low, but just call it from here at about 9 o'clock when it held 345. I understand it was a little bit lower than that. If we lose 45, I wait for the close to 43, which is 42 to 43 for reversion play. But that's, again, a heavy, heavy candle. I'm looking for a pullback into that 48 level. QBTS was trying to hold VWAP. It just lost the volume weighted average price. So QBTS, even this long, is starting to look like it's going the way of the birds. Unfortunately there. Tesla does not hold 45, so I'm now out of Tesla and gave most of it back on that long play. So I think obviously hindsight's going to be 2020, but more aggressive.
It's still going down.
Yeah, you know what? It's not. No, I played the breakout fine. I just shouldn't have bought any of the dips. I'm looking back. I'm like, I didn't do anything wrong with the breakout play. I just shouldn't have bought the dips in there. Why give any of it back? It was good. It was a good break. It was a good dip into the prior high. Sometimes you should just leave it at that. And if the best happens in the first 5-10 minutes, then so be it. But yeah, the market's really coming into the downside. And I have none of the shorts. AMD is, as you can see, AMD's pretty much gone at this point. I don't think Apple is too far gone, but it's barely moving when the market broke the low. That's the only reason I'm not trying to hit the short down here. We were waiting for closer to the 210 level, and as the NASDAQ continues to fall, like you broke that low pretty convincingly. Well, I don't know if I want to be
125
shorting when you're holding the bottom here on Apple. So I'm going to back off for a little bit. It's almost 10 o'clock, so you're going to have to wait for the next play. Unfortunately, it might end up being reversion at bounce plays. Like, you know,
revert the reversion?
Well, I mean, you're trending down, and none of the shorts that I want we got. So, and there weren't that many of them. I do like IBIT to try to hold on to. It was about 104-ish, I want to say. Actually, you know what? It was probably, it's right around here, 59 to 59 quarters. So I guess that's like 104 to 104 half. And it's trying to do a bit of a mean reversion here on IBIT. But I think the trend line until we get to 10 o'clock is more the one that fits the entire move down as opposed to this from the open. So still patience going to have to be played. Yeah, crazy, crazy move. And Seattle's halted, by the way, for anyone that's looking. Seattle Mobile.
We had that written down.
Yeah, well, it's on the watch list, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was on the watch list. Yeah, I remember I was like, we have Seattle Mobile
so
today.
Dip, and now halted right at where it's trying to break out at 629. So maybe this could be something to pivot over to. But I don't want to get too far away from QBTS until proven otherwise. The current tap on this is actually down. It's currently indicating 624. That's 15 cents lower. So that wouldn't be a breakout if it opens lower, obviously.
All right, UNH is at 318. I just want to make sure that the price isn't, it's at 316.50, but VWAP is right here at 318. So I'm actually going to wait now at 318, like 25 or so, to see if we can get something there for UNH. So we'll sit just before VWAP right now. Okay, man, I mean, here we go. We were buying some more dips in Tesla. It just got back up to the 200 period moving average, which was 346. Was hoping to take that. It does not take it. So right into there, a problem child right now for Tesla, not breaking above the 200 period moving average. So we averaged into, yeah, exactly, Jake Paul. We averaged into 344, 345 right there, trying to think about this little move right there into 342, which is that, well, it's really 343. So
343.
Yeah, that's where we're going to sort of hang it up right now. But we'll have to wait to see. Like, we're long right there at 345. So it's not a great long, but we did take a little bit out of it. Let's see if it wants to go. I mean, the futures are making its move. Yeah, that's the funny thing.
That's the bottoming tail candle now.
Well, right there, yeah. But I mean, right now, the futures are all the way back, and this thing's not really doing much. So a little bit nervous about it. UNH trying to go. We're multiple dollars in the money everywhere, but it needs to hold, right? Palantir looks like it wanted to hold that 125 area, no problem. But we were there at 126. So we'll have to wait to see what happens with Palantir. All right, come on, Tesla. I don't know what's been taking you this long, but it would be nice if you started to go upside pretty soon. So we're $1+ in the money now on Tesla. You know what? There's another fail. I'll take a piece out right there at 95s and now wait to see. I still have like 75% of this position on. Hopefully it can moon. Next offer, 346.80 for some reason, just ahead, just where these sort of candles are there. So a couple outs, waiting for it to break. Will it break? I don't know. What's up, Adara?
Keep an eye on this HSAI. This is Hesai Group. This is a LiDAR-related play, and it's on watch because the company has a partnership with Zoox. Of course, that's Amazon's kind of answer to Waymo, if you will. So Zoox now arriving in Atlanta. So as Zoox arrives in Atlanta, keep an eye on HSAI. Again, LiDAR company partnered with Zoox, and HSAI is about a 5% short float. Back to you.
Zoox?
I feel like Tesla just wants to go down. It's not going up.
Well, it's trying. I just
It's not
jumped
even
in.
trying that
I always
much,
bid
though.
22s. It's so weird.
It should have gone with those futures. That's what I'm thinking.
I tend to agree, but this is the candle on the futures. I'm showing you guys NVIDIA right now because NVIDIA broke trend and is trying to hold on to it. But that's the candle on the NASDAQ. Like that's a bottoming tail candle if I've ever seen
now?
one. And it's the kind of candle that if you just keep on making higher lows, you're long for the rest of the day. But you know, like I gave you guys the qualifier. So you're already starting to come back in here. I want to see NVIDIA, which wasn't on my list, if it can hold on to this prior trend line, close it above, then work into a long. But Tesla, as you were just saying, cannot seem to hold this move. Not much is. So hold 45, that's a bottoming tail candle every time I see it. And if it's not going to be an entry there, then where is it an entry? Like I don't want to be underneath the prior highs from yesterday because I think you got to really give it up and start thinking the other direction. At that point, ooh, AMD. All right. I looked over, AMD just wicked VWAP. Oh, this is the best we can get.
Yep.
Then this is the best we can get. I feel like this has happened so many times in the last few weeks. Like there's just not many shorts that I'm looking for, and the short ends up not being, you know, it's like the follow through move as opposed to the move off the open that I'm trying to take. So you can see here, like about 113.40 and VWAP would be an out if I can catch this in front of the 30 level on advanced. Money destroyer today, but a lot of things are kind of heading to the red side so far. So Tesla's trying to bounce. I still want QBTS as a reversion. It looks pretty clean. This looks pretty clean, I think, on QBTS. It's starting to do like a bit of a higher low, starting to hold out a little bit here and trying to get above VWAP. I think playing on this trend line makes a little more sense than trying to chase it up at the volume weighted average price. Forget about chasing the move. If you find a support, try to get it tight to support with a tight stop, then you can take multiple cracks at it.
Yeah, Joe tried to change my sentence there, the advanced money destroyer. Tried to call it advanced money duplicator.
Duplicator is
it's been duplicating your money. I mean, if you're able to get the bottom, but this stock is not a healthy one. I would still play in NVIDIA's playground much more than AMD's. I mean, AMD's high is still $240.
I mean, one's got the rubber bottoms, and it's got the giant slide, and the
exactly. One is like a safe, little bit of safe. This is still
the other
down.
one's got a tire, and that's nothing.
But if you were looking for something that has more potential upside to get back to its highs, I mean, this still has 100% to go before you get back to where it needs to be, right?
Well,
that's $240, while NVIDIA's high is 150 and change. So we're getting pretty close on that. Oh, Trump to make an announcement at 3 p.m. today on the Golden Dome. So get ready for more Palantir talk, maybe. Okay, so there's Rivian, man. Another one. Wow, what a good day there for DJ Khaled, who I don't know if he owns Rivian shares or not, but it's another day for Rivian where it is just going up, up and away. Meanwhile, I can't get Tesla to do anything except for going down right now. So Rivian nicely cooking there to the upside, man. We're glad we have some shares in this company, but we're not trading it actively for you, which kind of sucks. I wish we had been. It's almost 10 o'clock right now when the market just had its move back to VWAP. I wish I wasn't so focused on Tesla, honestly. Now it's just messing with me because we should have been short the TQs there on that bump up right up to VWAP. It's not like it's early enough in the day. It's on 10 o'clock. We definitely have enough data points now to have been short right there. It held it again. This should be a big trade. We should be short the futures. So watch out for that as the market just really, not really finding a base there. We started off the day pretty much going down. I mean, this has been what it's been all morning. Have not been able to catch any bottoms. We did get a nice move back up in Tesla to make a little bit back, but nothing like we need to have if this market's actually going to go. All right, so the other name that we had on there, we've seen Disney that's had a run for the last little while. It's not on my list, but up to 112. I want to watch it at 112. It's not quite there yet, DIS, but for right now, this is what we're doing, man. Just trying to wait for Tesla to get going. Noticing that JP Morgan off of its, I don't think they're having any conferences today, are they? Okay, it's a multiple day thing here for JP Morgan, but they had a nice move. Perfect. We'll go to happening now in 1 second. They had a nice little bottom of 262 right there. Huge move back up to 266.
Amy's too honest.
I mean, not huge maybe, but it's up on the day. So the bank stock's doing real well. Maybe Adara has a little bit of an update on this one, but it's happening now with Adara at the desk.
My only update is I mentioned this yesterday as well during the midday, but so JP Morgan yesterday had its investors day. Today it's their shareholders meeting. So two different events, obviously very different in scale and scope, but today JP Morgan does have its shareholders meeting, a bit of a different approach to the investors day back to back with the shareholders meeting. Here's the market. I mean, we made a nice little low here, trying to bounce a little bit, still down about 0.4% in the S&P 500. NASDAQ here down about 0.6%, but right now we do have both the NASDAQ and the SPY trying to break their recent winning streak. Keep an eye here on TSLA. Tesla actually nicely pushed above that 350 area for the first time in a while. That gave it up. Elon Musk making some comments at the Qatar Economic Forum saying that he plans to be Tesla's CEO within the next 5 years or remain the CEO for the next 5 years. Furthermore, he's set to do an interview with CNBC's David Faber at 2 p.m. Eastern, so stay tuned for that. Here's Google, GOOGL, kicking off its I.O. event today with a keynote at 1 p.m. Eastern. Another thing to definitely be aware of. We'll be covering that for you. And last but not least, keep an eye on Palantir. They did have this announcement this morning with Divergent Technologies and a partnership they're in. But we do have Donald Trump, according to the White House, set to make an announcement alongside Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth at 3 p.m. Palantir, of course, a defense play. I'm also seeing some speculation online that this announcement is going to have to do with the Golden Dome. So keep an eye on Palantir amongst these other defense plays. Make sure to like and subscribe. Back to you.
I was just telling Sean. NVIDIA would do deals with like companies that are small caps, and then the company would go nuts. The day Palantir does like, here's a deal with blah, 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 XYZ.
Yeah, like QBTS or something.
Yeah, you can't say XYZ because now it's stupid square. But
they screwed us.
When that happens on a small cap or a low floater and they got to deal with Palantir, that's the stock you're going to go in and you're just going to long it every single day. Like, Tesla just did this. So it holds. Okay, so the good news, it held the triple top from yesterday, 343. So that's if you're going to trade it down here, that's a re-entry when it comes back up through 44. It just rejected again at 346. So it's rejecting 46 time and time again here. I did get a dip into IBIT just now, actually. So IBIT came back. It did end up breaking this. It's a it's like a line of best fit more than it is a trend line. So it broke that, and I threw a bit out there when it broke this local high, which was at 59.3, and I just got picked up on the way back in. I'm not going to give it underneath that. If it breaks this trend line, which is a moving target, then I'm just going to jump out of IBIT. AMD, we tried to add, or I keep saying we, tried to add to AMD on the way back down after it tagged VWAP. Just leaving the order in to get picked back up. I'm not bidding till the low of the day and trying to add to this underneath the volume-weighted average price. So still in some of the same names. QBTS seems like it held on to that trend and then boom. The VWAP hold didn't exist. It was basically a VWAP breakout, and then it just went a $0.50 instantly. So QBTS is explosive right now when it's catching that bid. You almost have to just anticipate when it's curling, watch the tip, and maybe take the long that way. So the only new position was IBIT. Tesla, I want to see it get to the volume-weighted average price. This is very much still a failed breakout at the 350 level. It's still, like last time it got back there, failed 350, kind of held about 343 right around here and got back to 350. I think you'd be pretty happy with that if it could get back and at least test that 350 one more time.
I just wanted to say, like, I was saying, let's look at something else. So I was going to look at QBTS. We wrote down 15 long, okay? So there's the 15 long, there's the 15 long, there's the 15 long, now 16. So hopefully next time when it comes back in, we'll be able to take it, and then we'll try to use 80s or so as our out. All right, so if this falls back in, we're gonna take this one right now. Like right here, right now, we're gonna take that one. If it does drop in, I mean, too many times I've sat there and just watched it come right back into 15. It makes me a little nervous because how many times is it actually going to work? I don't know, but that QBTS rate there at $15 should have had it the first time and did not. So yeah, be careful with it. All right, well, we did get a reload down there on Tesla a little bit, but the reloads aren't gonna matter if it doesn't go up. So we'll take a little bit out there for a little bit. I mean, look, man, we're taking out, it's 50, 60 cents. I could have 50 cents like it's candy from a baby here on Tesla. I mean, every single time it runs for me, I'm like, oh, we're in the money again, we're in the money again. But I'm trying to wait to see if this wants to go. So we do have multiple outs over here, you know, and it's just like I'm trading. You know, we talk about this, it doesn't matter. We trade different sizes, right? So I'm gonna try to scalp some out here as it goes, but still try to hold out for a bigger play to the upside. But you know, the right thing to do would have been to trade a little smaller. Other than this play, I mean, I'm really happy with what we did here. We didn't get stopped out at all on the way back up and through. We did take some outs because we had this reload down there, but we didn't get stopped out at all up here. The only stop out was right there when we, or maybe, yeah, I guess it was right there, and then we bought back, and then we've been buying back ever since. So, so far, so good here, but we really want this to get going. I mean, I don't want to, see, like right now, here's $1, right? You want to take $1 on Tesla? There it is. I mean, we've done this many times, but not good enough. I think there's an opportunity for us to take this 200 period, so that's kind of what I want to wait for. I am sitting at 345.90 right now to see if we can get some, but again, I look over and see the shares, and it's like, maybe I should just take it out. If this is the best it's going to be, then this is what it is, right? So I don't know. Tesla right now is not treating me very kindly.
It's giving you 44 to 40. Like
yeah, I had $1 like candy.
It's going back. I'm going to try and reload it because I took it out the first time at 45.35, and then the last time at 45 like 10 or adjacent to that. And I'm just going to rebid it at the 44 level. So I'm going to try and rinse and repeat this on Tesla. As that's happening, the market's sort of screaming's not the right word, but it's still, it's a red candle, but it's still a bottoming tail on NASDAQ.
Tesla, man.
And I was able to get some out at 113 on AMD, but this could be a V shape and then like a breakout above VWAP. I don't know if I want to reload this a third time on AMD. We'll just let it go. The idea was to be short higher on AMD anyways, and I don't want to get completely run over by this. So I don't want to look to reload this unless the overall market starts to calm down. IBIT just got to the volume weighted average price. Bitcoin. Oh, I think let me just refresh my Binance there. I want to make sure. Sometimes I have to refresh my Binance. Yeah, we're at 104.5. It was telling me like 104 even. I'm like, we're not at 104 even.
Ooh, Binance.
But we just got to the volume weighted average price on IBIT and it instantly pulled back.
Here comes Tesla.
So yeah, here comes Tesla again.
You know it's not going to work out.
IBIT back. I might try to pick it up again at the 59.3 level if we can hold. And as you just said, Tesla right back into that 344. It's not looking like that good of a long anymore. Like maybe we can get a subtle bounce here again, but I think that 43 might go on Tesla. I might consider a Rivian reversion if the market is going to continue lower here. I've got that one up, and it looks very good for a trend break if the market's going to go down. And the other part of Rivian, just very quickly here, is you're at a very significant price level on Rivian. This is not insignificant. Zoomed out too far. There it is. This is not insignificant here on Rivian. $17 has been a big thing. Anyone that's owned it has known. 17's been some trouble. It broke it once back in July, but that could be a reversion play. Just got to wait for the trend to break. Come on, Tesla.
Yeah, look how frustrating Tesla has been, man. There's a little bit of a slapper. I mean, UNH is $2 in the money, right? I mean, our best outs are a little higher than where we are right now. We almost have we have a 318.50s right there. So it's so far so good upside, but I only have a quarter left, little bit more than a quarter left of this because it doesn't seem to want to get too much above VWAP. But if it does, then I feel like it does fly. We're going to get out, I told you already, 313. So if we break through here, then we're going to watch and get out of Tesla, of UNH. Tesla is still flat for me. So let's just move on and see if there's anything else going. Apple is not a New York name, of course. Apple is a NASDAQ name. So it's trying to climb back upside a little bit here. Come on, market. Despite what the market's doing, Apple's at highs of day. You know, like the market's down here, Apple is up here. So this could, again, be another decent short if you're up here around 208. So we'll have to watch out to see what winds up happening there. I'm hoping the market can pick up and get going northbound. But look what's hitting lower right now. The stock that we had all about the shorts yesterday, it's all about those shorts, No Google. 167.50 right there trying to drop down. I want to thank everybody for watching right now. Look at Google. They could break that low. Right there. I think that's a decent trade. Underneath the 200, underneath VWAP, underneath a sloping 50 right now higher. There's the high, there's the high, there's the high, lower highs as we continue to go. No, not lower lows yet. We'll wait to see if we take out that early push, which is a downside look there for Google. So we'll wait to see if that comes into play one more time. And then our QBTS, Neil had mentioned this earlier, try to like stay with maybe one or two different names in the quantum space and nuclear. You don't want to look at them all in case they all sort of fall against you, which is negative thinking. I don't know.
Rigetti's the one that really fell though.
Rigetti's the one that fell today. Yeah, QBTS actually holding out. So I still like this 15 area on QBTS, but we have to wait to see what's happening with Tesla not doing anything, but now down $1. What's up, Adara?
Keep an eye here on JP Morgan. We have comments coming here from Jamie Dimon, CEO of JP Morgan. In case you missed it, after yesterday's Investor Day, JP Morgan is having its shareholder meeting. Jamie Dimon here saying that geopolitical risk is our largest risk. It's exactly echoing comments he said yesterday. I want to let you guys know he said the exact same thing during the Investor Day comments. But either way, stock moving down a little bit. They had a series of price target increases this morning after yesterday's Investor Day event. Back to you.
You know that this Tesla is not the right long, but there's just so much potential in it to get off of this level, right? I mean, this is the whole thing. It's like I could see as clear as day that we should maybe be getting out of this for flat, if not a little bit of a profit. But it's just like we're right into this level. So I'm thinking like, man, it's worth just waiting to see if it gets down here, what it does. And then it's going to be a hit, right? So that's part of life as a trader, waiting for something to wind up happening and seeing if it does hold true, especially if you're going to be a support and resistance kind of dude. So right now we're going to wait to see what winds up happening with Tesla. Pretty nervous about it though. It's definitely, we talked about spidey senses and all that. It's going off the wrong way. Like this is not, the market's trying to go a couple times. Tesla never even really tried. So that's part of the problem. Like it needs to take the 200 period. And I know that's not anywhere for the futures, but let's just go. Like maybe we'll take another out.
This is a good candle if it closes like this.
Yeah, exactly. Like I'd like to see some closing candles, some nice push higher right now. I'll take something out at like 80s if it comes back up.
QBTS high day break.
Yeah, I love QBTS.
I know people are watching it. That's double top breakout on QBTS as we speak. Yeah, we already talked about the candle there for Tesla, so let's just go over to QBTS.
Come on,
you see
Tesla.
it going. This is, okay, fine. Next available dip on QBTS. And I missed it because I wasn't willing to just sit on the bid. I'm just going to sit on the bid in front of VWAP and 15.6. So if we do get a dip off that, we're going to take it for sure. John Del Segno, what? Get out of here. Merck is blasting? I believe you because I just pulled it up. I was about to say I don't believe you, but good look for Merck. Pfizer was on our watch list, but Merck making a good run, 2%. It's a good trend to the upside, but I think a lot of people, myself included, my goodness. Okay, QBTS is battling this high. It's trying to go. I'm kind of anticipating that you can get some kind of a dip, not all the way back into 15, but into the volume weighted average price on QBTS. Looks like it is it's the strong one here today. And of course, as we said, Tesla needed to close. That's New Zealand.
They're trading the New Zealand market? I like that.
There we go, Tesla. It did just close that candle that way we wanted. So now you've got a bottoming tail on Tesla underneath 344. Let me cancel that 45. Let's see if this should be able to get to 46 based on that. So double bottoming tail into the prior low. I think you should at least be able to test the top end of this range. Like break 45, get to 45, half 46, and then play into the volume weighted average price from there, because that's a good looking closing candle for Tesla. I didn't reload it the fourth time down here, could have, but chose not to because it was looking a little bit weak. But come on, Tesla, get to that 46 level. QBTS, now I have to cancel that. It just got to 16.7. So I'm never going to be on the bid $1 underneath on a $15 stock. I'll have to move that.
All right, I believe we have a call for Adara. All right.
I looked into this Merck thing. There's no new catalyst on Merck. Yesterday morning announcing here alongside Daiichi Sankyo that they're beginning the phase 3 of their trial for their esophageal cancer drug. These companies have been working together since October 2023, so that's not necessarily new, but new phase of the trial. Day 2 move. MRK also getting a lot of social media attention when I checked. Nothing to the level of GameStop or AMC, but quite a few mentions of this within the last minute here for MRK. Also, just be aware, keep an eye, potentially be aware if you're involved with crypto. Paul Atkins, who is the new SEC chair, he's testifying right now for the Oversight Committee, specifically the House Oversight Committee. I'm listening to this. Nothing super significant is being said, but just be aware. We know the SEC can be on watch with regards to any crypto comments or questions. So something to note. If there's anything significant said, I will obviously let you guys know. Back to you.
That was
Thanks, Adair. And yeah, look, so we just got some more Tesla out at 345. Like, I'm going to take that 50 cents a little bit and get some out. I got out of 10% of what I had. That's it, waiting for it to moon. Have you ever entered an order to buy or sell and the price you got filled at is completely different from what you expected? Well, that's called slippage. Slippage happens when you're trading on an old or underpowered computer, and it costs traders a bundle. So that's why our friends at Easy Trading Computers created the complete guide to trading computers. This guide shows you exactly what technology you need to succeed as a trader and to avoid the above mentioned slippage. Go ahead, make sure you scan that QR code. Neil's already done it. We actually talked about this package. And click the link in the description box to get a free copy of your trading guide. So it's Easy Trading Computers. Make sure you do scan that, go check it out. And I mean, we're trading with decent computers around here, but definitely, man, technological problems abound all the time, especially as you upgrade your trading experiences to, faster charting or better systems, whatever. You do need to have a trading computer.
automated, maybe you're doing.
That's it, exactly. That's another thing too, right? Like automated trading, right? You don't want to miss that note from your algo or whatever you're trading with there. So, okay, Shawty, go to the party. Right now, I'm gonna take a little bit more out here at 10.
Go everything.
Yeah, go everything long right now. Go Randy, go Rivian, $17, Randy. Thank you so much.
Randy.
Here we go, he's got it up over there. Oh no, it's dropping a little bit. Randy, oh no, what just happened? To Rivian, Randy. All right, what's that face for? You didn't get your cell key there?
No, that just, let me just cancel it. It broke the trend. I was sitting right on the offer. It was right at $17. And I whatever. You just saw it. There it is. I was offering that trend. There's the trend line. There's the trend break.
Thank you for the coffee.
Staring down Tesla way too much. That's
I think I'm staring it down inappropriately.
No, but that's literally like 2 cents difference. Like where I'm offering to where you're punching that is 2 cents difference. That's what I mean by staring it down way too much. Like I could have realized I wasn't getting filled and then just hit the bid. AMD through VWAP. So it was a short initially, but I'm not gonna fight AMD. Not today. If it holds VWAP underneath, I can get back in, and if it trends up, I can wait till like 114.5, 115. iBid is looking pretty solid. Higher lows being put in here.
Come on, Tesla.
Where's my trend line? So you've now got like 3 points on the trend. I want to stay on trend, and if you can hold above VWAP, we're adding to iBid on the way to $60. Whatever 60 works out to in terms of the price of Bitcoin, 60 has been a pretty solid level. See the resistance yesterday? I don't remember exactly what it works out to, but on iBit, it's just $60.
Right.
It's something, it doesn't really matter. You guys will see it if it gets there. If is a big one. I believe we are headed back to Adara, and QBTS is headed to the moon.
So keep an eye here on HOG. That's right. It's Harley Davidson. Not a ton of volume on this, about 700,000 shares traded, but they did release this press release yesterday after the close. They dealt with a proxy fight involving a activist fund here, H Partners. They did actually, though, despite this activist fund, manage to get all 9 of Harley Davidson selected, directors approved for the board. So good look here for HOG. Basically, this came out, this actually been last week, but Harley Davidson just last night announcing that the vote went in their favor and they are back to business. Good look here for HOG, riding to the upside. Back to you.
It's hogging all the
get on that hog.
Upward candles or the green candles here. Come on, Tesla's trying to break out.
I know.
Like 346. This is where the bottom of the range. You break this, you're headed to VWAP. I'm out at VWAP, and I always try to respect, like, this was the breakout level, the dips. The breakout was so much better. than these dip buys. But
Still not going.
yeah, if it gets to VWAP, I'm out of this thing. And if we don't get to VWAP, it's not an automatic reload at 344 like it was before. So I'm going to be eyeballing this. A failed break of 347, I'm out. A dip into 348, and we're also out. And IBIT, come on, hold on to the volume weighted average price. That's the key. Like, so this is holding on to the volume weighted average price. The market's not. Like, the NASDAQ's rejecting it. I like IBIT because it's higher lows and holding on to VWAP. I'm going to buy back into 59.4, or might have to move that up to 59.5. So IBIT's working. Tesla's trying to go. I want to go over to some names that we haven't talked about here. Like, we haven't mentioned too much NVIDIA. NVIDIA's got a tasty looking bottom here. I got to get rid of those candles in a second. But if you look at this on the 15-minute, yesterday was a different story because we gapped down on that Moody's thing. But if you look at the prior support, it was right around here, 132.5 to 133. And on a 15-minute of NVIDIA, first green candle, bottoming tail, you close that, and I think it's going to be a long. The other way to play that is not wait for that and maybe play it off of this low here at 132.75. But if it closed on the 15-minute as a green candle, that's bullish on NVIDIA. Let's go back to it, Derek. Come on, Tesla. Get to that.
Come on, Tesla.
Keep an eye here on the IWM. That's the Russell 2000. We're going to go over these small caps. Right now here we have Paul Atkins, SEC chair, being asked by the House Oversight Committee about regulatory framework for crypto. So just be aware that conversation's happening. If there's any headlines from that, I'll let you know. But Paul Atkins still undergoing or participating in this testimony. IWM just almost green on the day, down about 0.1%. Nice bounce here off these lows around 208. Bit of a support pre-market as well. Here's YALA. Yalla Group was mentioned earlier today. This was an earnings play, and they bounced quite nicely here off lows. They did beat on both EPS or the year-over-year increase in EPS. Beat on sales, but their Q2 guidance a bit mixed. Then we have MNMD MindMed. You might remember with this headline yesterday, Marijuana Moment reporting this interview here with an FDA commissioner saying that the Trump administration is viewing psychedelic medicine as a top priority. Now, after the close yesterday, MindMed announced some new employee inducement grants. Last but not least, not really a small cap, about a $4.5 billion market cap, but D-Wave Quantum at day's highs here near that $17 level. Announcing this morning its Advantage 2 quantum system has been launched. It has some general availability. D-Wave here, QBTS, also has a 22% short float. And keep an eye on QUBT because that company was set to attend a fireside chat at 9 a.m. Another quantum play. Back to you.
Ooh, fireside chat. It's always a fireside chat. Why is it never like a poolside chat?
It is if you have Raheem.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Raheem would do a poolside chat. West Indians would do a poolside. Well, West Indians don't go to the pool. They would do like a beach, whatever you call it.
Come on.
They just do a nice little lime.
They do a
beach.
line?
Oh, by the way, QBTS is that.
Yeah, that was.
You gotta hit that graphic.
How not long 15s.
That was a fail for myself because I looked at QBTS going and I'm like, ooh, Rigetti could play catch up, and I went to Rigetti instead, and that was not the jam. Like, you should just stick with the one that's stronger. I paid for Rigetti shorts because I thought Rigetti was relatively weak, and then when Rigetti was going down, I'm like, ooh, it's gonna play catch up, and then punch long. I'll get to that in a quick second, but Tesla is at that 340.
Go, Tesla.
It's at that 347. So this was the first bounce after this heavy candle, failed 47, pre-market highs at 47. This is the put up or shut up level. We break this one out and you ride it at least to the volume weighted average price. If this 3-minute candle closes red, I got to be thinking about jumping out of it. IBIT's holding just fine. Ooh, NVIDIA just rejected VWAP as well, so that would be interesting. I might go back over to AMD in a second. Apparently gold is going ham.
Yeah,
the
I should have
upside.
had gold the other day, damn it.
Yeah, we were talking about that with Michael in the aftermarket, how, I was like, the technical bounce on gold looks good, and he was sort of like weighing in on the other side of it, which is a little bit more about the yields.
Right, he wanted the short a while ago.
I think he's backing off of that because of where bond yields are going.
What a surprise, yeah, okay. We'll wait to see. I mean, I just think that's because we bounced off the 50-period moving average. I really like that gold call there for sure.
Technical.
All right, $3 in the money finally, man. Let's go, Tesla. You did put me into the gates of hell for a minute there, but we are well out of it now as it's starting to go back up there to the upside. And, we say, like, when you believe in something, just try to stay with it, but that was a tough one to hold out for. So I have multiple outs right here at 345. We do want to thank Mitch Hoke for coming through, and there you go. You can scan that QR code right now and partner up with Trade the Pool. Let me do the read here. Trade the Pool is redefining what risk means for traders. No more risking your life savings to prove yourself in the market. They give you access to company capital, which is great. Up to $200,000 to trade real stocks, not CFDs, everybody. Your downside is limited to one single time fee of just $47. That means no blowing up your personal accounts. You get to trade with serious buying power, all while knowing your losses are capped. All you have to do is pass the evaluation. That's it. You're funded. Scan that QR code. Get your 10 points off today with Trader TV Live. So we want to thank Mitch for coming through again. And, you know, we're trading prop here, and that's all I've ever known. So I like it. I like the ability to really just have freedom on the amount of shares you want to use. I mean, obviously, I've been here long enough to have just as Trade the Pool, right? Earned the funding and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, being able to do that kind of stuff, being able to sort of sit down here and trade, you know, the amount of shares that you want to trade, and make a little bit of money doing so, right? It is tough to trade your own capital. Obviously, you'll get to keep a little bit of a higher percentage when you trade your own, hopefully all of it. But Trade the Pool, again, really competitive. I don't know exactly what the split is over there, but, you know, if you sign up, you will find out. So definitely check out Trade the Pool.
17 quarter.
All right, so
just very quickly,
yeah,
that battle did get lost in the tape at 47. I said if we lost that, I would jump out of it. I'm talking about NVIDIA, Tesla, obviously. So it does lose that battle with 47. It's only temporary, though. Like, I do this all the time, where when it's bearish, like this failed breakout, it makes the bounce. If I get out in front of VWAP, that doesn't mean I think it has no chance to continue. It just means that's a reversion play on a failed break that is turning short. Like, you look at it on the higher time frame, big reversal breakout. If it doesn't hold levels like this, I start thinking trend down, so I jump out of it station to station. It could absolutely go further, but that's just not the way I want to play it. I'll go to IBIT first, and then I'm going to talk about QBTS because, you know, even if we're not in it, like, that stock is going absolutely ham. I didn't pick up the ad on trend for IBIT. Draw this better for you. But now the trend line is pretty much exactly aligned with the volume weighted average price. So we bounce off it and do anything like a consolidation like we've done multiple times, and I just jump into the long off VWAP and add to IBIT on the way up, on the way to the $60 level. And for QBTS, nary a red candle in sight. It's spectacular. It's real as well. Like, this is 30% up. Maybe not all the quantum names are as good as this, but this breakout is now in full you-know-what mode. Does seem like it's decelerating a bit, so I think waiting for the dip buy required this deceleration. First red candle or set of red candles, which I'm still waiting for, to get some kind of a dip buy over in QBTS. So right now we're only in IBIT. We'll look to see where we can get back into Tesla. I'm not sure yet. It could be back at the lows. It could be above VWAP for all I know. Let's go to Adara.
Keep an eye here on NBIS, $8 billion market cap, around a $40 ticker. This one reported earnings before the bell. They did have a smaller than expected loss per share. Their sales were a miss, but according to the company, up 385% year over year. Their revenue guide, pretty mixed. They're guiding between $500 and $700 million in revenue. The midpoint beating estimates of $520.5 million. So this one, again, not really a small cap, $8 billion market cap here. NBIS on watch. Back to you.
What are you going to do?
Yeah. All right. So we're talking about QBTS over there. 317 on UNH. I mean, it came right into our 313 area. I did not reload it. We could have done that. You know, that would have been probably the prudent thing to do. I'm only sitting on Tesla and QBT and UNH right now. I did push a little bit on Fannie Mae. I mean, nothing's really going on. We had that story yesterday. I thought maybe a break here of $7, which is quite nice for Fannie Mae. Nice move higher right here. It doesn't really do the volume. Oh, I mean, it does good volume today, 2.96, but this is what it looks like. Sometimes I'll try to go scalp on this, but it's not really moving around too much, so you got to be careful with it. I was in and out a couple times at 7, just trying to watch it go up and down. All right, so as we talked about that 347, it just, obviously we could sit here and watch it. I mean, it looks pretty easy to me to be able to trade out of this thing. So I'm going to get another offer at 346.75. I don't know if this day is done on Tesla because the market just failed VWAP again. So, like, if the market goes, at least now with that move up, sort of the shorts have been a little bit unlocked now on Tesla. Like the shorts have stopped pushing this through 345. They gave it up a little bit and it ran $2. So that's where I'm thinking that if the market wants to give it up, I'll take out another piece at where did I just put that again? I just want to make sure I put it in the right spot. Yeah, 346.75. So right into here, this high again. If we can push that, fine. But then I really think the push is higher into 350 and then maybe even a retest of high of day. So I really, really want to try this. We are going to go to Adair in just 1 second. She's going to be talking about crypto, which is something that we really haven't looked at, but we did just talk a little bit about gold. And you could see what a huge move up here. And that's why I said about Michael maybe changing his tune a little bit, because there's the 50 period. And we were talking about shorting it, through this gap right here. So if you're able to get that play, good on you, because I don't think you would have covered there, but that's a decent buy area right there at 392, 393. So definitely not trying to throw shade at this gold long. I like it. If we can get it into there, great. I think gold, there's a question there. Can gold continue to go up if the NASDAQ goes up? It won't be as easy of a move higher, as there still is that flight to safety for gold, although I don't really believe in it that much anymore. Gold's had a great year. There's a lot of turbulence, obviously, in this market, but again, if you are positive about tariffs and about sort of the US dollar maybe having a little bit of a rebound here, then maybe gold isn't the perfect play for you. But nothing wrong with holding it in your portfolio. I think it's
spending a lot.
Yeah, exactly. The government's still printing money. I mean, every government, right? Bitcoin's not doing a whole heck of a lot. But I like GLD at these levels, would prefer it a lot lower. But, anybody that owns it, I think has been really happy over the last 2 years or so with gold. Okay, speaking about real gold, let's go find out what's going on with digital gold and Adara at the desk.
Things are getting really interesting here in the case of the House Oversight Committee grilling Paul Atkins. Of course, he's the SEC chair, and that is why he's part of this crypto segment. We know SEC has really, of course, been on watch with regards to crypto, notably because Paul Atkins' predecessor, Gary Gensler, was viewed as very anti-crypto with regards to his regulations. Right now, though, he's actually not being asked about crypto. They're asking Paul Atkins about the "this is a great time to buy" tweet by Donald John Trump that came out right before the market rally and the tariff pause. So keep an eye on crypto and I guess the market in general now that we're getting into some non-crypto questions here for Paul Atkins. Here is Bitcoin itself. This is the daily chart. This uptrend really is continuing. We got this nice support at the 74,000. We really are not looking back. Now, lately, we've had kind of more recent support around that 100,000 level, always a good area to bounce off of. Yesterday, we had a bit of a bottoming tail candle. We're right in the day right now, but that pattern very much still overwhelming that upside. Bitcoin here, 1% to the upside. Ethereum about the same, just under that $2,500 level. Solana up 2%. Doge up about 1/3%. Cardano down 0.1%. It's pretty light trading for a lot of these names. Nothing making a huge move to the upside or the downside this morning. Back to you.
Yeah, range bound, but as long as Bitcoin trends up, I think it can be okay. But trended down all pre-market, now trying to trend up. You lose this trend, we're probably headed to the lows because the market is not looking as good. Like that. This is a weird. Look at this nonsense, man. Bottoming tail candle, fail break, and then we look like they're good longs and everything bounces. Then we get we go to VWAP, topping tail candle on the 15-minute, and we're headed right back in. That's a mess. It's just a mess, but it's very ever so slightly trending down is the best way to think about it. So just to go back over, Tesla just tagged to 47. Looks like a possible test of it's more bullish if it doesn't get back into 44. But if it does another bounce off the prior day high, like yesterday's high off 343, then I'll look for that bounce again. But I'd love to see it set something up with a higher low that's constructive. But this market doesn't seem to want to do anything. And there goes IBIT through the trend line. We just had it, wanted to add to it above VWAP. Now we're back to waiting for it to retest the low. Because if you can't hold the trend, then I'm not going to fight it. Nothing short for me. I had one in AMD, which was essentially a flat trade in here, and that's back underneath the volume-weighted average price. That's really choppy around there. I'm not seeing anything clean for re-entry on AMD unless you're shorting it right off of that top, getting 40s and getting it out at 50. So I would back away from that. Apple was a name that I kind of like short, and it's holding the volume-weighted average price. So how can you like this short when it's essentially doing nothing, but doing so in a bullish fashion. I'd stay away from Apple and QBTS, just sort of round off the names I'm watching. First pullback, yay, there's some red candles. The local high here, about 1635. So it's that or VWAP. Try to pick it up at one of those two, wherever we see little consolidation, little tape deceleration, and then a curl on QBTS. We'll try to get into this one for the first time today, despite the fact it's up 27%.
I was trying to find something that was green that maybe is pulling back a little bit that we can play some strength with. I'm still waiting for Tesla 344. We'll buy a little bit more, waiting for 347 again. Battling this trade with my guy Obi back there. We're in the exact same trade here. All right, Starbucks, 85. So again, like this name here, unfortunately when I hear, maybe we can just click on it and it'll show up over here. Look at what Starbucks is doing on a 5-minute chart, right? Really making that nice move higher right now. So congratulations. I really like Starbucks down there and I should be adding to my long-term trade for sure. Alibaba, just kind of barcoding, this could be the next trade. So Alibaba right now up 1.25%, looking like it wants to bounce right here off 124. But again, we're still a little ways away from that. Let me call up a 1-minute chart instead of a 5-minute chart just so we get a better look to see if there is anything. So this is why I'm looking at Alibaba. It is pulling back into, again, this 124.40 area, the 200 period moving average. This could be a good buy there for Alibaba. Definitely something to look at. Boeing, we've been talking about that for a minute. Now up to 208. Boeing, real nice trade there today. These are the strong names. Uber, so like Boeing and Uber, good names there. Tesla, strong today. Look at what Uber's doing, man. 93.50 right now, trying to push. I'm getting a feeling like this market wants to go. So this is why I'm trying to look for some more strength. JP Morgan as well, 266, looking to take out that high after a nice dip early on this morning. Starting to go Robinhood. There it is. We got a moving average cross on Alibaba. So we could definitely look at that. What's weaker right now? SMR. We actually had Mitch talking some uranium, talking some quantum names as well. DraftKings down, SMCI a down play. We looked at HPE earlier, so SMCI right now looking low as well. But right now we're $1.50 in the money on Tesla, waiting to see if that can get going. But there's the strength, man. Starbucks, Alibaba. Alibaba's a real interesting one, man. Oh, there it goes. It just broke it. So yeah, sometimes you're down at these levels for reasons. I'm surprised it didn't hold, but we're right down at 124. Maybe it does hold the low of the day there for Alibaba. So definitely worth looking to see if we get a hold there on Baba. But yeah, right now it's just a Tesla show right here. 345 and change for me, hoping that that winds up holding. We'll buy a little bit more on that dip, but good outs on the upside there at 347. It's just that was a wall there. Maybe I could talk to my guy Joe about some put walls, but right there at 347, yeah, pushing that candy paint, says Paul Wall, right there at 347.
And if you're interested in exactly that scanner that Sean had up there, or any like it, it's still free that first month over at eSignal, everybody. So go ahead, check them out. You can scan the QR code in front of you. They're waiving fees, and it's a great deal because free is a good deal every single time. So get that first month so you can trade smarter, not harder. Back test your best strategies, back test new strategies, forward test them as well. Apply them with the API so you can automate your trading. All in one platform, entitlement based so you can have access to what you want when you want, no more, no less. That's what it's all about there at eSignal. You also they have great feedback and support. If you have questions with eSignal as well, I think it's fantastic. I've used it in the past. You can get the bounce locator, level 2 access as well. Tick replay is also fantastic. Scan that QR code out in front of you because the first month is free. And as Sean just showed you, what's moving? Obviously, QBTS is going to be blowing up a lot of scanners, a ton of scanners. I just made a slight keystroke on NVIDIA as I was doing that.
Maybe Tesla's,
which is fine, except it's not that fine. NVIDIA, it didn't really, so anyways, this is the break of the opening range low, and then it didn't break the trend. So I'm like, ooh, wait a minute, this didn't actually close above the trend line. Let's just get out of it. But it is breaking the trend now. So sit back on the bid and see if you can't pick it up. But that's looking like it's incredibly strong. They're on NVDA. IBIT, which we jumped out of, is trying to regain the volume weighted average price. It still broke that trend line, so I need to see it hold VWAP and look a little bit more bullish. I do want to get back into that. And QBTS is still dipping. Even with the market ripping, this is still pulling back in. I need to see a little bit of something here. Like show me some kind of a consolidation or a big reversal where we can jump in to the long on QBTS for that first time. Tesla is diddling in the middle, man.
Yep.
It didn't retest the low. It's holding a higher low for now, so it's starting to form a bit of a wedge. It's hard to say that this is a flat top, but like it's higher lows into a resistance level. So I like that look in a general sense. Like if it tightens up and then breaks out, you can have a tight stop breakout trade instead of a test of the low for Tesla next. Let's go back to Adara.
This board here is definitely being led. We have a little bit of weakness in the market, of course, and it's being led, as you can see, by tech and finance. I want to start with finance because we do have JP Morgan now second day with an event. Yesterday, of course, it's Investor Day. Now today, we do have the annual general meeting or annual shareholder meeting, and Jamie Dimon, the CEO of JP Morgan, saying some similarly gloomy things on both days. Today, we have Jamie Dimon saying that he believes the odds of a recession are at 50%. So a little bit of pessimism still coming from JP Morgan and its CEO. Finance in general, pretty red. Retail trade red. Keep an eye on Home Depot, pretty flat right now, but they did have earnings reported this morning, and they're not changing their guidance or their prices despite tariffs. Technology services, Microsoft to the downside. Keep an eye on Google kicking off their IO event. It's going to be a two-day event, and this morning it kicks off with a keynote from, the company at 1 p.m. Eastern, so I guess in the afternoon here. Netflix a little bit right here. NVIDIA to the downside. We have Computex on watch this week, all week. A lot of these semiconductor names going to be making some moves in that potentially. Boeing on watch, though. Boeing actually to the upside. Keep an eye on Boeing, LMT, RTX, and Palantir. We do have a defense announcement we're expecting at 3 p.m. Eastern. People are expecting it's going to have to do with that Golden Dome. Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth, Secretary of Defense, to take the stage. Back to you.
Or maybe they can apply some golden domes here to some of these Tesla Model Ys or something, so that they're like indispensable here. But we'll wait, man. Here it comes. Let's go, man. Let's see if we can get this going. Shout out Obi. Shout out everybody there that's trading with me here on Tesla. It's been obviously a little bit of a roller coaster there today as we just got a little bit more out. Shout out to everybody in the chat as well. Looking at this, I mean, we just got another move higher. So I take some out at 346 for $1.50. Then I take some out right now at 346.50. Right here for $2. So we're just waiting to see if it when moon is what I'm trying to ask this thing. I'm waiting $1 higher right now. Look, man, it's $2. I mean, who would have thought we just sat here and looked at 350 in the money and kind of just like, okay, so we need to get this going upside right now on Tesla. I want to get more on this. Let's see if it really wants to go. Here comes the market, LFG now to the upside. If we can get that one, we'd be pretty happy with it. We did say we wanted to look at, I mean, come on, man, just go a little bit more. I'm at 347.80. So I want that to break and then to go and squeeze a little bit higher if we can. Maybe I'll change that. Maybe that is a little bit too aggressive. I've got to move that chart off your place. We talked about maybe a 124, so that dripped down for us on Alibaba as soon as that market broke through the 200 period moving average right there. We were actually looking at it on our e-signal charts, and then it stopped at 124. So you're getting pretty close to see about that. Come on, Tesla, man, you can do it. Intel, you know, again, like the name, down there at 21, could have been a buy side again on that, down 0.4%. I like Intel, but I actually like to look at it when it's moving in the pre-market and sort of just going opposite or with the market, but strong one way with some kind of volume. We're not really getting that on Intel, but look at this, 21. How good of a bottom is that? If you were any kind of an Intel trader looking at that today, you would have definitely looked at that 21 long. I mean, that's been a good trade, up 30 cents. You probably wouldn't have held it all the way to 30 cents, but definitely in there to VWAP. 20 cents or so. Nice move back up there into the 200 period moving average. Oh boy, Tesla's coming back with a vengeance right now. All right, trying to get 347. Palantir real choppy, man. This will be our L so far here today, and it's barely one, but you know, it is an L right now. We just got stopped out right there on that break, and it's a good thing we did because that 125 was a little too rich for our blood. We get out on a 126 break. Now we wait to see if it wants to take the 200 period moving average. That's Palantir, and then I'll throw it back to Neil in a second. I just want to see what Home Depot was up to. Again, a good report there last night, but right back into the day's low one more time. There goes Home Depot. So conference call over with right now. Some bunching up here on the daily. Would have been nice to break out. It tried to break out on the report, but came right back into 380 again. So Yeah, not great, but as long as you hold 370, I think you're okay right there on Home Depot. But right now, man, it's $2 and change, waiting for Tesla to go. We could get it off right, we can get it out right now and be flat on the stock for the day, but I'm not trying to be flat. We're trying to hold this for a nice little win. We've been wrong so far. This was the best trade of the day for me, breaking that high. It was really great, man. We went $4 in the money, and we have multiple outs near the highs, so it's all good. Let's just see if we can get it going one more time. If these futures can go, we'd be a much happier camper. Let's go see what Adair is up to.
Really solid response here from Paul Atkins, new SEC chair, when asked about the role of crypto regulation and if he views it as important. I just have IBIT up here. Basically, Paul Atkins, new SEC chair, said that all fraud should be considered serious, be it in the financial market and in the crypto market, and that actually he would argue the crypto market is a bit more transparent. Furthermore, he said the reason we need regulation specifically for crypto is because it's an area that really has not been regulated in its own unique way to the same extent. So in order to crack down on fraud, we need a bit of a framework there in the first place. So not really market moving, but I think a really, really interesting response. A lot of people who are crypto bulls were hoping for good things from Paul Atkins, and I think this response is pretty solid, guys. Back to you.
Well, hopefully it does a little bit more. We're back into IBIT, but QBTS pulled back into about the prior high, not quite, and then there was a little bit of a wick. After it wicked that prior high, jumped in here above 50, ended up with a 60 price. Didn't really like that. Wanted it in the 50s. It took some out immediately at 70, and now we're back on the bid, a little bit closer to that 30 area. If we break this low, that local bottom, we're waiting for the volume weighted average price. And we did jump back into IBIT. That's holding above, it closed above the volume weighted average price and then broke the prior bar. So I'm back into it. I don't really need that trend line anymore because we use that as an out to the prior long. We're still looking for it to rally into the 60 level. If it holds a trend, I think you want to add on the way. Tesla's doing exactly what it was before. NVIDIA, it'll be frustrating because I broke a rule to get in, and then instantaneously the actual entry presented itself, and I had just covered. Well, NVIDIA is above the volume-weighted average price and doing what the market is doing. You know, like the NASDAQ is now, there's your bottoming tail, there's your big hammer. It's not really a hammer, but there's the punch in the face to the shorts, and it's holding well above VWAP. No break at the top yet, so there's time to get in on a consolidation. That's where I'm looking for VWAP here on NVIDIA, which wasn't even on my radar until it set up that nice rounded bottom, break at the top. Want to play that long. So we're only looking longs now. IBIT's going, I mean, QBTS has been a long all day long, regardless of what the market's doing, so I don't think you care too much about that. And I'm glad that I stayed away from Apple. Like, it's down on the day, but it's not moving, and if anything, it's slightly going to the upside. So we're going to stay away from Apple, and we might have that chance to just get the short off of some of the prior highs if the market wants to continue doing this. So far, so good. I mean, Tesla for myself, you know, I didn't be real. There was no need to reload this at VWAP. Like, why? It's a failed breakout that it showed us last time didn't hold VWAP the last time it did this. So why would it do it this time? So I did not need to take the VWAP hold, end up like losing and then coming and getting it back. But the breakout trade and then waiting for the prior high were the two trades on Tesla. And I still think you've got this going on. You've got that nice little wedge into this 347 resistance level. I didn't draw that perfectly, but you know, that first dip on the break held this area here above 47. That was a pre-market high. That's where resistance is. As long as you go trending into it, it can be a breakout on that wedge. Ideally that as opposed to a breakdown, but I can't control what it's going to do. That's the pattern as we see it. So go longs. Hopefully this is not, as my friend Admiral Akbar said, still died a terrible death. The writers in Star Wars really screwed him over. Too legendary of a character to die off screen.
Did he die off screen?
He got punked, man.
Oh, did he? Okay. Let's go again. Bull ride. Such a gangster thing there. All right, so we just take another piece out at $317.20. That's another $2. Same $2, but it's $2, needless to say. These are the outs that we've been taking, man. $2, $2, $2, $3. So we have one fill that's $3, and I just tweeted it out right now. This was what was on, obviously, as you guys have been watching. You guys know what we always kind of promote 315 right there. It's the sticky note. It's the #1 trade on the board right there. So we just, I was just saying, like, I'm just going to tweet this out now. We just got another fill right there on the upside, right ahead of VWAP there on UNH. So again, sticky note reigns right there at 315. Palantir long 126. We tried it. That didn't necessarily work. The Qubits long at 15, man. I'll just flush myself down the toilet. That happened 3 times before it goes to $17. So that was my whole day right there. Then there's the 350 long break on Tesla, then the 342 dip by. I mean, it almost happened as if we have that crystal ball on Tesla. It almost did exactly that. There's the 350 break. There's the dip down into 342. I mean, it happened with almost perfect as we wrote it down. So let's see if we can get it now back there to the upside. All right. Right now we are a little bit early for Money Talks, but we'll go over there. But then after this, Joe, we'll have your favorite segment coming up after this. We're going to go to Money Talks, then we're going to figure out what's for lunch as we're getting a little long in the tooth here on our show. We're going to get ready to flip it over to the market I was going to say market recap. That's not
That'll
yet.
be quick.
That'll be with me tonight on Pan W. We'll have a look at that. Brian Shannon will not be with me here again today. He's coming back next week, so he's taking 2 weeks off there. Shout out to Brian Shannon, the educator of the year on StockTwits. Yeah. I think he only won that because of the recap show, but I mean, shout out to Brian Shannon. Again, a great follow on his account, that's for sure. So, all right, it's now 10:50. Let's go over and see what Money is talking.
Money, not saying too much. I want to talk about what Paul Atkins, SEC chair, is saying in this House Oversight Committee testimony, because he's talking about crypto, as we expected, quite a bit. He was just asked about the work of the crypto task force, which is formed under acting SEC Chair Mark Guetta earlier this year. And Paul Atkins didn't really have much to say. He spoke vaguely about how they're trying to find crypto regulations and work on things. He said he wasn't super aware of what the commission's doing. So that's going to be interesting, keeping an eye on what this crypto task force is up to, given that the SEC chair himself didn't seem to have a lot of answers. Here is Money Talks. And right now, Money is continuing to kind of talk within this uptrend. We haven't made a lower low yet. A lower low here within this uptrend from the lows would be 99.2. As of right now, hanging out around 100.2. So still above that 100 level, but that 102 level is certainly a little bit of resistance recently for the DXY. Let's talk about the CME FedWatch tool. 94.7% of participants are not expecting a rate change. 5% of participants expecting a 25 basis point cut. Now, even just as of yesterday, we had 91.3% of participants expecting a hold. So slight upticks in the amount of participants who are not expecting any rate changes here at the June meeting. We've talked about this pretty extensively, but the closer and closer we get to these meetings, the more it seems like we're not going to be getting much of a difference when it comes to rates. We had a Fed speaker yesterday, I believe Bostic, saying that he only sees one rate cut all year. So interesting stuff here, and I'll send you back to the guys.
And send us right back on a Tuesday where you've got some playoffs here. Let's go OKC and SGA. But if you're looking for the unbeatable odds in the biggest games like tonight's, then switch to ProfitX's peer-to-peer platform. You set the price. No more one-size-fits-all lines, like crafting your own picking strategy with real-time trading tools. Get the best odds, track all the action, watch your plays live. You're also able to make your own lines, sit outside the book. We all know the whole bid and ask game, very valuable. Best odds out there. You can compare them anywhere else. You're going to find the best. You have control at every single step. It's sports playing reimagined. Make sure you use that code TraderTV. Get the sign-up offer, 2% cash back up to $300. I'm not telling you OKC, but O Canada, impressive team tonight. What do we got? We can do this later, looking at the lines and what the actual spread is. Right now, they're getting minus 275 on the money line. So go OKC. People not feeling ant, I guess, today.
Well, the thing is like these guys have had like a week and a half off or something.
Look at this. What? There's so much action on golf. The Charles Schwab Challenge has 1.5 mil on it already. That's like 4 times the amount that's on the NBA game time. There's serious action on golf here.
Yeah, they have.
But I know literally nothing about golf.
Well, I mean, Scotty Scheffler, we talked about.
Oh, by the way, just this is completely unrelated. If you haven't seen the end, if you have not watched the Preakness, I'm not into horse racing, but my goodness, that's like the most ridiculous race I've ever seen in my life.
I know, it was a good
Did you
one.
see that?
I did it right at the end there.
Oh my, wow, the Preakness was wild. Back to trading for a second. NVIDIA just bounced bounced VWAP here. So we finally got into, okay, I was in it and flatted it like an idiot. and then now we're getting in at a worse price, off the volume weighted average price. I want to see this get up to like 134 quarter to 134 half, see if we can't break that trend. QBTS, we said we wait for the first dip. That was the first dip. There's our bottoming tail candle. There's our entry. I've moved the stop up to 16. I had it underneath like 16.3. Now it's at 16.4. So it's not a break-even stop. We're risking still 20 pennies on it. And ideally, I could find another spot to add if it's going to run the high, but it's right in the middle. Like I'm still, like technically I'm diddling in the middle here, which I say oftentimes you don't want to do. Like VWAP's better or some clean definition here, but I'll hold it into the high of the day. If it double tops the top, then I probably jump out on a fail break of the high on QBTS. And IBIT, I mean, it's holding trend, but it's not doing anything crazy. You know, like you're not breaking out the high. You've held VWAP. I haven't reloaded on VWAP again. It's not doing much of anything. I'll probably take another shot at this at the volume weighted average price. I just feel like if something's going to bounce off VWAP and really go, it's going to be NVIDIA, not IBIT. So let's work VWAP on NVIDIA, which looks much, much better. I think this has a chance to get back into that 134 half here.
All right. You know, without any further ado, I see everyone's getting a little impatient there in the chat, but it's coming right now. It's what's for lunch. Dropping money down. Like, you know, you got to pay for the lunch. This is not like airline food or anything over here today, because today might be a good one. Not for our girl Adara, though, of course, because the word pepper is in this one right now. But it's black pepper beef. So I think it's going to be super tasty one more time with some steamed rice, seasonal vegetables, and the typical and often noted Asian slaw salad. So black pepper beef, steamed rice, seasoned veg, Asian slaw salad, and I am secretly hoping that on our salad, of course, it's tuna, not that rubbery chicken. But that is what's for lunch.
And just like that, we're gonna get the rubbery chicken.
All righty then. All right, yeah, again, guys, thank you so much for joining us one more time here today. I mean, all the likes, all the subscribes, just keep them coming, and thank you again for that. We need to get a little bit more, though. We only have 1.1K, so hit the like button right there. Get that going. Yesterday, we had 2.4, but that's because we asked. We have to ask every day. I mean, come on, just hit the like button, get going there, and then we have a big show coming right after this, so you guys will automatically flip over. If you don't see Sharif and Joe, then please go find it, but go get it right there, 1.1K. Appreciate a couple more ticks on that. So yeah, I mean, a good day overall. Haven't traded too much, waiting for Palantir to go. We've been on this Tesla tip. We've been banging our head against QBTS not being long down there, $15 3 times it hits, and we don't have it either time, so that's not great there for QBTS. Looking for some more, man. I mean, some Meta moving around a little bit. We looked at some Robinhood earlier. Meta's still above 600. Definitely like that one, but we need to get a little lower. Look how choppy the morning's been for many of these names, right? I mean, we're pretty lucky to have had UNH so far there today. So UNH will be P&L number 1 because Tesla hasn't really gone yet. Hopefully Tesla can go, and that will turn it into PL1. But right now, UNH, the big trade here for the morning. So we're going to have to wait to see what happens with UNH. Hopefully a little higher than where we are right now. It looks like it is having, just like Tesla, a problem at VWAP. Despite the futures, if you close your eyes, man, and open them, you would be like, we haven't even started the day. So here's where the day opens up. Right this big candle right here. So it's this candle, and that's right where we are. So the futures right now down, up, down, up, down, up, down, takes VWAP for the first time, goes right back virtually into those pre-market highs. I mean, obviously not those highs, and now falling back into VWAP again. So hard to make, you know, I guess wine out of sour grapes, but for right now, the market is not giving us sort of all clear for anything, just back and forth and around. So Google event at noon.
Yeah, that's the thing. We have that Google, the Alphabet event, or what, I forget what they're calling it here. That's going to be a big one. I just want to, like, obviously, I think you got to pick your spots. It's a choppy market, so continue. I think scalp trading has worked so far, taking your profit in and out, getting out when it doesn't look good anymore. But I want to acknowledge CoreWeave for a second. CoreWeave with a big V-shaped recovery here, and it hasn't really, since the open, played too much above the prior high here, which is at $89. But I mean, if this can start finding bids out and about, this is another potential squeeze play. I think, on CoreWeave. And if it does that, I paid for locates in case it reverts off the 100 level. But if this starts breaking out again, I would want to be a joiner. This is what happened, what I mean by the breaking out. You get like a wedge forming, and it breaks the wedge, and it just goes ham for like 30 minutes or so. That's what I'd look for on CoreWeave, because it's been doing it almost every single day. But if it gets to $100, I'd probably look for some kind of a reversion short at 100. It's crazy to say $100 in this stock, but is it?
No.
It's an unbelievable IPO for anyone that happens to be in it. Now let's go to Adair before we send you to the midday.
Yeah, before we send you over to the Bash Brothers here, guys, I just want to let you know Donald Trump is speaking here right now inside of the Capitol. He had a meeting with some Republican lawmakers, and keep an eye on Moderna, Eli Lilly, any of these health names and any of these health insurance plays, because once again, he's talking about his plans to cut drug prices by 85% and cut out the middlemen, of course, referring to health insurance names. So keep an eye on this space as we send you over, I believe, to the midday. No, or never mind.
Oh, just before we go to the midday, guys, I was just telling Sean, whenever stocks do this on an IPO, just come to CoreWeave for a second. There's the open, there's your initial high, there's always selling back in, people take profits. When it retakes the IPO high, that historically is a really good swing long trade, or just a long in general. I don't care what stock you go to, you probably pull up Reddit, you probably pull up Kava, you probably pull up ARM. When they do this, you'll want to be in it. And what's that, 25%? No, what am I talking about, 25%? That's 40%. Like a 40% move, effectively, like 37 or 38% or something like that on that break in 1 week. In 1 week on CoreWeave. So it's squeezing, like these days are insane. It won't last forever, but that's a setup. When Discord does this setup, if they ever IPO this thing, if I don't take it, I'm slapping myself in the face, something like, oh, that's the wrong one. No, that's the one where my pigmentation changes color, which is silly. That's the good one.
There we go.
So if Discord opens up and then a couple of months later does that same setup and I don't have the break long, you guys can just make fun of me. But do not make fun of the midday guys, because the Bash Brothers don't play around. They'll clap back. You know what I'm saying?
They're clapping
I
back?
hear it in the chat. You troll them, they'll come right back at you. Everyone likes to have a little bit of fun around here. Sharif just said, oh yeah, for sure. But we'll be back at 2 o'clock. Great day today. I mean, Tesla, I think, has a chance. It's trying.
Well, it better.
It's holding the wedge. It's trying to break that wedge. But let's go over to the midday. Have a fun one, everybody. Joey Options and Sharif. Go get them.
It's not that song anymore. Here we go. Boom! Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That right there is your boy, Joey Options, and I'm Sharif. And YouTube. Talking to you, YouTube. Hurry up. Bring everybody on over from the other stream. Shout out to the OG Darwin, the world's greatest mod. Bears versus Bulls. We got Miggy Mog Mo, Cristobal, Cool Man. And we got Travman, Jose Coronado, Oscarito, Sunderjeet, Rev Boost, Racer X9, and Paul Goodson. How about Brown Lighting and Haitham Yassan? Happy birthday, sexy. He's talking to you.
I don't know who said that.
I think he is, bro. Max. We got Blue Arrow, D. Westermeyer, my man. We're gonna talk about that. My man D. We got who else, man? Felipe, Luis, Apple King, Jennifer. We got Dewey, Fulton Burke. I'm gonna have to slow this thing down, man. Dick. Tracy, Yellow Berry Man. All right, Greg Moore, Josh D. Sharif's left bicep right here, baby. I got a long shirt on today. Boot Burner, Nima, Ahmadi. We got Gray Worm. They're brown, bro. We got Parzi, Chris Brown. Nephew, the capital P, Kalua. Rogelio, Concepcion, Christian, I can't say your last name, Sammy Boy, we got Hina, Altaf, we got Ahmed, we got Rainmaker, Big Finesse, Big Smile, Burdette, he gets an animation, bro. Global present. I don't know what that means. Big smile. Your reliability. I love you. Love something or another. We got Fabe, Jay Lee, the OG. We got the Piper, another OG. Alton, Just Trading. Mike DeRider, Young Talent, the Great. Black Hawk, JP. A couple of more here, Joseph. Cyber One. We got Assad. That means king in Arabic, if anybody's wondering. King, Pete. Zion Lala, the OG. Angel Fonesca, and then one more, Travman. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Hope everybody's having a fantastic morning. And just quick as you like, Adara is at the big desk.
news, Sharif. Keep an eye on Moderna, Novavax, Pfizer, any vaccine-related plays. Look at this move down in Moderna. Like I said, it's worth keeping an eye on these names anyway because Donald Trump was talking once again about cutting drug prices. But then we had comments here. I guess I'm seeing this reported on X. Apparently, the FDA is mandating trials for COVID boosters for healthy kids and adults. We get this news and this drops again. Correlation unclear, but we get this COVID-related story and we get a drop in these vaccine-related names. Also, keep an eye on Apple. Apple's Worldwide Developers Conference, or WDC here, taking place on June 9th, according to the website. So, Sharif, we get our Apple event on June 9th this year. This one is going to kick off anyway. I believe that's a Monday. Back to you.
Better have something to say, Adara, about Apple Intelligence, because that better not be a fiasco again like it was. It was an absolute fiasco last year. We're gonna talk about it.
I would rather them say nothing at all than and not have it ready.
Joseph,
right?
it can't be not ready, bro. This is 2025, halfway through. Chat came out November 22. We gotta move it along, bro. What's going on over here?
What's going on? We gotta talk to Mr.
Oh my goodness.
himself.
Satya, you have a ticker here. It goes by the ticker SYTA. Not quite Satya, more like Satya Nadella.
Satya.
So we're doing it live
there we
here
go.
on SYTA. Let's look at this one, Assassino, if we can. I've built a position into 70. I've got 74s on at the moment. I did wet the beak there at 705. It did reject 7. So SYTA up 67.5%. And if you guys go back and weasel on over to yesterday's chart, this one was running yesterday. So second day play, at least from what I know. Maybe it was actually running on Friday as well. It wasn't here, but I know for certain this one was running yesterday. SYTA, the ticker. The information is as follows. $34.5 million market cap with 65 and a fifth million shares traded on the day with a float of 4.3 million shares. Let's find out what the short float is there. I have 3.02 million float with trade ideas and a 3.87% short float. So building the position on this one, and as you can see, this one is kind of a rounded shape. It's got that curling effect, showing you higher highs and higher lows after that early rejection at around 745. Now this one breaks my rules. Full disclosure, there's a pre-market high here that we still haven't shaken. That's a 740 high. Alas, the high of the day is 715. Why I like this one and why I chose to break my rules is because of the umpteen amount of times it's respected the 10 EMA on the 5. It's got respect for VWAP as well, consolidating there basically in the majority of the pre-market, and then zigged and zagged a little bit at the open, but up and to the right we go subsequent to that. So built a position in, extracted out half the position so far, but definitely looking, Joseph, for that 7 break and take, and then ultimately the break of the pre-market high.
Nice position retraction there, brother. So there you go, extraction. Sorry, but there we go, guys. Let's see what we got going on today. Obviously, not one of my, I guess you wouldn't know, but not one of my better days here. That's for sure. I'm red on the session, but you can see that we got extremely aggressive here on RGTI. And the one attempt, I'm like, all right, no, I'm not going to give any more swings at this, considering this is essentially a two swing trade right there, because I went full throttle on this for the move back towards the volume weighted average price and the continuation of the strength in that overall sector. But yeah, we didn't get it there, guys. So yeah, you could see I was like, okay, I'm in here, double that position, I then double that position, and then I just go all in again there. Risking a lot of units on that one trade there, but I'm happy on taking a heavy hit like that. It just didn't work out. The space was strong, the volume was there. QBTS, it was my #1 trade idea, and guess what? It's the only ticker that I didn't trade, and sometimes it just be like that, unfortunately, but that's where you got to just stick to your guns, be patient, and you can say QBTS #1 on the list, and we didn't take anything. But yeah, I was just heavily focused on the quantum space this morning. I liked some of the news coming out, so yeah, just got to stick with those guns. Big engulfing candle here on Tesla, guys. So yeah, I'm going to be slightly conservative on the session, but we'll still pick away and see what we can get going on here. I still like Tesla for a potential short, but this engulfing candle just blew past a bunch of key levels here, and then the volume stepping in on the lower time frames as well too, guys. So yeah, I went Bart Simpson. Yeah, I did. No, I mean, you have to at the end of the day, right? I've been trading relatively good for the past month or so. So I'm like, all right, let's just take a heavy swing here, right? That's right? But I mean, at the end of the day, yeah, I'm not even worried about it at all because you gotta, scared money don't make any money, you know what I mean? So if you're gonna try to hit home runs, you gotta swing the club, and sometimes they don't work. You guys seen the trades that we've been putting on for the past little while, so I'm like, all right, let me go heavy here today to see if it works out, and it just didn't, so.
It's okay, and as I told you off camera, I've seen this story before.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, and he's worked out of it before, so yeah, I'm just gonna let him do it.
Ain't a thing to grind out of it, chip away, as I like to say. Chip away.
All right, guys, speaking of QBTS, I was talking to Joseph off camera about this one as well. We're involved here, just took a beak wetter through 17, but there is a seller of note. We just took them out. Here we go, 1704s. I'm waiting at 5s. We got 4s there momentarily. We got 4s again. Now, can we shake into 5? There it is. We're taking out the levels. Now, I'm kind of disappointed a little bit because I got in an entry position, but as you can see, both these what are they called? Dip trades, resting dip trades went unfilled. We're long 92s. We're at 10s right now, so let's keep an eye on this one. My next beak wetter will be a little bit below the high of the day, the current high of day, ladies and gentlemen, 1730, okay? So I'm waiting at 25s. Let's see if we can get something there. Bigger seller at 10s here. So there we go. About 2,000 lots, maybe give or take, at 10s right now. Not the biggest amount of size to take out there. We're taking them out, man. The Edge X and the EXB are the only ones that left, and they just got taken out. So 11s we go, 12s we go, 14s we go, Joseph. QBTS on the way up. It's just a little bit south of the high of the day. I'm going to try to pack my patience here. Now, these orders, these dip trades, and my humble submission to you, they're less valid than they were about 2 minutes ago, okay? And the reason is, well, the 10 EMA off which they're based is dynamic. It's constantly changing. So what does that mean? That means I got to adjust my orders if I'm basing any dip trades on the 10 EMA on the 5, the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. So this one also very much like SYTA, it's kind of got that higher high, higher low situation. So you can take advantage of that by building into the position. But, you know, ideally we get that aggressive clearing of 17, which doesn't seem to be forthcoming. We did work our way currently on this candle up into 1715, but down below 17 we go again, trying to hold that level. Still involved, guys, with SYTA. I built my position into this one. I've got one more dip trade here that's just front running that 60 penny level that's gone unfilled. All other 3 dip trades did get filled, so we'll see which way this cookie crumbles. SES as well, right before we go to Adara. I know she's got something for us at the big desk. This one on the way up. Now, it is south of $1, but it is knocking on the door of $1. It's not the biggest percentage winner on the day, about 10.5%. But as I've said many times before, these trades are completely different, north and south of $1. Let's see if this one is able to work up there, Adair.
But now here in JKS, this one, as you can see here, got a little bit of a spike. That is Jinko Solar. Yes, Sharif. So Jinko Solar is on watch here. I'm seeing this note on X circulating. Apparently, U.S. is finding solar imports from Southeast Asia injurious to the U.S. industry. And apparently this is going to be setting the stage for putting some tariffs on Southeast Asia solar imports. So Jinko, not a ton of volume on this, about I think 300,000 shares, so nothing significant. I checked some of these American solar names. They're not moving too much as of right now, but FSLR, ENPH would be names to look at with regards to this catalyst. But Jinko definitely making that move. Again, pretty light volume, and we'll send you back to the Bash Brothers.
Yeah.
That's
one I've been watching a long time, like 5 years, Jinko Solar.
Jinko Solar.
There's 2 Chinese solar stocks that I watch, DKS and JKS, I think. The other one, I'm just going to give it really quick before you start your spiel. DKS, I think, is the one. I put it under my solar watch list.
That's Dick's Sporting Goods, no?
Oh, yeah, that's Dick's Sporting Goods. Sorry. So it's, oh, I don't have it here, Joseph. I'll have to come back to that one, but I thought I had it.
That's all right. That's all right. Yeah. Let's see what we got going on here, guys. Some potential DQ.
That's
DQ.
it, yeah,
Dairy
DQ.
Queen. All right, nice.
Get yourself a Sunday now.
Ooh, a Blizzard. I'm a big score with Reese Blizzard there, guy. But you gotta earn that one there, Sharif.
Oh yeah,
you gotta hit the gym for that. But yeah, let's see what we got going on here, guys. I do believe that we can get some shorts going here on Tesla. Why? Let's pull it up from a daily standpoint to kind of see what's going on. It's taking a while to break down, and I don't think we're going to get any massive form breakdown, but if we can break some of the day's lows, you can see from a daily standpoint, we're just sitting at the top of the range, right? So we're just range trading right now. We made a little punch through, so kind of the objective is to head towards the bottom end of this range here, guys. But yeah, it's just another inside day. We're consolidating right here between this 351 and 333 area. So it's a sideways chop, but if you're looking to sell the tops, I think that'd be a good idea here. I mean, we've been on a monster run, so I'm expecting some form of pullback, even in the likes of NVIDIA. The thing about strong stocks is that at any given moment, you can get a buy program stepping in, and then you can go on that on a monster run. But yeah, I mean, coming from the bottom here, the April bottom, we're up about 53% on NVIDIA, and same with some big numbers on Tesla as well too, Sharif. So I think a pullback would be relatively healthy. I want to see something around 5% or 2.5 to 5%, roughly around those areas. Again, yeah, I'm not going to be chasing anything up there. I'm already positioned well in a lot of these names, waiting for some pullbacks for a reload. And from an intraday standpoint, just waiting for the break of some key consolidation phases here, guys, and that's going to be in the likes of Tesla. Which direction is it going to go, and which way the volume is going to step in, and that's kind of our job to discover that and keep an eye out for it. I will note that we are slowly starting to form a turtle shell type price action right there, so we'll keep our eyes on Tesla for the breakdown, but let's see what Adair's got for us.
I have a nice push to the upside for Moderna. Keep an eye on Novavax and Pfizer as well. So I reported that headline earlier. Moderna actually dropped on it initially. FDA here with some, initially it was just worded as different mandates here with regards to these COVID vaccines. I'm reading the article here from CNBC, and it's worth noting this actually is from the FDA itself. They released these guidelines, so it's not a report, but I'm just reading through the CNBC, I guess, look at the FDA guidelines. So these are going to be different standards of evidence for approval for COVID boosters. So it's a little bit easier to get these boosters if you're over 65 or if you're under 6 with underlying health conditions. It'll be a bit easier to get the vaccine. But if you are from age 6 to 64 and you're healthy, it's a bit harder to get approval for the boosters. So kind of a mixed catalyst here. mRNA was very confused, initially dropping to the downside on this. Now, great move here in today's highs for mRNA. Again, Pfizer, Novavax would be two other tickers to look at, as well as AstraZeneca. Back to you.
Well, let's let everybody know the short float on this. I don't know if Adara mentioned it there. 17.58% on Moderna.
No way.
So almost 16%, guys. We could see a squeeze here. Be careful with key levels like the 30s. You know, we're awfully close. This is going, Joseph, 11%. Wow. I was just telling Joseph off camera, I want to hear less about COVID. I want to hear nothing about COVID. I don't want to hear more about cancer and how your mRNA technology is going to help these kind of societal ailments. I'm sick of hearing about COVID. I don't think it afflicts many people anymore, or to the extent that it did before. So come on, guys, like let's let that page go. Let's close that page in history and get to something that's a little bit more important, like this cancer issue that we've been having issues with, Joseph.
Yeah, very much so. I agree with you 100% on that one there, Sharif. Let's see what we got going on. That one signal on RGTI was pretty good. I didn't take advantage of it. It got a small, about 10-cent move there. Would have to go extremely heavy to make anything of it. Now we're starting to pull back. Yeah, and that's kind of the game plan here on Tesla. You guys, you can see we're still consolidating, not too much going on. So complete inside day, a lot of sideways movement here. So you have to be extremely patient like I'm doing here. You can see I got aggressive earlier at the start, and then I got stopped out quite a bit there because I was fairly aggressive, and then I punched there. I got a little bit of a move there, and I tried once again for that breakdown, but we're holding up 15 relatively well here in Tesla. That's going to put us around that 340, 345 level, to be exact, right on TSLA. But let's pull up the options chain to see if we have any form of defense on both sides of it here. That's going to be on the put and the call side, and that's going to tell us a lot. Maybe we're just going to have somewhat of an inside day, as I mentioned before, especially if we have high amounts of open interest at key specific strike prices that we've seen that we're just continuously bumping into and not being able to breach at all. So I'm going to pull that up here momentarily. If this would load for me, that would be fantastic. Thank you. No longer embarrassing, Sharif. So yeah, I mean, 245, there's nothing outstanding. But then at 350, we do have that defense there, guys. And I mean, we had a high of 355 today, but we're really struggling to reclaim that 350 level. So right at 355, we do have 7,000 open contracts. Sorry, but 350 is what I was reporting about. It's 21,000 open contracts. So if we don't climb with momentum, then we can look at that as a possible resistance zone and maybe base a short off of that there, Sharif.
Well said, Joseph.
Yeah.
All right, guys, we're doing it live right now on SYTA. Shout out to my boy Satya Nadella. We took it out there at 10 Zadera, and now we're waiting at 25s. 718 high day. We just printed that new high of the day. Prior to that, it was 13 or 15s, excuse me. So we did take out whatever seller was at the high of the day, albeit momentarily. I'm waiting at the $0.25. Let's see if we can test those levels. Now, I want to make very clear that this one, SYTA, breached my rules for small cap gapper entries. It did not take out the pre-market high. And I got to tell you the truth. That was a lapse in observation by me. I did not look at the previous part of the chart to see where the pre-market high was. That's a mistake on me. So I'm a little lucky to be up on this. Full disclosure, okay?
FD.
Pardon me?
FD.
Full disclosure. There's my guy.
FD.
All right, so we're doing it. We're taking it out here. Now, I will get more into this if we can take out that pre-market high. Guys, the pre-market high I observe to be at 738 or 737. Simple as that, okay? So we're going to keep an eye out on this one. I've got one beak wetter left. We're long 71s. I took out 10s there momentarily, but here we go. Dancing with 7 again. It's been really respectful, SYTA that is, very respectful. I want to say since it took out the 10 EMA decisively at 1030, every single print, wick, close, or otherwise, has defended that 10 EMA on the 5, the 10 EMA on the 5. So it's been very good in that way. It's up 73%. The OG Darwin in the chat letting me know that there are warrants for this one as well that are up substantially more than the equities, 125 something percent. The OG Darwin was saying this one's up 72.5%. Okay. And we've seen this story before. Shout out to the OG Darwin, who's always doing his thing, 21 on warrants. Get it, Adara. So do your thing, 21. So QBTS as well, guys. Took a couple of beak wetters there on this one. Still, this one is having a lot of issues, QBTS I'm talking about, with that $17 level to be taken out decisively. Despite the fact that the high of the day is 1730, it is having trouble clearing 17. A little above, but mostly below. It's right back at the 10. I've got a beak wetter, or sorry, a dip trade set up at 82s, okay? I don't know if this one is kosher anymore. I gotta tell you why. Because we got a 3-candle red retracement right now on the 5. Okay. So is that part of a bigger pullback that we're gonna get here, especially with that umpteen amounts that we're getting rejections at 17. So we'll watch. I'll watch and pack my patience, see what we can get with this one. Just occurred to me, I didn't show you guys the trusty 8 over here. This is what we're looking at, guys. So TNMG obviously is going to lose its spot on the side chart momentarily. It's lost $1. It's lost VWAP. It just sucks altogether, okay? Edible as well. I told Joseph what's going to happen on the weekend. I'm playing. I'm playing.
I mean, we got a long weekend, though.
It's my birthday, bro.
Hey.
It's my birthday, baby. My birthday falls on one day before Memorial Day, but yeah. So EDBL, Joseph, over here breaking down below VWAP as well. This one had a good stint, at 388. Now it's dropping down. It looks like it's lost VWAP. It's lost $3. For whatever reason, I observed some 50 exponential moving average on the 5 support. You got it once over here at around 930 right at the open, and you got it again right here at 11. So not something I typically base any trades on, but EDBL seems to have some support at that level. Also, I mentioned this one, SES, trying to break through $1 above the 10 EMA, above VWAP, so it's got a great looking pattern, but it's still south of that $1, and it's not up by much, 10.15%. And shout out to the guy who showed me this one in the chat, CLIK. 74 penny high, just dipped into VWAP now, as well as the 10 EMA. Let's see if this one holds up. They're not my favorite when they're south of $1, as I've made very clear on many occasions, but we're going to keep it on the side chart, see if we can extract any prints off this one. Joseph.
Yes, sir. Let's go. We're just waiting to pounce here, guys. So what I'm thinking here, I'll just think out loud. So you can see that we're struggling to break down. So if we are going to break down, but like we're having a hard time finding the path of least resistance. So with that being said, what my game plan here is, if we get any form of liquidity grab north of this resistance zone, then I'm gonna look for some indecision prints. So it's like, okay, consolidation. Okay, we need to absorb more liquidity before we can distribute downwards, right? So what I want to see is a pop above some key resistance zones, and then a move back towards the middle of the zone, and then we can possibly enter it for a short. But I see a lot of people just printing up multiple storms in UNH. But I know we have a couple super chats here. 500 Dominican pesos.
Whoa.
Hey, good day. Could you take a look at TRIN ETF dividend yield 13% annually? Thank you. All right, Trend. Let's take a look at. Yeah, let's take a look at Trend there, Sharif. Trenda?
Oh, no.
Trend. Trin, TRIN. Let's see what this is. Trinity Capital. Ooh, okay. This isn't, so from an intraday standpoint, we would not be trading this. Sharif, I don't know how you necessarily feel about that, but,
yeah, where's the price action?
Yeah, there's liquidity issues, so we will zoom out. I know what you said about a dividend, so a 13% dividend. That's not horrible. I mean, on a $15 stock, you'll take that. But if that's all it's paying and offering, then I don't know about that. But if you're going for the dividend, won't complain. You can see an IPO over here in February of 21. All right, so that's very interesting. Not too much capital price appreciation here, but not horrible for a dividend. But from an intraday trading standpoint, we would not be trading that whatsoever there. So thank you there, Jedi. Much appreciated. I know we have another super chat as well, so I'll pull that one up there from my guy, Marcus Steven Johnson. Thank you for that. No message behind it, but a generous 99 cents there. So thank you, my friend. And yeah, I mean, we were talking yesterday with Mr. Marcus himself, and I was just like, yeah, man, you got to stay humble, because you never know when you're going to be having a bad day and other people are having good days. And sure enough, yeah, I'm putting on a red day, but it is what it is. It's just one of more to come. But when we have a good day, we most definitely enjoy it and have a good time as well. But I mean, I'm just still slowly chipping away. That's the thing, right? You got to be precise now. We took some heavy swings. Trades didn't go our way. That's fine. Now we got to be more precise, use our precision, and look for those little moves. And then when the thesis really starts to play out, that's when we can start adding size, Sharif.
All right, guys, SYTA is the gift that keeps on giving. We just took out the $0.25. We're long 71s. We still got some in the bank over here. We're waiting for another move up. And oh, baby, look at QBTS. We're going to take it at the $0.25 there before it tanks. QBTS, guys, up 30.5%. Fantastic look for the quantum name today. Was this one with the headline that I talked about this morning? Because there was one of them with a headline. It is QBTS, actually. We're going to go to Adair. I think she's got more information.
I was going to say, so it's interesting, Sharif. Two of them had headlines today. So QBTS had the bigger headline. That's the one you were referring to, so you're definitely correct there. They're announcing their Advantage 2 quantum computing system. It now has general availability. So that's the news for QBTS. But QUBT had a bit of a headline as well. Quantum computing. So they took place in a fireside chat at a JP Morgan conference. So it was the interim CEO and the CFO at this fireside chat with the JP Morgan team. So QUBT and QBTS both at Catalyst, and because they're quantum names, they both have hefty short floats. I believe all of the quantum tickers have a short float of at least 20%, if I'm not mistaken. I know QBTS, I think around 22. Back to you.
Yeah.
Big Joe, yeah.
It's very thin. Can I just show something super
go
quick?
Ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
ASST. Again, someone mentioned this to me in the chat, and sorry, I suck at remembering names, so I do apologize. But Joseph, there is a flat top break here, dying to be taken out. Oh my God, what is going on there? I have to watch the book here, Joseph, to see what kind of size. Neil says it's a little thin, to be honest with you. $7.45 on this beautiful looking bull flag here that just waiting to get taken out. This is ASST. It's up 13.75% on the day. And what I mean by flat top break, guys, in case you haven't really heard me use that term before, we just took it out. We took it out by 5 pennies.
Way.
Oh my God, there it is. 750. We just took out flat top break. So what I mean is, oh wow, we're 10 cents higher now, but then we're dropping. Look at this. Everybody's seeing this. Everybody's seeing it. If I'm seeing it, everybody else is seeing it. It's a fake breakout. It's down now into 737, but it's still above the 10 exponential moving average. So it's technically holding on to that level. Yeah, bamboozlement central, man. With these ones, you think everything's kosher, you're gravy, everything's fine, and then you punch long. All of a sudden, you're out of the money. Let's load this up. Let's find out what's happening here with ASST on the time and sales in the level 2 so we can get a gander. What the hell is this? This is a very wide spread. It was 50.
What the hell is even that?
No, look at Fabian run over. That's my guy. I love this guy, bro. His jokes.
Chill, Daddy.
We're waiting. Hold on. It's coming. It's coming, Fabian. I know it's coming. I know you got to look for it on the stream deck. But yeah, in any event, guys, wow, look at this. It is really losing the bid, guys. It popped into 750. Now it dropped all the way down to 717. So bamboozlement central on ASST. What I was saying, what the hell is even that? Is the spread on a $7 name was like almost 30 pennies there. So it was a little confusing. I know, Adara, but it's kind of tough to trade these ones here with a 30 penny spread. And this one's king bamboozler.
QUBT's breaking out nicely here.
Yeah, I just got QUBT.
Yeah, QUBT.
Take it.
Yeah, let's see what we got going on. Yeah, so that volume's really starting to pick up here, guys. I think I took a stab at it earlier in the day. Yeah, just for a continuation. I mean, that was a good long, strong selling out of the open, and then you get that indecision print, and just looking for that move back towards the volume-weighted average price and then north of that. But it just didn't work out for us, and we started relatively aggressive as well, too, on that front, guys. I was in love with the quantum space this morning, maybe too in love, because I think a lot of people were talking about it, and I knew that it was like, okay, it's going to wick a lot of people out. And that happened to me. So it is what it is. We just jot it down, we document, we journal, and then we look for that next trade. But QUBT looking relatively well. Bitcoin breaking out as well here, Sharif. So that's looking positive. Now back up to 59.74 roughly here. We'll pull up IBIT. I know Sweeping LH has been saying, let's go Bitcoin. I mean, we're punching through some key resistance zones, and the volume is most definitely supporting this here. We can see the strength in the time of sales as well, too. So that's a positive sign. Maybe we wait for a pullback. We are through some key areas, pull back, see that strength step in. But that's the thing. When we wait for this pullback, we want to see that selling pressure slowly start to decay, and then we can look for price to turn around once again and look to get involved on the, via that way, guys. But I'm still liking the Tesla short, just due to the length of this consolidation. I have a feeling it's going to make an aggressive move. I mean, the longer the consolidation, the bigger the move can be, right? So that's kind of just what my game plan is. We're still trading below the volume-weighted average price, but there's plenty of opportunities here today, Sharif.
Yeah, man. Every day I FaceTime with my mom, Dukes, and every day I'm letting her, Mom, Bitcoin, 107,000. And then I'll show her the chart. Yeah. And be like, look, Mom, see these higher lows? Yeah. I'm like showing my mom the higher lows. She doesn't care, bro. She doesn't want to hear about it. She's like, what is this crap? Right? She's like, can I buy anything with it? I'm like, yeah, you're going to have to convert it.
We can buy a couple things with it for sure.
Yeah, exactly. So she cares very little. The reason I bring up my mom, Dukes, is because I was trying to convince my parents, you know this, I've mentioned this story before, to get into a little Bitcoin. I started with 5% of the portfolio. I said, throw in 5%. 5% goes to zero. Worst case scenario, what happens? You lose 5% of your portfolio. I've worked my way down to 1%. I said, take a 1% position in Bitcoin. Buy it and forget it. Can't do it, Joseph. She won't do it. It's like they're irrational responses. You cannot argue with irrational responses because they're not rational.
It's this, but see, that's the thing. Same thing. I wouldn't even mention it to my grandma because they're just not that risk adverse. Even though it's just like, hey, listen. You know what I mean? Why not?
Joseph, it's 1%, my guy. I'm not asking for a lot here.
Wow, Bitcoin's really moving here, Sharif.
Yeah, I was noticing.
Yeah. Let's pull up my screen here, guys, and see what we got going on. I mean, so is the quantum space. RGTI is starting to pick up some steam as well. But let's go Bitcoin, the climbing higher. Missed that breakout here, but we'll wait for that pullback. I still believe there's going to be plenty of time. If the market really starts rolling, maybe that'll just add some more fuel to the Bitcoin fire there, Sharif. But yeah, it's tough getting the parents on it for sure. I mean,
so difficult.
They just rather stick to the more conservative things. I guess I somewhat understand. I don't know. How would you feel like?
I need advice from a boomer. boomer to boomer. Like,
to
that's the
boomer,
thing. My
yeah.
parents are boomers, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, if I want to speak the boomer's language,
Yeah.
I need a boomer to tell me how to speak to the boomer.
So
They don't listen to me.
let's flip the script here.
Let's flip it.
So say you had a nice little Sharif. We have a little Sharif going on, and he says, "Hey, Dad, I want you to invest in this," but you have no idea what it is. All you know is that over time it has appreciated in price. Are you gonna listen to him? Or are you gonna?
But
do your
brother,
own due diligence?
wouldn't you do your homework? Like, you know
Yeah,
what I'm going to say to this. You know what I'm going to say. I'm going to say, all right.
But
I'll take-
you're past the homework stage. You're just in the point of life where you're relaxing, you're retired. You're like, exactly.
give me a break, man.
Exactly. You're done. You're done that phase in life.
Look, man, I'm just trying to look out for them. That's all, right? Has nothing to do with me. All right. Yeah, look, Gaurav, if I show charts to anyone in my family, they think, here he goes again. I love charts. Gaurav, I feel you, brother. I feel that's the exact same reaction. They pretend to show enthusiasm. They're like, oh, wow, it's up.
They don't care.
Mom, you going to buy? No. Adara, what do you got for us?
Here's QSI. QSI, not a quantum company. This is a day 3 earnings play. Quantum SI is the name of the company. They do post-genomics. So this is a science-related name. They do protein sequencing, not at all quantum-related, but because it has quantum in its name, the company's name is Quantum SI, and the ticker is QSI. It is moving alongside these quantum tickers at day's highs. 17% short float, again, day 3 earnings, but no other discernible catalyst here beyond the fact that I guess it's moving with these quantum tickers, even though it's not one. Back to you.
Thank you. Yeah, I see a lot of people in the chat saying, the boomers just, they don't want any part of it.
They
so.
want no part of it,
That's
dude.
fine. That's fine. Leave more for us. Leave more for us.
But can I tell you, though?
Yeah.
Like, my old man, he'll listen to his friends.
Yeah.
May he rest in peace. My dad's best friend passed away last December. That's not really the point of the story.
Yeah.
This guy lived and breathed Pfizer stock. Pfizer. Has anyone looked at the chart on Pfizer lately?
You know what I mean? So,
Dude, and my dad's fine. He's like, are we gonna buy Pfizer? He's like, saying the dude's name, his friend. He's like, he lives and breathes Pfizer. That's the thing. To me, I can say anything. It can be 100% accurate, but I'm that idiot. You know what I mean? That grew up, that got in trouble at school and stuff like that. Like, so to them, they're just not gonna listen.
yeah, they're not going to put up
They're
with
not
that.
gonna. They don't give a fuck.
Looking to buy some more Pfizer.
Well, that's the thing, right? Like, yeah, have at it, baby. I'm
crazy.
sure Pfizer's been
Dead
far
money.
outperforming
Yeah,
Bitcoin.
dead
Shout out
money.
to my dad.
Shout out to Mr.
I'm sorry, Neil. I had to do that. All right, guys, we're doing it live here on QBTS. I'm done my trade on this one. We took it out at 17.25. Happy with this exit as it's dropped substantially lower now. It's about 16 3/4, about 50 pennies where we got out. I want to watch this a little bit more here. We know what the deeper retracements do on the 5-minute charts. Oftentimes, they find support at the 20 EMA rather than that regular retracement into the 10 EMA, which is putting in higher highs and higher lows. So right now, it's at the 20 EMA. If it holds up at the 20 EMA and then prints a 5-minute candle to make a new high on a closing basis, I'm getting long again QBTS. I'm also keeping an eye on QSI. Shout out to the chat for letting me know about that one. It's at the high of the day of $1.67. Get it, Adara.
Sharif, BULL. This is Webull getting its best 15-minute volume candle of the day. And also BULLZ. That is the warrants for Webull. How I actually noticed this moving. Webull has better volume. Weebulls, or BULLZ, trading just under 800,000 shares in the day. But be aware of this. Good look here for BULL. No catalyst, but we know this one's been on watch since its quiet company merger there. I guess now, probably a month ago. Time flies. Back to you.
Yeah,
I've seen that. A lot of people in the chat were mentioning it there, Sharif. So a big time breakout there on Bull, guys. So they were bringing that news to us. A nice indecision print at that low. That's a beautiful hammer. The volume wasn't there necessarily, but a good bottoming signal here. And that breakout volume, you can see the engulfing prints that we have as we start to approach these pre-market highs. But we couldn't break them there, guys. So we'll wait for a pullback, and I think that's would be a good idea here. That breakout volume is there. We do want to follow it. You just have to be patient now and give yourself the opportunity for price to turn around. You get that pullback, you get the price that you're looking for, and then maybe you can get that continuation to the top side there. But I mean, I want this Tesla breakdown, but I don't want to just start grabbing shares up here just in case we do get that liquidity grab above VWAP. and then that would just not be a good story for me. So I'm being patient just in case we do break through, see that false spike there, a trap, and then that move back towards the lower end of the range here. And you can see we're starting to pop up, and it's my job to just keep an eye on this volume by time profile. You can see it's really, really weak. So if we do get that kind of momentum type play breakthrough, but the volume isn't supporting it, then I'll look for the continuation to the downside. I mean, you can see first 5 minutes, first 10 minutes of the drive were really strong, but then boom, we just flushed to the downside. So just trying to follow this volume here, guys. Lot of choppy mess here in this name, but the quantum space was most definitely in play. QBTS leading the way, but Bitcoin still grinding higher now at 59.88 there.
59. Yeah, I'm liking this chart on Bull, Joseph. Look at this. Once, twice.
Exactly.
OB. Is he here?
No, he's not here.
No,
he's not here.
OB thrice. Guys, here's the deal. Pre-market high, 6:30 a.m. Adara. Rejection of 13.19. Again, the institutional prints at 8. Guess what the high was? 13.18. And then look top right corner of your screen, right there, the candle that manifested at 11:30, 13.19. There is obviously someone selling up a storm at that level. So it could be a fantastic flat top break. It's got a bit of a convoluted chart with lower lows, and then it retakes or reapproaches, I say, the high of the day. So kind of a bamboozler, I would say there. You know, definitely not one that you see often with a flat top break, but then has a lower, whatever. You know, that's what I'm trying to say is usually you ascend into the flat top break. You don't drop down, make lower lows, and then come back into the high. So quite an interesting one here on Bull. We're going to keep this one on the side chart. I think it may, especially if it breaks out, it could be absolute money. Well, definitely interested in that one. QBTS is really losing it here, guys. It broke down below the 20. It is on the way down. I perceive there to be possible support at 16.25. Look at the implied balance high at the 940 and the 945 candles. Look at the closing prints. Closing prints defend 16.20 with the upper wicks going into 16.25. Here we come. Where we may not have to wait long for that 16.25. This is what I'm talking about right here. The double top right at the open. That could be price action support at that area. If that area doesn't hold on QBTS, the next level that I perceive to be as a key area of support is the volume weighted average price, which at the moment is basically overlapping with the $16 level. I love when that happens, when VWAP and a whole dollar or another area of psychological support overlap, Joseph, because it kind of makes you not want, or you don't really have to DCA, okay, let me get some in at 16.25 and then I'll work my position into 16. They're overlapping. So for the moment, I'm not going to punch long, but I'm very interested in QBTS if it does find support at that implied balance high, right at 930 there. Again, the range that I perceive, 16.20 to 16.25, so about 13 pennies worth of range there. This one's still dropping down and making lower lows. So QBTS still on the way down. My man Bovin, QSI. Everybody's been yelling about QSI, Bovin. Even Adara was covering it at the big desk. So let's have a look at QSI. It took out highs again. Okay, so last time I was looking at this bad boy, it was a $1.63 high. It is now a $1.70 high. So you can obviously... Go ahead.
Yeah, can I go? Okay, so no, I just wanted to point something out there. What I was referring to earlier, guys, is that I was waiting for that liquidity grab through those resistance zones, and we're seeing that displayed right now. The market's moving south, and Tesla's moving higher. Yeah, that volume may be there, but let's wait and see what price action is going to tell us. But that is the punch-through VWAP that I was exactly talking about a couple of minutes ago. Rewind it back. This is what I'm looking for here, that punch-through. And if we head back towards the downside, the market's tanking. And if we see some good indecision prints on the lower time frame, then there might be a good short opportunity here, guys, in Tesla. Sorry, Sharif, continue.
And Vibes asking me, Sharif, can I wait for SYTA to reach 671 to buy the dips? Okay, so 671 on my chart would be kind of nothing. It's neither the 10 on the 5 minute, that is, Ann Vibes. I would be looking more for dip trade and at VWAP. So let's bring in the SYTA chart. This is what it looks like right here. So it looks like it may lose 7. We've got a 4 candle lower low, lower high setup right now. So what I'm looking for is a decided loss of that, what's it called? The 10 EMA on the 5, that's that green line there. And on all my black charts, the 10 EMA, the 10 exponential moving average will always be the green line. Yellow is 20, red is 50, and then down here, blue is the 200. The white line, doesn't matter what you're looking at, will always be the volume weighted average price. So I perceive there to be support and at around that 650 to 640. Currently, VWAP showing me 640, but we know the psychological level could be that 650. So this one does look like it may want to lose 7. I'm long at 71s. Oh, it did lose. It did lose 7 quite aggressively, and here it is. Let's see if it's able to reclaim it. So that's a 4 candle, lower low, lower high setup right now on SYTA. I'd be a buyer around here. I wouldn't buy it anywhere else. It looks like a chasm of space between the 7, 10 EMA and basically that 640 to 650 level where VWAP is. So it may bounce up before that. I mean, I have no idea. I'm not Nostradamus, but I'm just trying to put the odds on my side. That's always my thinking with trading, right? And it is losing that level right now, so it's coming back down. We're still in the money on this one. Anything below my entry, that's the end of the story. So we're going to go ahead and throw that in right now so we can move up the stop there. So let me just take that out there. And then we're going to go 669, Joseph. And that's going to be the end of the matter there if it loses the bid. All right, let's load up QSI as well, 170 high. I'm a buyer of QSI if we can get into that 10 EMA. And I don't mind building my position. Like if I get in a $1.64, I'm entirely fine with DCAing into like 158. Now, the reason I say 158 is because you have some price action resistance there, but look where VWAP is, 157. So I don't mind building a position into QSI. It's a decent move, 20% on the day, something to kind of respect, but we'll keep an eye out on it, no question. Mark Susi, Sharif, can I ask your thoughts if UNH breakout today breaks pre-market high? Let's go. Let's have a look at UNH and see what it's up to at the moment. I just got stopped out for the last amount on SYTA. So we're going to go ahead before we look at UNH, and I'm going to throw an order for 650. All right, that's going to be my move. And then if it loses that 635 area, we're going to risk 15 pennies here on this trade. Then we're gonzino. So let's go ahead, put 652. We're going to do a dip trade there on my friend SYTA. Hopefully it's my friend. Let's have a look at UNH over here, Joseph.
Yes, sir.
All right, pre-market highs. What do we got here, Mark? We got pre-market highs of 326. Okay. Where is the technical high of the day? Well, we just printed the technical high of the day. That's 321, 321.90. So 326 high. Look, we're going to have to shake that 322. Let's look at that 322. Well, where is this rejection coming from here on UNH? Well, let's have a gander at the pre-market action here to explain why we're rejecting 322. Look at this area over here. Support. 322 was a money support level, and in fact, you got to move back up into 324 after 322 was used as support multiple times over, essentially from 8:35 a.m. all the way until we lost that level at 9:25, so almost an hour of 322 acting as support. Alas, we move up and get into that 322. Surprise, surprise, surprise. It's acting as resistance. So we got to clear it, Mark. Let's clear that 322, but we got a lot of levels that we got to clear. We got that 322. Then we have to deal with the previous area highs, like this one, 324. So there's a lot to kind of get over here, and I'm assuming, I don't know. It's hard to know. There, a lot of people are going to be looking short on this one, man. This has been beat up quite bad. So who knows? There. All right, guys. ASST is continuing to go here. So it showed you bamboozlement earlier. Once it took out that 745 flat top break, dropped all the way down into VWAP. That was a great buy. That's a miss on me. And then new high day, 750, or test the same high day, 755. It is a little light on volume, though. It's not the biggest volume mover on the day, that's for sure, for certain. What are we doing on volume here, Joseph? 4 million shares on a $7.50 name. Yeah, it's not bad. It's not the best. So ASST in focus here, looking to take out highs.
Yes, all right, guys. So we got that. We're in the short. The thing is, though, that volume is being sustained. So my out is very decisive. So that's the risk profile right there, guys. We got that liquidity grab through those highs. You see that momentum style move. And now we slowly crawling back over as the market was taking another leg lower. Tesla was moving in the opposite direction. The thing is, if the big names start to move to the top side, you don't want to be shorting this market. If we crack through 15, 20, 25 and then sit on top of this range, then I was just caught in a potential micro pullback to the downside, and then maybe this move will be classified as genuine, and it's looking like it right now because the volume we did get that volume confirmation. It broke out on the lower time frames, and it looks like the market wants to climb higher. So if we crack this high, then I'm out of this trade, and I'm not going to be trying to short it because there might be a potential long here, guys. Holding VWAP now, you can see what was once resistance now coming in as support, and you don't want to be caught on the wrong side of that. If it is a short, this level will hold, this candle will hold, and then we'll go back into the middle of the range. As long as we continue to construct lower highs, then we'll be all right. But as you can see, we're starting to engulf and trade significantly higher, and that's not something that I want to see here in Tesla. And there it goes. It's moving to the top side. Yeah, so I don't want to be short this market right now, guys. I'm going to hop out of this trade here. Oh, no, we don't want that. We want this here. And there it is. Yeah, so I just hopped out there. Not going to be shorting against it. You can see we're sitting in some chop. That's not the best here for me. Sideways markets. That volume was confirming it was a breakout. This is a genuine move. Volume profile told us that, and we don't want to go against it there, guys. And I'll point it out one more time. You can see that volume really start to break out as we break through those key resistance zones, and now that is once resistance, now acting as support there, and you don't want to be going against that stuff there, guys. You want to start following that volume, and that's what I'm going to be looking to do. I don't want to chase it all the way up here. So the short thesis gone. I know Katina Man's been long this name. It's not fun working obviously against it because you're like, go down. He's like, go up. I'm like, no, go down, blah, blah, and it's push and pull. So I'll see you later to that one. We're going to look to follow some of these stronger names. That's going to be QBTS. IBIT is strong, and Tesla is starting to turn the tide here, guys. So I like seeing this. We do have a 5-minute pullback here on IBIT. That's a positive sign. I mean, I was talking about the lower volume on that pullback breadth, and that's exactly what we want to see. So now we want to see buyers really start to step in, get slightly more aggressive. Maybe we get another couple minutes of a pullback, and then we can look for the continuation and the break of some key pre-market zones right here, guys. So that's going to be around 59.90. But I want to see what the options chain is telling us, just in case there is some overhead resistance there on IBIT. And we might need some more momentum in order for us to punch through those areas. So 60 is going to be key, and obviously we're going to have some large size there, guys, because of that whole dollar. And yeah, we have 22,000 open contracts right at that 60 strike price, and we have a high of day of around 59.90 with multiple pre-market tests within that range there, guys. So there it is. Maybe wait for a rejection, but if the volume does step in and you get a move like this, you can see how we've been engulfing that range on that 5-minute print. If you get some volume to step in like that and you punch through that 59.90 level heading into the 60, then you look for that momentum play to the top side. Until then, just wait, be patient, and wait for that pullback to tell you it's time to go and take on that trade. But Tesla continuing to grind higher here, Sharif. I like that volume profile. It did tell us that there was a long there. I'm glad we got out of that short relatively quick. That's okay. And we weren't overly aggressive. I mean, we did add into that, but as soon as we punched higher, Sharif, I'm like, see you later. This might be a long here on the day. And I mean, if you want to talk about chop, look at the SPY and the Qs here, guys. It's not the easiest market to navigate. Right, like you can see that we're trading within a couple dollar range, so $2 range here from an intraday standpoint. I mean, not including the pre-market, but yeah, you got to be buying these lows and selling these tops according to this price action. But if an NVIDIA and Tesla really get moving, then the market can climb with it too, Sharif.
Well said, Joseph. Yeah. All right, let's put a B quitter here. 95er on SES. Couple of new positions, guys. SES long, looking for a continuation into $1. Fantastic hold of the 10 EMA on the 5, so no prints on that one, but we took several prints here on ARQQ, another quantum name, Arctic Quantum, UK-based company. Shout out to my main man, ADL. He's back from vacay. He's looking quite resplendent, like the noonday sun. Shout out to my man, ADL, baby. All right, here's the deal. We got into ARQQ because of a VWAP retracement. Quantum strong, got in at 64, wet the beak up into 25. It is having trouble reclaiming $25, okay? So I'm keeping my eye on this one. I've moved up my stop to a couple of shekels below break even. Let's see what this one does. Keeping my eye on it. I want to mention QBTS though, because it bounced off the exact area we talked about. We talked about implied balance high that printed at 940 and 945. I didn't take the trade. I feel bad about not having taken the trade. In any event, it comes right back into that key area of technical resistance, and this time uses it as support. Alas, it is still not printing any newer highs, nor is it above 17. We watched this one struggle with 17 while I was involved with it, so I need to see a clearing here of 17. Otherwise, it's a range trade or a dip trade off key support. Shout out to my man ADL, bro. Love you right back, homie. Great guy, all around solid dude. All right, here we go. So now we're keeping an eye now on SES and ARQQ. ARQQ looks like it's coming back in to 25s. My next profit taker, my beak wetter, so to speak, on ARQQ is around that 25 and a quarter. So let's see if it's able to make a 5-minute candle to make a new high. At the moment, it's not able to. A spread is a little wide. Sadly, on ARQQ, given the volume, only about 1.5 million shares trade on the day, even though it is a $25 name, still a little bit light. So currently the spread is about 20 pennies, 85 on the bid. Right now it's 16 pennies. 01 on the ask side of the equation. So keeping an eye on that. Definitely interested in looking for something in quantum given the strength on the day. SES continues to kind of be a little bit slower of a mover here. I'm looking for a move into $1. That's kind of my thinking. You're at 95 pennies, essentially 95 2/3 pennies high of the day. It was a topping tail candle. It comes back in to the 10 EMA, a predictable level where you look for support, and then it finds support there. It's continuing to put in higher highs and higher lows. So I am a little bit optimistic about the price action possibility here for SES, knowing full well that it's a tougher trade south of a buck. Shout out to my man Sebastian. Benton, Sharif, what's going on with Boyle, the Widowmaker? Oh boy, we're gonna have to ask the OG Jay Lee. He's the one always trading up a storm on BOIL. Whoa, Nat Gas is back. That's one of my picks for the year, even though it took a bit of a tumble there lately, but still positive on the year. Adara, what's happening up there?
What's happening here is Walmart, sharply to the downside. With volume. No news right now, but keep an eye on WMT. We know that I'm actually going to check Truth Social because we know Donald Trump has been a little bit disparaging about Walmart, saying that they need to eat the tariffs rather than making their customers pay for these tariffs. He has not posted in an hour, so it's not Trump that we can tell. But keep an eye here on WMT. If I get any news, I will let you guys know right away. But it's certainly something to be aware of with us drop to the downside. Back to you.
Really what stood out to me this morning was at Home Depot when they reported earnings in the pre. They made it very, very clear that they're not raising prices, unlike
I know. What's up with that?
their friends at Walmart, right? So you want to hear something else that was quite impressive? Home Depot, no one country except the U.S.
Yes.
They're will be 10%. Will account for 10%
of their products.
Yeah. Isn't that a fantastic way to diversify?
Smart. Yeah,
bro?
that's smart. That's extremely smart. So, I mean, there you go. Great way.
It's like they don't even. Well, maybe they compete
than
in
the
some
States,
things.
I'd say,
Yeah,
right.
there's probably some product overlap, but you got to say they're not in the same segment.
I mean, but
you know
that's
what
good
I mean?
though. That style of diversification for your product is
man.
10% here, 10%, or anything, nothing less than or greater than 10%. Sorry.
There you go, yeah.
A couple percent
I
here,
know
a
what you
couple
mean.
percent there, other than in the States. But yeah, I mean, that's fantastic stuff and smart. I guess a good way to kind of swerve around some of these these looming tariff costs that might come into play. All right, guys, let's go Bitcoin.
What's going on up there?
Let's go, Sharif. We're starting
sir.
to break through here. This is exactly what your boy needs as he starts.
told you I've seen
to
this story
chip
before.
away, as
I've
he
seen
starts
this story before.
To chip away. This
Told
is,
you
I
this
mean,
already,
hey
bro.
man, it doesn't always work like this. I know we're having some fun, but guys, full disclosure, I'm green. I'm red, not green. I'm red on the day, but we're getting a big move here on Bitcoin, and this is exactly what we need to see here. So just slowly chipping away at some of these losses. And that's when we're having a good time. Yeah, I'm gonna take a look at Bull for you in a minute, Sebastian. Adair brought us news on that as well, so we'll bring that back for you momentarily. But we're focused on Bitcoin and Tesla just continuing to climb higher. I'm glad we got out of that short, guys. I mentioned that volume stepping in, and now what was once resistance is acting as support. But the volume by time profile most definitely said this is going to be a genuine move. Joe, get out of it. bit, and I'm just listening to what the market is telling me. I'm not complicating anything, right? It's just, okay, yeah, you see that volume step in. We did try the short. We were going against it, but then as soon as it confirmed, I'm like, all right, I'm out of this, Sharif. I don't want to fight this trend whatsoever. So, yeah, that was the game plan. Tesla looking really good, gaining a lot of ground here, and that momentum picking up. I mean, this is what a bull market is like there, guys. I mean, you get a little bit of selling, and then later on in the session, you get that aggression start to step right back in. But let's go IBIT. Let's put in a new high here. If we can tap into 60s, that's going to be absolutely fantastic. So yeah, a nice punch through here. Let's keep an eye on the tape. There we go, and some new highs right there on IBIT. I'm going to take a little bit more off here, guys. Oops. Yeah, just chipping away there. Sharif, this is exactly what we need to do, and having fun doing so. But, okay, I didn't get that order that I wanted, so I'll be patient more. If we decide to climb, we're going to keep our eyes on that tape. But now I'm break even, right? If we get an aggressive move to the downside, I have to get out of this trade. So, yeah, let's see if we can break through this resistance. 59.95, a little bit higher of a move. Let's see what Adara's up to, guys.
Get it, Adara.
Here's the market just kind of knocking on the door of high of days for the Qs. What about the S&P 500? Looking pretty similar, though. The S&P 500, I would say, is A, much more below its day high than the NASDAQ, and B, it's clearly making lower highs and lower lows. I want to talk about Apple because I'm seeing a slew of headlines on AAPL right now, and Apple really leading this market to the upside. Apple ahead of its Worldwide Developers Conference event on June 9th, apparently set to unveil its new AI app strategy. Part of the strategy apparently will involve letting developers tap into their LLMs. So Apple here with a pretty intense AI app strategy pushing this stock to the upside. Keep an eye as well here. We'll call it 1, 2, 3 because we have Catalyst to watch at all three of those times. At 1 p.m., we're going to get Google's keynote here at their I/O conference. 2 p.m., we're going to have Tesla CEO Elon Musk sit for a CNBC interview. And then at 3 p.m., we're going to keep an eye on these defense plays like Palantir, Boeing, LMT, and RTX because we do have Donald Trump and Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth set to make an announcement. People are speculating it's about the Golden Dome. So 1, 2, 3, just make it really quick and simple with that. Google, Tesla, and defense plays. But honestly, this whole market is certainly on fire, especially with this Apple app-related story now pushing things to the upside. With that, we're going to send you over to Neil and his lesson of the day. Take it away, Neil.
If you can't explain it, then you don't have a plan. And I think one of the things we always try to do here, the lesson of the day today, is we like to follow the trend or follow a setup. And if you don't have something setting up for you, then just don't do it. And I think Tesla's like the perfect example. Sharif just walked by and we're pointing out QBTS. I want to talk about that one as well. Look, Tesla, there was a good plan because we saw the 350 break last time. We saw it fail the 350 break. We saw the dip buy work to a certain extent. And that was early on, it was great. Like the breakout, it broke 350, got the scalp, but then comes back into the prior highs, and then you dip off of those. It never loses view up. You get the rush. It does a topping tail rejection, so it's like, okay, good out there. At that point, it's like, oh my goodness, I think we just managed to hit the open perfectly on Tesla. And then all of a sudden, it's like, well, let's look for the continuation off VWAP. Yeah, VWAP's here. I see it. It's a red line on this chart. But does anything happen? What's the plan if it comes? I mean, I'm just bid in front of VWAP and then we're going to get out. What? Where is the setup? Like, where is the reason why this looks like a long at any point? Now, I understand when it gets to the bottom and you get this bottom, you take a quick little shot at the pre-market low there, but there's bottom and tail candle. There's another plan long. Does it hold that low? Yes. Oh, then add to it. Oh, wait a minute. Now do we have some higher lows playing in and some wick bottoms? Add to it. Find support. What do you have next on? By the way, Tesla's pulling back into that wedge top. Then it started making a wedge. What did I tell everybody before we came back on? Hey, let's play the wedge on Tesla. Well, instead of waiting for it to break, I decided to play on the wedge, which I'm also going to dip back into here. And that comes down to, instead of guessing or hoping or whatever, have an actual entry. Like if you like it so much or you think it's so good, then you should be able to formulate a plan of action. This, utter nonsense to be getting in. And that comes down to, I'll go over to IBIT as well. Like this had no clean trend except for down. Well, if you're bullish on Bitcoin, what were you doing all morning long? Nothing, 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 nothing. What does that look like? That's a reversal. So start going long. Dip, works. Dip doesn't work. Hold VWAP works. Dip into the prior low works. Play it into that 60 level we're talking about. This is, to me, if you're an active trader, you don't have to fight something. You can get out, you can get back in when it sets back up, then realize, hey, VWAP's not the level here, right? Like adjust on the fly. What's it holding after that trend up? It's holding 59.4 on IBIT. So instead of playing the volume weighted average price, which I did twice, note where it's holding and don't get in until it holds that level. And then suddenly, well, VWAP worked here too, so I guess both would have worked out for you. But that's the level of patience that you need. And then Sharif had a perfect example of it again on QBTS. Now, granted, I'll slap the fail for not having QBTS at other levels. I said if it lost VWAP, look for a pullback into 14. It went to 14.5, so I missed it. And then it did a higher low. It's like you should have, I mean, it is what it is. Missed it. But it did break out. And there's the prior high. So what's the play? I like resistance turning into support. I like the volume weighted average price. I said first available dip setup, you take. Dip into the prior high, take it. Goes to the top, doesn't break. Dip into the prior high, take it. Hold into the top. I'll do it again. Dip into the prior higher VWAP, reversal, take it. And then get in, get out, and you don't have to worry about just, oh, where's the bottom going to be? And you know what? If you miss those trades, so be it. Like if I don't get back in on Tesla, that's fine. You know, Tesla's a great stock today. Ultimately, that was not a good trade, but you know, as long as you have a solid plan of action, get in, have the ability to hold it to at least some kind of a reasonable exit point, you should be fine. But it's like eliminating this. That's the big deal. By the way, if we're having issues with the stream and you guys can still hear me, we're working on it right now. Certainly be able to hit the refresh. That sometimes will help. But the overall lesson here is you need to have a reason to get in that is more than I think the stock is a long. Because if that's all you have, then you're not really trading, right? Like you have a bias. It's like you have an idea of a stock that's in play and you need to formulate a plan of action. And ultimately, I like the stock as a long gets you into trades like this on a hammer bottom instead of the ones where it's now established something to work off of and you can be like, that's an entry missed, that's an entry missed, could have had more in here. Like if you like it a lot, why buy all this nonsense and why not be buying this? It's simple. We talk about being patient often, but this is what you should like, not loading. And don't get me wrong, it would have worked if you just bought all the way into the bottom. It holds a prior day high, and great, now you're back to 350. You make money on that trade and you win. But if you lose buying all the way down, you're losing more than you make. If you wait for the absolute low to get tighter stopped entries, the 44 down here gives you less than $1 stop. Buying on the trend and playing it to the prior low gives you $0.50 stops sometimes. Tight stops to play those bigger moves. So wait for something to set up, and if you don't have a setup, you don't have to trade until you develop something. Good luck, everybody out there. I think Tesla's got room to rally. QBTS back at that 17 level. Don't sleep on NVIDIA now holding above VWAP. And of course, with that Apple news, suddenly the market's looking a heck of a lot better. But just because it looks like a long doesn't mean you don't wait for a long setup. Setups rule the day. You should be able to explain why you're getting in, where you're getting in, what would make you wrong, have an idea of where you might take profit, and here comes back into the test of the wedge for Tesla. Let's go.
Tesla.
Love that.
I'm gonna pull back here.
That's all you there, man.
Tesla, I'm not in anymore. I bet, yeah, switch.
Okay.
If you know me, I'll hop out of that ship real quick and go to another one.
The switch.
Flip the switch easily. I mean, hey, man, it's only business,
enough,
nothing
baby.
personal.
Absolutely.
It's only business, nothing personal.
It is. What are you doing out here?
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah, guys, let's pull up my chart here, and we can take a look at what we got going on here on IBIT. Chief was just telling me we hit 106, I believe, there momentarily, and now we're starting to pull back in. But I mean, when you're chipping away, guys, and you're getting aggressive, you just need to take what the market is giving you. It's tougher to sit through some of these pullbacks, right? Like I'm working with a very, very narrow window. When you guys see me, I get to hold on to my positions and gather the whole trend. That's not the case. I want to, but what needs to happen is that these just need to work out relatively quick. Otherwise, I'll be in trouble and I can't hold things too much against me. So Joe, make a play. It's your birthday. Happy B-Day. Thank you.
Thank you. You're a Cuspian? I didn't know you were a Cuspian.
Yeah,
May 20th.
May 20th,
Okay.
So there you go.
You relate more to your bull side or the twin side? I'm just
Twin Sky.
Hey,
I'm just
my
throwing something
guy.
out there. I don't even know what you're talking
So
about.
people born in between two zodiac signs.
Okay.
So kind of like
Oh,
people
okay,
born on the
okay.
border, kind of
All right.
finding
Well,
themselves on the Canadian-American border there.
I'm a full-blooded Libra right
Yeah.
there, brother.
Yes. I know.
No, Patrick, I'm not in Tesla anymore, guys. You can see my positions. I'm not sitting in anything. I mentioned the short earlier. Adam Duluth, I seen what you said. I mean, we're getting that big move, but I don't want to short it, especially because that volume was supporting that breakout, and that's why I got out of this was my risk profile, and I just got out exactly when I was supposed to. You don't want to hold these trades all the way through this, because if you start to squeeze, then you're not going to be having a good time, right? And that's not what I'm here for. I want to have a good time. So that's exactly why we get out when we're supposed to, and then we look for that next trade, which led me to this IBIT trade, right? So, and that's the thing. You always, unless you're swinging for the fences and you're prepared to accept what you're about to do, then don't be doing things like that. Give yourself enough ammunition to put on that next trade, and that's exactly what me getting out of Tesla allowed me to do here in IBIT tree.
Sorry, can I just
Yeah,
one
absolutely,
second.
absolutely.
Trying to.
So Sean Higgins, that's funny. That's my family's maiden last name, Sean.
Hey.
Yeah. But just refresh, and I think everything will be okay after that there. But yeah, I mean, QUBT is back at view up. So is RGTI. We're getting that pullback here in Tesla as well. We're holding the volume weighted average price relatively well, but just look at the overall market here, guys. This is not good PA. We can zoom out and see what we got going on from a daily standpoint, and we have an inside day. I mean, we know we got that Moody's downgrade yesterday, so now we're just sitting inside of yesterday's price action. So in order for us to kind of break through this, I want an open above 522, and then maybe we can continue to the top side. But just look at it, it's like gap up, gap up, gap up. At what point is the market going to breathe to the downside? And we have to be prepared for that. I mean, we're only just 3.5% from those all-time highs in the market. So I'm expecting a pullback, maybe back into 493 roughly. I mean, that would be a nice move. And then I think these dips are going to get bought up really, really quick there, Sharif.
All right, guys, we're doing it live right now on SES, taking out the prints. We're at the high of the day. I've got one beak wetter left on this one. It's approaching that dollar, so it's going to be a bit of a different trade north and south of that dollar. So keeping my eye on the squeeze potential here for SES. As I mentioned, we're at high.
Nice trade.
Thanks, bro. 97 pennies right now. Joseph knocking the door. We just took out 97, and here comes the squeeze. All right, so we're going to get a squeeze likely into that dollar-ish area. We know how this one works. It's a different trade north and south of a dollar. So there's going to be algos that won't touch this, so money won't participate in this name until it clears that dollar given to us, that piece of information given to us by that fantastic small cap gapper trader you always see in the morning, Luis Barbado from the Barcelona office. Shout out to him. And he always gives us kind of like background or inside information into how these bad boys work. In addition to the algos not touching this south of a dollar, there's also the 4 decimal places that we post at south of that dollar. That means there's more room or more levels at which to post sell orders, making it a bit of a thicker trade. So we're going to keep an eye out on this one. Notionally, obviously, it doesn't make a difference. The amount of money that comes in south of a dollar could be basically equal to the amount of money that comes in north of a dollar. It's a practical issue, not a theoretical issue that we're talking about here with SES. So trying to pack my patience in with that one. Quite happy with how I executed my trade on ARQQ, but when it goes like this, you feel awfully stupid, right? You get in at the bottom, you take out profits on your way up, just didn't have enough, and then it got the squeeze right at 12.05. This thing moved $1 in one 5-minute candle. It was holding up at $25, and within one candle, it moved up $1.25 into that $1.25. So ARQQ, it's on that good stuff right now. That stuff that's illegal on this side of the border anyway. $26 is where it's trading at right now. Let's keep an eye out on this one. Oh, baby. There goes SES, almost at that dollar now. I won't be posting at $1. Usually these ones, they'll squeeze above $1 by a couple of shekels. I'll wait for the money fills in and around there. Also, ASST. Fantastic. Where's my ASST chart? There it is. All right, so this one, bamboozler in chief. Okay? This is the bamboozler in chief. Why do I say that? I was going to put a dip trade at 750 to 740. Why? Because we had that 745 flat top break that we saw get taken out in real time. So it's like, all right, It's a former area of resistance. Gets cleared by some distance, 795 the high, 50 penny clearance. Let's use 50 pennies as support. I didn't put the trade in. I forgot. I went to the washroom. But look at what it did here. It blew through 50. It blew through 40. And it dropped all the way down to 35. So if you're getting in at, say, 50s and you're giving yourself 10, 12 penny stop, you got stopped out. And then look what it did right after. Boom to the high side. Right back into that 7 3/4. Can we take out 8? This current candle that we're in right now is a bearish engulfing candle because the candle prior to that was red, and it's engulfing the price action from the top side and the downside. So if I was to get in here, I literally have to give it to prior bar low, which is at 735. I'm not going to do that. So I don't think it's a good entry level for me at the moment. I will keep my eye certainly on ASST. Fantastic. Oh, come on, ARQQ. Look at this, Joseph.
Oh no.
Oh no is right, bro. Look at that.
You can't get
Taking
'em
out
off.
levels.
You had the good one on ASST. Though, no?
This one, oh my goodness. Look at this. Here we go. SES at $1.
yeah, SES.
Time to flatten out there. We're going to take it out now. SES, big boy breakout to the high side. Looking good. Joseph, bro, you're killing me, bro. There it is. We took out, there's big boy size now at the $1. Observe the right side of the level 2. Each and every one of those is a lot, right? So lots are in thousands, so keep your eye out on that. We've got many different lots, even though notionally probably not that much because it's a dollar trade, but I'm waiting for this to clear that $1, and then we'll certainly get involved there. Guys, QBTS, ARQQ, they're all rocketing to the high side. Quantum's in vogue right now, and everybody and their mother's third cousin and their dog is trading this. QBTS just took out the high of the day, 1747, Joseph. ARQQ just took out the high of the day, 2682. I don't know what QSI is doing. We're going to have to remove edible over here. We'll save that one for the weekend. Where's QSI?
Oh my God.
Up into 1 3/4.
That's crazy.
Yeah, well, it's my birthday weekend, baby. And I don't drink, so everything's good.
Yeah, there we go. That's bang.
Oh, Neil, you don't say. You don't say there, Neil. There it is.
We know what Neil's
There it is.
up
I
to.
just said.
We know what
birthday
Neil's up
weekend,
to.
Nah. Neil's he's a dad, and he's
he's a dad, man.
Yeah, so we gotta be yeah. All right, guys.
Even more reason.
You think so? All right, you're gonna have to take that up with him because I tried to get him to wear the hat,
Neil's after
and
you,
Neil's like,
you know what I mean?
no, it's not my
Even
brand.
more
I
reason.
completely respect that.
Out.
Jay Lee, $27 incoming on ARQQ. And I want to shout out Jay, by the way. Jay was telling us to go long on this name, south of 15. Yeah.
Jay Lee said go long?
Yeah, I know, right? Jay Lee. Jay, you built yourself a reputation as a perma bear. Even Joseph Wilson can't believe you said to go long. No, Jay, he wasn't always this way.
Okay.
I think he's just taken an honest position, which is the market is going to get hurt by tariffs. So he has a bias short. He wasn't like Big Spile, where it was like everything is short.
Yeah, like short everything.
Shout out to the OG.
Okay, oh man, we're short some we're short some QBTS. Again, I'm just kind of thinking out loud here, guys. Like, why am I shorting probably one of the strongest names? But I just got to go with what these signals are displaying themselves. Okay. So here we go, potential move right there. All right, so we're getting this breakdown. You can see we held that to a T. This is exactly what we need to see here, Sharif.
Why are you
just
laughing?
Chiseling away, brother, because you know how we do, man. We come from the depths itself and just slowly chiseling away here. Oh, we caught that fill. All right. Good look here. Nice little scalp for your boy. All right, we're taking another move to the downside. And this is what I want. This was the indecision print, a nice big volume print compared to what we've seen for a couple hours here, guys. And at an extreme high, a big exhaustion move here. And now getting that move to the downside, I did take off 66% of that position on that flush down. I'm going to take another half off here just because I want to lock this in as I chisel away here, folks. So it's going to be definitely a tougher session. All right, now I got to flatten out. So there we go, another little move here. Scalp, I don't even have that chart up for you guys. I apologize for that. QBTS, I'm so fixated. What happened? What signals do I see? Yo, Joe, wow. What's up? Is someone in the chat?
It's a spiled one, man. What do you think, man?
Michael DCA. Oh, don't say that. That's not nice. What do you say? Short.
No, big
them like
smile,
freshly,
man. Big spot.
I don't really get it. I don't get it. Oh, okay.
Man, I told you that picture that I put of me and my mom Dukes for Mother's Day.
Yeah.
He didn't say, "Oh, nice picture with your mom."
Yeah, he
wish
messaged
your
me on
mom
the side.
happy Mother's Day. He's like, no. Did Barber who did your soul patch do your eyebrows in that picture too? I'm like, bro. I mean,
you know.
No, man. Wow.
I just
wow,
had to
getting
ask.
crapped
Wait,
on.
no, it's not. It's just a legit question.
Wow, I love this guy. Shout out to Big Spile Burdette. Short like them freshly groomed graduation eyebrows. Shout out to my man. Always troll me. I still love you, Big Spile. What do you got over there, Joseph?
Yeah, I'm out. So I know, but I got that little move to the downside here, guys, and then that's it. We squeezed right back out. So I'm happy to just take that little scalp right there. And I told you that's what you're gonna see a lot of this from me. I'm a trend trader. Usually I try to look for the bigger moves, but where I'm sitting at from a position standpoint, I don't have the ability unless it starts to work relatively quick. I have to take what the market is giving me. Otherwise, I will have that word. Shutdown word, and we don't want that because I very rarely end up in those rounds. But I told you guys I was pushing some size here on RGTI. I was looking for that move back higher, but it just faked me out. It waited longer than I could possibly. So there you go. It took a nice haircut on that one. But the Quantum Space Hawk QBTS was my #1 stock on the day, and I didn't trade it. So just got to go back, stick to the guns. We've been trading relatively well for the past little bit. Yeah, I know. I like the under the thing tattoo there. Rocket. Yeah, I know. Damn.
Yeah, right? Yeah, dude.
Okay, so yeah, sorry.
Taylor Swift who? That's
Taylor
all I got.
Yeah, exactly. Taylor Swift who? Travis.
Yeah.
Travis. Hit.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, back to Bull. I believe they report. Do they report this week? Let me pull up my calendar here to see if they do. I know somebody in the chat was telling me that, so I just want to confirm before I say anything. You
want me to look, Joseph?
Yeah,
I got I got eSignal.
Do you have eSignal?
What's the ticker?
BULL.
BULL. Yeah. Joseph, they're reporting May 22nd.
May 22nd, so that is Thursday. Yeah, so Thursday after the close here, guys. That is going to be Bull. I mean, from a daily standpoint, we know when it IPO'd, it just went on an absolute monster run here from all the way from 11 all the way up to 80s, and it has now given back at least 80% of that move here. We have to wait for that earnings, so 84% to be exact. We got to wait for those earnings. Otherwise, I would not be looking to get involved in this name personally. I mean, they could have some good numbers, and then you can get a big move to the top side. But just be patient on that. I'll pull up Sebastian. Hopefully you're listening because you've asked. We're also going to take a look at the expected move here. So I'll pull up my my good old trusty expected move platform here. And we're going to take a look at Bull to see what we could possibly gauge from an option standpoint. Okay, why you got to embarrass me?
It's so embarrassing.
Embarrassing. Constant embarrassment. It's not even up here. They won't even give it to me. I got to type in something else. Maybe they'll give that to me, and then we'll fake it out here. And no, they're not going to give it to me there. So yeah, sorry guys, I was looking for it to give me other names here, but it's not giving me the one for Bull. Be patient, wait for those earnings, and if it does continue to climb higher, then maybe you can look for a continuation play that way, Sharif.
All right, we're doing it live right now on ASST. I'm long 79s, just wet the beak there at 95s. I'm looking for an eight break and take. So 795 is the high of the day. We've been rejecting off there multiple times. What's operative to me here is not the flat top that's manifesting at 79 or 95, excuse me, is the higher lows that we're seeing on every successive 5-minute candle. All right, now you may get an outlying print that maybe prints a little bit lower than the prior candle. Look for the general pattern. Let's not look on a candle by candle basis. Let's look at the general pattern. Are we generally seeing, when we look at the 5-minute chart, higher lows with that flat top? On ASST, I perceive that we are. So it's up 20%. It's having trouble breaking through 95s, but if history is any guide, we will likely test 8, okay? So I'm gonna put my order for a money fill right north of that 8 level, okay? I don't wanna put it too far away from 8 so that the spread gets me in trouble and I don't get the print, right? Because it's a bit of a spready name. Right now, don't look at it right now, it's a 1 penny spread, but I've seen it as wide as 15. So we'll see how this cookie ends up crumbling. but I'm long at 79s. I've taken out a couple of outs over here, looking for the money fill, ideally north of that $8 area. We're going to keep an eye out on that. Adara did bring to us this news item earlier about Apple, so I didn't have an opportunity to look at it, and here it is now. I'm just going to copy and paste it in my notes so that it's a little bit better looking. I want to review this, guys, because we know WWDC is around the corner. And we know Apple's likely going to be trying to make up for the fiasco, which was the release of Apple Intelligence. It was an absolute fiasco. And I just want to know some of the details. So that's what I'm going to do, looking to, just get those in my notes now. And then I'm going to be reviewing them quick as you like. So here we go. Let's do this. So Apple, oops, let me zoom in. To let developers use its AI models, a major WWDC unveil is expected. So what's happening? Apple will allow third-party developers to build apps using its Apple Intelligence large language model, starting with the on-device versions. This move will be officially announced at WWDC, taking place on June 9th, and includes new software development kit for their developers. Initially, Apple will not open its cloud-based AI models, only smaller device-side models. Why does this matter? Apple is catching up in generative AI and is looking to unlock developer creativity. We know that. This shift mirrors the original App Store boom, giving developers direct access to Apple's core technology. Danny Ives has been saying this for over a year. He's the one that went on TV and said Apple will likely have an AI App Store for their developers, at least initially, until they get homogenized together. So shout out to Danny Ives getting it right again. Going on to say here, Apple believes this will drive new AI use cases and improve adoption of its AI platform, which has struggled to gain traction. Don't I know it? Expected additions at WWDC, you're going to see an overhauled OS design. We already got word about that for the iPhone, the iPad, the Mac, which is under project named Solarium with a Vision OS-inspired look. I think we got to do something here real quick, Joseph. So let me know when you
Absolutely. Yeah, we're ready to go here, Sharif. So Trade the Pool, guys, is redefining what risk means for traders. No more risking your life savings to prove yourself in the market. They give you access to company capital, up to $200,000 to trade real stocks, no CFDs. And your downside is limited to a single one-time fee that starts at just $47. That means no blowing up your personal account. You get to trade with serious buying power, all while knowing your loss is capped. All you have to do is pass the evaluation. And this is it. You're funded. Scan the QR code and get 10% off. Start with Trade the Pool here, guys. And there you go. Scan that QR code.
Tiedeman's back, baby.
He's back. He's back. He's live. He's long Tesla. I was trying to short it.
He's $592 in the money.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Did you hit it 10 times? $10 in the money. You know, give us the trades, brother.
What was that UNH at?
UNH at 350. 315, excuse me.
Damn.
That would have been a big boy. Tesla 344. That's a combined $10 in the money. There it is, baby.
There it is, bang.
It doesn't have to be multiple names. Guys, we took out $8 on ASST. So very happy about this trade over here. I kind of had a feeling that this was going to be a flat top break through that $7.95. So we're done this trade, got out at $8.08. I'll look to get back in if it tests the 10 EMA again. But ASST, we're done this trade. Good look there, keeping my eye on that one for another opportunity. Hypercube, Sharif, Apple focusing on developer creativity is exciting. Anyone who has developed in the Apple ecosystem knows how clunky their frameworks are. You're not the first person I've heard say that. Funny enough, thank you for letting me know that. I do appreciate your comment there. Let's go on and see what else they're talking about. There's also going to be AI-powered battery management, and the health app will have a virtual wellness coach. That's launching in 26, though. I wouldn't mind that. That's not that bad. That's pretty smart. Because you can ask chat to make like a full-blown meal plan, workout plan. You can tailor it. You can be like, hey, chat, when I do this, I don't see results. But when I do, like, you can actually have a conversation with like a person with a master's degree or a PhD level. It's crazy.
No, I got GPT to make me a meal plan a couple months ago. I just said, okay, I only want salmon once a month, and then just give me something with chicken and steak for the remaining days.
That's
and mix it
fantastic.
up.
And it gives you exactly what you want.
Gives you
right?
exactly what you want. Yeah. So I just said,
Fantastic.
salmon once a month. Give me a 3-month plan, and with using all these things.
All right, upgraded Apple Intense. I don't know what the hell Apple Intense is. Features allowing Siri to control app functions more precisely. Oh, I see what that is. That makes sense. That's coming with the iOS 19, which is slated to be released in the fall. Adara has news for us at the big desk.
I just looked really quickly into this App Intense. As you mentioned it, Sharif said, yeah, it's a developer. It's on the developer side of things. Basically, it's a framework to help with functionality to, quote, deeply integrate your app's actions and content with systems experience across platforms. So it's more about, a development and integration feature than anything that I think on the user base, unless you're a developer, you'd probably be interacting with, as far as I can understand. Again, I really quickly Googled this. Speaking of Google, here's Google, GOOGL on Watch. They have begun the stream itself. The keynote has not begun for Google, but the stream has. They're playing some nice, cool, relaxing music as we await Google's I/O event, the keynote at 1 p.m. Eastern in just half an hour. I'll be covering that, of course. Also, we have, keep an eye on MSFT. They had their build event starting yesterday. Today, we have more news from this event. Apparently, Microsoft is going to be adding an AI coding agent from Anthropic to GitHub. So Microsoft did its own event. In addition to Google's event in half an hour, Microsoft announcing they're adding an AI coding agent from Anthropic to GitHub. So you can tell here, MSFT trying to break out on this news. Lots to look at today, guys. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adara. Thank you for clarifying what intents are. I kind of remember that. Like, you could not tell Spotify using Siri to change the next track. It was the stupidest whatever.
Even using Siri
That's
these days,
anti-competitive, in my opinion.
Even using Siri right now is still difficult.
Hot track.
Yeah, it's
like if
so
you're using
garbage.
it for like the basic stuff, like set my alarm or like remind me about this,
Exactly.
okay, it does the job. But
Does your Siri go off on the TTC?
no.
Mine does.
Why?
Everything goes like doo-doo, and then when the lady speaks and says the next stop is.
Why the hell does it go off?
I don't know.
That's so bizarre.
Yeah, it's frustrating.
No, that's never happened to me. Let's keep going here. What's not ready yet? This is what's not going to be coming in. Apple Intelligence has faced issues, including paused news summaries, because it was telling you like the war in Ukraine had come to an end or something. It was spewing garbage. It was incorrect, okay? So good thing that they paused that. They got to get that right. But we know that these LLMs hallucinate. We saw it live in living color on the show. When I asked it about the NASDAQ's best day, it gave me the incorrect information. It hallucinates constantly. So that's going to be a problem with these LLMs. Genmoji sometimes generates misleading icons. I don't know what that means. Is that like dirty or something? Developers currently cannot build custom AI tools with Apple models, only integrate superficial features like writing tools in Genmoji. That will obviously be different now that there's an AI app store of sorts coming. We'll have to see about that. The strategic goals should be pretty self-explanatory. They want to reignite App Store growth, especially now with that 30% breaking that they take off the top from every developer being in question. Let's just call a spade, not a done deal yet, but likely they probably won't be taking the full 30 off the App Store in the coming future. Also, more apps equals more subscription revenue, even as courts challenge Apple's in-app purchase system. And then the Apple is obviously under pressure from competition, like the likes of Chat, Copilot, Claude, Grok, you guys name it. Obviously, Apple very, very late to the party. It's time for them to get their act under.
Okay, so we've known this narrative for Apple for some time. They're not always first, but when they get it right, they get it really.
Yeah, but they don't usually get it this wrong.
Okay,
Joseph.
so and that's what it was going to lead to my next point. Do you think that they're too far behind in this race right now to have the ability to catch up?
No.
Or what they release is just absolutely. Can it be leagues better? It has to be better than what we have right now.
Dog, there's a lot of people on iPhones.
Yes.
And iPhone, sorry, Adara, 1 second.
didn't know
iPhones are the #1 phone in North America. Not the world, but in North America, it dominates. So you have all these people on your ecosystem. Get it freaking right.
Get it right.
All those people can have your product on there. And like, it's not excusable. Adara, what's up?
Google actually started the video feed for its I.O. stream. Now, as is typical for I.O. conferences, or if you haven't ever seen one, this is how they usually do it. They have a DJ kind of just play music for half an hour, usually ahead of the keynote. That's what's happening here, but the video stream is live, and the DJ did say that he's playing with the computer, so it seems like this might also be a plug or a connection to the I.O. event itself. Again, in just 30 minutes, we will get that keynote. I'll be covering that live right here for you guys. Also at 1 p.m., we get a treat. We get Caroline Leavitt and the White House press conference. So that's going to be both at 1 p.m. I'm going to be following the Google stream primarily. But of course, if we get any headlines from Caroline Leavitt, I will let you guys know about those promptly. Google, near day's highs here. Good look for Geo OGL. Again, that video stream has begun, but Sundar Pichai is not on the stage. Back to you.
Yeah, thank you for that, Adara. Did you have more news you wanted to cover?
No,
Okay,
done.
cool.
We're
Yeah,
done
all
the
right, cool. Yeah,
app.
Thanks. For that.
I'll start the news in a bit.
Yeah, for sure. Jay Lee. So you're looking at some iron condors, SQQs. See, that's the thing about the condor right now, Jay Lee, is that you might get that breakout. If you don't, but we'll still look at it. We'll do the zero. Do you want to do it, Jay Lee? Write it in the chat. Do you want to do the 0 DTE, or do you want to go further dated out? Give me a timeline, and then we'll kind of just construct an iron condor here, just for the fun of it. But okay, so let's look at the bottom of the range. Let's start with that. That short on QBTS was nice, but let's start with the lower end of the range. So that's going to put us at 515, and then we're going to go to the higher end of the range as well. But we want to give ourselves some room, so we'll call it 520. All right, sell the news, Joe, if your birthday. Okay, yeah, a lot of birthdays. Okay, so we're going to go at 520. It's not funny. 520, 517, 0 DTE, iron condor on the overall market. No, did I say that? Yeah, 521. Okay, we're going to go 521. That is going to pay 64 cents. We don't want to be naked on that one. So what we want to do is we're going to go a couple strikes ups just so we can hedge our position and be safe on that front. So we'll sell that for 64. We'll buy the 525s for $6. That's going to give us a collection of around $59 on there, and then we're going to go down to 517. Sorry, and we're going to collect $21. We'll give it a $5 spread to 512. Yeah, see, it's not even worth it. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, okay, so that's $16. So, I mean, you're collecting around $70 on the 0 DTE. That's not horrible, but that means you need the market to stay within this range, right? So I think it's 1 penny over, then you're going to get assigned if you're short, and then we want to go to the 17. So you do have some more downside protection. That's why you see the calls. They're paying significantly more. All right, so there we go, 517. Go Tesla says Cantina Man as it continuing to climb up there, props it up. So that's your range on that condor, where you're going to collect approximately $59 to $60 roughly, we'll call it there. But you need the underlying asset to stay within this range, Jay Lee. So there it is. That is your 0 DTE condor, the 521 and the 517. If you stay within that range, you can collect $59 to $60 per contract combination there.
Man, I love how you do that, bro. I mean, you're teaching people without even having a lesson there. Shout out to Joey Options, baby. All right, guys. We're back into ASST. All right, so I got in where I perceive to be some support. This 7.5 area, here we go. I already took a print at 65s, and now I'm waiting at 73s. It's showing me 70. We're long 57, okay? So the idea here is you got a big boy retracement off that 8. Let's just call it an 8 rejection. It got to 8. It spent all of like 2 seconds above $8 and then dropped quick as you like right back down into that 7.5. That's where I got long. I had my order at 55s. It wasn't filling me. I canceled it and I moved up to 57s, okay? Full disclosure, I was looking for 55s. I didn't get it. Now we got 65s out there. Here's the deal. This has to hold up above the volume weighted average price. My only question to myself is here, do I dollar cost average into VWAP? I'm going to say no. I'm going to let this one stop me out below the $0.50, so we risk 7 pennies. And then if it holds up at VWAP, I'll get back in. So simple as that. That's what we're doing right now. Looking for this one to move back up, waiting for the next beak wetter at 73s. Here it comes again at 67s. Let's see if this one wants to move up. ASST is the one I'm talking about, up 16.5% on the day. But definitely a little bit off the highs. Now, this is a bit of a spready one at times. Right now, it's an 8 penny spread. Make sure you're accounting for that in how you're taking profit, in how much size you're getting in the spread that you give your stops. Here's what I mean by that. So if you were to put your stop as a limit order, sell to that 7.5 like I did, okay? And you only gave it a 1 penny spread. So you say to the computer, okay, stop me out at $7.49. That's your trigger price. And then your limit price is $7.48. So you've given your stop, your limit stop, a 1 penny spread. Alas, this thing has an 8 penny spread. So what do you think is going to happen there? If there's no liquidity at $7.49, you're not getting filled. And your stop's just going to sit there staring at you, and you staring right back at it, and you're out of the money. So give yourself, if you're using limit orders, if you're not using market orders, give yourself that room to account for the spread. So if the spread is wide at times, like I just said, 8 pennies, then it probably behooves you to give yourself that kind of spread on your stop. So we trigger at 7.49, give it all the way down to 7.41, just so you can have that reassurance that you get printed for your stop. So keeping my eye out on that one. It's zigging, it's zagging. It seems to be having trouble making new highs right now, but I don't feel that bad about it because we're only risking about 7 pennies. Guys, SYTA is the gift that keeps on giving, man. It is right back into that high of the day right now. Where is it at? Why are all these charts moved to the right over here? There we go, right back at that high day, 756, up and to the right it goes. When it lost the 10 exponential moving average between 1140 and 1230, it held up like a glove at the 20. So for whatever reason, this one using the 20 at times and the 10 at other times, doesn't matter though. All I see is higher highs and higher lows on SYTA. Still not involved with that bad boy at the moment. We'll look to get back in possibly at 7. If this one does another 7 retest, I could be a buyer in and around that area. But I want to see how this ASST trade works out first. All right, quickly before we send it back to Joseph, SES. That sub $1 stock we were involved in goes up to a whole 102 and then right back below that dollar. So that's the bad news. The good news is it seems to be holding up above the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. If that's the case, it gets back up above $1, I'm going long. So that's my move right now on these bad boys. SYTA looks the best, but currently we're involved in ASST, Joseph.
Ooh, okay. Bitcoin continuing to climb here, guys. I should have, coulda, woulda. I got something. But anyways, there's another opportunity to get back into this this QBTS short, especially after this engulfing. I was going off of this indecision print. We punched through that level, but then we just have this random engulfing pattern right here, especially at an extreme high. That can give you an opportunity to get back in, and that would give you 50 pennies right there, but or 50 cents, whatever you'd like to call it. But we didn't get that. That's okay. And then why didn't I stay long here in IBIT? Is just because I got a scalp right now, right? So if whatever the market's giving me, I'm just slowly taking some off. And if I have a good quality setup, that's going to set me up relatively well. But the Qs are curling over, and this is slightly attractive here, guys. So you can see that we're consistently forming these higher lows, and we're breaking through some resistance zones. One thing that we need is if we get a massive volume signature here, then you might get a green light. I mean, there is this gap to fill here. We've filled up about 60 to 70% of it. Not even really. We haven't even touched it. Right? Yeah, we have. We've just breached it, but we've been knocking on that door multiple times, and then there might be a trade from all the way to fill this gap, right? Or maybe it might take a day or two, but you can see 1, 2, 3, 4 touches. All right, you can go all the way back into the pre-market. Sorry, I'm tripping over myself, but it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then now on the 6th attempt there, Sharif, we're punching through those resistance zones, and the volume on the 5-minute time frame is slowly starting to pick up. We would want to see buyers step in aggressively so we can climb through those resistance zones, and then hopefully they can act as support. You see Neil put on a trade like that earlier in the day, and we've seen it happen in the likes of Tesla as well. So the market's been moving sideways. This could just be a liquidity grab before we make another move back towards the lower end of the range, but we got to be patient. And if any form of news comes out, then there might be a good opportunity to take a long in the market or whatever direction it displays it. We want a volume spike, and then we're going to look to follow that volume there, Sharif. So that is my game plan, and that's exactly why I'm sitting on my hands right now.
All right, man. Shout out to the Piper. Great look there with another one that I didn't have eyes on, but a respectable move and a respectable chart pattern. QIPT. I don't know how this one eluded me. I'm looking right at it on my scanner there, but you can't have your eyes everywhere. Anyway, it's got all the right ingredients, the Piper. It's above the pre-market high. It's above the volume weighted average price. It's doing everything and then some. So we're going to keep an eye out on that. Now, is this a pre-market high here? No, that is an actual real print. That's a 935 print, $2.20. That is the high of the day. What's the high of this candle right here? Say less. $2.20. So possible area rejection here. Great call by the Piper. Keep my eye out on this one. This could be a good move if we can get it off a key technical level. Now, it's been one of those ones where it's kind of varying in what it's using as support, sometimes a 10, sometimes a 20. I'll submit to you the money fills I perceive to be a skosh below that 20 penny area. So we're going to keep an eye out on that. Definitely looking to, extract some more here if we can, and we'll do it live for you guys. Here we go again with ASST. Got bottom wick, and here we go, moving right back into that $8 area, Joseph. Let's set up south of 8. I'm going to wait at 97s at kind of a random area, but that's all good. My idea here is if this thing is going to reject 8, now I'm talking about ASST. I've moved on, just in case you guys are wondering what this crazy person is talking about. The reason I'm putting it at 797, if we do get an 8 rejection, and my bias is we have a lot of trouble with 8 because we spent all of like 2 minutes above 8, I want to front run the level for my print. Now, if it can get above and stay above 8, it's a different trade. But I need to see some more proof because that double top at $8.12 where I got out last time, that wasn't a good look. So looking for a 797 print and pop. And then we'll see what we get there.
The old print and pop. The old print and pop there, eh?
The pop and drop, the print and pop. Why not, right?
There, man.
All right, so shout out to the Piper, man. Good call out there. I don't know you, the Piper, as a person who trades small cap gappers, but hey, man, welcome to the club, baby. It's a crazy one. Shout out to the Piper. Obviously, an OG in the chat. All right, what else we got over here? Where's my level 2 on this? You know what? All right, sorry guys, just setting up over here. I want to look at ARQQ because this one we were involved in earlier. And here it comes down again. So a $27 on the penny rejection of the whole dollar level. And here we are, 25.5. This has been a very volatile one, ARQQ that is, but it's been very respectful of the volume weighted average price. Currently, VWAP, guys, on my chart, 24.75-ish. It hasn't had respect for that $25 support. It's breached it multiple times. That's where I picked it up last time at that $24.60. That was the volume weighted average price. So I'm looking at ARQQ. Interested again on this one if it does come back in to that volume weighted average price. It's obviously in vogue today with Quantum running up a storm, QBTS, ARQQ, QIPT, the gauntlet, baby. They're all running today. It's Quantum's world, Joseph, and we're just living in it, baby. That actually may be true in the future. Who the hell knows, right?
Absolutely, brother.
These quantum computers, we think these AI GPUs are big and they're smart. Oh my God.
Quantum computing.
Oh my God.
So.
Yeah, everybody's talking about that. That's going to be a big.
Yeah, the market's climbing back up here, Sharif.
Okay, I like that. Man.
Yeah, this is not a good sign for the shorts. I am short some TSLA again.
Okay.
That's going to be the last attempt. I don't want to be going against the boys either, right? So that's just how it is, especially with the market climbing higher. Not a good idea. Yeah, absolutely.
I can do it.
There we go. So yeah, I got to hop out of this one here, guys. I'm going to get out of this trade as we're squeezing higher there. Yeah, we want no part of that.
I can do it.
Starting small. Okay, I'm good to go here now, Sharif. Yeah, so let's get that going here, guys. All right, let's listen up. Have you ever entered an order to buy or sell, and the price you get filled at is completely different from what you expected?
Yes.
That's called slippage, Sharif. Slippage happens when you're trading on an older or an underpowered computer, and it costs traders a bundle. So that's why our friends at Easy Trading Computers created the complete guide to trading computers. This guide shows you exactly what technology you need to succeed as a trader and to avoid slippage. Go ahead and scan the QR code or click the link in the description box to get a free copy of this guide. Easy Trading Computers there, guys. And nice.
Katina Man's getting lit up over here, Joseph.
Yeah, well, he's having a good time. I'm on the opposite side of that trade there. Yeah, it was a long ever since that volume started to step in there, guys. So a good look there on Tesla. Another day, I mean, we've been trading this name to the long side. And it's been doing the exact same thing on multiple occasions. If we zoom out and put up this 5-minute time frame, again, once it breaks this downtrend, it doesn't look back and heads right back towards the opening price. So a really good look there. That's going to be my last attempt on the short on Tesla because we were just trading in a range and I had a slight bias to it, but it's clearly not working out. You don't want to fight the trend too much because it's definitely not your friend if you're going against it there.
No, certainly not. Little punk.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Katina Man's $15 in the money now. He's absolutely printing up a storm on Tesla. Shout out to the Katina Man. He's getting riled up over there. I don't happen to like it. Because what's his name was telling me, Mark Susi was telling me as well. UNH just printed the high of the day, guys. Go to the Katina Man screen. $3.22, $322.85. It keeps printing new highs, Katina Man. It looks like you might get to that 325, which was the pre-market high. Somebody was asking me that in chat, actually, Katina Man, earlier, if I thought UNH would weasel back into that high of the day. Looks like it might over there. Keep your eye on that. The Katina Man was that a pre-gym sesh? Atta boy. There it is, UNH 315. Katina Man, I just got to ask a question, brother. What happened to the branded sticky notes? Poor Fabian just got dragged in for no reason.
Yeah, Fabian.
I know, right?
That's
the
crazy.
Katina Man used to have the sticky note on what's those yellow notepads that were branded Trader TV. I don't know what happened to those.
I don't know.
I happen to like. He's trying to save some money. We're spending about $5 million on Studio 8 over here, so you got to make some cuts. Can't spend $5 on sticky notes. He's telling you how he really feels.
Man, I swear you waited a couple weeks for the sticky notes to come in off of Amazon.
Did he actually? I don't remember that.
Yeah.
I remember he's had them for a hot minute. That's why.
I don't know. The Amazon sticky note is crazy.
I like it. Joseph, here's what happened on our friend SES. So this one's trying its best to break above a buck. It got to that $1.02, dropped into that 10 EMA, and held up, and attempted again a dollar move. But as I always say, guys, it is a different trade when we are south of that dollar, and it's having a lot of trouble taking it on a decisive basis right now, 10 EMA or not. So I'm going to keep my eye out on this one. But it's QIPT that I want to weasel into over here. We're going to take off QBTS, QIPT. Shout out to the Piper for pointing that one out. Yeah, a good hold there. And it looks like we could be on our way up for some more highs if this one continues. $2.20, the high of the day. It did reject into that 210. I'm going long over here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put prior bar low. So prior bar low takes me down into that 209. I can handle that. So we'll go like that, and then we'll set up some beak wetters in anticipation of a high day break. So I'm going to keep my eye on that, like I'm keeping my eye on ASST over here as it struggles to get back above into that $8 area. We've got 57s on. It's having a lot of trouble taking out 90. Got into 87 at the best. I already told you guys I've kept my stop super tight on this one. Anything below 50 pennies, we're going to risk 7 pennies here for to try to make some more. So looking for that hold of 50 penny area. I happen to like that area support given how much we rejected off it in the earlier trading day.
Wow, Tesla.
What's Tesla doing
Still
now?
going, yeah, it's still squeezing here. Yeah, it's
Blasting.
this blast off here with Tesla. Yeah, so getting aggressive is this name. Yeah, so don't be shorting this right now, guys. Don't do what I did. Most definitely, we got a couple moves on it, but I mean it's nothing. You can see just the defense on it. The strength is there, and you don't want to be going against these strong names right here.
This may reassure investors over here. Your friend Elon made some statements.
Yeah.
Oh, you already know about this one?
I heard it. Yeah, so he's only going to be
Adara brought this?
over in Washington for a couple
Oh, you did.
of days.
She already did. Thank you, Adara, for that. I didn't see it. So I'm just going to reiterate it for those who didn't hear it since I've got it up right now. Elon Musk said today that he plans to significantly cut political spending and is committed to staying on as Tesla CEO for another 5 years, aiming to address concerns about balancing his role at the automaker with his involvement in the Trump administration. We already kind of got a little bit of, obviously, a look at what he's been doing. He's obviously kind of dropped off the face of Washington. And I think, much to the delight of Tesla shareholders who may have liked some of his government involvement, but they didn't like the price action that came with the stock, with his involvement in politics. That just happens to be a side effect. Adair, what more can you tell us?
So for one, Sharif, Tesla and Elon Musk are not done today because Elon Musk is set to give an interview at 2 p.m. David Faber, CNBC. So keep an eye on CNBC and keep an eye on this. We'll have to wait and see what David Faber gets out of Elon. But we know today he did, as Sharif just mentioned there, he talked about politics. He talked about Tesla. He also said that he doesn't really see SpaceX moving into weapons at this time. We know he's previously denied any and all reports suggesting that he is involved with the Golden Dome, specifically with any of his companies. But it is worth noting Golden Dome, we are expecting an announcement of that at 3 p.m. So keep an eye on these regardless. Also, the main reason I wanted to talk to you guys right now is Google. GOOGL. The DJ I mentioned earlier has now left the stage. And as I alluded to earlier, he was using these Google and AI products to DJ. So pretty cool there. Now it's a blank screen once again, or just a moving screen once again as we await the stream to open back up, or the camera to open back up, and hopefully see CEO Sundar Pichai to kick off IO 2025. Back to you.
Thanks for that, Adair, there, guys. So another big move up here in Tesla. You can see attempt one here. We were patient. It's constructed a new high, and they were looking for that move to the downside, but just started to squeeze there. So not going to be fighting this any longer. I like QUBT the way it's setting up, but again, as it's curling over, my risk would be just above the volume-weighted average price. But I believe that's just too far away, right? So that's when you're initially wrong. Is above this resistance zone, and you would be punching in right there. So it's best to wait for a pullback there. And on some other names, I mean, we're really extended here, so I don't want to be chasing or anything along those lines to the individual who was saying that's exactly why you have to just wait for those setups. You got to be precise on what's going on. I told you that I don't have much risk left, so I can't just be a cowboy and just going gung-ho. That's not that's not the case. So that's why you're seeing me more precise. I'm scalping out positions, and because I took a bigger swing on RGTI this morning, so that's just me being completely frank with you guys, as I always am. But that's why. Like, you'll see me scalping. I usually try to hold on for the whole trend. I just don't have the ability to do so right now, Sharif.
All right, guys. Did you ever see that video where our friend Tim Walz said he's given a speech after the election?
Yeah.
And he's like, he's telling everybody to look at Tesla stock.
Yeah.
And he says when he's feeling down on the day, Joseph, when when things aren't going his way,
He just looks at Tesla.
he looks at Tesla stock, and for some it buoyed his
Yeah, because
mood.
he's probably in it from 10 years ago. And
No, I
he's-
think he wants it the other way. He wants it to go down,
Oh, he wants
down,
it to go
baby.
down, no street in a...
You think he's got it up on his phone right now?
He's looking at it?
Check it.
Yeah, well, we got to call him up and ask.
Come on, Tim.
So.
Tim, how's Tesla stock doing, Tim?
Tim.
What's going on over there, Tim?
Yeah, well, me and Timmy are sitting in the same room here because...
Oh, man. I'm sorry, guys. Oh, I'm not going to read that one in the chat, but that was funny.
Who said it?
No, don't read it, Joseph.
Right.
Don't do it. Guys, I do realize that Lucid is up bigly today, 10% to the tune of 10%. Let's look at it. There's really no catalyst. I did look. I don't know if Adira has anything on Lucid. I doubt it. I don't see anything of note here on my blotter. Looks like some substantial insider sales may have come in. I don't know if they're Lucid related. Just keeping my eye out on that. No real headline today. Just having a look at my blotter again. Just allow me a moment here. In any event, Lucid has been a great looker. 10%, looking to work its way up into $3, 10.5% that I should say. This is the 5-minute on LCID, and as you can see, the majority of the prints do find support at that 10 EMA. It looks like a little bit over here, a couple of breakdowns below the 10, but that was earlier trading at around 10.15, and they all held up at VWAP. $3 incoming though, so be careful with that. Adira, what more can you tell us?
So it looks like on Friday, at least what I'm seeing online, I'm not seeing this on Benzinga, mind you, but when you look up Lucid online, one of the biggest things here is apparently they've actually have their Gravity SUV starting production. So apparently with the Gravity SUV starting production on Friday, the stock's been on watch since then. I wish I had a more concrete headline for you guys, but that seems to be why this stock is on watch as of right now. Google, this event set to start in 4 minutes. Still listening to some music here on the stream, so stay tuned. Keep an eye on GOOGL. Back to you.
Katina Man is yelling, "Get it, Google!" And we're gonna echo that sentiment, Joseph.
Let's see what it's
Do
up
you know
to.
what you know what we could do now that Adair brought us that headline about the gravity? You know what kind of segment we've done around
You
here
want
in
to
the
build
past?
it, baby? Let's build
Build
it.
an EV, maybe
Build
slated
it.
today. Build that gravity. I happen to love the gravity SUV.
Look at
by the
Google
way.
here, go there.
Yeah, have a look
you
at
like the
Google.
gravity? I haven't seen it. I'm excited
The
to
big
build
boy
this thing
SUV,
here. Yeah,
Joseph.
I think that's the thing here. Let me touch on
do
as
your
you
thing,
pull it up
baby.
there,
Do your
Sharif. So let's see if we can build this gravity. I don't know if you
Absolutely.
wanted to do
Allow
that.
me just a second to do that over here.
So yeah, I mean, if we can crack through this resistance zone, your boy sold some Google right there. I don't know if I was a part of that rage selling or anything along those lines. My guy Tom Lee likes to refer to, but I was definitely in the rage selling with Tesla. Just due to outright frustration, and we sold it down here in the 36s, in the 40s, and then now we're trading over $100 higher than where I got out of that trade. But I mean, if you want to talk about, if you want to talk about this guy, if you want to talk about still possibly getting in at a discount, we are 30% off of those all-time highs. So I mean, there's a lot of these names that you can grab at these levels, and with the likes of Google, so it may not be too late.
Okay.
Right? You can just slowly start to grab them. Our ad libs are crazy on the show.
It's just the way it works,
Yeah,
bro.
just the way it
That's
works.
why we're a good team, man. 'Cause we make everybody chuckle. All right, let's do this.
Are you ready? Yeah,
I'm ready, baby.
19% off of the all-time highs on Google too. So.
All right, let's get everybody ready too.
Okay, are they
I
ready?
want to show. We're gonna build it in Canada, guys.
All right, Canada.
And the reason I'm gonna build it in Canada because I want to give you guys an idea of how much we get rinsed on this side of the border. Okay.
Your car.
Rinsed is like an understatement, man. For cars, for gas, it's a 24-hour rinsing on this side of the border. Let's do it. So we're gonna design. We're gonna hit design. There we go.
Okay.
All right. So Joseph,
I'm good.
We haven't added anything
I'm good.
yet.
I'm good with the way we're starting off right now. We haven't
Joseph,
added anything.
we haven't added anything, and the price.
Yeah.
A
130.
thrifty. $134,500. A bargain, Katina Man. And we may have to stop. We may have to stop. Randy's here.
Rivian. Oh, it's a
Yeah, we
Lucid.
didn't check in with Randy if we could build an
we
EV
can-
or not
we
on the
gotta ask
midday.
him first.
Randy, are you looking at these prices, bro? What the hell is happening over here? 135,000 base, Randy.
Go buy a Porsche.
Buy a Porsche.
buy
Man,
a
he's speaking
Porsche.
sense.
Yeah.
He's speaking sense.
Go buy
I don't know what the
Porsche.
hell is happening over here,
Right.
but that's the way it
Who's
is.
buying this? All right, let's get into this
It's a
thing here.
three-row SUV, so it's like a van substitute. So if you're a family, you're likely
Your
looking
family,
at something
you need this.
like
I'm
right?
still. If I'm a family, I'm still looking
There
at the
he is.
Porsche.
There he
at
is.
the
There's
Porsche.
my guy.
Yeah.
There's my guy. Randy, we're gonna do it live. We're gonna build it. This is
Pull it
the
up.
first time we've ever built an EV with Randy in the corner over here. So yeah, we're doing it. Randy, what color are we getting, baby? Are we going Abyss Black, or are we gonna go Stellar White, Aurora Green, Quantum Gray?
Quantum. Go with the quantum. Go with the
Quantum's
quantum
moving
gray.
today,
Yeah, go
Randy.
with the
So we gotta
quantum
go
gray.
Quantum Gray.
White, but
Got to go with the quantum gray now.
All right, now what are we gonna do with appearance? Stealth appearance, platinum appearance, or stealth?
Stealth.
Platinum's gonna cost us $1,500. Stealth comes included. Let's look at the
going with
difference.
platinum.
So we click that platinum. All of a sudden, we got platinum accents. How you feeling about it? I like the stealth a little bit better. I'm gonna have to go with that. So, all right. So now what are we riding on, Joes? Are we riding on 20s, 21s, or 22s? You know how I feel.
Twos.
about
We're
this.
going twos. We're going twos.
Go big or freaking
How
go
much is that
home.
gonna add us right there?
$4,800,
Right.
Joseph. Okay. Now let's let everybody know: the
Yeah.
bigger the wheels, Randy, on EVs, the worse the range.
The
Is that
range.
correct? Generally, because they're less aerodynamic.
There's yes and no. There's a bunch of things at play there.
Okay.
But
Okay.
it's probably minimal.
Fair. You
Minimal.
heard it from the OG's mouth.
Minimal.
All right, we're gonna go on interior, Randy. What do we got here? So now we got different colors. Oh, this is a beautiful.
I saw
Look
this
at
at
that
the auto
interior.
show,
Yeah, I like that
and it was
interior.
gorgeous.
Yeah.
I know you did, man.
It was fantastic.
I personally like dark exterior
Yeah.
on light interior, or
Same.
vice versa.
Okay.
You're the same.
On light,
Okay,
light,
same.
but I mean,
So are we going Yosemite, Pure Lux Premium, or are we going Tahoe leather?
let's see the Tahoe.
I'm gonna go Tahoe. I like that tan, man.
All
that
right, you like
sand.
that tan?
You know, I'm from the
White.
sand. I'm the land of the sand, so you know I have an affinity for sand.
Yeah.
Keynote is starting. Should we go to Adara? Okay. It just started. Guys, just going to show them super quick, Randy, the side chart over here. I do have it up. Do it where? There it is. Okay,
There it is.
here we go. Okay, it's not live for me. There we go. So keynote is starting, guys. Just show this.
Oh,
There's an
that's it.
introduction and the whole so we will be covering that live. Adara is at the big desk. And we got everything under control there. So we're gonna get you guys that in a second. Let's continue building this bad boy though. So we going white or we going tan?
White.
White? Okay, all right.
On white.
Let's move down. Seating options. We get in that third row, Randy, or we're gonna do it single life?
So this is a, I don't know.
Because it's gonna cost us $4,000.
I don't need the third row.
Neither
don't
do
think
I.
Unless you're a family
Put
of
it up
5
there. Let's
plus.
see what it like. Let's see what it looks like.
I think the
first.
cargo space was.
Get rid of it.
Did you see how quickly he flipped the switch there? Get rid of it. So Joseph,
That's a no
these
for
fold
Joe.
down, by the way.
Yeah.
So they fold down out of sight,
Yeah.
right? All right, let's go. I don't want to spend $4,000 if I don't have to. Options. All right, now it gets crazy. So now we're looking at the self-drive system, 9300.
We gotta
So
add that.
9300. That's like FSD.
And then we're going with the upgraded stereo.
We're going with the upgraded, so that's going to be 9300,
Yep.
and then we're going to add 4100
Yep.
for their surreal sound dynamic handling package.
Maybe we don't need that, but we're gonna add it anyways because we're ballers.
This guy is killing me. All right,
That's the pothole finder package.
are you kidding me? Because I buy that in a heartbeat,
Yes.
given how many tires I've had to change.
Yes.
Technology package. There's a power package for 850, a technology package upgrade for 4400. We're clicking that, Randy. And then the comfort package. Oh, that's nice of them to include it. A very thrifty, Randy, $166,700. We haven't even paid that 13%. I don't even know what to call it anymore. HST, sales tax, we call it all over here, on that. What does that take us to? Let's find out.
I don't want to know.
What's 166,700 multiplied by 1.13? 188,371 out the door, Randy. $200,000 car. I'd rather buy a used Urus.
I'd rather buy a Porsche.
You can't get a used.
Yeah, 19s.
A 19.
Yeah, 2019 with like 40,000. It's like 180,
No
190,000.
way.
Yeah.
I'm going with the. But then
I get
what's
an
your
Urus
oil
in a
change
second.
on that though?
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing.
So you gotta
This
get.
is ridiculous, is it not?
You know
this
what?
is ridiculous.
Nope.
All right, Adara has got more information on the Google thing. We're sending it to her.
Right now, it looks kind of like sell of the moves. We get this move sharply to the downside as Sundar Pichai, CEO of Google, begins his comments. Right now, all he's really done is pun. He said yesterday was the start of Gemini season, but it's always Gemini season at Google. So that's really all that's happened so far. I'm keeping an eye on this conference. Of course, I'll let you guys know if there's any updates. Right now, though, nothing of note has been said. He just kicked off. Back to you.
Well, exactly, right? Yeah, look, Lucid is, I gotta give Lucid their dues. Now, we kind of crapped on them over here about the price, but let's give them their due.
Nice car.
They are a no compromise type build. Is that correct? Like, literally everything has to be full.
They've done well. I mean, the way it's been designed, the way it's been presented, the way it impresses upon first sight.
Right.
You get into this thing, which I didn't. It was roped off when I was there. But just the touch and the look and the feel of this is premium. Okay?
It's ridiculous.
How many other SUVs are out there in this price range? There are lots. There are many more than you think there are. Okay, and so here we are. It's a premium segment, premium platform. You expect a range and performance. You expect build quality.
Yep, it's
And
828
eventually-
horsepower too. You know.
Do you need that to get back
You
and forth to
don't.
work?
You don't.
But some people will go,
Bring the
I
family
do.
around.
But to be fair, look at this, Randy. 650 kilometers of range. That's well above average. I think that's better than most Teslas out there, right? Would that be fair? Most Model Ys and Model
Yes,
Xs,
yes.
right? So yeah, I mean, like it's a good car. I don't mean to crap on it, but Randy, these are prohibitive prices, man. This is like affordable by 2 or 3% of the population.
like I said,
in
go
Canada
price
anyway.
out the new electric Escalade
Yeah.
and tell me what you think, because you're in the same neck of the woods.
Fair enough.
right, then.
Fair enough.
That's where we are.
That's fair.
Premium SUV, premium package, premium design.
And you're gonna, you're gonna have to ante up.
They
Ante
do
up.
sell.
Say that again.
They do sell.
They do sell, yeah, of course, and they'll likely be sold out for some time. They're not slated to deliver anything. You can order them in Canada now, but they're not delivering till the fall.
Right. Pre-production started last October.
It did, yeah, and they did like a whole thing, right, where they were
They go
delivering.
through crash safety and all the other
Right.
regulatory things they have to do. And then we're into production. So what the volumes are going to look like, we'll find out, on the next report.
Right.
And to see what they've actually produced, they've got to do quality control checks and all the rest of it.
Right.
Once deliveries start, then the rubber hits the proverbial road, and we'll see what sales are actually.
And to be fair, even give them their fair due as well. All right, Randy, your mic is having problems, so we're going to cut it short a little bit. But the Chilean Nightmare's coming in hot right there. But seriously, though, guys, a lot of the car reviewers, like the Doug Dumoros, the Marquise Brownlees, they're all giving this this SUV big boy thumbs up. It's not something that's being spoken badly about, Randy. It's being well received by car reviewers, and these guys.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, so the car is good. The car is fantastic. And by the way, can I, Assassino, can I show this over here? So this, Randy, this is a touch screen. So I can swipe everything that's here onto this screen and vice versa. So I can have different tiles on this screen here, and then I can have different information. And then this over here, there's even more touch screen items there. So it's like just full digitization with touch.
I'm a little bit frenetic about reaching around the steering wheel for touchiness. I like keeping my hands on the wheel.
That's a valid point.
In lieu of buttons, but there's a bit of an ergonomic thing there.
Well, Bitcoin,
I agree,
Bitcoin's breaking out here, guys.
All right, Adara has information for us on the Google I/O event, guys.
With the Google I/O event, Sundar Pichai has made a lot of puns, but nothing really at this point super huge, just saying they've made a lot of updates since this time last year. SoundHound I have up here, it's not really moving, but Bloomberg reporting that DoorDash is ending its AI voice ordering products. Just keep an eye here. Fed's Musla making some comments as well, saying that if trade tensions are durably de-escalated, inflation could head back to target. But right now, Fed's Muslim, like a lot of these Feds, very concerned about the impact of tariffs on inflation and the uncertainty of monetary policies in general. X is the other one here on watch. U.S. Steel. Keep an eye on this one. We do have Nippon Steel coming out here and saying that they're pledging U.S. Steel revival in their final pitch to Trump. And they also said here, if I can find the headline, lots of headlines floating around here. They basically said that if they're able to acquire the entirety of U.S. Steel, that they think they can contribute quite a lot to their profit. They actually requested as well a meeting with Scott Bessent, U.S. Treasury Secretary, with regards to this deal. So that is, keep an eye on X here. Lots of things to keep an eye on today, guys. Back to you.
Badira, and if I just show this super quick, guys. Sundar on the stage. They're talking about Gemini. They're talking about bringing generative AI into search. Shout out to the OG Sundar. Right now, this is a big event for Google, man. I mean, I talked about it in the morning, Joseph, that we might get some AR stuff. We're definitely going to get some Gemini stuff. And you and I talked about this, bro. They haven't monetized a penny on their LLMs yet.
No.
To come.
So yeah, I mean, I think that search is really big. Brandon and I were talking about it as well too. He said that you can see on Google the search, the Gemini. I was looking for it. I couldn't see it displayed, to be honest with you, because you know how on Bing you can just pull it up and then you have the Copilot icon right there. I was looking for something along those lines on Google, maybe a bit behind, but I couldn't find it. So I want them to get something along those lines. I'm sick of having to click multiple links, especially on certain questions. Again, if it has the ability to diversify, it's like, okay, what are the best restaurants in the city? Okay, give me a list of links. But if I'm asking you a specific question, I don't want a list of links. I just want a direct answer.
Yeah, you have to tell it. You have to tell it. It'd be like, when I want a yes or no answer, I tell it. Give me a yes or no answer. I don't want this detailed, nuanced stuff if I'm looking for a straight answer. But then that means that you got to type that in, which takes longer, obviously, right?
So let's see if they can get it going.
Negative prompt.
No.
Chilean Nightmare is in my ear right now. So basically, Fabian saying this negative prompt is instead of you prompting it, you're telling it what to avoid, what not to do, Fabian? Yeah. What not to do, essentially. That's actually quite clever. And I know Brendo has been doing a prompt engineering course as well in order to really kind of get the best out of the LLM. And that's available, obviously, on Udemy and other different online learning platforms as well. So if that's something that interests you, obviously, have at it. But My experience has been with the day-to-day interactions that we're using with these LLMs. I use them in the morning every day for the morning rundown, to get everything ready, to summarize news articles, to kind of, even for the infographics that I use at the big desk, I use a different AI website, for that. So I'm using AI.
Wow, Sharif, look at Bitcoin Go here.
Where are we at, Joseph?
Yeah, we're now right back up to those highs.
Why are we moving up?
Yeah, it doesn't matter why, brother. We're just moving. It doesn't even matter why. So look, we're now past some of these double tops here that we've seen in the post market yesterday and continuing to climb. There is a long to be had. Yeah, we were in this name not too long ago, but yeah, there we go. Daniel, our Bitcoin's running. Chris Donnelly, Bitcoin is running. Skull, my guy, I told you what's going on with this name. We are making that push for the all-time high. This is the move. We're going to continue to climb higher. I'm hearing we're going to get some news with the Dara here momentarily, but a big-time look here on IBIT, guys.
Keep an eye here on GeoOGL. I think by far right now, so far, the biggest thing that's come out of this conference is Google Beam. Sundar Pichai announced this is the AI-first video communications platform. So Google Beam, it's going to be their AI-first video communications platform. Also, Sundar Pichai saying at I.O. that apparently there are 400 million monthly active users for Gemini app. As mentioned, Sundar Pichai did declare that Gemini season is always in fashion at Google. Back to you.
I mean, the Google phone, it does have that AI where it's, did you ever see that one commercial? Yeah, where it's like, okay, where did I put my glasses? And it'll tell you.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah,
that's pretty cool.
It's also kind of eerie, maybe a little bit, but it's also,
look, bro,
it's cool.
If you want wicked features, you're going to have to give up some privacy.
Exactly,
and that's the
right?
thing, right?
So it's just like, where did I put my glasses? It's like, oh, you left them over here on the desk. But yeah, I mean, there we go, guys. Google not doing too much. You can see it displayed here on the chart. You got a little volatility spike. That volume stepped in here, but now we're just moving sideways. But what we want to focus on here, guys, is IBIT. Bitcoin continuing to climb. This is what we want to see. Is positive, Sharif. I believe we're into the 107s now here, my friend. As we climb into the mid 60s, I talked about a high level of open interest at those levels, and now we got that momentum and volume, and now we're blowing past that. So whoever's offside on those 60 strikes is not having a good time and having to cover possibly, and then that's where you can see we're getting this squeeze type price action here in Bitcoin. This is a really good look. I would like us to break through some of these key resistance zones. One thing that I would note, I'll pull it up on a daily standpoint, is that I wanted to see a pullback here. So like you get a pullback with a wick and then some good solid buying pressure, but it's like, we're stronger than that. We're going to continue to move higher. Now sitting on top of this range, breaking through those resistance zones and about to tap into 61.76. That's the all-time high here in IBIT. The all-time high in Bitcoin is slightly higher because this happened when Bitcoin wasn't trading. It was a Saturday evening or a Sunday morning or something along those lines. But you can see it here now reflected in the price. We're climbing higher and Google is tanking there, my friend.
Are you guys listening to the event? Are you? Are you guys listening to the event? And that shadow thing, what was that, Katina, man?
Basically, just say, oh, it's that, a dump truck.
Okay.
Oh, it's a convertible.
Okay, so it's got image detection. So Gemini rolling out image detection. So you point it, I think we've seen this before. You point it at something, but like, what is this? It tells you what it is. It uses the camera, obviously AI, in order to be able to get all that. So we'll keep an eye out on that. Adara's got more information for us at the big desk.
Basically what that was, it's called Gemini Live, and what they did was they intentionally had someone say wrong things to Gemini, ask them, oh, what is this limo, when it's a garbage truck, right? And then the Gemini would correct them and be like, oh, that's not me. The case with the shadow was this woman was filming her own shadow, and she's like, who is following me? And Gemini Live said, that's your shadow. So for anyone wondering the context of that, that's all it was. Gemini Live apparently so good at visual detection, they're gonna actually correct the user when they say the wrong thing, as evidenced by that staged video we just saw there. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adara. And there you go, using the pixel to kind of just take advantage of what's going on around you. I'm long RGTI. Google's starting to pull back here as well too, guys. So another volume spike to the downside. I like the way that RGTI is slowly starting to curl over. I am in at the top of the range, starting extremely tight. So we're looking for this to kind of break out here, continuously constructing higher lows. That is a positive sign. But if it breaks down, then we might be on the wrong end of this trade. But let's pull up Google because that's all all what we want to talk about right now. It is most definitely in play. So you've seen we got that volume spike to the top side, and then now we got it to the downside as well here too, guys. So a lot of sideways price action. Wait for this conference to be over, and then maybe you can look to get involved that way. Right now, you might get caught in the odd volatility spike. So whether you're long or short right there, that wouldn't be fun, especially if you have tight risk measures. The volume did step in, so hopefully it can find a direction there relatively soon. So yeah, so let's see what we got going on. RGTI not doing exactly what I want. I tried it earlier in the day as well too, so it wasn't stronger like QBTS, so more of a sympathy play on that one. I'll pull back up RGTI just to see what we got going on, but Bitcoin really strong, pulling back in here as well too, guys. So yeah, let's patient. Let's see if we can, this 1206 level can hold here on RGTI. If not, then that's okay. We'll just take a small haircut on this one and look for something else because, I mean, the space is strong. I believe we're in the right area. We're looking, so just depending if if our timing is correct, etc. So yeah, I mean, Ryan Davis, let's go. I mean, it may not work out, so it is what it is. We'll be patient to see what we can cook up here for you guys. And if it does start to work, then we'll most definitely be adding to the position as well too, guys. So yeah, let's go Bitcoin. Are we still hovering around those areas? Yeah, we're still pushing around those highs, guys. And you can see the volume supporting this move. It most definitely stepped in as we broke through this resistance zone right here. You can see that volume start to kick in, and then you get these two massive candles classifying this as a genuine move. And this is exactly what you would want to be displayed. That is A++, especially for breakout traders. That's what you want to look for. So unfortunately that we missed out on that trade. I mean, we were long within this range here, and then we got that move past here, but then this pullback kind of stopped us out, and then we never got back in, which we should have. But lesson learned, it's only one day, right? It's Tuesday. Yesterday we had a good day putting on some nice trades with you yesterday, and then today we're like, okay, quantum space, let's get back into those neck of the woods, and we tried to swing heavy on some RGTI, and it just didn't work out for us. So yeah, there we are. It's starting to break down a little bit more. I'm not going to give it too much more risk here, guys. That could be classified as a failed breakout. The volume wasn't there, and there wasn't enough demand as we climbed higher. So there we go, 12. We'll just hop out of that trade. No worries, just a little paper cut on that one there, Shady.
All right, guys, in a couple of positions over here, QIPT, let's talk about this one first. This has got a $2.20 high of the day. The issue with this one is it's been rejecting 220 over and over and over. Let's look at that pre-market or that 935 high. That's $2.20. How about that one right at 1240, $2.20, and this one, $2.20. So it could be a good flat top break candidate. QIPT, the one I'm talking about, up a very respectable 56 2/3%, running with the other quantum names like ARQQ, QBTS, etc. Okay, took one print on it. I'm long at 14s, looking for the next print at 21s. So that's trade number one. Trade number two, ASST. I perceive this one as another flat top possible break here. Kind of the levels are a bit varying. I would say to you 90 is the level. Now it's been hanging up out around here, 90, 91, but it's not decisively breaking through. I've had this profit taker here waiting at 97s for a while, man, since I got in essentially at 12:30. So almost an hour, wow, 50 minutes. I've been holding this position, and that still hasn't broken. That's the bad side, obviously, that we have that resistance level. The good side, from what I see here, is an umpteen amount of higher lows. Okay, most of the candles from my entry onwards have been higher lows, as you can see there. Up and to the right it goes, but that flat top break and an elusive feat for the moment. We'll see how this cookie ends up crumbling, but I'm looking here for a move above 8. Now, we were briefly above $8.12 the high, but we had a double top on the candles on the 5-minute at 12:20 and 12:25, and then we quickly broke back down. As quickly as we got above 8, as quickly as we tanked all the way back down to 750. So that tells you to expect resistance at $8. So make sure you're accounting for that if you're going to trade this and you're looking for that decisive break above 8. So that's what I'm doing right now, guys. I'm keeping my eye out on that. And then I have no idea what's going on with SES over here. So I punched long into this at 94 pennies. We took it out above $1. I'm trying to get in again, and it's giving me errors, telling me gateway issues, which is kind of bizarre, because usually when we have that, that means it's blocked in our system. But this one obviously is not. because we were involved in it earlier. So I'm going to have to issue a ticket or something to see what the situation is with this one.
We got an ad read there.
We got an ad read. Oh, my bad. I'm not plugged in, my boy. I apologize.
Here, momentarily here. Just so yeah, I mean, continue where you're going in, but just sorry, I didn't know you weren't
No, I
tapped in
wasn't
there.
plugged in. Yeah, go ahead, Joseph.
Yeah, well, it's not that time just yet, but we're getting close,
Okay.
guys. Only a minute away here. I know you're going over some things, but we got Bitcoin that's still relatively strong. Google is now pulling back into the volume-weighted average price. I'm out of RGTI. I told you guys at 12s, I'll get out of that. I was looking for the continuation of the breakout. This is what happens when you buy the top of the range and the volume isn't supporting that breakout. You eventually get stopped out in the middle of the range. So you want to buy at the lows here and then look for that move back to the top. So yeah, let's see if we can continue this strength here in Bitcoin. I love seeing this now into 107s. Really nice, beautiful move here. The long-term portfolio is loving this. Sharif, we're right back to where we started there, my friend.
I got news on that.
Yeah. So yeah, we're having a good time with that one, and we're still holding on to some of the swing position as well too. Just because I'm sticking with the thesis that. That this is the break of that all-time high and we head into new price discovery. But all right, guys, listen up. In sports playing, flexibility is everything. At ProfitX, you can see the order book just like a financial exchange. Pick your spot and customize the odds to fit your risk. Why settle for a single offered price when you can set your own? Plus, our own mobile interface makes it easy to play on the go. ProfitX, where you can call all the shots anytime, anywhere. Users can use code TraderTV to get our sign-up offer of 2% cash back on up to 300 big ones there, guys. All right, so yeah, really good out here on RGTI. As you can see, it took another leg lower and heading back to the lower half of this range there, guys. So yeah, good out there. Still have a couple of shots left. I'm just waiting for a precise entry. Let's see if Google prints a 5-minute indecision. There might be a potential long there with our risk profile defined. You can just use the break of the volume-weighted average price. So we'll wait for this 5-minute print to come in, and then we'll assess from that standpoint. The market's starting to pull in as well, too, guys. Running into the pre-market highs and then just absolutely rejecting it. So a good rejection right there, guys. Okay, so Jay Lee, now there you go. There's your condor. All right, so there's your QQQ 0-day 0 DTE condor right there. We couldn't break 2095, multiple touches of that zone. We had that condor from 521 to 517. So as long as the Qs close within that range, you get to have a profitable trade. And it looks like it might here on the day, unless we get a big volume spike, Sharif.
Yes, sir. I'm keeping my eye on SYTA as well. I mean, it has really been working up nicely into the highs. There it is, yes. We were done this trade at $7.30. Here it is. Wow, what a spike up. It just took out 740, no problem. Now it's at 775. So SYTA just had a new a new high day vis-a-vis that price spike. Now the tape is getting crazy right now on SYTA. So let's watch this. Let's see if it's a breakout trade. It hasn't been a breakout trade all day. It's been a stair-step trade. Now it's getting nuts. Here we go, 790 now. Here comes 8. So SYTA really hitting the gas here. The second we turned to the trading screen on it, does it reject 8? 793 high a day, dipping back down into 80. Is this going to be a topping tail candle, or is this a micro pullback to be bought up in anticipation of an 8 touch and bump? Let's see what we get here. Yeah, 94%. This is a respectable move, man. What a nice flat top break through 760 there. It feels like it's been the day for flat top breaks. We'll have to wait and see right now. I don't want to punch in at 8, okay? I want to pull back. If I can get something at 750, 760, that makes a lot more sense to me than punching in at the highs, guys. So great look for SYTA over here. Unsure how to approach this, though, okay, at this level. So I'm just going to steer clear of it if I don't have a good read as to what it's going to do around 8, or if I'm just too close to that area of resistance, I'm going to steer clear of it. I will do this, though. I will set up a dip trade for that 760 retracement. That's going to be my move. I'm going to wait at the 2/3 of a dollar, a little bit lower than 2/3 for a possible money fill. We're going to give this one the old college try. Now, it may absolutely run without us. That is fine with me. We're going to keep an eye out on this one. Fantastic look, though, for SYTA. Almost 100% winner on the day. And it hasn't been much of a bamboozler. Like, maybe I shouldn't say that, because now it'll bamboozle us all, right? I'll jinx it. But to be fair to it, though, it hasn't had wide range per candle. It hasn't had bamboozlement in the sense that once it takes out a key level, it tanks to the downside. It's been a steady stair step up, incremental move up kind of stock. And they're kind of few and far between in the world of small cap gappers. Usually there's ample bamboozlement in these bad boys. So here we go. We're gonna leave that order the way it is. If it fills, fantastic. If it doesn't, well, better luck next time for me. The other one we got on right now, QIPT, knocking the door 20s. That's at the high of the day again. I expect resistance here. We're gonna set up another beak wetter north to take advantage of any big boy prints. We're gonna throw that out, see what we get there. It's this one though. ASST that is starting to concern me. So I was talking about a flat top break on this one with that 790-ish, low 90s being that area hold. Now we're starting to get that rounded top. That's not what I want to see because now we're getting lower highs and lower lows. That ain't the move here. So if we don't get a move and a bounce off that 20 exponential like we got at around, sorry, Adair, 1 second, 1230 and 1235, I'm out of this one. Even though I'm in the money on it, I'll be out because I don't like it. Adair, what's up?
Keep an eye here on these defense names. I have Palantir up here. We know Donald Trump and Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, they're set to make an announcement at 3 p.m. Now, Politico actually reporting here that apparently that investment or that announcement is going to involve a $25 billion here in funding or investment here for the Golden Dome. So Donald Trump, according to Politico, likely to announce a $25 billion investment or funding here for the Golden Dome. Back to you.
Yo, 100%. 100. He can say all he wants, right? Like, we'll see. Look, man.
You can't persuade him with money because.
Yeah, but yeah,
doesn't
good
care.
point, Joseph. I mean, he said that. We'll see if he. Golden Dome, right? Obviously, it's going to be a lot of rockets involved in that, and Elon has said he doesn't want anything to do with that. He said, he denied reports that he was involved. We'll have to wait and see. What do you think, Fabian? You think he involves himself in the military side of things, or he stays clear? You're not answering the question. He will. He says he probably will. I happen to agree with you, Fabian. This may not have anything to do with anything, but when the Biden administration was pressing him, how come you're not hiring asylum seekers? And he's like, well, because we're classified under national security because we make rockets and stuff like that. We can't legally hire asylum seekers. So the government, in one sense, was telling him he couldn't do it. And then the other side, they were suing him for not hiring asylum seekers. And so the whole point is to say that industry is obviously very sensitive. It's and rockets, well, they carry ICBMs, baby, intercontinental ballistic missiles and warheads and stuff like that. So whether or not he can remain out of it, we'll have to wait and see. He says he doesn't want to get involved, but we'll see.
Time will tell, right? He says that now. He could obviously change his mind, but you never know what he's going to be up to. Yeah, QBTS starting to pull back as well too, guys. Bitcoin looking like it wants to take another leg higher. It's such a bad chase. But your boy's going for it here. Let's see if we can get involved in some IBIT. We are involved, I should say. So we're playing that crack here of this previous high. Just a pure momentum play. I mean, you can see we're only positive about 7/10 here on the session, so there could be some room to run. I mean, we missed a big opportunity on it earlier in the day. You can see we're in at 59.80s there, and now we're trading significantly higher than that. So, yeah, that's definitely a missed opportunity. It is what it is, guys. We'll see if we can continue this. I mean, if we're going to break out, we're going to break out, and Bitcoin can really get the ball rolling. I mean, we're only up about 7/10 on the session, so if it decides that it wants to get going, I'm going to be here. I'm positioned relatively well in this, but again, I'm sorry, I take that back. I'm not positioned that well, but if it's going to go, then we can get that parabolic type price action, then I'll be okay. So any move to the top side, you can see the strength in the time of sales as well, too. I want you guys to focus on that. I'll scroll down even. So that's a positive sign. We're seeing signs of strength, and that's exactly what we need in order for this move to be sustained and continue to the top side there, Sharif. So.
Top side? All right, we're in SYTA. I took a couple of prints to the top side, but it's going to have to hold 790. So we're long at 07s. We could give back a little bit here if it loses that 90, which it feels like it might. There is a buyer at 90. Yeah, we just got stopped out. It's okay. We did a little bit of de-risking. No worries. I think I might have kept a bit of a tight stop there. We'll see. We'll see. I might get back involved in this one. But, yeah, that's basically the first L on the day today. So that's
okay,
kind of
all right, I see.
Yeah, well, it had to happen. You know what I mean? So that's what it is right there. Yeah, I did kind of feel that this one was breakout prone, but we get a topping tail into 817, and here we go. I'm still leaving this order active because I still like that flat top break in the like low 60s, high 50s. We'll see if this one wants to even fill, and if it fills, whether we get stopped out or not. So the 10 exponential on the 5 is at 759. So I'll be looking for that to hold up, right? I'm not going to be looking at DCA into that. Secondly, over here, we're getting QIPT rejecting 220 again. So I'm going to be keeping my eye very closely on the 20 exponential over here for a loss of the 20 exponential. But what I really want to hold on to is QIPT because it's put in umpteen amount of higher lows with that same $2.27 flat top break. We'll have to see if that ends up holding or not, what the situation is going to be. Here comes SYTA into 8 again. It's got the same area low on the 2 candles. So the candle, the topping tail at 125 and this candle at 130 all have the same area low of 76. Sorry, I'm just looking over. Why isn't it showing me that low of this candle here? So weird. 76 and 75 essentially. So basically holding up at the $0.75. I'm talking about SYTA. So let's see if it continues to hold up there. Now, if I can get in here, I can give it to the $0.75, right? Because it's already shown you its intention to hold up there. No, but I'm trying to decide whether I want to get in here or not. Yeah, I mean, I could get in, and we could have a tight stop below 70. No, I'm going to let this one set up. I like my dip trade at 60 a little bit better. Let's let this one, if it goes without me, it goes without me. So be it. So I'm going to keep my eye on this. So I'm still going to leave the trade here active for that 760 dip trade. It looks like it wants to go, though, possibly into the high 80s, low 90s here and retake 8. But, yeah, I'm just going to let it go. I'm not gonna chase this one. All right, what else are we doing over here? We're still holding ASST, looking for that breakthrough 90. Did hold up at the 20, it looks like, and now this current 5-minute candle has a new high. So the doji candle that just closed at 125 is exactly what I said it is. It's a doji candle, and it actually went yellow. On my charts, yellow means that the same closing price and the same opening price, so essentially flat. Okay, so that's a doji candle on ASST on the 5. Okay, that's what I'm looking at there. Oh, wow, SYTA is going to go, Joseph. It looks like it's going to go. Here it is, right back above 8 again. Dang it. Yeah, I screwed up on that one. Yeah, sometimes DCAing works, sometimes it doesn't. In this case, obviously, it didn't. So let's see if it can clear 8 with any gusto. If it does, we'll get back in with this one.
That's all trading, man. Sometimes it works. Sometimes
people are yelling about edible again.
Edible?
People
All
are
right,
really excited for my birthday there, huh?
EDBLE, yeah, everyone's really hyped up. I'm not talking about eggs over here.
No, yeah, for once,
yeah,
right?
Exactly.
For once, we're talking about food.
Yeah, I mean, here we go. Big time. This is just a gap in kind of our data there, guys, but I'm pretty sure I'll pull it up on another chart so we can take a look at it. EDBL, yeah. Come on, Bitcoin. Take a nice little move out. EDBL.
Go, edible.
Come on. Yeah, I know. It's like I'm
Ryan Davis asking why we're not talking about Google. Google's going.
Google's
What's going
really
on there,
tanking
Katina,
here, guys.
Google's tanking.
Yeah, Google's tanking. Here it is, Google. Taking a big time dive to the downside here, guys. Audio's Google. Something was said.
That
they
orange
don't like
woman.
it. Which you have to
that
say. We're
orange
going to go
woman's
into it there
tanking
right
Google.
now, guys.
Yeah, I'm really not hearing anything from Google or seeing anything on Google to explain this move. It does kind of just look like a bit of a sell the move accelerated here, unless I see or hear anything differently. One thing I will say about the market, though, is Fed's Muslim still talking. He's generally been pretty cautious, and he just said here that apparently the long-term inflation expectations do remain anchored. Another thing I want to mention here for GOOGL that was said at this conference, I highly doubt this has to do with the drop, but they're basically going to be enhancing their search engine with new AI capabilities, so that's going to be on watch. That came out earlier today. Again, if I see anything specific from this event, I'll let you know, but I'm listening, I'm watching, and I'm seeing X, and there's nothing to suggest that this is a Google-specific move or that it has to do with the event. Back to you.
Gemini diffusion.
Wow.
I mean, it just looks like it's a code writer for you. Like we've seen this so many, like Lovable. There's so many out there. Claude is good at it. There's so many AI adjacent names that can code for you now. So Google, obviously,
Wow.
What's going on? Yeah, talk about it, baby.
It's like, look at this massive engulfing candle right here, guys. As you break through the volume weighted average price and then the momentum just absolutely picks up here and continuing to bleed is Google, guys. So yeah, just be patient. If you're looking for that long, you want to zoom in and see what the lower time frames are telling you. If you get any indecision prints, this is some waterfall type price action here, Sharif. So there might be a potential opportunity for a turnaround. You just got to be patient enough and wait for those candles to come out and display itself. So yeah, there you go. Big time dumpery here on Google. As my guy Neil would like to say, it rugged over here. So yeah, Tank City 101 in a GOOGL, brother.
Yes, sir. All right, guys.
So there it is. Sorry, 1 second. Yeah.
Do your thing.
Do you have a CE?
It's okay. This is important.
Okay, yeah. So okay, this isn't as isolated as we would want to see, but if we get an indecision print, a couple of candles more to the downside, and then we get that indecision hammer at the lows, then you might get a small bounce in this underlying streak.
Well said, Joseph.
Yeah.
All right, guys. New traders, listen up. First month, it's free. That's right. We're waiving the fees so you can trade smarter, not harder, Katina, man. But they got to upgrade to that elite experience in order for them to analyze, strategize, and then hopefully after that, they'll capitalize on their platform that has everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, and game-changing charts. You can predict better as well with that backtesting tool, a solid one, reliable, real-time data, global markets literally at the tips of your fingers. It's an all-in-one platform, guys, so do not miss out and execute your best trades now. Ready and only if you're ready to elevate your trading. Scan that QR code or click the link in the description. Shout out to the great folks at eSignal. Where's Ozan when you need him, though, man? I mean, I don't even know where he is. Call him, Katina, man.
There he is. Call him right now.
There he is. Well, you know, he's coming right after that. He sees that. It's like, he was... It's the bat signal. A lot better than the example that I was going to use. Thank you for saying that so that I don't get in trouble.
Throw up the other bat. Throw up the other bat signal there, brother. Yeah.
Where? Oh, I remember that one. Ah.
Sharif's birthday.
My birthday. EDBL, best stock around here, baby. No, I'm kidding, guys. We're having a good time. Still keeping an eye on the Google event. That's a guy from DeepMind, right, Adira? That gentleman on the stage right now, I think that's the DeepMind guy you were telling me about earlier. So yeah, he's still up there. Looks like they're talking about some games, AlphaGo, this, that, and the other, Alpha Star. So it looks like Genie 2, they're talking about different games right now, so we'll keep you guys apprised of that. But while I keep you guys apprised of that, let me keep you apprised of this. SYTA is right back above $8. It's doing the dance with absolutely no underwear or pants. So we're going to get long here. Looking for that dip trade into the low 90s. We got it here. Let's see if we can get long. It's not filling me because the spread is a little bit wider. It might go without me over here. Let's keep an eye out on that. Looking for a dip into the low 90s. It's got higher lows right now. It is defended 75. So I can keep a tight stop into that 75 penny area. It's not letting me in. All right, so that's the situation. Let's see if it can dip down a little bit more. I think I'm going to look for some money fills, maybe a little bit down here, get some money fills in the high 80s if we're able to. There it is. Can we get the fill, please? Oh, man, it just won't give me the fill. All right, that's fine. We're going to pack our patience. So SYTA, looking here very awfully, I want to say, indecisive. There's 4 candles of indecision that have manifested around $8 right now. 4. Basically starting from that candle at around 125, each and every single one has been a very small-bodied candle with bigger upper and lower wicks. Okay, so that's the situation we see right now with SYTA. It's up 94%. So let's keep an eye out on this one. It is losing the bid a little bit here. I did cancel my order, so I didn't get long. Let's see what this one does. Now, as I mentioned, it has a double bottom at around 75, right around that $0.75. That's the candle at 125 and 130. We're holding that high right now because we're still holding mid-80s. But we're rejecting 8. That's the important part. Every time we come up into that $8 level, we're being met with a lot of aggressive selling. So what's the move here? Are we going to lose the bid? I canceled my orders at 760 because it wasn't even coming close to that. So I got to tell you, Joseph, I don't really have a good read on this one, man, especially at this $8 area. What's going on over there, Joseph?
No, you just asked me. Say,
oh.
Joe, what's up? Say,
all right,
we're going with Dara. We're going with Dara.
Keep an eye here on YOU. Yes, that's the ticker. It's called Clear Secure. They're an American tech company, and they do biometric travel document verification systems. So yeah, biometric travel identity verification. We're seeing some comments here coming from the acting TSA administrator saying that the agency could consider privatization and that nothing's off the table. With that in mind, YOU, which again, they do a lot of this biometric identification work, they're pushing to the upside on that story, though they are already giving up some of that move. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adair.
Krista B, let's go. Yeah, let's go. Shout out
Chile Nightmare. And we got Assassino back up there,
Soldier
bro.
Boy there.
Okay.
I thought you were gonna shout out Soldier Boy there with that.
Soldier Boy.
With that you.
Yeah. Superman.
Whoa.
You can't.
This
YouTube
guy,
gets
this
very
guy,
upset.
this guy.
Neil's like,
Yeah, I mean, you can't be.
and right he is.
Woo.
Soldier Boy.
But yeah, I mean, guys, thank you,
banger,
Krista.
New York.
Krista, thanks for pointing out this Robinhood here. We're now at 65.
Get it,
I think
Krista.
we're knocking on the door of all-time high here, if we're not. Yeah, see, I mean, come on. Shreve, you know what I'm
Stop.
about to say right now.
Double top?
Katina Man's got Palantir. Your boy's got Robinhood. And we're
baby.
liking
There
this.
it
Yeah,
is, baby.
what a big-time comeback here off of these lows. I mean,
Big boy
trading
move.
at $29 here.
Dang.
So you're getting over 100% return in a span of 43 days. So from April to where we're currently sitting at right now. This is a really good look here. 120% from this low all the way where we're currently trading at. What a great name. I'm happy to have been grabbing this throughout this pullback here. I mentioned this. I wish if I had the ability to switch one of my picks, I think I would go with Robinhood. I don't know, but we got what we got. But fantastic name. So shout out Vlad over there. We like him. I mean, he's been doing a fantastic job. Gold membership and everything. I talk about how the increase on the platform has just been coming out quarter over quarter, and especially in the likes of the crypto transactions as well. I believe 2 quarters ago, it reported a 700% increase in crypto transactions, which is just as soon as I seen that number, Sharif. Okay, so it was something along that. It was a 98% quarter over quarter increase in options activity. There was about a 70% increase in users on the platform, 700% increase in crypto transactions. As soon as I seen those numbers, I'm like, buy, right? You had to wait for it.
Can I say something to you, though? It used to be the laughing stock, correct?
Absolutely.
Like if you were trading on Robinhood during COVID, you're like,
you don't know anything about trading.
Yeah, that's not the case anymore, is it? Right?
Not whatsoever. No. I mean, like during that GME, someone in the chat mentioned it the other time too. During that GME craze, it was probably the most hated brokerage on the planet. So now it's being one of the most favorite and taken amongst the youth.
I'm not going to name any names, but I was asking some people at the floor over here if they were going to switch to Robinhood now that they've acquired WonderFi and they're going to weasel into Canada. And the person I asked was like, absolutely not.
No.
Because they're still remembering what happened.
That may take some time to get past that.
He knows I'm talking about him. I love it. Hey, I didn't name you, brother, because I didn't know if you want me to say that. But hey,
names, but I shout out
to the Chilean Nightmare.
It rhymes with nightmare.
Yeah, but that rhymes with nightmare. Yeah. Shout out to 2 New York cents. He's dropping cash in the chat, baby. $5 banger. Reads as follows: Road SYTA from the lows to around $8, 500 shares. It's my best swing trade ever, my man. That sounds like a banger on your part.
On what stock?
On SYTA, this bad boy over here. Yeah,
500 big ones.
500 shares, man. Rode basically from the lows to $8. That's what we call a big boy trade. Shout out to you, 2 New York cents, man. Could not be happier for you, especially since you had the compunction and the guts to hold some of these small cap gappers overnight. I don't have it. So shout out to you, my man. Hope you're printing up multiple storms and keep us apprised of the trade. Great one there, Joseph. All right. We got in over here. I'm happy I didn't punch long into SYT at these levels, but we got a wick into the 10 EMA, and now it's aggressively moving up. Oh, the tape's getting crazy again, Joseph. Oh, boy. Okay, so here's the deal. We're going to go long over here. Here, come what may. We're going to set up for some beak wetters right there, and then we're going to wait north of 8. Okay, so the deal is I will look to defend that 10 EMA, which is at 770, 769. So let's go ahead. Boom! We're already taking out the levels. Let's see. Can we take out 8? Can we take out 8? Big size here at 99s. So we just did weasel into that level. Let's go ahead and look for some money fills a little bit below that level. I'm going to wait in the 80s. So let's go ahead like that, and we're going to wait at 85s for a possible money fill there. Now we got 93s on, showing me 95s. Can't shake 8 though. 8 has been a hard road to hoe on SYTA, even though it's got an 817 high of the day. Got a ton of topping tail candles all around 8. That doesn't happen by accident, baby. So we're going to keep an eye out on this one. 99s now showing up a big size. About 400 lots, give or take, at 99s. It's what's at 8 and maybe a little bit above 8, at 801, 802. That concerns me. We can't shake 8 right now. So I'm going to keep an eye out on this one to see if we can get that big boy move to the high side. Again, I've got a dip trade in the mid 80s for some money fills in case this one retraces to the downside, Joseph. So that's what I'm doing right now, keeping my eye on SYTA.
Sweeping LH. I love how you call it biddy too. I think that's funny. Bitcoin.
It is jokes.
Let's go biddy. Yeah, let's go biddy.
That's not what that means though, right? In like street language.
Slang? No,
that's not what it means at all. You want to tell them or no?
No, we're not gonna go down those lines. I don't know if that's more Toronto slang.
I don't know if it is. I know what it means though.
Yeah. I mean, why?
Yeah.
It is what it is. I think it's more Toronto. This guy.
I don't know, bro. That's what my friends say all the time. Like, I don't know. That's what they call it.
That's what they call it. I wouldn't know about that anyway.
Lies. He's lying right in front of all of you guys with a straight face.
No, but see, the thing is, though, I feel like it is more Toronto slang from the feedback that we're getting.
Makes sense. Because I haven't heard it too
from
many
the chat.
places
And I guess it was definitely a word that we used when I was in my probably late teens to early 20s. So, boom, let's go, my brother. Go Bitcoin, go a big pop right there. You can see we're in. This is not a good in. I'll be straight up with you guys. I'll tell you when it's a good position or when it's not. So it's not the best, but I'm going to take 33% off of this little pop right here and just leave the rest for a runner here, guys, to see if we can continue climb. Just chipping, brother. Just chipping away, and that's what we got to do. So there's plenty of opportunities to add here, but just not that day here, guys. But the nice pop there in Bitcoin, now up about 0.8%, continuing to climb. I would bet that we're closer to the higher end of that 107. So I'll pull up spot itself to see what we got going on. Oh, that's not what we want. We'll pull it up here. Okay, so yeah, 106.33s. So that's not horrible. We'll take it, Sharif. I know you and I will take that most definitely as we continue to climb. I mean, we're only $3,000 off of those all-time highs. We'll pull up spot to see what we got going on from a daily standpoint. So now we're only probably about 1% or so off of it. This was 108. Yeah, we're not even going to be around that. So
107.32. That's the highest. Are you seeing those wicks too?
I've seen those wicks.
Those are BS wicks.
Yeah, I don't know how genuine they are.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean, we're just knocking on the door there, my friend. Just about 3% off of those all-time highs. It's not going to take much for this thing to really get going. One thing I will note is that I wanted to see a liquidity grab here and then a momentum play for the push through that. But I mean, if mass liquidations start happening and you crack these all-time highs, I bet a lot of people are going to start to get stopped out. That is going to be the shorts, and then you can just start that squeeze to the top side and then head into those teens. So I mean, you got plenty of time on your side, Sharif. It only takes a 1 or 2 solid sessions for us to get to that 1 1/4 there.
Stop teasing me, bro. This guy, every morning I come in. You know what he says to me? I accept payment in Bitcoin, cash, everything.
All forms of payment.
Every morning, I got to deal with that.
Bang.
This guy, bro, unreal.
Accepting all forms.
I love it.
You know what? It's funny. So we were talking about this the other day. It's like when you're trading well, things just happen to work out for you. And I was telling Sharif about some calls that I bought a while ago, and I forgot to cancel the sell order. And then I get a notification on my phone last week, and now I'm short. I was short NVIDIA calls at a specific strike, and I'm like, no, I don't want this. But then NVIDIA just flushes, and I close the position. I'm like, man, when the money's flowing, it's just flowing, even when you don't even mean it to. But yeah, that was not fun, being short some
Whatever,
NVIDIA
baby, that's
calls.
money in
Yeah,
your pocket
we'll
now.
take it. Yeah, exactly.
There you go.
So yeah, that's it. I'm still in this IBIT trade here. Let's see if we can continue to grind and break through this 60-50 level.
Sundar has weaseled his way back onto the stage. They're talking about about, what are they talking about? Still AI there. He's getting a round of applause from the folks there. So Sundar Pichai back on the stage as CEO of Google, obviously rolling out to everyone in the US. What is this? Gemini 2.0 to search. They're bringing Gemini 2.5 to search. You were just talking about that.
Yeah, Brandon was pretty.
But you know, this is normal for them to do split testing. Like that's big in advertising, right? Like, so you release whatever new product you have to like one cohort of individuals.
Yep.
You don't release it to the other. You kind of get the feedback, whether or not it's being well received, and then you have like a full release for everybody.
More refined,
so yeah,
release there.
so we'll have to see how this all ends up doing. But yeah, man, I think, you know, the recent price action on Google was a little unfair. I waxed poetic about that a couple of days ago or last week or whatever. I still think this company is excellent. You know, maybe search doesn't dominate in the way that they did before, where they had like 90-some-odd% market share. But I don't really think that that's the move anymore, guys. I think that we're kind of moving beyond that at the moment. So we'll see. We'll see what this whole thing does. And they haven't monetized Gemini. They just said they have 450 million monthly active users for Gemini. So that's plenty. Obviously, it's not what Google search has, obviously, but
Or GPT has.
or no, GPT is best in class.
Wasn't it the fastest? It was the fastest growing app of all time.
Yeah, no, and I gotta give, like, look, I haven't used Gemini in a hot minute, to be fair. So the new Gemini I haven't used, but GPT, when I was using Gemini, is superior. To Gemini.
I don't want that.
I haven't used Gemini 2.5. I want to let you guys, remind you guys as well, there is this little website here, Assassino, if we can do this, aistudio.google.com, right there, aistudio.google.com. You go to this bad boy, you get all their GPTs, 2.0, 2.0 Flash, and then there's a bunch of different ones. There's Gemini 2.5 as well, right there. You've got Gemini 1.5, so you guys can play around with all of them, and it shows you what they're good for, how much the input is, best for coding, reasoning, multimodal reasoning, use cases. You just mouse over and it gives you all that information. So that's the website right there, aistudio.google.com, unless, you know, if you go to Gemini, normally this is what you see. You just see the regular Gemini, even though you can choose from stuff over here. But this is like the big boy one, the more developer-focused
This is
one.
my issue, though, Sharif.
Go.
I guess we can't do picture-in-picture. So this is Microsoft Edge, right?
Okay.
Right? Like, you know what I mean? Boom,
course, yeah,
right
yeah.
there.
What
And
about
then, yeah, well, I mean, look at this. It's much more appealing. You got all these news headlines. I want to use Copilot. Copilot's right there. And then let me pull up Google. Like, it's like, come on. I don't know. We don't want that.
Google.com. Oh, Joe, you're going to dox yourself, my boy.
I know, we don't want that. but this here, I mean, you know, you see what I'm getting at here is like, okay, where's the Gemini? Like, where can I find something? You know what I mean?
For that Google News.
Yeah, or something.
This
This just isn't appealing to me anymore.
I respect that, man.
Yeah.
I respect your opinion on that. Like, you've been an avid Copilot user. I went through a stint where I used what's it called? Edge.
What does doxed even mean? I don't even know.
Doxing, which like you reveal your information.
Oh, I didn't
Prad
even know.
used to say it all the time. I have no
shut
idea.
up, Bradley. Well, there you go, my Gmail account, so you can see that I watch. Let's see, that's not even my other one there, guys.
Is that the work one?
No.
Okay, well,
no.
The work one would have been better, Joseph.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
not the personal one.
Yeah, well, no, I don't even use that one. I just used it. I used to follow this guy on YouTube. His name was Slide Skills, because I would just like work on PowerPoint and like learn cool features. So that is the only reason why I did that one. So there's nothing relevant in there. So you can do whatever you want, I guess, with that one. But please don't, obviously. But I mean, don't do whatever you want. But yeah, there it is, guys. We're still sitting in this IBIT. We took another 10% off as we continue to climb. We punched into that 60-50. I mean, we're pretty extended right now, so I wouldn't be surprised if we do get a pullback. But yeah, it is what it is. I still have over 50% of the position. If I get stopped out break even, then not much I can do about that.
Esky, chill out, bro. All right, guys. SYTA still holding this bad boy. Just got a beak wetter there. I got the money fill in the mid 80s. Just took out some in front of 8. It's weaseling right back into that $8 level. I've got 85s on at the moment. It's got higher lows, okay? That's what's keeping me really optimistic about the trade, the higher low situation with a possible flat top through 8. I get that we broke the flat top. We got to 817, but it was quite fleeting. As you can see, it didn't hang out above 8 for much time at all. So that's what I'm looking at right now. I'm keeping my eye on this one. Here comes 798. Can we weasel up into 8? My next profit taker's at 810. Maybe I should move that down a little bit. That 10 penny level could get rejected, as you know, some people could be posting there. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on right now. SYTA still obviously have QIPT on. I'm still waiting for a 220 break there. That hasn't happened. QIPT has been rejecting $2.20 almost all morning. Okay, it's at 218 right now. So we'll keep an eye out on that. Also, ASST is on the way up. So I did flatten out on this one because I didn't like the look of this one's jib, but it kept found support at 770. I only found that out after. So this one, here comes $8 again on ASST. So be on the lookout here, 812 high. If it can take out 8, it can easily get above that 812. But I'll submit to you guys, we had a lot of trouble taking out 8 in the past little while from basically 1 o'clock till now. Adira, what's up?
Just be aware here, Google announcing the pricing for its AI Ultra subscription. So this is apparently for AI power users, and it is $250 a month. So $249.99 a month for Google's monthly AI Ultra subscription for AI power users. Again, that subscription is going to be $250 a month. Back to you.
Be very similar to Chat's crazy version as well. I think it's 200 to 250, not the regular paid version. That's $20 US. I'm talking about that other one that Chat has, which is supposed to be for coders and professionals or whatever. So very similar look there. I don't know whether the products are the same or not. Yeah, we'll be obviously reviewing that in the days to come. All right, D. Westermeyer, he's back. Been away, brother. Any thoughts on my new training? Should I try it? So D, it was quite early today when Neil was telling me, tag me again, brother, or DM me. Let me know exactly what you're doing. Be nuanced about it, though, so that I can really get a full picture of what your goal is here and what you're actually doing. And then I'm just going to give you my honest opinion. Shout out to D. Westermeyer, baby. Adair.
I did look in really quickly here into the differences between the ChatGPT higher level subscription and the Google higher level subscription. Again, this is just a quick Google search that I did, so take that as you will. But so Google, we're seeing more info coming out. AI Ultra subscription, $250 a month, but it includes 30 terabytes of storage, ad-free YouTube, and early feature access. Over $250, guys, you're not just getting AI. You're also getting 30 terabytes of storage and ad-free YouTube, which is, of course, a pretty big deal. ChatGPT, about $50 less per month, $200 per month for the comparable subscription. Obviously, you're also not getting that YouTube access or storage, but you are getting this O1 Pro mode, which basically uses more computing power for better responses and expanded access to OpenAI's AI models and tools. And it's also designed for power users, much like the Google model. So basically, the ChatGPT model, to summarize it, is cheaper, but the Google model a bit more expensive, but you get access to more than just AI. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adara. And I want to mention something else. That I think that Gemini, if Chat, GPT, the pre-training and then the after-training as well, wasn't trained on YouTube, which I have great suspicion about. I think they probably were. If that is in fact the case, that they weren't trained on YouTube videos, imagine how much better Gemini will be if they can actually train on YouTube videos. Think about that. That's a decided advantage if you own the IP. And we've seen this play out in court, Joseph. I think it was the New York Times or the Washington Post or some sort of newspaper subscription sued Chat and said, you trained your model on our news articles. Where's our money at?
Ooh.
Right? That's the thing.
I mean, if we talk about from a data standpoint, we know that Google has the most out of all of these competitors. Right, from Google search and everything along those lines. I just don't understand. Like, I don't personally use Llama. I just think it could be significantly better, in my opinion.
And your boy Zuck is advertising like crazy on CNBC and CNN through like a
Gemini.
No, he's not. It's not even Facebook. It's like It's like an innocuous name like AI America or something like that.
Really?
And it's all funded by Facebook, basically trying to get everybody or the American public to be pro technology companies so that they're not regulated as much by elected representatives. And he's financing this thing huge. It's basically the large language model open source of America or something like that, man. I had to do a deep dive to find out who's actually financing that. And they're constantly advertising on television. So, you know, there he is. Yeah. All right, guys, here we go. SYTA just broke 8, but now it zigged and zagged. So this is the first time it's been above 8 for a hot minute. I'm still holding some here. I'm looking for the next BQuetter at 810s. It's, again, having lots of trouble with 8. Should I be getting out some here? That's kind of the question I always have to myself, that it's had so much trouble. I'm going to pack my patience on this one. I'd like to get something a little bit above 8, 810, front running that 817 high. So I'm not going to take it out. Sad that this money dip trade here didn't fill either. And the reason I won't want to take it out is just been so respectful of that higher low situation with that flat top, essentially being that $8 area. So let's see if we can get back above 8. We were only above it by a couple of shekels, no decisive break of $8. Here we are at 8 again, okay? And we're not clearing it again. 1 penny spread now. Hey, I didn't even see ya. No, it's tightened up a little bit there on the spread, Randy, but can't shake that seller at 8 or that profit taker at 8. They're just too stubborn with too much money and too much size there. So we can't really shake that $8 area. Up 100% though, not a respectable, not a bad move at all. I'm just worried that this thing turns on me, Joseph. So what's Rivian? Let's look up Rivian. Rivian's having a good day, man. So is Lucid.
I like this little corner thing here that we got going on now.
Yeah, Solana.
Solana up.
Tina man be pumped about that. Rivian, not bad, bro. What are we at for Rivian? Randy, we're up 4.5%. 17. Let's look at that daily. Let's figure out what the daily's doing. This is what I was saying to somebody the other day. I'm like, all I saw here, Randy, let's flip to the weekly.
Sorry to interrupt you, Sharif. Guys, apparently the subtitles from the Google thing are still up. I don't know if we can take that off. It's on the
Yeah,
screen.
some people are complaining.
Yeah.
Randy, look at this. Lower high, lower high, lower high. You see where I'm going? Lower high. Lower high, boom.
Big break.
What I want to see, take out that $20 area and then look at this, Randy. Higher low, higher low, higher low. Do we have a trend change now, man, on Rivian?
So. Yeah.
A smidge. You heard it from the man himself. A smidge of a trend change. Hey! No, seriously though, let's talk real. We're not going to wait for the R2 to do crazy numbers before we punch in. The market's forward looking. It's a discounting mechanism. There's going to be big boy people buying in anticipation of an R2 scaling. So, you know, that's, I think, what moves the needle. Let's be real about it. The majority of people cannot afford the R1S and the R1T. It's a very expensive car for most people. So the R12 is the one that moves the needle, at least en masse, right? He doesn't have a mic on at the moment, so he's basically saying yes. And so we'll have to wait and see how Rivian does. It's definitely not one that I've ever held, but a company that I very much. Randy's holding. He's holding the position.
What are you in it? When are you in it? From February?
10:22.
All right,
10:22.
Let's go. We know who drinks are on now for Sharif's birthday.
81 shares. I love it. I love it. There it is,
there you
baby.
go, to be exact, 81.
Well, you know what? Let's see if it might be a 10 bagger. You never know. You never know, man. If it goes back to the high,
bro. Yeah, that is.
You never know. Katina, man, have you remember the highs on this one? Let's show everyone the highs.
Yeah.
The IPO was the high.
$180. How much would we have to get up? Let's find out, Katina, man. Neil's like, these guys are talking about the highs? No. Let's see. So to get to the high, Randy.
You're almost there.
So that literally is a 10 bagger. It literally would have to be a 10 bagger to get to the highs. Like, I didn't actually make that up.
All right, I'm in on some Rivian too now. I guess it's too late now.
939%. We got to ascend, Randy, to get back into that, the week high there of November 15th. That is the week, Randy, that your friend Jerome Powell said that inflation wasn't transitory, and we all know what happened in 2022 after that. Oh, Jerome is right. He giveth and he taketh away.
Too late, Jerome. Too late.
All right. Oh.
Yeah. There was big.
Dude, have you noticed what time it is?
Yeah. Oh,
I have no idea what time it is,
Sharif,
dude.
I've been counting every second.
Why?
Big minutes over here for the boys. They owe us that.
What are you even saying right now? I was having a great time.
No, trust me. I've been just letting Sharif cook off over here.
Yeah?
And I've just been banking these OT minutes for the boys over here. So don't forget. We're gonna run it. We're gonna run it for another 10
no
seconds
idea.
anyway, so we got 4 minutes of overtime here. I mean, there we go. They're not happy about it. But hey, players got to play, man. Shooters got to shoot. I stayed in the game throughout the whole session, so yeah, let's see what we got going on. 4 big minutes of OT for your.
There it is, guys. All right, guys. The big kahunas are on this side. I'll see everybody at the green screen. Quick as you like. Remember, Google I/O event happening. Adair at the big desk. We'll be bringing you all the news. See ya.
There you go.
Well, first of all, there is no overtime. And we don't want to talk about overtime, okay? Well,
These guys want us
OT
to-
is a bit of a sore subject because the hockey season's over for the Maple Leafs, so let's not talk about that.
Right.
I wish we'd put the dots together. Like Warby Parker, where's the fun? Where's the fun in having an
Where's the
announcement like
love?
that when they've had the stock halted for an hour pending news, and then it turns out no, it's actually. It's probably smart because you want to have news. If you know major news is being dropped in the middle of that conference, good. It's kind of good on them to not have people get stop rinse and all that nonsense. But that is a news pendant-based halt, and then the news has been disseminated in here. Good rebound for the market. Alphabet, of course, still happening.
Still happening.
It's still on right now.
I stopped watching.
Well, I turned it off myself because we're coming back on. But let's go to Adair. Apparently, there's some more updates.
Thing here beyond the Warby Parker partnership, which we will get to, Google in general just saying they're really trying to take on Meta more or less here with these smart eyeglasses. So WRBY, of course, involved in this Google deal. Google's committing up to $150 million in Warby Parker. Given that they have a market cap of over $1 billion, it's not super significant, but what is significant is the fact that Google is going to be doing an equity investment into Warby Parker. So not only are they going to be committing up to $150 million. They're also going to be investing in the company itself. It's going to be as part of a long-term commitment to their partnership. WRBY was not the only eyeglass-related ticker that moved on this, though. LUCY, Lucy is, as we call it here, innovative eyewear, also, as the name suggests, in the glasses space. LUCY also moved here as Google's announcing these eyewear partnerships. So it looks like, of course, Warby Parker is the ticker directly connected to the news, but it's not the only eyeglass-related name on the move here, guys. Back to you.
All right.
I really didn't know Lucy was an eyewear company.
I don't know if eyewear is covered by any UNH plans or anything, but this right here is $10 now in the money, and we're still holding a little piece of it. So our last piece out right there is the 200 period moving average. We're just letting this thing continue to fly upside right there. So a $10 winner off of our posted, well, it's $9, off of our posted sticky note level of 15 with a stop at 13. So we talked about giving that about $2 worth of room now to make 10. So that's going to be pretty good, although we are almost out of it all. And then we dip bought, I mean, when Google fell, so I actually only traded Google pretty small here, and we went long. First time seeing if it was going to break 164.50, it did. Then we went long again, thinking it was going to break 164, and it did. And then that was just an overfill, and then we had to punch out. So in and out of Google, not good. Lost money on that. Now it's starting to head back up to the upside. But with your boy Elon Musk, so right now we have I have $17 in total wins on board right now, and it's because we still have a decent piece also of Tesla right now. So we are doing really well. Like, sure, we're swimming in this spot, but we had orders out. So as we came back up into these levels, that's an out that I took at 350 right there, just because we were waiting there. And then all of these outs, we were very, very patient with it. We got one out breaking through, but here we go, man. We are long Tesla 344 right now, and it's real and it's great. So we're loving this one. $9 in the money on UNH, $8 in change, as I guess he's on CNBC right now. So let's go, man. Here we go. We are now $9 in the money, $10 going higher. We waited. This is what we're waiting for. So my only offer right now is at 54. So let's see if we can get back up to the high of the day now on Tesla. Neil, it's $9. $9 on Tesla, $9 on UNH, and my newest position right here is trying to go. I'm going to offer a little bit out right here at 82, but wow, what a day it's been now. Glad to have you guys back, man. The trading is back. Tesla, triple Qs, you've got QBTS, as here we go again. QBTS is a great trade.
Well, lunchtime was busy on Tesla because realistically, like Tesla is still holding the wedge.
Yes, go.
It's still holding the wedge. I played it most of lunch except for on. It's weird because I went over to Google and I should have stayed with Tesla. I'm flat on Alphabet, slightly up, trying to catch that bottom. But Tesla, remember we left you before 11 o'clock, flat top into a rising wedge. Well, it held this the entire time. We were in 44s out at VWAP. We were in 46 out at VWAP. We're in VWAP out at 50. I was going to take it again. I got in too early, but look at it continue. It's held this since the bottom. And that's sort of the thing. Like, once you establish that this trend line happened, like, get busy. Like, at least try it a couple of times in there. QBTS is still going as well.
Apparently there's news like Uber. Like,
I can't,
no, he's talking robo-taxi.
Is this
So
here?
Uber right now is absolutely tanking from 93 down to 91, completely tanking right now.
Boy.
But we don't give a shh. Because right there, now we are $10 in the money right now on Tesla. So there's our 350, Phil. There it is, man. This is what trading's all about. Let's go. We're getting excited today. This is our trade from the open. We've wanted this. So here we go, finally. You guys remember, shout out to Jay Lee, pro day trader, everybody there in the chat. Shout out to everybody that was here. Let's go, Katina, man. Thank you, Eski, for profit. Everybody that's here. You guys know that I was getting a little frustrated with this thing in the morning because it wasn't going all of these outs right there. Then out. Nice move to the upside right now again. But Sharif wants to talk to us about Uber.
Here it is, guys. If we just show the screen live on CNBC, Tesla CEO Elon Musk sticks to the launch time by the end of June for the robo-taxi launch in Austin. Says he's testing thousands of autonomous cars ahead of the launch, and basically he's looking at working with many different companies, guys. So Uber obviously included in that. We'll have to see which other ones he mentions. That just came in now live on CNBC.
Maybe watch out for Lyft, possibly.
Yeah, I mean, I would suspect Lyft probably has a move. Uber took it not on the chin because it's been up so much. Put the move into perspective. It's wicked the high that it just recently made and is holding on to, a great portion of yesterday. Like Alphabet, and we'll go to Alphabet quickly just to give you an idea. Like Google, which could have held on to the long, I got out 65. But the Google pulled back and gave you all the way to yesterday's open. Whereas Uber is not doing anything like that. Let's just quickly double check Lyft because you mentioned it. Slight move down on Lyft. Lyft kind of looks like a nothing burger to me there. That's not really very exciting. Lyft down 2.5 points, kind of held the lows. I think you're looking at Uber, obviously, and Tesla. Oh, goodness. And very quickly, IBIT's starting to get away. I got out of IBIT at yesterday's high, and it's still going. And it just broke out again. We just got 106. So remember, 107 and 109 are like two separate highs. 109 is the high from that weekend. It's like 107 is sort of like the stock market intraday high on IBIT, which is now only $600 away. So I think we have a chance. Maybe we'll get another dip to be able to get back in it. Like IBIT, we're busy at lunch taking VWAP and then a supply zone as well. And that's sort of the thing. You've been able to stair step up on so many stocks. Like it's been pretty clean today if you've been patient and sort of waited for some of the curls to the upside. I find that's worked so much better than trying to catch the falling knives. Only thing I'm in was a continuation on QBTS and didn't really get the bigger dip into the volume weighted average price. So we're in here this time at 17. We'll see if that can bust a high as well. But like put 3 spots in here. Each time it gave you a dip. I missed one of them on QBTS. Hopefully it's not the last. Market not really doing much off VWAP, but yeah, good story there for IBIT. Just remember that 107 does matter even though it's not an all-time high.
Yeah, I mean, we're $3,000 in the money on this trade as well. We talked about buying this yesterday. We woke up yesterday, or was it yesterday? What day is today? Maybe it was Monday, and got that fill at 103 on Bitcoin. So 103.01, good trade there. And yeah, what's up, Eduardo and everybody? I mean, UNH is at 325. Was debating just tapping this one out, maybe on a 50-period break, maybe even on a 200 period, as we're not rolling with so many shares. This has been a great dip buy opportunity today for me in the TQs. Again, we took advantage of that. We really love trading futures. We actually took it off VWAP there. It did dip down. I was sort of using some of these levels as my out. So we were pretty close to getting stopped out there, but we're taking advantage of this play big time right now. It's actually funny. I'm making more money on this play right here than I am on the UNH play in total. Again, this is what we talk about. Know the names you're trading and just trade them hard and trade them well. There's absolutely nothing else. That's what it is. UNH is a brand new name, so I'm here to show you, like, definitely, I mean, this was the #1 trade idea today on the sticky note. So we have that. It's great, but not as many shares as we're doing right here. Even this small 25-cent win here on the TQs puts this thing close. P&L 1 will be Tesla, but this is close to a P&L 2 just because of share size.
That's way far. Oh, wow.
Yeah. So which stock now? Oh, Parker Warby. Yeah. All right. So we'll wait for all of that. But yeah, what an event by Google. You can see what the market's doing. It's going to be on our list here very soon. A nice little drop down in there for Google into 164, but now battling back into 165.50. So all right, Sharif, it's time. Let's go through the rundown.
Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, everyone, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys are ready to go. They're locked and they're loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get those tickers up there is to join Joseph and I on the midday show and get into that chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. But only the top few make it on. And you got to be a subscriber in order to vote and engage with us in the chat. So make sure you're liking, subscribing, and sharing. Here's a look at the triple Qs, guys. We're off the high, still a little negative on the day, but looking at, possibly moving up. So we'll keep an eye on the four major averages today. A couple red, a couple green. Here's the first taker as decided by you guys. Google, 0.62% in the negative at the moment, but the Google I/O event is on, so anything can happen. We already got several different announcements from Sundar and company. This one here says that they have about 400 million active users for Gemini, and they're also going to release their first AI video communications platform called Google Beam, guys. Just one of many stories released at the Google I/O event.
Yeah, beam it back up, Alphabet, because it was a nasty drop. I think it lost VWAP, so it's whoa. There we go. It's psychedelic apparently over there on Alphabet. I don't know if that's what you guys are seeing, but I guess it is. But it was a psychedelic drop through the volume-weighted average price. I took 2 shots at it, and it wasn't even good exit points on the second one. Let me green, but mostly because it gave me that straight shot into 165. I tried it off of here. Like this is going into yesterday. Essentially, the first shot tried it at 164 because it was that support level, and then when it bounced, that failed. And then when it bounced off the low, got it back up through on an initial bounce, back in through this prior low at 163.5. It threatened underneath, so I actually took some out for a small loss in the second long, and then it popped in there, allowing me to go back green on it. At this point, I'll probably stay away till it's done, which I don't have no idea if it's done right now. But now I'm going to get out of this. We're going to get away from it until they're done, and then we'll see what Google does from there. The crazier move, of course, is Warby Parker, which opened up and went 10% instantaneously. It's starting to give it back in here. I don't know any details specifically on whatever equity partnership or investment Google's going to be doing, but Warby Parker going absolutely ham, just up and down 10% easy.
It's too much winning. There's just so much winning right now in the stock market, including Tesla. We just got 355 right there. So the high of the day, we wait, we're patient for it. So that is, man. All right, so maybe we should get out of some UNH. All right, but there it is. So we still have a little piece left of Google. That's actually a decent piece left. So sorry, of Tesla, nothing of Google. Look, man, I mean, I wasn't that, I was watching it. I wasn't that impressed with anything. I'm still a good Google shareholder. I mean, I like the stock, but I don't like it as much as I used to, and I don't like it after today as well. Losing the market, lower than the market right there. They weren't showing me anything sexy or anything, and I turned it off, quite frankly. My wife turned it off. There was nothing overly exciting about the release. We'll wait to hear about these glasses. I mean, to me, they're just showing you things that you already expect to have happen. Like, look at that. That's a light post, correct? You know, like there's things like that we already know happened. And then a lot of it's going to be subscription-based. So I think that's going to be really nice for them. Like, so as they test out Gemini, they're talking about how it's outperforming all these token stuff that I have no idea about. But apparently it's operating really well. Google's really happy with it. And the market seems to be blasé about it right now. So hopefully it can make some moves upside. But for right now, yeah, nothing super exciting. And I don't want to say there's nothing. I am not. I watched it for like 20, 25 minutes, and I was like, nah. So yeah, nothing for me there. But the stock is looking like it wants to get lower until we break above VWAP. That's a short. It's just like yesterday's prices of 166. We were shorting the you-know-what out of 166 yesterday. You guys saw that. So the same kind of thing today. You could wait for 166 again. If that comes through, that would to me signals some sort of a top, and then you give it to VWAP 166.20 or so. But yeah, man, we got much bigger fish to fry. So let's just go over and talk Palantir, BTC, and all that.
None of this is, Apple's not on the list, but Apple's breaking low of the day right now.
Yeah, the whole market's giving back.
Yeah, like the market's starting to give it back, but I mean, I'm only bringing up Apple because there's literally, like, what is at the low of the day that I'm looking, nothing is at the low of the day that I'm looking at with the exception of Apple. I'm not particularly sure, like, obviously, Google going into the glasses space.
Tesla's trying to.
I don't think any of that should weigh too much on Apple, but maybe that's something to do with it. But heavy volume candle through low of the day. Apple taking it on the chin. There's a lot of strength in this market, but remember the Nasdaq's actually down 0.5%. Let's get to.
We have back-to-back days trying to get short too on Apple. So we know what we understand that.
Oh wait a minute, did that work? I was trying to hit the fail thing because pretty much, I think I traded every.
Oh no, it's down.
I traded every single thing to plan today, with the exception of Apple short. Actually, I think every single thing I took a shot at, with the exception of Apple.
There we go.
Oh, there we go.
They're up.
Yeah, they stink. Well, I shouldn't say they stink. They stink today. Apple.
All right, Elon Musk right now on CNBC with David Faber giving a live interview saying that there's going to be hundreds of thousands of robo-taxis on the road by the end of next year. Statement from Elon Musk just moments ago with David Faber right now. Keep your eye out on Tesla for some movements as he's giving this interview live. Here's a look at Palantir, essentially 0.06% in the green. When I looked at it last, it was in the negative, so essentially flat on the day. They have this great headline today with Divergent Technologies looking to partner with them to provide access to advanced manufacturing capabilities vis-a-vis their platform overlapping with Divergent. Guys, not a bad look for Palantir.
So we know, thanks, Sharif. Yeah, look, we're all over this Tesla. I took another piece at 354. $10 in the money when he's talking. Generally speaking, when they'll stop speaking, then the market it'll come back in because the news is then in, and you got to watch to see it trade. We are out. Many more outs of the TQs as we're looking to break a little bit lower. Watch out for a 50 break. That's incoming very soon. My stop on this is near right here, this 50 break. So as the market breaks lower, we're going to get stopped out of this, which is completely fine. Like I said, we're actually wind up making more money on this trade than we did on UNH, which is a $10 winner. So that's either bad share sizing for that or good share sizing for something that we trade often and we believe in. So that's all good. I might take, there it is. It's done. I'm going to take an offer here at 353 if we can get it one more time because, he's still talking, which is okay. Yeah, it was more this that was breaking here. The TQs. Look what happens when it breaks. Look at that short.
The budget.
Right there. So you want to talk about like getting out of something just in time.
There's some stuff on the budget battle.
I mean, that's what that is. I don't hear anything in my ear about it.
Neither do I, but CNN's saying stuff about the budget.
All right, we'll wait. So there might be something there with President Trump. I do have it in my ear now. But okay, so I don't hear anything, but hopefully it will come through for us. So if we get
the market's really dropping now.
Yeah, well, we just got stopped out. And by the way, getting stopped out, I'll slap a fail on the TQ trade, but if you don't, I won't. Because, like I said, the amount of money that we made is not a fail at all. But if you don't have a stop, there's many traders out there that they don't trade with stops. That's cool, okay? But then you don't trade real share size if you don't trade with stops. And it's not only saying that because this will wipe out your whole day if you don't get stopped out. You could say, well, my stop out's down here, but then you still have a stop at least. So there's one thing, maybe my stop is too tight. But, when you're taking wins like that, you got to sort of have also tighter stops. We'll see what happens here with Tesla. We just got a piece out at 54 again. We're waiting for 53s. If we can get that, we'll take it one more time. But hey, look, Palantir, we talked about it earlier. It made my list here at 126 long, and that's right where it's at now. So I'm debating thinking about it. We only spent a little bit of time underneath it, but it was pretty violent, right? All the way down into 125. So there's the break of 126. So we went long, we got out of a little bit, and then in the same candle that we were taking all this profit right here at 126.70, I blinked and we got stopped out at 126 break. So that was 70 cents in less than 1 minute straight to the downside. So I don't know what was going on there at 9:47, but that bled all the way down. That created our new low of the day. And, we haven't been back there. Low, low, low. We keep making higher lows. So I like Palantir, but again, it's going to have to get into 125 and change. And we're just going to have to wait to see what happens now with the futures. It looks like it just got rinsed out a little bit. We'll see if we can get some Tesla. I'm going to take a piece right here at 29. So there we go. We offer that. I'm going to cancel my 53s and maybe wait for a 54 and see if we get back going to the upside right now. So Tesla is still a nice little win, but we're getting more and more out. I only have a little bit more, about 10% left, to be honest with you, now that we're getting out.
So before, I actually have a note on LMT, not Palantir, but a couple of things. One, I might stop under the 17 and QBTS. I want this to do like trend down into VWAP or trend down into here somewhere, like a trend down, clear trend break, because that's what's actually worked better twice instead of the consolidation long. So that'll be the next look. Shout out to Chris L. You shorted McDonald's today and got McDonald's for lunch. Is this legal? Absolutely. Just because you use it doesn't mean you have to like the stock, and vice versa. I don't use Apple and I own the stock, although today it doesn't look that good. And Skull, I made a gamer reference about, trading with stock. If you trade without stops, you can take a bunch of headshots, and gaming, avoid the headshots. Now, I'm not really much of a gamer, but I do know that the headshot is that's the big one.
That's a killer, apparently.
It's a killer, well, allegedly. I mean, unless you're trying to think of a movie example. I should know a movie reference where someone survived it, but it doesn't really matter. And with stop orders, you protect yourself from that. And it allows you to sometimes do two things at once. So, we always talk about that being important. The note I'll make on defense is one of the stocks wait a minute. I thought I had it up on my e-signal, but I guess I was looking at it here. I'll just pull up Lockheed. This is what is interesting to me on Lockheed. It's finally, I've been talking about this is finally trying to make a bottom. Well, I think the bottoming pattern is in, and look for this to break out and kind of it needs to open above 480, or close above 480. See the resistance? Every time it breaks it, it just wicks. A close above 480, and I think Lockheed Martin has made its turn. And then look for a play at least back to the 200 period moving average and maybe a little bit higher. So that's the defense name I was watching. Let's go talk some Bitcoin, which whatever just happened to the market is the reason we didn't test that intraday all-time high. That's a thing.
Bitcoin, technically, from a technical perspective, set to be close to making that golden cross. That is when the 200 moving average crosses, or the 50 moving average crosses above that 200. So be on the lookout for that. Today, Standard Chartered coming out with their new Bitcoin prediction. Boys, $500,000 by 2028. What do you think about that?
I mean, I'd be happy.
That seems a little long. I think it's going to happen before then.
$500,000 before 2028. I'd be very happy.
Yeah, I mean, so let's go and talk about what we've been doing lately, man. I mean, I bought at 80,000. I bought again at 103 right here. I just bought the other day. So, I mean, you guys know I'm going to be this Bitcoin bull. I mean, I'm buying at these levels. That's what I think about it. So, yeah, buying up here may not seem smart, but you go all the way back here into May, and that's sort of where we were at the beginning of the month. And let's see where we are at the end. We're trying to hold out for some of these highs. And again, it's going to be, I'm a bull about the market in general. I'm long only, but at the end of the day, this is something that I really like. So I bought, woke up one morning, filled at 103, filled at XRP 230, just getting some more names, same names, but more shares, I guess, more of a piece of the pie of Bitcoin. So yeah, man, I really like it. It looks like we are getting ready to break higher, 107 and change. And then if you go over, as Neil was just mentioning there, we go over to a daily chart, which is right here. You could see it's this level, 109.8, I mean, depending where you're looking, 109.4, anything like that. I mean, obviously, I think it's incoming, and by the end of this week is no problem, maybe even by today. So we'll have to wait to see on that breaking out. That's why I bought more. So, we're a couple percentage points in the money on our last reload. But yeah, man, I really, really enjoy BTC longs.
I'm a 5%er, but it's more than 5% of the portfolio now. And it's, buying the dips on Bitcoin is great. And I've tried to keep it really, really simple because we know about this breakout. And when it dipped in, there was only two places I liked it. I liked it off this support, and I liked it off that support. So there's only two places I bought, but I don't sell this, so it doesn't really matter. I just buy and hold. Whether we get a break or not, the timing of it, if you're buy and hold, I kind of don't care. So I would love to see it happen that fast, but it probably won't matter one iota to me whether it happens in 2 years or 5 years. It's all the same because I'm not really selling it. What's happening right now, though, is she was like, what? No, the NASDAQ's retesting the low of the day is what's happening right now. So here's let me just zoom it in so you can see. Here's the low, 21.35. If we can bounce off this, or at least calm the you-know-what down off of these bottoms, then I wanted to look to buy back into Bitcoin. The prior high is right here at, IBIT, at 60, essentially 60-20, 60 in the teens, let's call it. So if we can calm down a little bit, look for some kind of a consolidative bottom or a bottoming tail candle, then I jump back in. Otherwise, I'm waiting all the way to VWAP if we don't hold this level here on IBIT. So that'd be the play right now, but the market is seemingly like still turning as we go. So yeah, whatever just happened here is continuing to flush the markets. I heard some people say about it's Japan selling. Thank you, Sebastian, in the chat. Putting some serious pressure on the market. The NASDAQ just broke the low, as a matter of fact. So we're going to have to be really patient looking for any bottoms all of a sudden, including in the strong name, Tesla.
Yeah, Neil, there's been a lot of talk about that, about Japanese bondholders selling their American bonds to buy local Japanese bonds as a result of the yield going higher there. So we'll be on the lookout for that. Good call out by you. Here's a look at Tesla up 2 1/5. And the Elon interview on CNBC is now done. He's off the air with David Faber. So now it is, let's see what how the market reacts. Let's look at some of the headlines that he made there. CEO Elon Musk says he expects to have hundreds of thousands of self-driving Teslas by the end of the year. Looks forward to expanding self-driving to San Francisco and LA after launching in Texas, and looking for similar services to Uber and Airbnb, which was kind of the next topic there. Elon Musk says he's in talks with major automakers to license FSD. That could be a great source of revenue for Tesla, aside from the robo-taxis that they're looking at deploying. Also says that he's looking to geo-fence the autonomous cars to ensure, at least in the beginning, that they drive in safe areas, something that we've seen Waymo do with Google, guys.
Over there. Look, I mean,
wow, Tesla. So, I mean, yeah, go ahead.
No, I was going to say Tesla, obviously the banger of the day. I mean, we had this 350 break. It was great. We got up to 354, 355. Like, all of these outs were just absolutely huge. And then the problem is we averaged it back in right there at 348. Right, and so that gave us, like, we were in initially there at 348, then we were in again. Sorry, we took the break, then we averaged it back, then it just ripped. Like, so this was actually like a 5, 6, 7, get it, Adara, 5, 6, 7 or so dollar move to the upside, and then it just completely collapsed. And we do have an out right here once it broke 347. So there was one out, so we had lost on the name. We were still positive, but we had definitely given some back as we had averaged it back in and then wound up getting out. And then I was just like, you know what, man? I like the stock today. I thought it was trading okay, but then it wasn't really going. And I was just like, please do not, break this low of 342. It was yesterday's high. And that just gave us that bottom. And I said I trade much more confidently when we have an idea of where the out is, right? Like, what's happening now, letting this thing fall back in, I'm just taking like pieces out to the point right now where I have 7% left. We had about 13 or 14%, and then we got all these out, so we're getting pieces out now. But it just let it go, right? We are getting a whole bunch out at 347 because that looked like the top. Then we got a VWAP, then we got a 350, then we came back and sat back down and got 48s, and then anyways, as he goes on air, you explode back to the high of the day. Look, I really like Tesla. I mean, from what I'm hearing, and I don't know, we're just reading things off. Now he's off with whoever he was on with there on was it David Faber? Okay, on CNBC. So at the end of the day, it's now going to look like it wants to break VWAP. So we're still in it, but we've given up now $6 from the top. So that's not very good. But hey, Tesla, huge move higher. You can't have big winners unless you hold on to them. So that's what we're doing. And the winner's already in the pocket. We're just holding on to one last little piece here. But Tesla, great trade today. Probably great for a very long time. It's been on my radar pretty much every single day this year. And no reason for it to stop being there. So we love that stock.
The only misstep on Tesla, I think, was trying it at VWAP. But the other thing is you can also just get in multiple times on the trend, which, by the way, it's also broken that long trend. Like, it held this trend effectively the entire day because this low here is before 10 o'clock. So it held that trend line. I'm not going to jump back into it just yet. I think it's still relatively strong because it's holding VWAP. but I can probably throw this trend line out, although I hate doing that until I see it retest that top. There was the support of the wedge at 347. That's where I'm looking now. It was that initial dip buy that held 347, and then that was resistance, resistance, support. So if we lose this battle with the volume weighted average price, I think it could still be okay to 347. The market did not break the lows there on Tesla. And remember, we still have this 360 to 365 zone to get through. Once you're through that, you get a much bigger gap on Tesla on the higher time frame chart. You always got to keep the bigger picture in mind. That's a sexy looking bull flag or whatever you want to call it. It looks real good on that chart there for consolidation breakout on Tesla. And remember, there's a lot of people that were probably shorting that 200 period moving average. And to the extent that any of them are not smart enough to be out, hate to be them. There was that trend down, so I got out at 17 on QBTS. It then did a few successive red candles. There's kind of a bottoming tail candle, and then it broke back out here. Can't seem to break this 17 even. So I threw my stop underneath the wick bottom, but now that it's gone to first resistance, I move that to the current. It's now the prior bar because, well, heck, another 3 minutes printed. But now underneath that current bar candle or the prior bar candle here would be the stop move on QBTS. Let's go talk some NVIDIA, which wasn't quite as crazy a name as you would usually think. Usually it's more of an active name for us.
You're absolutely right, Neil. Not kind of a subdued day for NVIDIA today, down 1 1/3, a little bit more than that. There was no major headline today from NVIDIA, but there was plenty yesterday with Jensen Huang being in Taipei. Taiwan for the Computex event yesterday unveiled AI tools for humanoid robots. They launched their quantum AI supercomputer to drive the next era of tech. Many other announcements yesterday, guys. All of it being absorbed by the market. Obviously, down 1 1/3.
NVIDIA, it never really got going for me. I took a few shots at it. One of them was a keystroke error, which was the best trade. I got in early on a keystroke. Immediately, we always talk about, if you don't mean to get in, then immediately get out. Well, sometimes that doesn't work for you because clearly when it held that low and then kind of broke a bit of a trend line there, I got in before it broke the trend line. I'm like, ooh, I shouldn't be in this thing yet. And I flatted it only to have it instantly go. I then had a good trade off the volume weighted average price for scalp, but reloaded it and then tried it again and did not give it enough room off that view up. So this is the reason why we run NVIDIA. Oddly enough, I mean, although a fraction of my best stock, it's like my only real red stock today was NVIDIA. And really, this should have been a good trade. But it wasn't tight to the volume weighted average price, and it kind of felt like in the middle of nowhere. And when I take a trend break like this at the middle of nowhere, the prior bar out is prior bar low is my out. So when it did this crazy weird candle out of nowhere at 1224, it just broke it. I don't even think I was sitting here when it happened, to be honest. I would have done the lesson of the day and gotten up and had the stop in. But that ended up being a bad wick out, but you have stop orders for a reason. Like, for all I know, that could have legitimately been something in that moment. So we're out of it now. I don't know if I'll go back to this. On one other note, just on the chips. So AMD's having trouble today, down 2%. It just made the low of the day. I was short it this morning, kind of gave it up when everything started to look bullish again. But I'm thinking this, if we're looking weak this afternoon, this is the one to pick on. And what just happened today on the daily, rejected 120 this earlier, but we've lost the 115 support. Here, it's easier to see this way. You've lost the support that was at the 15. You flat bottom broke 14. 14 turned into resistance. Now you're threatening to break a key close price at 112.5. I think shorting the pop back into the volume weighted average price for 13 even on AMD makes sense, as weak as this stock is. If the market's going to give it up, I want something for an idea short. Because we were outside of Apple, I don't know if we came in today thinking about any shorts. And wow, Apple's really taking it. Yeah, it's 1.5% now on Apple to the downside. It's pooping, says Sharif. And there's the 50 period. Mag 7 name under its 50 period moving average as of right now. The only one, and it is Apple.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, there's not much to tell you guys right now. We take out another piece there of Tesla at this level. Look, I don't have NVIDIA written down today. I looked at it early. We talked about it. I couldn't really find any levels on it, so I just kind of passed. If it had gotten up top, we love the 137. We'll short that if we get a chance. Shout out to my wife. I love you. Thank you so much for watching. But yeah, like, I don't know if we can get down to there. I'd rather trade names that are moving around a little bit here. Let's see if Tesla gets above 350 again. That's going to be the next play. And if we have to drop it, I was thinking about 347. I don't know. We don't have very many shares left on this. Also, why not look at the Google I/O event one more time here? As the market's falling down, Google may have found a little bit of a base. But again, we don't want to short anything that's this far away from the lines. We got to get a little closer to VWAP in order to do that. All right, so the wife and I are watching Righteous Gemstones. We're almost done that one. We started a new show on Netflix yesterday called...
Crave screwed me.
It's with Steve Carell. It's with Tina Fey. It's called something funny. Oh, 4 Seasons.
Yeah, I've heard.
Yeah, 4 Seasons.
I haven't watched it. You know what happened to me on Crave?
Someone's talking to me. Yep.
When I upgraded, remember?
Yeah, I gave you the free thing. That I
Sean won
off
on Tim Hortons. It was 2 free months.
Damn you, Tim
But then when I went to upgrade my phone, they give me a deal,
Oh.
basically free add-on for Crave. So I go to like, okay, well, I'm not gonna renew the 2 free months. So I make sure I cancel so that doesn't renew.
Right.
And then I want to use my same account because I'm watching.
Right,
shows
you already
and
have
stuff.
your settings.
So I cancel that one, and then I activate with the code they gave, with the thing they gave me.
What, with like
through my
with
new
Bell
phone.
or something?
Yeah, with
Okay,
Bell. And so I activated, I think everything's fine. I use the same email address, and everything looks like it's good. And then all of a sudden, like, I have access to nothing. So now I have to get on the phone. It's like, look, man.
That'll get that.
No, I'll get it. It'll get fixed.
Yeah.
It's just that I was gonna start the Last of Us. No, but I had. Sharif's like, yeah, I sent you a Crave. I had free ones, but I got it with my phone upgrade. So I was like, I might as well take that. But then when I went to
should borrow
transfer the
Sharif's Crave. I don't have
free,
Crave.
when I went to transfer the free, it's like, pain in the butt. They should make it easier. Make things easy for me, and I'll be happier. Very quickly here. Yeah, Last of Us is really good, but I haven't started the new season, like season 2. So I'm still waiting on that. I'll get to it at some point. Although maybe I won't because I'm on vacation next week in Budapest. What? You know, I said this a million times, Sharif. So just one thing.
Well, Mateo works here.
We held
Robbie is his.
QBTS
the guy that was here?
held 17 there,
What is
so
that
I
guy?
thought it was going to get to 17:30. Robbie messaged me. We have a good friend.
Maybe it is Mateo.
This is a good friend of ours. He was here in Toronto at head office when I started, and he worked in the back office. He was training with the traders in my group, despite that he was going to do a back office job, and he's from Hungary. And so every now and then he comes by to visit. So now I get to go to Budapest. We'll probably link up for some coffee. I'm excited. I can't wait. I mean, Europe is fantastic just for the food in general. But the market would be more fantastic if we weren't bleeding like this. So if we can't hold on to this, it's not holding on to 17 even. I wanted to see 17 retest. It feels like we're headed lower. Yeah, there we go. There was a buyer there at 95. I was like, humming. I was going to put a stop order. I should have just put the stop order underneath. I'm going to get out of QBTS. It seems like we want to resolve lower. And the bigger entry, the bigger level on the stock was like the implied, pullback into prior high, which is about 16.20 and sets up at the volume weighted average price. So I want to continue to take pot shots at this on the way down. But the market, just to give you an idea of why you get a little bit skittish of the longs, on the Qs, we just had this nice little rally and right back to the lows. So, I think you want to scalp the longs if you can get them and, not necessarily force any price action. Like I'm looking back at IBIT, which was still looking pretty strong, and that just came in and was sitting on the bid there. I got out flax. I'm like, I just said I don't want any more longs. So I just punched out of that one right away. So you see it come in and out. But maybe this can go all the way to VWAP as well. We're going to pick our spots here with the longs because the shorts are in control big time right now.
Yeah, big time.
Big
So what we want to do is just review what we've been doing. So we got out at 51s, then we got out at 49s, then we got out at 48. So we have, I thought I was going to get out $1 on the way upside all the way, but this is why you have to, these outs here, 53, 54, 54, 55, you got to have, and this is the thing, especially, I wish I could have predicted the future and got them all out at the top. But right now, I'm just looking to see about where reloading is possible. I'm thinking 345. If we take 345 and it breaks right here, 344.50, then I'm out. So I am going to put that bid in right now. And I'm going to go 344.48 or so on that break. There's a lot of liquidity, so we're not going to worry about it. We'll just send a market order if it does break, and then we'll put a bid around 3 345 to see if that's something that we want to do. Robinhood is actually coming in as well for a secondary trade. I mean, all the money today for me. I mean, anyways, Qs, Tesla, UNH, right? We're down on Palantir. That's it. Like we're up on everything else, and then down on small on Google. Actually, Google and Palantir are both relatively small as far as getting hit down. But there goes Robinhood also trying to break some backs right now. But I wanted to actually look at Tesla and just to see this 345. That's not Tesla. This is Tesla. Anyways, Robinhood coming right back into day's low again. Not the day's low, my bad, but sort of this low. The open was really funny today. We had a lot of back and forth until eventually ripping higher. We saw that with Tesla as well. This is almost an exact same chart as Tesla, where we went to the upside, then just faded, then started climbing, then faded dramatically right now. So I think there's going to be some buyers here at 64. If we get a little closer, we will buy some 64s on Tesla. But what I was trying, or sorry, on Robinhood, there's 345, there's 344. So if we break through here, that's 343.50, but I'm going to give it a little bit lower, a little bit higher than that, 344. So if we break 344.50, then we're gone out of this trade and looking to get a little bit more at these lows. But the market's coming in greatly. And I mean, this is P&L number 2 stock. Only started trading it for myself at 130. Went long, got out, and then whoops. Like again, we can't predict what's going to happen. So you got to have stops and we get out. And you actually right now are giving you a little bit of a volume indicator down here that maybe we have exhausted this move. 69.85 or so could be a good long area down there for the TQs. So let's just give it a couple seconds. Let's give a couple breaths. But I am thinking about longing the NASDAQ right down here against this bottom. I'd like to see it test one more time. If it's already gone, it's gone, and maybe we've missed it. But let's see if it wants to test one more time down here, and then we'll have a look. And then if it holds, then I think it's go time after that. So, all right, let's go over to Neil and see what he's talking about.
Well, not on that chart that you just saw was there any bad slippage on that order on the Qs. That's why you have stop orders. But if you ever entered an order to buy or to sell, maybe to stop order, and you got a fill that was entirely different from what you were expecting, yeah, slippage. It can be nasty, especially when the market's moving like it is in the last 20, 30 minutes or the last few weeks with all the volatility we've seen. That happens when you're trading on an old or underpowered computer, and it costs traders a bundle. That's why our friends at Easy Trading Computers created the complete guide to trading computers. The guide shows you exactly what technology you need to succeed as a trader and to avoid that slippage. Go ahead and scan the QR code or click the link in the description box to get a free copy of this guide. Shout out to Easy Trading Computers. I can tell you, slippage matters. Umpteen examples. It was one of the reasons why I didn't like that eToro. The eToro IPO was when it opened up, I'm like, liquidity looks terrible. I think there's going to be a ton of slippage if it broke the low of the day, and there was. So I sized down to like 1/20th of what I would normally take, and was like, man, that was nasty slippage. Still, but it matters. And if you can predict it when there's lack of liquidity. When there's good liquidity, sometimes you can't predict it as easily. Okay, we just got a second green candle on the Qs, so I like it a little bit better. We're in the target area for IBIT. Like, we're not at VWAP, but we're into that $60 level on IBIT. Was also a pretty big resistance spot the last couple of days. So I might take a shot. Looks like we're trying to bounce out in front of that. It's tricky because while we've held the longs, I said we're about to put a second.
Features.
I was like, yeah, we're putting a second green candle in here, and now we're retesting the lows. So yeah, well, I guess I'm letting it retest the lows at this point. I keep wanting to get in, and then it doesn't look good, and we're still waiting. I guess we're going to wait for VWAP in here. I'd rather, sometimes you just got to be patient. And I don't really see anything that I want to punch short in. I was looking at CoreWeave, actually.
Something like that is probably great.
Well, that's my first thought was, what's the most ridiculously high-flying stock that has refused to come down? And at least maybe you can join a move in that to the downside. So CoreWeave's the first thing that came to my mind, and for obvious reasons. And even it's at its pre-market support. It's broken trend already. I think it would need to lose this level here. It's 92, or maybe play it back into 94. So play a bounce into 94, or it needs to lose this 92, like third level here. But CoreWeave, that kind of stands out because it's been so incredibly strong for so long that, I mean, even one, hey, let's take some profit kind of day, and this should be able to drop pretty heavily. So the market takes the lows. I'm going to have CoreWeave up for a little bit of a breakdown play. Just going to replace QBTS with CoreWeave on my level 2 because I don't want to move Tesla and I don't want to move IBIT. And yeah, you just got to pick something new. I think CoreWeave, I did pay for locates this morning, at least I'm pretty sure, because I was like, if it goes to 100K for $100, I wanted to short that level. It never got there.
All right, we're reloaded here. Yeah, good look there on CoreWeave for sure. I mean, what a crazy stock that's been since earnings and since it's been wanting to go. We didn't quite double up our position here, but we did add to it. People in the chat wanting to know what my plan is there for Tesla. I mean, I think we discussed it pretty good there. I'm going to buy right now 345.15s. That's where I'm sitting just because, honestly, it's just into this area. I kind of randomly picked it. It would kind of be the bottom right there. And then if we break this, I'm not going to wait for this. I mean, right now, the market is completely falling down. I'm not going to wait for the low again to break. I mean, it'll be pretty close to that if it does break us out. Right there, 344.50. That's this low right there. Goes right in. I mean, I can zoom. It doesn't matter. You guys will believe me, but it's right into here, 344.50. So right there, this fill right here. So if we break below that, I don't really want, we had a lot of problems getting above this area, so I'm not going to fight it. Tesla's going to go red in a minute here. So I don't know exactly what Elon was all about there, but there, I mean, here it goes. So hands off, man. I'm not.
Fault. It's whatever's going on with the market.
No. Tesla's falling much more dramatic than the market.
Oh,
man.
yeah.
So yeah, he got off CNBC and then it was downside ever since, right? And so it looks like it will break us out here. I don't want to get stopped out, but I'm not going to change I mean, there's nothing I can do about it. I'm not going to change where that stop is. We're still going to keep this P&L number 1, but we are giving some back. I mean, it's not like a dramatic. We're long at 345.20 right now. We'll lose 70 cents. And honestly, we don't have a whole crap load of shares or anything like that, but it's still going to be, you know, yuck to get hit on it. But let's see, maybe we do find a bottom here. We did say also that maybe the futures were trying to bottom. Now, I don't necessarily want to go long both of these things here, Tesla and the futures. I mean, if one works, the other one should work. So I'm going to wait to see if Tesla wants to get going a little bit. Although what Neil said is accurate, you know, the futures are heading, okay, I'm going to get a piece out right now. Maybe not. The futures are heading to the downside, so Tesla is a little more aggressive, it seems like, than the futures right now, as the futures are ticking up and Tesla's still going lower. So yeah, it's making me think that maybe we do need to get out. But I had this thought before earlier, and it did this. So let's just wait. But our stop is where it is, pretty controlled. All right, we'll try some TQs in case one goes and the other one doesn't. Let's just put on a little bit of a bid here at 03s and then a little bit lower into the 90s and see if that wants to go. So now we're long a little bit. I'm going to put my stop right there, 85s. If we break below that, 69, let's just go 79, then we will get out. So we're going to try the long here in this market. We said we'd like to see it hold one more time down here, and that's kind of what it did. So 4 tests down here. Let's see if it wants to hold it. We'll average this back in and around 90, but yeah, break of 79 or that local bottom, we're gone Zeno, brand Zeno, out of that ASAP. We could have got out for flat already, if not a small winner on Tesla, but I'm going to see how high this thing wants to fly. All right, come on, Tesla. I'm going to take a piece out at 50. There we go. We get a 45. Maybe it'll go upside now as we relieve some pressure here from Tesla, but it's the futures for me. We're in it. We're reloaded down here on the futures. Let me take something out at 07 if we can. Then I'll take something out at 13s, and then we'll see if we can get a little bit more as we continue to go higher. I'm just hitting keys like a maniac because I want to make sure that we get some out. Top off our day a little bit. Let's go, Tesla. Let's go. Nice move back a little bit higher here for TSLA. Give me that 70 right there. There it is. Yes, a nice quick little 70-cent scalp on Tesla, man. Traders got to trade, and we're doing that right now for you, and we're doing it live. Adara, what's up?
For one here, also doing it live will be Donald Trump and U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. They're set to speak at 3 p.m. I'm just seeing apparently that stream is ready to go, so that's on watch. Also on watch here, WRBY. Warby Parker basically already had this move, but in case you missed it, we had a briefing coming out from the Google event that Google would be investing in and having a partnership with Warby Parker. Google just announced at this event that Warby Parker and a company called Gentle Monster are going to be Google's first glasses or eyewear partners. So again, it's not really reacting. It kind of already had that reaction, but WRBY still on watch here. EYE also on watch in the healthcare space. I'm seeing apparently Hedgeye said that this is one of their long ideas from their healthcare analyst. Not really moving here though, guys. Get ready. Keep an eye on these defense names as we get Donald Trump and Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth ready to take the podium. Back to you.
Jai in I believe is that. I guess that'll be accurate, but.
Yeah.
Good for them, I suppose. So we waited for VWAP, and we're testing VWAP on iBit right now. Just checking. CoreWeave starting to bounce back up. let's do two things at once here. CoreWeave, I'm looking at 94. Like if it comes back in for a lower high, I'll take a shot at this into the 94 level. I'm looking for a reversion, like a short on CoreWeave there. But I think if the market starts bouncing, I have to watch the futures. I don't want to get run over by CoreWeave. I want to make sure you get it on the other side, like on the back end of the trade. So that's still very much on the radar, just because it's up so much that if we continue downside, it feels like that would be the name that has the most room to go. So VWAP bounce in. If we break back above 60s on IBIT, which we closed, the actual close was 59.99 yesterday, not 60. I know we've been saying 60 all day, but obviously doesn't matter. VWAP sits at 59.86, so it has to break that support anyways for me to get out. And I want to be adding on any bottoming tail that we get down here on IBIT. So far, it's starting to level off, looking like we're getting a little bit of a turn here. Want to make sure we get some out to the upside. I still think you could run into some resistance on some lower highs. If we get to like 60-20, 60-30, I think you're running into some resistance and want to take some profit on that bad boy. So CoreWeave's the only thing I'm thinking short the pop on as we try to ride the wave higher. And speaking of the wave, D-Wave also got to VWAP. I didn't really get in. I was looking at, obviously, IBIT at the time. But if we get one more shot at this, this is still the level I like on QBTS. So make it one more chance at a bottoming tail candle if the futures head lower, and then see if we can't scalp that one off the volume-weighted average price. So here we go. Market's starting to make that little bit of bounce to get over 60, and then we're good to go. Pick your spots, everybody. Pick your spots.
All right, man. I mean, we had $10 winner. We'll have a $1 winner now on this. And we were getting some out at 345.50, 346s. We just got 346 again, 346.15 we just got to put exactly $1 in our pocket. Let's see now where we want to go, man. No more offers. Actually, that's a lie. I have one at 347.15s. And then we'll see about VWAP 349 and then hopefully a little bit higher. But we are getting out and out and out of these positions. We're in scalp mode now. We've had a great day, obviously. As we can see here, Tesla's been in quite the day. And then we're going to try to see if we can absorb a little bit of this trade as well down here with the TQs. I am looking to get a little bit more, a little bit longer here. Actually, I just realized I don't have a bid down there. Why is that? Sean? Okay. We'll put a bid down there in the 90s again. But here we go. Maybe we do get some outs. Our best outs on this trade has been pretty good, actually. 06s is our least, and about 9s or 10s is our best. So let's see if we can get back up there. We're offering some 05s. We'll see if we can get that. And then we'll see about blasting higher on the futures. But we still want to look for more names, right? So let's just keep going. I said Robinhood might have been a good long. Let's have a quick look. It's not. It broke through 64 and right now back into the day's low again. So we'd really like to see the official day's low get tested down there, 63.60. But yeah, I mean, it's been quite the nice day. I keep on checking. We went for a nice walk a couple times. Went and got a coffee with Sir Randy as well. This, by the way, London Fog. Anybody heard of London Fog before?
I have not.
Earl Grey. It's like a tea latte, apparently.
What's weird is Earl Grey. That's a tea I drive all the time, but I never have anything in it. So
yeah, me too. I always have it black.
It's black, so
it's like foamed. It's a latte. It's
foamed tea.
Tea latte. It's chai lattes. You heard of chai latte?
I've heard of it. I've never been into it. I drink my coffee black. I drink my tea.
Yeah,
black. So
I drink it with a little bit of milk, but this is a little bit too. I had 20% off at Tim Hortons.
Money.
Go Timmy's.
Yeah, man. I'll save that money. You know what I mean? So I was like, hey, it's a little bit off. We'll get an expensive drink. Right there. It's not that expensive. $3. Okay.
Expensive.
Wow, for Tim Hortons.
Yeah, well, yeah.
I mean, Tim Hortons coffee is $2. This $3.
Yeah,
This is actually $4.29, but minus the 20% came up to $3.60, something like that. I don't know. You add back tax. I mean, tax is 13% anyway.
Yeah.
So what's up with that?
Tax. Tax in Canada? We don't pay tax in Canada.
No, we do not.
Not even a little bit, Sean.
Well, look, I mean, you could tax me at double whatever they charge in the United States. I mean, Canada is, ranked nicely in some of these places to live for reasons. All right, we actually just got reloaded down there. Oh boy! So I'm gonna take out some more down here. I'm gonna take out some we hit the key like a rapid fire right there to make sure we get some out. I didn't even realize we got that fill again down there. Good. Give me those 01s. Give me those 02s. Give me that nut. See if we get up into 04 now and then rip on this one. Hopefully the futures can go, man. We have a decent position on now. We just got reloaded down there. Let's see if we can go now on these TQs and get going, man. $1 in the money over there. Still $7 in on UNH, but this name has also fallen from graces as well. This is a big trade that we had earlier on right now. The reason why I talked about that, I was actually going to talk about the weather. We're supposed to have baseball practice tonight, so hopefully it holds out. It's a gorgeous day, but it's supposed to be raining like the rest of the next 3 days.
Oh, we play tonight.
Oh, you're fine. As long as,
Okay.
Yeah. We have volleyball, baseball, basketball tonight.
I was about to check my daughter's baseball. We play I get home.
It's ridiculous.
I don't even have time to change into my coach uniform, and then I'm out the door. I won't even eat anything. Get it ready, and then we're out the door to the game. Make sure we get early, do warm-ups and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
So,
well, argument is
as long as the
8 to
weather's
10.
nice.
So,
we play at 6. We play at 6.
That's right. Yeah, we always used to play 6:30.
We're early.
The weather's supposed to be nice. I mean, I don't know, Brampton.
I just missed.
Let me see here.
I think I just missed the turn on Core. CoreWeave did make a nice
Looks good.
lower high trending down. You can sort of see this. But I tried to catch it on the way down instead of the way up, and I did not get filled. So leave it in there, see if we get picked up. But the name that I wanted short on this trend is not going to give it to me. But the best part about it is if this trend holds, there should be another retest at some point. So I'm just going to hit save on my, whoops, it's 3 o'clock. You know how I know it's 3 o'clock? Because I get that Australia error message when I refresh. So we'll get rid of that. Leave the trend line in there, see if we can't pick something up. Well, it might actually still fill me. Might still get that fill. Just going to leave it right in there at the quarters. We might be able to get that fill after all. Apple's going right back down in. IBIT, you don't want to give back too much, but we just tested 59, and here is that 59. There's your wick. There's only one green bounce here when it tried to hold the 90 level. It's got to do something. Trend break is too steep. So the hold of the volume weighted average price in the bottoming tail candle, that can get me back in as we jump into power hour. Wish I had another short idea to maybe even things out here, but
Google.
for now, Google?
Yeah.
I don't have that one up really. I decided I wanted to stay. Yeah.
Futures are going lower. So we'll just get stopped out.
I'm not going to take
Yeah, we'll get stopped out of that last futures trade. Like I said, man, we keep it in the pocket. We didn't do anything too crazy there. That's why, you guys saw me hitting the key like a maniac there when we were taking 10 cents there. And then it falls in, and this was a 5-cent move, and then there it goes right out. All the moves are violently to the downside right now in this market. So you got to be careful with it. I have news in my ear, and I'm not hearing anything. So, hopefully we can get it. If Adara wants to update us with anything, that'd be great. She's over there. So if there's anything happening, she'll get that to us. There goes Tesla. So again, in and out and then out again. So it's falling back right now as Tesla coming back in for us. So still Tesla 1, Qs 2, UNH 3, but that's kind of hovering as well. We traded a little bit of Fannie Mae, but then no Palantir today since the open, and that's hovering pretty nicely, actually holding out okay. The futures are now broken and just continuously going lower here. So I would just say watch out right now. I'm not hearing any news, and if there is anything, obviously we'll get it to you. But nice downside play there, breaking a little bit lower. I guess they weren't super excited about whatever Elon had to say. He was there saying robo-taxis and all that was on track for later on this year, so that was kicking it. And then after he left, that was it. I don't know if they were waiting to hear him say, because he's still in Doge, right? I know he's not participating as much or whatever anymore. So maybe people were waiting for him to say see you later to that, and that
give a date or something.
Yeah, and that never happened. So 343. I'm almost thinking about going short on Tesla now if we take that low of the day. You have to have the ability to flip up your plan, and I think that would be something that I am. Yeah, Elon has left the building as his stock right now, but. Yeah, Google, there's the break that I'm talking about, breaking lower on Google right now. Typically I'd like to see something, a little higher, but nothing right now is going to look that great. If anything, I think we might have missed our opportunity to short the Qs. If we had that negative bias there, this was a much better short instead of just getting out of all the longs. We could have been short there at $70. That was a better play. For sure. So you're just in IBIT at 60. I
missed CoreWeave was
IBIT's 105.
That was the one.
Bitcoin's 105.
And then the flat bottom break doesn't fill either on I almost said IBIT on CoreWeave. So I tried to get it on the trend bounce. CoreWeave has a spread on it, so that's part of the game. But then it broke the flat bottom and no fill when we crossed down to 33s. I didn't even get the fill there. So look, it's dropping like a rock.
Everything is getting hit.
Everything is absolutely shellacked.
I might take 163 break on Google.
Bitcoin's barely holding on to the volume weighted average price, but it's so close to breaking it. It just bounced once, Can it bounce a second time off VWAP? Remains to be seen. I'm looking for the first green candle. And if we get a green candle off VWAP, then we'd have at least a shot at a trend break. And then on a trend break is where I try to add to it, probably in the 90s. Yeah, CoreWeave's pretty much gone. I just saw someone in the chat say the S&P and the Dow just went red on the year.
Yeah.
True?
Yeah, it makes sense. We were only up like 1%.
Yeah, we weren't. Yeah, I know we weren't up much, but
we can check
just gonna
year to
double
date.
check. January was right here, somewhere
Definitely
around here.
close.
Yeah, it's real close. Yeah, I think so. There's a second. So
Thank you, Casey, for that.
it's really close. I don't know if we are, but it's really close on the SPY. So we're teetering on losing. I mean, we only went red for 2 days anyway, so it's not like it's that big of a deal. But psychologically, it does matter. I'm assuming the volatility is going up. Gold is on a solid run, which continues here today, obviously.
Do you want to try Tesla?
But it's not doing anything. Like gold is now, like it's holding the highs, but it's like, okay, well, you think it's going to break out in this volatility? It's literally not moving right now. GLD.
Tesla just took out its low.
Yeah, I'm not touching Tesla.
Look at that
This is
out
nasty.
again. Like these outs. I'm going short Google, by the way, if it breaks it. Like Tesla, just all of these outs, like saved, man. Like, all right, if Google breaks 163, I'm going to go for it. It's down 2%. The market could bleed a lot more. Thank you, Casey, in the chat there for that. Make sure you do hit the like and the subscribe. If you are in the chat, you have to be a member to be in the chat. So, 18. I didn't hit the refresh there. So let's hit the refresh and see how many of you have liked this stream for sure. If you like the stream, like the stream. We always say that, but there it is, 341. What's up with that? 6,300 watching, guys. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. And if you do that, then your next trade hopefully will be a winner. But I cannot promise that. 342 right now for Tesla, going lower. Apple, it really was a downside play today as well. Down only 1.7%. So Google down more right now than Apple. Sundar Pichai like, what have I done? Right there, and maybe you should have came up with something a little more creative than that, Sundar. But we'll wait to see. Google obviously following the way of the market. I don't think it has anything to do with Google I/O, but I'm going to go short right now as we break through. There it is. So now we're short, and here we go. Let's see how low Google wants to go. It breaks it. I get short 97s. I think I saw like a 92 fill there or something like that. Yeah, goes as low as 91. But this is what happens on breaks. So I have to be comfortable waiting for this to come back in. Was it a high volume? No, it wasn't on that break. So I think we're fine with that. It's not like people got capitulated out on some of their stops. But 163 would make sense for a stop. That's literally the low of the day, and we bounced directly off of that. So I took it with momentum, but definitely not a full position, hoping that we did have the opportunity to get back upside. Look, I mean, I'd rather it just keep tanking right now, but this is kind of par for the course. We've seen this happen before. I'm looking to think about where to get back and average into this so I don't like lose my whole day if it's wrong. I'm thinking about getting out maybe on a 164 break, which is the 50-period moving average. We want to try to be right on this. If we're not, fine, but I'm punching the short here. Let's see if it wants to work. It's literally the low of the day. So the futures are going to have to continue moving lower, or this trade's going to be busted. So we'll wait. We'll wait for 164 right into here. See if we can get some more love on the short, but not for a little while longer. Has to go upside from here. Google, let's see if the short wants to play.
Oh, come on, CoreWeave just broke down again underneath VWAP. Am I getting filled here? No.
Sometimes you just got to punch it out, punch it in.
Well, I just hit the bid.
That's what I did with Google, man. The minute it broke, it was just like,
the other thing, just quickly here.
It's power hour.
It is power hour. There's only about 50 minutes left in the day. There are some imbalances that might be worth watching, and we'll get to them a little bit later on. Some really weird stuff happening on Nordstrom's that I'm just really happy I didn't trade Foot Locker or Nordstrom's today. Because a lot of traditional stuff that you would do with those, you'd be getting destroyed. Especially Nordstrom's. So IBIT is bouncing off VWAP. I tried to pick it up when it held VWAP, but this is the candle. Like it's a consolidation. You had to grab it. Like you almost had to take it on the red candle underneath VWAP as opposed to when it broke back up. But I'm gonna try to grab out of this at 60.15, like yesterday's highs, where I'm expecting there to be resistance. And CoreWeave is busting underneath the volume weighted average price. So it's losing VWAP. Obviously, it was a better short up here, but whatever, we're not there anymore. So that last wick took us to 90.5. Essentially, the idea was to get 90s on the way back to the downside. I end up getting 86s, so we don't get exactly the price we want, but We didn't get anything the last time we punched it. So I want underneath the volume weighted average price, 290.5. And to think reasonably, why not be able to get to 88? This stock closed at 86.5 yesterday. And last week was at, I mean, look at the chart, whatever. Doesn't matter what I say it was at last week. You can find it yourself. Corey was an absolute monster. So if it loses VWAP, there's a lot of room to the downside to be able to risk essentially $0.50 on it, when I think any continuation of this short, and it could drop $5, makes some sense. But I want to make sure we get this IBIT out, as it's kind of cruising above 60. I'm looking to get this out at 60.15. Although we are making a decent turn, we're still underneath some of those lows. Corey just wicked me out instantly. Did it break? Yeah, it did. Okay, so it did break above VWAP. I guess that's a good out. Like, I take it to $0.50, and instantly it's already pressing 91s. I guess the long is good. Like, if you told me Corey short wasn't going to work and IBIT was going to work, go figure. Bottoming tails, I guess, to the left of them and to the right of them. I'm still going to get out of IBIT and regroup, though. I'm not feeling that bullish about this bounce. I'm going to cancel that bid there, and I think maybe even I take this out here, because that was prior support. I'm just going to jump out. Jump out, feel like we get away with one there as we hold it into VWAP and don't even get the add on the good price at VWAP. So I'll just take it out, try to regroup next. I don't want to be hanging on to that long, because I don't feel like this is that constructive unless we hold the lows, make a bigger reversal bottom, something along those lines. I think take your pot shots, but I don't want to be fighting. I don't want to be fighting at the end of the day. We've had such a good rally, and psychologically, that SPY red on the year, I feel like if you reclaim that to the downside, it could get pretty nasty. So pick your spots, look for the next opportunity in there. I'm thinking maybe QBTS. And the reason I like QBTS here is, well, it just wicked VWAP, so it gives me kind of a normal entry, something you would do anyways. There's your wick to VWAP. There's you holding VWAP. Risk can be a matter of like 10 to 15 cents. Let's see if it can bounce off VWAP here. Let me just get a stop order underneath and just try to take little pot shots, right? Where I know where my out's going to be, where I have an idea of what the plan of action is, close this above the volume weighted average price, try to enter, stop goes here, offer there, offer there, offer there, that kind of a thing. And QBTS is obviously relatively strong too. But it's got to hold the volume weighted average price here. Otherwise, no mas.
Yeah.
Oh, snap.
Oh,
it's happening.
There it is right there. They are getting the floors being ripped out. That is this live or no? No, okay, so there it is.
Oh,
so that's the old. Is
that the algo room?
Must
Jinx.
Kitchen? Oh, that's one of our boardrooms just on repeat right here. Why we just keep showing the same thing over and over again here? But yeah, that's just, again, that's
the back office boardroom? Oh, wow.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Oh, yeah.
So that blue wall, when we take that out, that's the trading floor. So if we were to blast that blue wall out or that pink wall, that would open it.
Like if we just busted through where Refrain is, that's where we are. That's intense. Yeah. Studio 8, everybody. This place is
here we go.
One. Better.
Oh, melting here, Ramin.
I'm melting.
Oh, nice. Let's see that again. Play that again there, Andre. I want to see this again.
Play that again.
There we go. Oh, 3, 2. I think this is like the Google I/O event here. 3, 2, 1. It's melting. Sometimes it does feel like that in here.
It's either melting or freezing. There's no in between. We don't do, nothing is half-assed around here, especially the temperature. Like the thermostat is not playing around. Like the thermostat is here for
We definitely need a new thermostat.
It's not the thermostat. It's just the distribution of, what's the word I'm looking for? You know what I mean? Like it's the airflow. Like they don't have, it's suboptimal, like kind of where they have the fans. So you can't control the temperature.
Yeah. No. I just,
with the,
part of being Canadian, and most of you guys may not know this about Canadians, but it's my belief that one thing that we have very strong is the ability to complain about weather. Like that's a very strong thing in Canada, because the thing is like when it's becoming winter, we're complaining like, oh damn, it's getting so cold, and it's like September, and we're like, what is going on here, right? And then finally, when it's summertime, we're like, oh, it's just so hot here.
Not me though.
It's so humid. Yeah, you'll be like that, trust
No,
me.
the humidity, yes. Heat, I don't complain about heat.
No, but it's like,
Humidity, yes.
and then it's like, wow, okay, and then we say, well, we got to enjoy it because it's only here for 2 months.
Love that.
You know, and then winter comes, it's like, what the, all this snow that's here, yada, yada, and then spring is here and it's too wet and it's still cold, like right now it's cold. And then the thing about it too is living in Toronto, you have one day is 80 degrees, the very next day is 60 degrees, basically like anybody living on the East Coast, I guess it's all very similar, but everybody I run into, I think it's just because me, it's like one of my opening lines, like about the weather, so I always use that all the time, like, oh, beautiful weather. Like tonight when I see the security guy, the concierge at the desk there, he'll be like, hey, Sean. I'll be like, hey, Alan, how's it going? I'll be like, gorgeous day outside, like absolutely gorgeous day. And then I'm like, yeah. And I'll be like, you got baseball tonight. It's lovely. All right, enjoy. See ya. And then tomorrow I'll be like, oh man, it's freezing out. Anyways, Adara, what's up? What? Nothing is up. All right, so there we go. Winnipeg, very gorgeous weather.
No, I mean, actually, it was like crazy hot last week.
See?
It was really, really bad. My friend had to go take her kids to her grandma's house because they needed to play in the hose or whatever in the water because it was so hot. So yeah, it has been actually strikingly warm there, though apparently now it's snowing or raining.
Right, so there we go. And global warming, of course, is not a thing. We don't have to worry about that.
Snowing?
Yeah, it's cold rain. Cold rain. But you see what I'm saying? Like we go to Adara, she instantly has a story about the weather. Like this is, and it's a recent story.
How about snow in May?
The only snow I know is
that's a full-blown problem in May. It's a problem. I don't care where.
Shout out to Snow, Brendan's favorite artist. You guys gotta look it up. Snow.
The inter-county baseball team here, which is a semi-pro team in Toronto, their new brand ambassador is literally Snow.
Yep.
Like I'm talking, like the Informer.
Yeah.
That dude.
Marissa was talking about that over the weekend. I know you were as well.
I do want to go watch them because they have the first.
The same talk in Great Britain, right? It's all about the weather.
Well, because it's always raining over there.
It must be what it is.
I've been to England twice, and it rained 50% of the time.
We were lucky when we went there. It rained one day real quick, man, and I just hopped in a cafe. I had a little pop, and then the wife and I just went out there. We actually wound up buying one umbrella. I can't believe we forgot to bring an umbrella, but.
I don't travel with an umbrella. If I need it, I'll pick one up.
Yeah, that's what we did. Right?
I've never traveled with an umbrella.
Well, when you go to London and you're doing sightseeing, it might.
I guess.
Yeah, Canadians are just northern Midwesterners. Yes, that's right. Shout out to Green Bay Packers, Wisconsin, all of that.
Go Big Ten.
Yes, go everything. But not go Google. Go Google is really hurting right now, and it's not hurting. It's going upside right now. We don't have a monster position, but we have enough shares to do something with.
Right.
And I'm going to try to get a little bit at 50 here. I thought I was waiting at 40s. Oh, there we go. I was waiting at 45s. So we get a 45 fill right there. I'm still waiting out for this to break. If it breaks back above 164, what a horrible punch short that was. It wasn't FOMO or anything. It was breaking the low of the day. I thought it was really aggressive to the downside. They have a news-related event today with Google I/O. So I'm thinking to myself, that's a good enough reason to keep going lower there if they don't like it. But the market kind of turned on a dime, and then right there, trying to see Tesla. I actually don't have it up anymore. I'm going to have a look at that. But it bounced. It didn't bounce. It broke, but it does bounce off 163. It gets a little lower, and I'm going to be stuck here at the low of the day, it seems like. But we'll average in a little bit here as we go for it. My next offer is at 70, and then I'm just going to respect the 50-period moving average. I mean, it would have worked all the way there. You did have a little hiccup right here. I hope that doesn't happen to us now, but we're just going to wait to see what happens with Google. Average price now of 4s. Not great on that for sure. UNH is coming back in. So we just have these two names right now, long and the short. You're in the short AMD, so that's going to be
which
good.
Apparently should have been
good.
Like should have just held IBIT. Whatever. I thought we were bearish, so I got out of IBIT and got into AMD, which I did want to short pops in AMD, so this is the first available pop. That said, it's a bit of a bottoming tail candle, so maybe respect that. And I'm not really at the actual big resistance, which was at 112.75. It's kind of giving it to this curl at about the 70 level, and I took the $0.50. Nick is sitting in IBIT. Well, I don't know. What's crazy is if I wasn't already out, I'd probably be getting out right now too, at 60.20. First red candle potentially coming in there. Bitcoin holding up pretty nicely. Look, there's some reason for Bitcoin to be like some kind of a flight to safety, but it's still a risk asset. And I think if we drop far enough, it runs into some trouble. But it is relatively strong for now. So it was a mistake to have gotten out of it on that VWAP bounce so early. We're into AMD now. I want to give it to this 70 area that you see there on the 3-minute chart. Oh, the other thing that's going on with AMD, bit of a trend up break happening on AMD. So even if we get stopped out today, tomorrow I'm still thinking short because AMD lost this support level 114 to 115. I'm thinking continuation on AMD downside for a couple of days. So I do have a bias to the south side on advanced. What was Joe calling it? Advanced money doubler?
Duplicator.
Money duplicator. Well, it's down 2%.
I still like the destroyer, man.
The puts duplicated, well, not really duplicated, but 2 points to the downside at least. So the 2 is something. Adara?
But I'll let you guys know, we were expecting at 3 p.m. Donald Trump and Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth to make an announcement. That announcement is heavily suspected to be about the Golden Dome. Politico further reported that apparently they're going to be likely announcing a $25 billion funding commitment for the Golden Dome. Now, the stream, again, is supposed to start at 3 p.m. Every time I refresh the stream, it has a different time that it's starting now. It looks like we're starting at 3:30, so it seems like Donald Trump and co. might be a little bit late. Just want to let you guys know we are still expecting these comments, but they have not come yet, and we don't really know when they're going to happen at this time. Back to you.
Still waiting.
Yeah, that was funny because the Google
Waiting on the world to change
as well. From the U.S.
Yeah, well, waiting on some news.
What's it called? Golden Dome?
Yeah, the Golden Dome. Apple's making a really good. You know what? Sometimes you just look at the technical. Like, come on. That's a long setup on Apple. I'm not even looking at Apple. Whatever. Like, I wasn't looking at Apple, so I can't pretend that we would have had this. But that's a pretty typical bottoming tail candle breakout. Like, why am I sitting? IBIT just broke higher as well, so that would have been right to hold on to that long. Now, I'm going to give some back on AMD. I just don't see this holding on the way back upside. That's also a bottoming tail candle. Sometimes your bias gets the best of you because I just look over and I'll keep leaving on AMD because this looks like it wants to take out this 70 area. Like, IBIT's going to get back to the highs, like all the way back to the highs, and we jumped out of it so that we could short something else. So as clean as everything was for most of today, this afternoon's like a chop fest, man. Like, you're just, yeah, don't doubt Bitcoin. It's too good. So I'm going to get stopped out on AMD. I'm not adding to this. It's going to break out that top, and then you're going to see me click out of it. Well, that's assuming it breaks this high. But when it does, I'll be out of that trade. And all I can do is I can wish that I was in IBIT, but I'm not. I can try to go over to QBTS and see if that's still going to be available to me, which it kind of is. So I'm going to get back on the bit of QBTS. I'll leave it here just so you can see what happens when it runs that stop. But there's VWAP on QBTS, which just did another bottoming tail candle. I should be in this at the 40 level, not waiting for 30s, as it looks like we're going to go higher. So I'm going to try and get this VWAP bounce on QBTS, and hopefully it can do what you're seeing IBIT do, which I should never have gotten out of that IBIT. So there's AMD. Wanted to make sure you guys saw that. Not going to hold past the stop out, and I'm going to go over to QBTS. So this is holding the volume-weighted average price, actually trying to break out and break trend down. You're getting a lot of things happening at once, and the market's going right back above those lows is the market. Let me nibble 50s if I can grab that. Wow. What a rally.
Yeah, nice rally here.
Literally back to the high of the day almost.
Yeah, man. This is nuts. Google's all the way back as well, up to 164. So we're getting close to getting stopped out of this. What a bad punch that was. We've averaged it up into this level, but our average price is still 37s. So it'll be a hit, man, as the market has really regrouped off of those lows. And it's just really funny, too, because all you had to do was wait for those lows again to come in. I'm just learning more every day. I mean, it's fine. Like, that breaks through there with 343. But guess where Tesla stops again? It's right at our level, the same level that we were going to get stopped out on earlier, right here. So it kind of bounces. Now, it gets lower. It gets into 341, I think. It gets 341, 341.70s there, the low. But it gets into that level again and kind of just holds. I feel like it's a little bit more of a fluke that it holds that level because the market did really rally back right there. But Tesla almost was I don't know, it was in risk of going red there. I mean, maybe did it go red?
What the?
I mean, it might have came close going red. What is that?
I turned my head and CNN was showing a jailbreak in New Orleans where like a prison guard like helped out and there's like 20 dudes just like running out the door. That's not.
I think, I don't know. So we have Adara's talking about all this too. We do have Warby Parker, just real quickly, our WRBY. If you guys are wondering a little bit about this one, again, planned action here with Google. Yes. They're actually taking stake as well. So there we go. Let's see what kind of glasses Google comes up with here with Warby Parker, but up 17% if you're wondering.
Is that even a good thing? Like, the glasses haven't been really doing anything for any of the other.
Yeah, but that's the thing, right? Like looking for a new
It's like you
product.
got to have it, I guess, right?
Hopefully it'll be there. So, with this Iron Dome, Golden Dome thing, you could look at LMT, maybe Lockheed Martin potentially going, as more money comes
Check
into
the
that.
daily on LMT.
Raytheon as well. Yeah, it's right here. It's trying to
480,
break
dude.
right
That's
there.
gonna
Yeah. That could be a good one there on LMT. Raytheon, which is, of course, RTX. So we could look at over there. This is all happening as we speak. Adara's going to have that news for us. I don't know. Like, none of these stocks are reacting the way like they're getting like this huge deal or anything coming through.
We have to show this. IBIT is at the high of the day.
Ooh.
And so
106.
we got out way too early. Didn't even add, look at the bottoming tail and the hold of VWAP.
futures?
Said we'd add to it if it did that, didn't add. And then on top of that, I got out early. So that's both of those things are a fail. Sometimes a winning trade can be a fail. Remember, we're about to test highs. What are we at? 106.2. So 107 is like intraday market highs, and then 109 is like the weekend high. Shout out to the weekend. Let's go to Adair.
I still don't have any update here on that Pete Hegseth Donald Trump conference or announcement, but I do have a couple headlines I want to mention. Number one, Fed's Bostic talking right now. We've had some cautious comments from Feds earlier today. Fed's Muslim also striking a cautious tone during the afternoon, but Fed's Bostic saying that the current U.S. tariff level is better than initially proposed, but still high enough that it will be difficult to assess what will happen. We know that this policy uncertainty has been a big issue for the Feds, and as we get a lot of Fed speakers today, we have a lot of Fed speakers mentioning this throughout their comments. I also want to mention here TSLA. Reuters reporting that Elon Musk, CEO of Tesla, is fully committed to Donald Trump and is going to be staying an advisor. So this is again reported by Reuters earlier today. Elon Musk did say that he plans on staying the Tesla CEO within the next 5 years. And he also said that he's going to be giving probably 1 to 2 days a week to DC, of course, with his work in the Department of Government Efficiency for the Trump administration. And that he's apparently going to have dinner with Donald Trump this week. So Elon Musk saying this earlier, Reuters confirming, does not sound like, as much as there are some contrary commentary or opinions, doesn't sound like Elon Musk is going to be stepping away from the administration for the time being. Back to you.
Less than ideal.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people thinking that they would want him to be gone, but I mean, I guess as an advisory role, it's probably okay. We're almost.
There's a lot of big things this year, though, for Tesla. It's a big year for Tesla.
Definitely a big year for Tesla. We'll see what's up. I mean, it's been a great year for Tesla if you're looking at where the stock has come from. I mean, if you just go here and you say, where were we last year at this time? So that's May 15th. All right, May 15th. So last year at this time, this was a $177 stock. So it's up 100% year over year. So how about them apples? 180 to 350 in a year. So all you had to do, so you could, if you have the same kind of a year that you just had, and that's not even talking about that. We already went up to there. We already went up 3x on the year.
Like you could have taken profit, bought back, and
right. And it's just, I'm just saying, like, if this has a similar trajectory where we base, then we start to bump out. I mean, all you need to do is try to hold this 350. Then the next move is higher. Like if you doubled in 1 year so far, you double next year. Then it's all of a sudden doesn't look so bad.
I'm going to stink offer.
Yeah.
420.69.
Yeah, that would make sense. I mean, that puts you right into this area here so that you're there.
It's a technical level.
460.
On the daily chart, right?
Well, it's technical enough. I mean, 420.
Yeah, close enough.
But yeah, I was going to say like 450, 470. Anyways, who knows? I don't have any.
No, I have no. Look, I don't know. I'm the dude that's like, hey, look at it hold around like 215 to 220, and then I buy $222.22 last year, and I did it again this year. I just like that price level. So look, the market is wow. Apple is. This is Apple's move right now. Algo buying. Turn on the program for the buybacks. Like maybe that's something.
Oh, maybe. Yeah. I mean, Google's doing the same thing.
So if it's a program for the company in buybacks, they stop at 350. Generally speaking, the companies don't do buybacks in the last 10 minutes. I'm just in that QBTS off the volume weighted average price. It doesn't want to do what IBIT is doing, which obviously went all the way back into the high. So just remember, like IBIT's at that top. I wouldn't be punching along up here, but then I also got it way too early. So. Take that with a grain of salt. IBIT was so clean up until that. I feel like I had such a good read on it for the entries. I didn't have a good entry point, and sometimes that gets the best of you because you're anchored to like where you get in. I wasn't patient enough for the VWAP test, and sometimes that's like the reason why you don't get it in. as good as you can. Oh, the other thing I wanted to get over to is here's a name that we have not talked, not a single time today did we mention Meta, except for right now. So Meta, I'm not putting this into like the bear bucket, but Meta kind of losing and consolidating underneath this $650 level. I still like Meta in a general sense, but you've kind of found all kinds of chop and supply, 40 to 42, and then today 40 and under into the 30s. That seems like it's going to be a brick wall on the way back up. So I'll be bullish on this stock again once it gets through this 42 nonsense. That's 2 days in a row of heavy, heavy chop on Meta, and all of it looks like resistance to me. So maybe you can chew through that. We'll see, but that's a name that I know we didn't look at all. Meta's a stock that I'm a buyer of this year. That's all. All right, so give me 77s in here, and then we'll see how far QBTS can go. I think 17 could be a problem. On the way back through the last time, 17 was a bit of an issue. We're in it at 16.5. We have about 30 minutes to go in the day. I am going to be eyeballing this 11 million. So Nordstrom's is supposed to be deleted today. The deal's closing, the take private deal. It's saying 11 million to sell. So it could be one of those, just try to take a couple cents. The bid's going to be like millions of shares on the bid, like that kind of a thing. But could be an opportunity. You're going to see huge numbers out of Nordstrom's is my guess. And it's already saying 11 million. I forget what the exact number is supposed to be, but suffice to say, like millions and millions of shares need to be sold when it's closed.
Yeah, private bot deal over there for JWM. Sorry, not JWM. All right, so I'm going to take a little bit of pressure off of this Google. I'm sitting right there at 75, so we're taking a little bit off. The market's coming back in for me just a little bit here, so I'm happy to do this. Like, it's been a little bit of a nightmare trying to hold this short, that's for sure. So I'm going to take a little bit out. I'll take another out at 70s if we can get it. Then another one I was thinking about in the mid to low 60s, and then just seeing what happens after that. You know, we've been wrong shorting this thing all the way up. We had to wait for 164 to come in. Our average price was 49s. So it was going to be about a 50-cent hit if we did wind up doing that. Hopefully now we can drop back in just a little bit for Google and then start to take out a little bit of profit. You know, we don't want to give everything back, although we were kind of doing that when we were all the way up there. So let's just start to piece a little bit out now as it comes back in and we get back into reasonable prices. Again, like one trade can ruin everything, and that's kind of what it's trying to do here for us on Google. But that's why we're getting out. We got multiple outs right there at the 50-period moving average. Like, you don't want one bad decision to absolutely ruin your whole day, but you do want one good decision to help your day out. So it's kind of like, that's one of those things. How many shares do you use at what opportunity? This was really where it went wrong, was punching the short there early. Not early, late on the move, but punching once it broke and just thinking that the momentum there was spinning. But the thing is like, if you look back, first of all, it's good because UNH is going up, but we don't have that many shares in that. I was going to say, look how low the TQs got. 69.40 right there. Like, that was a great, like, wow, what a move downside
we're
right
on
there.
The ear again.
Zelensky's speaking now in our ear. Just not saying much, just saying needs some more help from the U.S., basically. All right, so, and you know how Trump is about that one. You don't have the cards, apparently. 163.70 was a couple outs right there. We got out of about 25% of what we had. We need to get out of a little bit more. Let's see if this thing falls down. 164.10 and we're out of this trade. The bank stocks, though, shout out to everybody here trading bank stocks today. They're doing well as far as I can see. JP Morgan upside. I mean, the Dow, we talked about the ES and the NASDAQ both turning red pretty decently too, each down 0.5. And then the Dow Jones, I could check out what that's doing. Obviously, JP Morgan into that as well. But right into there, back up to the 200-period moving average. Very strong. Like, talk about getting some dip buy opportunities. Right into the breakout level from the morning there, 265. Great opportunity there for JP Morgan traders. Just a quick look at the banks, and I'll pass it back. I got to go load up the screen over there to make sure we're ready to go for the after show. Yeah, so JP Morgan strong, but XLF in the bank sector weak. Actually weaker than the market. So JP's doing something right as opposed to the rest of them. I always like to look at Citigroup because it's kind of similar, obviously, with Goldman Sachs, more of investment bank with Morgan Stanley. Yeah, so Citigroup downside as well. So it looks like JP Morgan just catching a bit of wind. They had their conference going on, and yeah, catching some wind from that. It looks like JP Morgan up 0.3.
Well, Jamie Dimon is not imminently retiring. He's obviously stepping down the next few years, but he spoke pretty negatively about the somewhat cautiously about negatively is probably the wrong word, cautiously about the market, cautiously about M&A and banking and some of the revenues that they would get from that. But overall, I think they're still looking pretty good. All right, there's the high of the day on IBIT. So it's there now. We're at 106.5. Maybe we do get that break. Maybe it's gonna break 107. So as far like we've been tossing it around, like what is the actual high? Get it? 109 is the actual high. That was over the weekend. And if you look, kind of pull back here, 107 is a big resistance zone. Should have stayed in it. Did not stay in that long on IBIT. At this point, I'm not even thinking like a trend reversion trade or anything like that. It's just, had I been holding, I'd have a trailing stop in, but I'm not. The only thing we are in, that I am in right now, is that QBTS. And D-Wave is deciding, I mean, it gave us the first move, pull back into 60s, and then it pulled into like the 80s here. Like, so we got out some at like 73 or 74. There, we're in at the $0.50, and it's starting to come back in. So I still think it can go, but it's essentially giving you dimes and quarters when some of the other moves were a little bit better. Like earlier in the day, when it reverted, like it's going very clean, like 40, 50 cents at a time. So much more muted moves here overall in QBTS. NVIDIA is going. Apparently, everything is looking pretty good. Looking at Tesla as well. So to kind of break things down on Tesla, that's a ridiculous trend break that should have been punched. But all of a sudden, too, like that 47 was the early morning resistance. I think that's going to be the key. Like, can it get back above 47? Otherwise, you've got resistance for half the day, pre-market, and then most of the open under 47. And I think that'll be a bit of a problem. So I'm not really keen on VWAP. I think I'm keen on that 347 for sure. Shout out to you. Appreciate you, Sharice's fourth baby mama. Not sure where 1, 2, and 3 are. Great show, you say. Well, I got to shout you out every single time. So Sharif's fourth baby mama. Appreciate the quality words. And I just see there's Stephen Haas saying NVIDIA going north. Everything is going north. Like, look at the NASDAQ right now. Bottoming tail, classic reversal pattern. Reversing it along early would have been a heck of a lot better. But if you were feeling bearish on that turn, kind of one of those things where I'm looking for a short, try to find them. And the other part of being biased is a bias will get you in two ways. It can make you enter in the wrong direction, but the other thing it can do is it can make you not add to a long. It can make you get out of a long early. There's all kinds of things where if you have a directional bias that ends up being wrong, then suddenly even good trades can turn into bad trades, which I think I'm going to call I'm going to call that one a bad one. Ari Pages, Sharif is a family man. Absolutely. We're all family men around here. Everyone around here is a family man. I think, you know what, let's just say this. Everybody is a family person. Like, nothing more important than family in life. The one thing that pretty much everybody, like all humans, agree on is like you want your kids to have a better life than you. And you're happy when you get that like unquestionable love from them, and you want to spend more time with your parents while they're around. Like, who doesn't believe in those things? I also believe this market is killing me. You try not to get FOMO when you see stuff like this, but I'm staring down Bitcoin, and I got to look at something else, man. I got to look at something else. So I'm going to go back over the QBTS, which we're actually in. No continuation yet on that move. I can zoom it in so you can really see what's happening. You got the wick into 80. We're in at the 50 level. At this point, if it can't hold on to our entry, this is not moving enough. It's just not moving enough to my estimation, and it's past 330. So if it's not going, you don't have to be in it. If we lose break even, I'll try to pick it up maybe back at like VWAP or something. But I'm just going to throw the stop underneath the $0.50. If it breaks down, then you pick it up maybe at the quarters again and just go for another scalp trade. It's moving quarters anyways, so it just pulled back a quarter. So if it pulls back a quarter and loses it, I just jump out of it. It ends up only giving you a 25-cent move, which is good for a $16 stock, but this thing was moving dollars this morning. Just D-Wave not doing it now. Jay Lee's shorting some IBIT here. If it was at the 107, we're still $500 away from the 107 level. I'd be thinking that as well. But I'm kind of thinking, like, if the high is 107 intraday, then it doesn't have to move much further to get the next $500. Press a little bit higher into the technical high and then take the reversion. I'd rather wait for the big level. It's still trending up. Like, why short it now when it's still trending up? Otherwise, It's like, okay, well, does it break this trend line? I could draw that a little bit better, but I think that's pretty good. Does it break the trend line? Then get in on a trend break or get in when it gets to 107. That's the way that I'm going to short it, if I even get to, because it's 337. Let's take care of some. Well, you know what? I was going to say this because we're going to talk about this now. UNH, because I've had this one up. UNH, first stop, because I bought this yesterday at 305, should have bought it at 280, whatever, that was silly. But I've had this up on eSignal, and when you were talking about it, I forgot to mention it, great trade today. But if it goes into this gap, I'm taking some out if I even sniff $380. And that's it's in my TFSA, swing account. Go eSignal, go UNH.
Yeah, I like UNH. UNH has been a good trade today, and you can always find those trades pretty easily if you're looking at charts. And one of the best charting programs around is eSignal. So listen up, traders. Grab that first month for free, and don't short Google at the bottom. That's not a good idea. That's right. We are waiving those fees. Trade smarter. Analyze your trades with the most elite charting software available. Connect over 50 plus brokers. We definitely like that. Infinite data, instant trading at your fingertips. Customizable charts. I mean, like we mentioned, any chart you're looking for, man. 1 second chart, trust me. Tick charts, all of that there, trust me, bro, available on eSignal. Back testing, game-changing opportunities for your own charting experiences. Make sure you do grab eSignal. Again, able to tweet things out, no problem. These scanners we talk about all the time, very, very popular around here. Some traders don't use scanners. Some will just stick with, 4 or 5 hot names. Do you? But scanners are awesome. We talk about them all the time on the show. Also, curated lists, right? Like, there we go. Those were symbols breaking VWAP right there. So you can get those in your pocket with eSignal. Let them do all the work and let us give you that first month free. I mean, look, just scan the thing. Get out your phone. If you're wondering how the QR codes work, open up your camera, hold it there. It'll light up a link, and then you click that and you hit subscribe, and it's for free. Talk to eSignal, and yeah, we'll hook you up. So there it is, 1 month free. Thank you, eSignal, for all of that. All right, so yeah, man, this is the market that we live in right now, and it's a fun one to trade, that is for sure. But right into there, so Google, by the way, we got stopped out on that. Talking about our good trades, oops, that's still the Qs. There it is right here, short. Look, we got Summit at the 50-period moving average, and we actually wound up getting stopped out there once it breaks 05s or whatever it was. So I thought I had 10s, maybe it was, I can check. Price did we get? Yeah, 11. So actually, that is what it was. So there's the break right there on that. We were able to get a little bit out down to the downside. We talked about getting out 20 to 25%, but that does not mean we don't lose on the rest of them, which we do. Now it's trying to barcode. This is giving me a little bit of ideas again to maybe go short against 164.22s. So I was thinking about doing that. We are short the NASDAQ right now. So to get blown out of the NASDAQ and out of Google, like if I go short one, the other one probably, they'll trade sort of together here as the momentum's been upside. So we'll go short right now, the TQs, see what winds up happening. Good little trade so far as it's trying to push back in right now, but I'll put something on the bid at around 45. See if we get something out and then maybe get a little bit lower than that. Look, we could get a little bit of a late day push down. I don't know what this golden dome, iron dome, and all that kind of stuff is going to mean, but we do know how well that worked obviously in Israel. We saw, I think there was that one time they fired, I don't know how many. Umpteen, and none of them got through. So we do know that it is well done there. And I don't know, billions, what did it say, 25 billion or something in that project? Whoa.
The amount of billions.
Oh gosh, there was just some size there. I'm gonna put a bid there.
10 billion.
I just punched out some at 48. Look at that size right now on the bid, down there at 46. It's not really gonna matter because this is an ETF.
It should chew through.
And it should just chew through it, 60 million shares. But what's that guy doing there? Why are we there, my guy? There it is, got hit again. No, that sucks. I'm at 45s. So I just went to 45 randomly there before that dude showed up. I'm going to put a bid now at 47, get in front of that. I don't know. I don't think he just stopped the move on the TQs. That's not possible, but that sucked that he was there. So it looks like there's some buyers right now. So we'll go short 53s. We just covered some at 47. We'll do it again if it comes back in there. But there was a buyer there. Not that that means anything. I don't think, you really want to look at the futures, not at these random tools that were built by Invesco and everybody else like that. What we're really looking at is the futures. So maybe there was a buyer over there, but at the end of the day, I don't really care about that. I don't trade off of level 2 for the for TQQs. I'll just look at charts. So right there it is. Okay, so now he's gone. See ya. So there we go. Now here comes a downside push. Well, hopefully we can be part of that. We just took a 47. We canceled our 45s, went to 47. So now let's see where we go here on the TQQs. Lower would be nice for me.
Yeah, I just got out break even on QBTS. Like it wasn't going, like you said, it was going quarters, no longer the dollar move. So it gave you the quarter move and then it lost 50. Not moving enough. We're going to stay out of it. As I mentioned, there is still, it's actually smaller now, but early look, Nordstrom's 9 million to sell, right? So you're going to see me in Nordstrom's, and I'll probably be in it. I'll ideally throw it into the auction, like that'll be the idea, but you never really know. If I see it tank even like a little bit, I might just punch out of it and take what we can get. But nothing else is on this early look imbalance locator. Right? Like everything else, like CNQ, that probably doesn't matter. I don't know what ALIT is, so anytime if I see something on the early look for a couple of million, I'm like, okay, well, what is this thing? It's this, it's barcoding, doesn't move. It's a good size, 2 million into 3.6 million, but very, very tight volume. I wouldn't be surprised. Does that look like every day? Yeah, this is probably some kind of a deal. That's probably like another deal. Like maybe it's being bought out or something like that. I should check the list. So Nordstrom's is the one that stands out, but remember, as I said, it's coming out. The deal is closing, which is why we're expecting some kind of a sell. Well, if you're waiting for the trend to break on IBIT, you're still waiting because it's still going higher. Now at 106.6 on Bitcoin, 107 is the key level. I say this while chuckling because obviously should never have got out of it. We're still breaking higher. Let's see what other stuff is doing. I just saw Marie in the chat saying MSTR. What is MicroStrategy doing? Probably ripping faces off. Wow, that's a V-shaped recovery. Not through the high of the day, but yeah, MSTR having a bit of a move. I still would take a reversion, but I don't want to take this after 350, and it's 344 here. So it might just be, I might just be in Nordstrom's, which if I see Nordstrom's get larger, I'm adding to that short, obviously. But IBIT's on an absolute tear. Should have held on to the long. We won on the long, but we got like 1/3 of what it should have been. QBTS was okay, but IBIT was like 3 times better if you hold on to that one. So yeah, the regret is not being in the right one longer.
As if Google's doing this now. Falling back down. That's okay. We have a monster on right now, like a literal monster. Hopefully this can come in a little bit more for us. I mean, I'm starting to cover now. Revenge trading, it wasn't, but we went over to the Qs and went short. Was a little frustrated with that move higher there, but thankfully we went right into VWAP. We let this one settle down and get all the way up before we wind up taking shares. And boy, oh boy, Chef Boyardee, did we ever take some shares up there. So that was hopefully going to be a good trade for us. Who knows? I'm already out of half. As we just got filled right there. So we were pretty happy with that one. We can hold for the close, but the thing is you're now 4 minutes away. Neil talked about some of those imbalance actions and things like that. So 4 minutes until those imbalances come, and there it is. Like, look at this move rate higher. So good thing we literally are out of half. So that was good as we make back a little bit there of what we lost. And it was just that Google short all the way up. And again, kind of sucks to be right back where it is now, but whatever, man. I only got stopped out 20 cents ago. It's not like it's the end of the world on that one. Okay, so UNH, man, we did great on that one today. That is for sure. Let's offer 323. We'll wait to see if these imbalances come out, but I think that would be, again, a pretty decent out if we were able to get that down there or up there at 323. So you just saw some decent size, 6,000 shares sitting there right now at 70s. I mean, it's done 370. There it goes, just waxed it. It's done 38 million shares today. So, whatever's on the bid or the offer probably gets chewed up anyways. A very big option name. Right? I mean, there's a lot of traders. Neil just talked about buying some of this as well. So we'll have to wait to see what happens with UNH.
Seems like everybody's been buying this in their PA.
Yeah, doesn't it? Yeah, I mean, it's pretty easy trade to catch the bottom once you see it, but that bottom could still be there on UNH. So
we could be there tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what I mean. Like, it's a tough trade. It's nice when it works, but definitely a tough one. And I think it's worth it, man. I mean, such a storied franchise, UNH. But anyways, I'm not even on it anymore. I clicked back over there. I'm going to go to 322 50s, put an offer there. If it fills, it fills it. We only have a couple more minutes until those imbalances. I was getting a little obsessed there because we just got another fill down below right there. So there it is right there. Another one at that low. We got a 31. We got a 30 fill. Actually, it was 31s, I think. So a nice 31 fill down there. Hopefully these features can come. We played off the 50-period moving average a couple times. There it is right there. There's the break. That's when we should have maybe gone long. There's the move up. So let's go see if that is some kind of support or resistance line there of any line of interest for us. $70.15 or so if we can pull back. But again, we're minutes away from the imbalances. Thanks so much. We're all locked and loaded. We do have our closing show today. It should be great. Recap. We do have Palo Alto, Pan W. We can have a quick look to see what that's doing. Always, I feel like it misses all the time. Last time, although I say that, it was up 2.5%. The implied move on, here, get rid of this. The implied move on Pan, which is Palo Alto today, is 7. So we'll see if we get a 7% move. Oh, I don't have this in my ear. I hear something happening.
He's talking about Palo Alto.
Oh, he is?
Yeah.
Someone's watching us. Okay, and then we also have Toll Brothers as well. Shout out to my friends at Benzinga. Nice to see you guys. But there's Toll Brothers right here. They're also reporting last move down 6% for Toll Brothers. We'll see what this housing developer is all about. I mean, you could see what's been going on in this name. Not good, as we are well away from the 200-period moving average. A 5% move looks like nothing on the chart, but again, up through 110. We'll look to see what happens with Toll Brothers, looking for a big number from them tonight as well, and that's about it. It's pretty much where it ends.
It's been hard for those builders, but with 90 seconds to go, wow. So there's just not going to be a reversion on IBIT. Like the market pulls back, as you can see. Sean's in the queues, they pulled back. Tesla pulled back like $3. I have Apple up. Apple pulled back a little bit, but IBIT just continues to go. So Bitcoin wants that 107. Obviously, it's 349, so I'm not taking that trade anymore. I'm not going to punch short on a reversion trade. At 350, we're going to see the imbalances, and I'll probably make my bet. If I see Nordstrom's and it's much larger, we'll see what we can get out of it. It's going to be ridiculous. Like the bid, I have 67s. The bid at 66 is like 1 million shares. So like at this point, it's like you're just trying to get as many as you can and take the spread or maybe a couple pennies if you can get it. But we'll see what comes out. I would suspect with the volatility we had this afternoon, you might see some of the Mag 7 have some imbalances today. Like we've seen it before. Like NVIDIA will have a few million. If it's your first time watching, then in 30 seconds, the closing auction imbalances are going to come live, and the more volatility you have, the more, I guess we talk about like the higher probability that there will be big imbalances at the end of the day. It doesn't mean it's true. It's just a somewhat reasonable correlation. So keep your eye on things like Tesla, if it pops up, or especially NVIDIA, maybe Apple, Google, because they had the event in about 10 seconds or so. I do suspect this to be big. If you see my Nordstrom position disappear, it's because this S comes out a B.
Yeah.
I'll punch out so far.
You'll have to punch out of that one. Okay, so here's a nice little move downside. We get some 30s for the fill on the TQs as we'll wait for that exact number, but here we go right now. I don't see too much on here as far as we're concerned. Right now, Cisco, QBTS, a buy right there into the end of the day. Plug SMCI, a sell. I'm not really seeing anything, so the only thing that I have to worry about right now is the fact that we did get some good outs there on the TQs. We actually got a good out a little bit lower. What was that price right there? 20s. Oh, we got 30s. Sorry, we were bidding 20s and didn't get it. So there it comes, a nice move higher right now into the close. Remember, our stop is just slightly higher than where we're at right now. We're short at $70.57. Up into the 60s is where we're going to get out. It looks like, yeah, see, the market won't. Oh, that's too bad. Too bad it didn't turn the other way for us. That would have been nice. But instead, it's going upside right now as Adara gives us the goods right here. And it is from Adara. 290 to sell. The NASDAQ is nothing. 9 million. Mag 7. 659 million. So not much happening here on the imbalances. So let's take advantage of that and get a little bit more out right now on the TQs.
Yeah, and you take what you can get. It didn't come out bigger. It came out pretty much as expected. I like to leave that up so I can see that, but nothing big. Intel 1.4. If Intel's the biggest thing, then like nothing is happening. So that's a big disappointment in terms of the imbalances. Cisco is going to be in there, but that's less than 1 million shares. So really, QBTS is there for 700,000. I suppose that could be something. I want to see this hold at 9. If it can hold and maybe get larger, then I would just try to add. IBIT, it's going to watch this IBIT party. Not in it, but I think there were the few people that held this long, right? Like somebody must have held this long. 106.9 we're at on IBIT, which last I checked was pretty darn good. So Bitcoin at 107, almost at 107 at that top. I do feel like it's a little bit top heavy. Remember, this is pretty big resistance on Bitcoin. Like this is not nothing up here, that 107 level on the daily. So to expect there not to be sellers, I think would be a little bit weird. So let's see what happens on it, man. Like I'm not going to take the short trade, but it's definitely going to be something. If we fall back too far from here, it gives us a better opportunity to trade into it tomorrow. So the selfish part of me actually wants this to go in the other way. So if we go the other way and hold underneath this level, we get to play into that all-time high maybe tomorrow and not have the lazy breakout happen overnight. 24-hour market, so it's a very distinct possibility. We'll see.
Yeah, we only have a couple of minutes until we maybe get a reversal there in the Qs or in the futures because 355 will hit. All right, let's just do a quick little update right here. 1066, hell yeah. 355 or something was the highest we've seen it. And again, I think that's because Ethereum's not doing much. Ethereum's down 6%, and it's such a big, I mean, it's not a big market cap in comparison. But Ethereum definitely holding that market cap of the whole market down. XRP, so this looks like it's just sort of a one-trick pony right now. Bitcoin up 1.2%. Nothing else really. Tron, like Cardano's down. I always talk about Cardano because it was for some reason listed in that Bitcoin reserve there that Trump was talking about out of nowhere. Solana, I guess, up as well. So that's another one. So Solana, Cardano, XRP was another one listed there. And then, of course, Bitcoin. So we'll wait to see where all of these are dancing around here into the close. And the close is happening right now. So congratulations on anybody that's been riding Bitcoin. I mean, that dip down into 74 or whatever, that turns out to be a good one. But look, many stocks and everything else have doubled, tripled, and everything since those bottoms. Not the Meg 7 names, but smaller names. We saw Robinhood go from like 40 to 70. I don't even know what Robinhood's going out at right now today. That bottom was 64. Oh, that was pretty good. But now look at that, man. Like a lot of big recoveries. That was $30, sorry, for Robinhood, up to 64. So that's a double on that stock so far as well. But here we go, man. The market is blasting a little bit higher here into the close of the day. What do you got for us, Adara? Only 30 seconds left.
Part of the show is brought to you by Trade the Pool. Trade the Pool is redefining what risk means for traders. That's no more risking your life savings to prove yourself in the market. They give you access to company capital up to $200,000 to trade real stocks, no CFDs, and your downside is limited to a single one-time fee, starting at just $47. That means no blowing up your personal account. You get to trade with serious buying power, and while knowing your loss is capped. All you have to do is pass the evaluation, and that's it. You're funded. Scan the QR code and get 10% off your start with Trade the Pool. Back to you.
No, there isn't.
So at 355 is usually a major pairing event, so you want to see if any of the imbalances are going to flip in there.
I think they did.
No. Intel's a million still.
Like, I'm not getting any love on
Nordstrom's
this
not
peak
doing
boost
anything. But there weren't any big imbalances outside of Nordstrom's anyways, right? So it's not like you're not seeing anything crazy. Nothing's popped up there. It's not like NVIDIA shows up out of nowhere for a couple million shares. So pretty much a nothing burger. 106.9 on Bitcoin.
Yeah.
It's gonna get to 107. We didn't come. Luca always had this line. We didn't come all this way to not print it. So go Bitcoin. I'm pretty sure we don't have enough Bitcoin bulls because when we did that poll, which we should do again, because I'm interested to see, like when we did it, it was like 20-something% or 30% of our viewers are actually invested in crypto, which I thought, giving this it's a trading program, I thought would be over 50%. I was wrong about that. Shout out to Coach Hartman. BitX all day. Why BITX? Just out of curiosity.
It's like way higher levered.
Is it a leveraged one? Am I wrong about that? I thought it was. That's not 1-to-1.
I don't know. I mean, it's the same. Yeah, 2 times.
Oh, it is 2x. Okay, that's why. Because it doesn't. Yeah, it's less volume. But yeah, it is 2 times. That makes sense. I was like, I
That's why I was thinking about MSTR.
I didn't realize it was leveraged. MSTR didn't break the highs, and when I looked at it last, which doesn't make it's only now breaking the highs. That's what doesn't make sense to me. When Bitcoin's doing what you just saw, it's like MSTR should have broken the high like a long time ago. Like, why is it only now getting through the highs? I just feel like the whole point is you're supposed to get more juice, right? Aren't you supposed to get more juice? Isn't it supposed to squeeze the living you-know-what out of people? Like, that's why I just believe in Bitcoin. I appreciate Michael Saylor. If you hold Bitcoin, then why wouldn't you want some dude just buying more of it and over and over and over and over and over again? I think that's fantastic. But yeah, why aren't you getting more juice out of this? You tell me.
Yeah, you would have thought it would have gone up a little bit more than where we are right now. But yeah, still a nice move there for MSTR. And if you're looking at it from here, it's well outpacing Bitcoin right there. So if you look, that's when it dropped out. So we don't have to worry about that. But right there, yeah, nice move upside right now for MSTR. And if you take that Bitcoin bottom was 74 or something, so it's up like 30%, let's just say, maybe less than that. This was 240, all the way up now 420. So
there's 107, by the way.
Much better there on MSTR.
Well, you have it
on the return. Yeah, I have it right here, 107 and change. There she blows.
Unbelievable.
Great job there for everybody that's bought it. We recently bought more at 103, so I'm just getting more and more in, man, every time this dips down. I like Bitcoin. We talked about that a little bit there as we go. Let's just see. We did get out of some UNH right here, right now, because it didn't get up to our levels. So that's a good out for us on UNH, $6.50 or so to end it on the end of the day. Google, we tried to short that thing, didn't. We actually tried long, and then that was nothing. That was a long during the event. And then we shorted the bottom thinking it was going to break, but that was no good. 164, we could check that out tomorrow. And then the futures are just going a little bit higher right now as we shorted up here. It didn't really get anything to the downside. We've been okay on this short, though, for the futures, but I don't know. It doesn't look like it wants to go. We're short right here at 69er. I was going to get out if it breaks 90. I thought maybe a flip up on this might happen, and we may head to the downside, but the futures didn't really do anything at 350. So, and there's not any big earnings coming. Palo Alto's not going to move the needle at all.
But it's still a big earnings name, but.
Yeah, not really. Its market cap is pretty small.
No, it's a big name just because a lot of people hold it and think it's best in breed. It's not going to move the market, but I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
By the way, Palo Alto is about to go. Sorry, check that. Palo Alto has gone green at the end of the day, back to where it was at the open. But with less than 1 minute to go in here, what a big move that you just had. In Bitcoin, which I think dragged some things with it off the bottom. Apple almost got to VWAP. It'll stay red on the day, unfortunately, there for Apple. But yeah, the story right here is the hold. Oh, wait a minute, maybe not. We just went back and forth like 3 times at 107, like up, down at 107, which it looks like works out to about 61 or just underneath the $61 level on IBIT. So let's go over to, well, we got the bell in about 20 seconds, so we're a little bit early on that.
What? Yeah. Our bell's automated.
Yeah, the bell's automated. I don't have to hit a button, but we're losing the 107 level. So the reversion at 107, hey, I suppose that was a trade. If you were really, really obscenely, ridiculously patient, you could have waited till it got to 107, shorted that, and made 20 cents. So congratulations if you took that on IBIT. Let's go over to Adara and ring the bell.
All right, that's it, man. We are now closed. It's now 4 o'clock. Thank you for that one, Adara. The NASDAQ actually does okay to end the day, man, only down 0.38. So what a nice rebound for the NASDAQ, honestly, from top to bottom. So we'll have to wait to see what happens with the NASDAQ right now. 0.42 down right now on that one. So, all right, yeah, we're going to get over there. We're going to see if Pan W prints at all. I'm going to get over there, then figure this all out. But there we go, Pan W, nice little move so far. And yeah, we'll see everybody tomorrow, I guess.
Absolutely. Pan W, there was a heavy candle. It's just a closing print on Pan W, and it was to the downside. So there's your closing print candle. It's going to head down maybe like 30 or 40 cents. They're the only big earnings name, but the big story today is the volatility in the market. The crazy, like Tesla's round trip is one of the most amazing things you'll see. And it's not like it's doing this. It's doing this a lot. Like, this is the kind of market we're in. Like, the kinds, like you say, oh, this move was crazy in IBIT. No, man, like Bitcoin is flying. Bitcoin did this yesterday. Exactly the same move, maybe a little bit more extreme in the afternoon. Shout out to me for stinking and getting out too early. And Tesla, same story, everybody. We're in a volatile market, right? Like Tesla round-tripped 355 and 343 twice today. Check that 3 times, because 4 times, I guess, if you're really being technical about it. So the volatility is here. It's a fun market to trade. You got to take your shots wherever they happen to lie. But we don't want to forget that Alphabet's event, So the IO event there for Alphabet, clearly not looking very good for them. They end up closing near the lows, down 1.5%. But we do have some earnings to get to. Palo Alto after the bell is going to be the recap show is going to be hot fire. They're starting to blast to the upside. So thank you to everyone. Thank to our crew. Great job, of course, Fabian and Andre, as always. But you're getting some movement here in Palo Alto. And this and all of the other crazy action this market is giving you will be covered by our market recap show with Adara, with Sean, and hopefully Palo Alto goes up. Why? Because I own it in my long-term account. I'm sure a few other people have it. Also, before we go over there, it looks like Take-Two. Take-Two with an offering, so let's probably head to the downside. I just heard it in my ear. That might be a real wick. That can't be real. Take-Two. Whatever. Let's go to the desk. Looks like Take-Two's going to the downside. Let's go. We got the market recap. Apparently an offering cratering TTWO and Palo Alto earnings. It's Sean. It's Adara. Your market recap starts now.
Am I on mute? No, I'm not. I'm live. Hey, everybody. Welcome to the show. Yeah, Fabian's like, oh, my God, who's buying out Take-Two? But no, it's opposite. It's an offering. So look at this chart right here for Take-Two going to the downside. What they're trying to do is raise capital for their stock. They might need more money for a certain game. So we'll wait to see now down here into 228. So there goes Take-Two. We are waiting for Pan W to come out. When that does hit, we'll get you that. It doesn't look like it's out yet. So Take-Two Interactive Solutions Software Inc. announces a proposed public offering of common stock. So yeah, that's always going to get hit there. So we'll find out where that common offering is going out. They're trying to raise cash. Looks like they'll get that done in and around 228. Looks like right now for that bid. Wow, UNG was up 8% today. Wow, that name really got going. What's going on with Nat Gas these days? Nice move to the downside for sure. Nat Gas had quite the run. I remember Sharif was talking about that name, and I think it was one of his picks. Or no, it wasn't, but
it was UNG.
It was, okay. So UNG good, but not great right now. Nate making moves back down to the bottom. What a good day also for gold. We talked about that a little bit earlier on today for GLD. But hey, we talked about some earnings. Home Depot, how did we do today for Home Depot? Let me go into a 3-minute or 1-minute chart. Let's go into a 3-minute chart just to see. It looks like it goes out near the lows. So Home Depot, which was a good report, starts the day off positive, ends the day red. So we'll check if that's a retail situation or not. Walmart was flat to red on the day. Let's see what Costco's doing as well. Okay, Costco, a little bit of an upside move there. So Pan W again, this Palo Alto, we will wait for that. It looks like it is trying to tick a little bit higher. How does this best of breed name? Although some people say CoreWeave is best of breed. I think not CoreWeave, CrowdStrike. Did it again, CRWD. But right there, Palo Alto, nicely done to the upside there. I remember when last time they reported on a Friday and everyone was worried about it, but it wasn't last time, a couple times ago. Nice move up there. I think cybersecurity, as we talk all about AI, as we talk about the world right now, and we had some news there about Ukraine and Russia, potential ceasefire there. We have China always in the picture as well. So definitely Palo Alto, and here's CRWD. I remember buying CrowdStrike on this breach of when they updated their systems there and it didn't work out.
Oh, July 19th, 2024.
Bad rollout. Oh, 2024.
Yep.
Oh, wow, I'm long down here. Okay. Yeah, so
earnings for Palo.
All right, so Palo Alto now moving around. So PANW, it's now out, says Adara. Looks like a lower tick right there. Remember, I always feel like whenever I'm on the show here, PANW always a little lower, and then it starts to get bumped up as people go home. They figure it out. Jim Cramer talks about it, and then they're like, this name needs to do better and be higher. So what do those numbers look like? Right now, it's kind of not moving. We did have a low wick down to 185, which is a decent move. We're looking for 7% on PNW.
Yeah, so I'm seeing right now revenue of $2.3 billion. That's up 15% year over year. The estimates I was seeing ahead of time were $2.27 billion. So it looks like a beat, but I always like to say sometimes the estimates I'm seeing are not going to be the ones that Benzinga ends up going up with. Either way, here right now looks like a beat, and it's up 15% year over year. Their annual recurring revenue from their next generation security, I don't know why I used air quotes, but that's what the segment's called. Next generation security annual recurring revenue up 34% year over year. Remaining performance obligation up 19% year over year. Where are their earnings per share here? So I have their guidance for the next quarter here. So that would be Q4. They're expecting their next generation security ARR to grow by 31 to 32%. They're expecting remaining performance obligations 19 to 20%, and then revenue to grow by 14 to 15%. So they're basically expecting, Sean, pretty much exactly the same growth we got this quarter. They did beat on EPS and sales, though. Earnings of 80 cents per share versus 77 cents expected. Sales beating by a hair, 2.29 billion. I was seeing 2.3 in their report, but maybe that was a rounding situation. 2.29 billion versus estimates of 2.28 billion. So narrow sales beat, EPS beat, and their guidance, in terms of growth, they are guiding growth, but they're guiding the same growth that we got this quarter.
Okay.
Basically, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, it does. I mean, right now the market does definitely go on future earnings, right, and growth and what we're talking about. So you want to guide forward, that's for sure. And it looks like right now, kind of just a muted response to Palo Alto. Yeah, people saying it looks scary when that wick goes all the way down here. But yeah, it just with scalable, that's why I wanted to push it back into a daily chart. We're just right here. So we're giving back the week. So we're back to where we were last week down there at 187. Any sort of a pushback for CrowdStrike? No, not much. I mean, it's probably a little bit down. Yeah, but CrowdStrike saying, nah, hold my beer, man. We are the ones that are best of breed. And I think that CrowdStrike right now proving that. I'm glad I didn't. I think Neil had rotated out of some CrowdStrike into Palo Alto. Nothing wrong with that. But yeah, CrowdStrike nicely cooking to the upside as well. Just hearing a note or seeing a note right now that Rivian will be participating in the UBS Auto and Auto Tech Conference. Wow. Not that means anything, but Rivian off earnings day $13 right here where this big yellow line is. Rivian right now taking out those highs, getting back into this area. I'm still long at 11 and change on this name, thinking about getting some out because I didn't get any out last time. It was up here. If I did, it was small. Rivian, nice move up there for Rivian. Am I missing a story there? I don't think so, right? You don't have to look it up, Adair. I just didn't know if you knew
just
about
today,
anything.
or?
Yeah, just Rivian's been hot fire as of recent.
I mean, they announced like this collaboration with Samsara this morning. I don't think that would have been a big deal. I think just in general, like they've got the Volkswagen partnership. That's on watch. I remember when I started, Sean, Rivian was around like $24, $25.
Yeah. So
and that was like September 2023. And I remember thinking it was so good. And then I found out it used to be hundreds of dollars.
Yes,
and I was like, that's less.
We did that with Randy today. Its high was actually 180 Adara when we had that split. When it first came out, then it got bumped up. Ford owned like 11 or 12% of that thing. They got out of it at much higher levels where we are right now. But there's Rivian breaking a little bit higher. 17 and change right now. So this is Rivian today. Nicely cooking, not doing anything in the after hours. But you want to talk about PanW again?
Guidance.
Okay, so what does the guidance look like? It must be a little bit better, trying to take a little bit higher?
So I did go over their guidance for Q4 in terms of growth. They were expecting the same growth that they got this quarter, but let's go over the actual numbers. They're expecting Q4 adjusted earnings between 87 and 89 cents per share, slightly above estimates of 86. Sales, they're seeing 2.49 bill to 2.51 bill versus estimates of 2.5 bill, so exactly in line with estimates. Much like what we saw with their sales and EPS for this quarter, it's a beat, but just barely. Let's talk about their fiscal 2025 guidance, because that's just for the next quarter. So they actually raised their guidance for the next quarter, raising their adjusted EPS guidance for fiscal 2025 to a range between 326 and 328 per share, above estimates of 322. So that's actually a nice little beat now, and again, above their previous guide. They're raising their fiscal 2025 sales guide to 9.17 bill to 9.19 bill. That is just basically in line with estimates of 9.17 bill. And honestly, all they did here for raising the guidance, they just raised the lower end. The higher end of the guide remains at $9.19 billion. Donald Trump talking about his Golden Dome. It's going to cost $175 billion. Canada wants to be a part of it. And yeah, apparently he actually thinks they're going to get a lot of this bill done before his term ends in 2028. So we're going to have to wait and see what happens there, but it is worth noting. Apparently the bill in Congress will include a $25 billion going towards the Golden Dome. So again, they're expecting total $175 billion, but yeah, just interesting stuff there about this Golden Dome. Keep an eye on Palantir, keep an eye on RTX. He loves throwing out RTX names in random scenarios. I don't know if you've ever seen this, Sean, but sometimes he'll be like, oh, we'll get RTX to do it, and then RTX pops.
That's what I was doing right now.
He really loves randomly invoking RTX, so keep an eye on RTX.
All right.
Thank you to David Tresgak for the $10 super chat. Let's go Padres. That's baseball, right? I'm in the Sweets visitor side tonight, friends. I'm bad luck for my team, so Jays may win. Thank you very much for the super chat, David.
Oh, are they at home or not, the Padres and the Jays? If you're in Toronto, I didn't know David was, maybe he's in California, there was San Diego. That's the Padres. But yeah, I just want to look here. LMT, a nice little bump up here as we get talking about it. You said RTX possible bumping up as well. Yeah, not much happening with Raytheon. Wait a minute. Raytheon is RTX, isn't it? RTX, yeah, defense company. Okay, it just says RTX Corporation. I guess they changed their name. I should know that. And LMT. Sometimes maybe Boeing a little bit, but nothing's going on for that. It would be great if Canada could be part of that, as yeah, the more protection, the better. Right now. So, I just wanted to show this. Shout out to my lovely wife. Oh wow, that's a big picture. How do I shrink this? This is what's on our frying pan right now. This is a big, sort of a big skillet, I guess. You love sweet new potatoes?
I like a potato. I just like a brown potato.
Right. Yeah. These little new potatoes,
Is
you
that
cut
what
them
those
up
are?
like this. You can fry them up. They're absolutely gorgeous. A little bit of olive oil on
Olive oil and
or-
balsamic vinegar.
Yeah.
on anything.
Okay. So that's basically what's going to be happening
It's
right
the
here.
Italian side of me coming.
Yeah, and there's exactly. Here's the Italian red pepper side, and then
Nice.
don't show this to Neil. He hates broccoli.
Does he?
Neil has a lot of issues, but that broccoli one is one that I'm going to fix with him tomorrow. Hopefully, when he gets over to Budapest, they have lots of broccoli there for him. But no, that's his least favorite veggie.
Oh, I see.
You know, I've been hanging out with this guy. We went to high school together. So if you know someone's favorite or least favorite vegetables, maybe you are a little bit too close. Okay, so gold today, what a nice move, man. Again, it bouncing really nicely to that upside. As you talked about the US dollar a little bit, do we have something else? Is Toll Brothers out?
No, it's not Toll Brothers. It's actually Elon Musk back on CNBC
Oh, no.
once again, wearing an interesting little race jacket. Thank you, people in the chat, for making me aware of this. So I'll put up NVIDIA and AMD
May
here.
not be live.
Apparently, they're saying this is a new interview. They said, as I was going to do the bell, they said more Elon live. So I'm guessing it's more Elon, or they're playing different parts of the interview than they did before, is my guess based on how they frame that. But either way, he's making some comments here apparently about their AI needs. Apparently GPUs for AI training. So NVIDIA on watch, AMD apparently also on watch. Thank you guys for letting me know in the chat. We're gonna have to keep an eye on this. But either way, it looks like, based on what I saw on the CNBC headline when it went to ring the bell, it's either new Elon or Elon we did not see earlier. Either way, Elon. And I'm gonna stop saying Elon.
All right, yeah. That's a lot of Elon.
Yeah,
right there.
right.
We traded Elon today real well, man. We traded
Nice.
Tesla. Tesla breaks early, man. What a great trade. That was early on that 350 break. It was monstrous up to 355. We're always thinking higher, like what Neil was saying, man, that one day it's going to go to 360, but we took 355. That was pretty good. And I should have logged into my trading account to show you all the ins and outs. We actually did take that. So we busted that long, then we tried it again. We got stopped out, comes right into the 200 period moving average. Now that I see this on a 3-minute chart, how golden is that? I use it on a 5-minute chart, but that held beautifully. This is the problem with the market, is these wicks. I don't know how much you can see these. Maybe I'll try to zoom in. Move over. Move over, not working. These little zooms right there, 342, maybe it doesn't zoom like that. 342 bottom, looks like we're trying to hold that, but now we're going lower, Adair. So I don't know what he's speaking about right now live, but it looks like we're gonna take near that low of the day on Tesla. What funny that we go up to 355 and then just fall in. This is almost to the minute, because I was watching it because I was in this trade. We were in it to the long side again, getting out. Then we tried it here, lost, and tried it again down here. And I think might have made some money at that last attempt, but Tesla going a little bit lower. Hey, look, how many times in a row are we going to see this 350 before eventually it either rips or it comes right back into this 300 level? So I'm a little nervous that we're not taking it out. Elon did say, though, on his first interview that we were on track for robo-taxis later on this year. Thing about that was it sent Uber down. So here we go. I mean, again, we can almost line up these charts back to back as well. That was pretty cool how that ad went like that there, Fabian. They're the easy trading computers. But there it is right now. Look at that move to the downside right there on Uber. But Elon was also saying that there's going to be many companies involved in this trade with them and robo-taxis. So we'll have to wait to see if Uber wants to hold those highs. I really love this stock again, but I am getting those Starbucks feels. And what I mean by that, if we go over to Starbucks, is look at how far away Starbucks was from the 50 period moving average, and more importantly, the 200 period. It just came screaming back in. And again, obviously off tariffs, but this happened way before. This was March. That's the beginning of March, we started falling in, and then tariffs happened right here for Starbucks, and then not a great earnings report, trying to get that garbage out of here. I really like it if we break out through this 88 mark right there at the 50 period moving average for Starbucks. So again, just looking over some notes. What else did we have reporting? We had
Toll Brothers at 4:30.
Toll Brothers is out. Are they out yet?
4:30.
4:30. So that's not for a while. Qatar gave a big boost again into Tesla recently, into NVIDIA, and into some of those chip names. But that's all kind of done with right now. We waited. Palantir came out with a new deal today. With Divergent, but that didn't really do too much. If anything, it diverted to the lows of the day there as we go out near the lows for Palantir. We also traded this one pretty decently. Wait for it to bottom out early. That's where we're going to be a little more patient tomorrow. We wrote down 126 on our sticky note for Palantir. It does end the day lower than that, but spends most of its day in and around 26. I think if we put a VWAP, we would be in and around that as well. Nice to see our boy XBI battling back a little bit. I recently actually put more money into Eli Lilly than I did on XBI in this most recent tranche of mine, going in there buying, but nice move up for XBI. We had bought some of this down into here when it was low into the tariff, but again, XBI and IBB, bio healthcare, so biotech ETF, nice move there. Upside for this. I don't know what Eli Lilly did. I'm in at 350, so it's doing nothing off my most recent buy. So Eli Lilly, again, buying more if we ever get down near 700. Most recently there at 350. Again, I like what's going on there. Their drug outpacing NVO, Novo Nordisk. Again, a little opposite of Eli Lilly. Novo Nordisk has seen better days, man. This right here is 140 down to $68, chopped in half. Right there from last September.
And you know what happened to their CEO, right? He's not there anymore. He had to leave.
Novo Nordisk.
Yeah, because things are too wild.
Too much competition he thought about.
Yeah, it was just bad, and it was not looking good. And they're not even the top company in Europe anymore. They got unseated by SAP pretty recently. And they were doing quite, I remember like when they were at all-time highs, I remember trading them at all-time highs. And then, yeah, that chart is a beaut.
Great one,
Novo
SAP.
Nordisk has lost some weight and maybe is overdosing on that.
Yeah, it might be again. This SAP, of course, is soft. Good joke there. Of course, software name here for SAP, so completely different than Miss Lilly, as you like to call it. But changed since January. 21% for SAP. We actually had that report today, and I think it must be true, right? Or else why else would we be talking about it? That we just went back. So change since January. We have it on here for the year. The NASDAQ's still up 1.6%. That may not include what happened today. So roughly flat, up 1% on the NASDAQ year to date. SPY year to date. Where is it there? 1% as well. The Dow is the name that look, I mean, I've been buying the Qs and the S&P, but I do like the Dow. That is flat as well. 0.28 again. And most of that, not most of it, we can talk about it. Dara has some good infographics out about this, but UNH and the Dow, UNH just continues to make moves lower. I mean, it's even making a lower move here. It was a good move today, but I'm just talking about in the after hours, 320. We got out right there at 322 or so. We had this bottom at 315 on the sticky note today, so that was a banger of a trade. I always feel like you want to try to find some bottoms, and how did we find that on UNH? Well, we just kind of went back to yesterday's close, which is right here.
Golden Dome News, LHX.
Oh, LHX.
Yeah, so LHX also, to be clear, L3 Harris, they have a Palantir partnership,
Harris.
so that is worth noting. Apparently, Senator Banks saying that L3 Harris will work on Golden Dome. Now, as I mentioned, the Trump administration and people associated with it do like to throw out names of contractors that could or could not work on projects. We know that happened with the air traffic control reboot that they want to do, where we had Trump say, oh, maybe RTX will do it, maybe IBM will do it, and then both stocks flew. So I don't know if this is confirmed, but Senator Banks at least saying L3 Harris will work on the Golden Dome. L3 Harris, again, could be on watch here with Palantir because they do have a partnership. And I was reading this thing as well based on, I think they analyzed based on Venmo, I guess Venmo friends or Venmo contacts or whatever. But Pete Hegseth, who was the U.S. Secretary of Defense, he has buddies in Palantir. So like Palantir and L3 Harris, LHX, definitely on watch here. I think it's an interesting look.
Yeah, I mean, L3 Harris doing pretty good here. Again, you got to get some money into these defense names. I mean, we know it's going to be a wild 3 years here for sure. So nice move there. I actually was asking, this is why Neil and I were talking about this. I was like, which names are going to benefit from this dome? And you can see right there, dome. 136 and change right there, breaking through the highs for RTX, now up to 138 and looking like it wants to print a little bit higher as well here in the after hours. So RTX, LHX, and then the other one was LMT. We could see something going on with Lockheed Martin as well. Daily chart, much worse for them as they're getting to the downside there. So again, this show, we do scan through Benzinga.
We do.
We had the Benzinga Pro rate. Oh yeah, live on CNBC right now. Elon Musk says no plans to merge Tesla with XAI. So, all right, so we can check out to see if anything's happening right there at all. You know, it was a good day here. Let's see what's going on with Bitcoin. Look, right when Neil and I left the show, we were busting out through 107. It looks like it's very, very similar. Let's go to a 15-minute chart. Oh boy, about 15 minutes ago, look at that. So there's a lot of volume once we start breaking highs. So that to me is a great sign. We like to see those kind of candles helping out the move get higher. There has to be interest when new highs are met, right? Again, the high on Bitcoin, 1093, 1094, depending on your platform, but breaking out through recent highs right there, taking this out. We can go over to a daily chart now on BTC and just see, we're getting, I wish I could get, how do I get rid of all this stuff?
They just mentioned Lily.
Right there. So there it is right there. 1095. We'll like to see if we can break through on Bitcoin. Congratulations, man. I recently bought this dip right into there. Feel a little silly buying it at 103, but hey, we did get a little bit more in and happy to do that. As we can see right now, current Bitcoin price, 106.97 right now. You did say there was Eli Lilly news?
Yeah, they just had someone here in this Trump room saying that, oh, Eli Lilly's moving all its manufacturing to the U.S. It's not really moving on that, but there was a time where that actually was said, and then Eli Lilly jumped like $10. So even though we know that they're moving their manufacturing to the U.S., we know that the executives, including CEO David Ricks of Eli Lilly, have met with Donald Trump. But either way, sometimes I find when it gets mentioned, Lilly likes to make a little move. So keep an eye on Mademoiselle here, LLY. Also, Donald Trump said a year ago we were as cold as ice. Now America is the hottest country. So interesting, just a funny little comment there. Keep an eye on LLY, LHX, keep an eye on all these defense plays. A lot has been happening from our friend Donald Trump and his pals.
I mean, if we look, United States, I mean, look, I like that little trumpet there. So much winning happening, so much winning. Look, I mean, I love the fact that Donald Trump says all the action and United States is where it's at. It is. I mean, all the money, the world's largest markets, but Europe is outperforming, so is the UK, so is Canada, the TSX there in the stock market as compared year to date on the US market. So there is some catch-up plays happening. And also, great rebound for the US markets. I mean, the fact that they're flat right now on the year definitely means something. And higher highs, oh, there it is.
We can't take it anymore. Mr. President,
Fabian, you're so good, man. I call this up and you immediately have this ready.
we have to keep winning. We have to win more.
I like the shaking of the hand.
Yeah, I'm doing it with them there, you know, little mini Donald there on the chest. But, okay, look, today there was some winning, but more of the winning not in your Mag 7, right? And some of the technology today, not the greatest. Meta down, Google down. We didn't even talk about Google I/O, and we're almost running out of time right now. Maybe we can go over that in a minute. But Apple down 1%, NVIDIA down 1%, Google down the most, 1.5%. A name that I really like, IBM, International Business Machines, Adera, down 0.5% as well with Palantir. Some of the winners over here, the consumer non-durables, let's blow that up right now. Procter, Philip Morris going upside. Nike, a nice move today as well, man. Kenvue. There's my boy Lululemon, up 1.07% today as well, trying to catch a bid on that one. You, my boy Blue. You know where that's from?
I feel like I should.
Yeah, it's old school. You should know that, but that's okay. Old school is more of a. You seen that movie, Will Ferrell?
No, that's not
They
really
go back
my
to
cup
school,
of soup.
Vince Vaughn.
I don't like.
You don't like it? It's a great comedy.
I like some comedies. Okay, my favorite is like, you know, The Other Guys.
Yes, well then you'll like it.
I like The Other Guys. I need to
with
see
Mark
that one then.
Wahlberg, Other Guys.
Yeah, Mark Wahlberg, and then you've got that awesome cameo. Also, Ice-T of Law and Order narrates the
man.
movie for some reason. The Other Guys is great. I need to watch Old School then. I've never
Yeah,
seen
watch Old School. It's a great movie there. You'll really enjoy that one. Amazon also down for the retail trade. Amazon down 1% today. Costco looks like one of the only green spots here today in the retail sector, up 0.24. We sort of already covered that a little bit as well. I really like Visa, man. Visa's chart's been really hot fire, going out near the highs, all-time highs for Visa again today, despite being down slightly, 0.3%. Visa, a great stock. We talked about Visa for a while. I really like that name. That is for sure. But yeah, this is a sort of a quick little look. Oh, I didn't even realize that. Boeing, another name that's been doing really well lately. Boeing up 1+% today, kicking it old school there. Boeing, GE Vernova, I talked to Neil about this. This was, talk about a dip by opportunity, man. 270 there. Someone's got to power everything. GE Vernova right there, a nice move upside right there again. The storage of electricity, taking out highs. Wow, what a great call GE Vernova is. I have some of this from the spinoff, but never bought more money, never put more money into that. JP Morgan, nice trade on the bank side as well today. XLF was actually down on the day, but that's enough going through all of that. We can have a quick look at some of the sectors as we go, but let's have a quick little look just quickly on Palo Alto. Again, best of breed, Palo Alto and CrowdStrike kind of going back and forth. Let's see what they're doing after hours. Yeah, still some downside push, 187. So 187 right now for Pan W Palo Alto. Just kicking right back into here. So we'll see. A downward slope would get us into 181, which would be nice. That's the 200-period moving average. You could see, though, a nice little smiley face on your 50-period moving average. That's definitely a buyer, a name that we should be buying. Eli Lilly, just checking to see if there was any action after hours as Adair's brought that name to our attention. Then there was what? LHX.
We have action on AMD.
Was the big one as well. There's not too many tickers actually flying away here in the after hours. So just to look at what happened today, gold, uranium, nice upside move. FXI leading the way today, up 1.1% as well. FXI going out near the highs. You said there was some, whoa,
yeah, so
there is
AMD,
a little bit of action on AMD. What's up with that?
So I mentioned this earlier, and the stock didn't really move on it, but I think as this storyline has been kind of ferreted around X, I think it's gotten more attention. Elon Musk, during his after hours interview, talked a lot about chips. He said that Tesla is going to continue buying GPUs, or a lot of GPUs, quote unquote, from NVIDIA, AMD, and, quote, maybe a few others. So AMD and NVIDIA are the beneficiaries of this story, but NVIDIA actually got another Elon Musk pump.
Yeah, let's
Musk
go.
further said that he is going to be apparently deploying 1 million NVIDIA Blackwell chips at his XAI facility. So he's going to be getting chips for Tesla. That's going to be NVIDIA, AMD, and maybe a few others.
Wait a minute.
And he's going to be getting some Blackwells for his new XAI facility. He also said that it's not out of the question to consider merging Tesla and XAI, but they need shareholder approval. One more Elon Musk headline, if I may. I almost said Musk. Sorry, Sean. I'm tired. Elon Musk apparently said that he's going to be at the White House every couple of days for the next every few weeks. So that sounds like he's still going to be at the White House quite a lot.
Same, yeah.
Yeah.
You said he's going to be buying what? A 1 million?
A million. He said 1 million. That's pretty casual. I'm guessing probably around 1 million.
H100s
no,
or
Blackwells for
you know how much
XAI, and then just a lot
How
of
much is a Blackwell
chips
chip?
for that'll be for Tesla. So he's getting the higher end ones and much more of them for XAI because he said they can build better than we can. That's what he said. And then for Tesla, he just wants NVIDIA and AMD. I mentioned this story earlier. The stock was not moving at the time, but now it is moving at this time. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to see how much a Blackwell chip actually costs. Right there, 40. So again, depending on which unit you're talking about, the B200 is $40,000. The GB200 is here. I just asked ChatGPT. I mean, I will show you. I didn't try to do anything too crazy there. So 40,000, between 40,000 and 70,000 right there per chip. And this guy's doing 1 million chips times 70,000. Obviously, I hope you're getting a discount there when you buy in bulk. But yeah, that should be like, again, when is this going to stop? When are the revenue streams going to stop for NVIDIA? I mean, that's another great look for them. I'm surprised they're not up a lot more. Tesla not really doing anything on that kind of news. All right, we got to go. It's almost 4:30 right now. Oil downside today, not doing great there. But the XLE has been on a nice little bit of a run. We didn't really clear the 50-period moving average. United States oil, OIH, also a downside as well today. So that's down 1%. So sort of as far as the negative sectors are today, led definitely by energy. TLT, again, the Treasury near the lows as well. As the market tries to rebound, Treasury's not doing great right now in this environment. We talked about the US dollar. That's UUP. UUP. We can look at UUP, which is bullish US dollar strength. And right now, can't be that bullish if you're under the 50-period and the 200. What a move for the US dollar that we've seen over the last 6 months or so. Yeah, today was actually a pretty good day, considering the fact that the NASDAQ was roughly flat there, down 0.4. Diamonds and SPY a little bit better than that, 0.37 and flat respectively. So hey, what a great day it has been here today. Moving forward, we'll see what winds up happening tomorrow. Not too many huge earnings are going to really, influence us tomorrow morning.
Not really.
But as Trump keeps on speaking and truthing out things, maybe we get a little bit more of a run. It should be an NVIDIA kind of a day. That is for sure. Okay, this is, Adara, the most recent movie you watched.
Oh my God.
I don't have
Moonlight.
Moonlight. I have no idea what
Moonlight.
that. I have no idea what that is.
What about you?
What is Moonlight?
Oh, it won Best Picture in 2016. It's mostly
Ooh.
known for that La La Land kerfuffle where they accidentally said La La Land. The guys did their speeches, and they were like, "Oops, wrong movie." But yeah, it's a good movie. I like it.
I think for me is honestly, I think it's the Minecraft movie.
That's fair. I think
went
that
to
makes sense.
yeah, we went to see it on its the one in theater. We went to see that on its release date, and I don't think I've seen a movie since.
Yeah, I saw this. Someone showed me the anime movie Your Name, which was pretty good as well. I really
okay.
liked it. I was like not expecting
Your
it to be
Name.
as
Is
good
it
as
a
it was.
kids
I liked
movie
it.
or not really?
No, but it's solid. Yeah, it's good.
And then we're starting to watch a show on Netflix that I thought was pretty good. Steve Carell, Tina Fey, a bunch. It's called Four Seasons.
Okay, I love that cast.
And it's just, and it's only 30 minutes.
What's it about?
It's 3 couples so far. I'm only in episode 2. But they get together, they're traveling, they go to Steve Carell's house, and stuff happens.
That sounds good.
Yeah, it's pretty
Sounds
fun.
good. I like Steve Carell.
Pretty innocent so far. The language is fine. There's nothing too crazy about it. There's a gay couple in there. It's really good. It's really good. Really fun so far. Yeah, good one. All right, called Four Seasons on Netflix. Netflix continues to, make huge moves to the upside.
Oh, yeah.
In this market. Netflix
$1,200?
taking out days highs or all-time highs every time, it seems like. Okay, we'll see everybody. For Adara, I'm Sean. Thanks, Fabian, for staying late. Thanks, Neil, Brendan, Bears versus Bulls, all of you. It's now a little bit past 4:30. It's volleyball tonight. It's baseball and it's basketball. It's a busy night in our house. I hope it's busy wherever you are. Give your loved ones a big hug, and we will see you tomorrow at 8:30. Ciao. You found the best trading show on the planet. So what are you going to do now? Simple. Hit the like, subscribe, and share it. It's Trader TV Live. We're here, baby.